Introduction. A common boy from a mountain village accidentally enters a local small sect in the Jianghu and becomes a named disciple. With this identity, how will he establish himself in the sect, and how will he, with mediocre talent, enter the ranks of immortal cultivators, thus standing proudly among the three realms? Chapter 1. The Small Village by the Mountain. Erlungzi opened his eyes wide, staring at the black roof made of thatch and mud, with an old cotton quilt draped over him. Now, a deep yellow, barely recognizable, and faintly emitting a musty smell. Next to him lay his second brother, Hanju, sleeping soundly, occasionally emitting varying sounds of snoring. About half a zhang away from the bed, there was a mud wall made of yellow clay, which had cracked over time, with several inconspicuous fine cracks. From these cracks, the nagging voice of Han's mother could be faintly heard, occasionally mixed with the pata-pata sound of Han's father sucking on a dry smoking pipe. Erlungzi slowly closed his somewhat dry eyes, forcing himself to fall into a deep sleep as soon as possible, that he knew very well that if he didn't go to sleep honestly, he wouldn't be able to get up early the next day and would miss the chance to go into the mountains with his companions too. Gather firewood. Erlungzi's surname is Han, and his given name is Li. Such a seemingly proper name couldn't have come from his parents, as it was given by Uncle Zhang from the village when his father asked him to name him, using 2 coarse grain-steamed buns as a bribe. Uncle Zhang, when he was young, had been a companion reader for a wealthy man in the city for several years and was the only literate person in the village. More than half of the children's names in the village were given by him. Hanli was called Erlungzi by the villagers, but he was not really foolish. In fact, he was the smartest child in the village. However, like other village children, he rarely heard anyone formally call him by his name Hanli, and the nickname Erlungzi has accompanied him until now. The reason for his nickname Erlungzi was simply because there was already a child named Lungzi in the village. This was nothing unusual. Other children in the village also had names like Dogwa and Erdan, which were not any more pleasant than Erlungzi. Therefore, although Hanli did not like this nickname, he could only comfort himself this way. Hanli looked quite unremarkable, with dark skin, resembling an ordinary peasant child. However, deep inside, he was much more mature than his peers. He had long yearned for the rich and prosperous outside world, dreaming that one day he could leave this small village and see the outside world that Uncle Zhang often spoke of. Hanli had never dared to share this thought with others, otherwise the villagers would surely be shocked that a young child could have such an adult thought. It was known that other children around Hanli's age were still busy chasing chickens and dogs around the village, let alone harboring such a strange idea of leaving their homeland. Hanli's family consists of 7 members, 2 older brothers, an older sister, and a younger sister. He is the 4th child in the family and just turned 10 this year. Life at home is very difficult, and they rarely have meals with meat, with the whole family hovering around the line of subsistence. At this moment, Hanli was in a daze, half asleep, still harboring the thought. When going up the mountain, he must help his beloved younger sister gather more of her favorite red berries. The next day at noon, as Hanli trudged home under the scorching sun, carrying a pile of firewood taller than himself and a bag full of berries in his arms, he was unaware that a guest had arrived at his home who would change the course of his life. This esteemed guest was a close relative, his 3rd uncle. It was said that he worked as the manager in a tavern in a nearby small town, a person of great capability, according to his parents. In nearly 100 years, the Han family had produced only this one relative of some status. Hanli had only seen his 3rd uncle a few times when he was very young. His older brother's apprenticeship with an old blacksmith in the city was arranged by this uncle, who often sent food and supplies to Hanli's family through others, caring greatly for them. Thus, Hanli had a good impression of this uncle, knowing that although his parents didn't say it, they were also very grateful. His older brother was the pride of the family. It was said that being an apprentice blacksmith not only provided meals and accommodation, but also earned 30 copper coins a month. Once he officially became a craftsman, he would earn even more money. Whenever his parents mentioned his older brother, they would beam with joy, as if they had become different people. Although Hanli was young, he envied him greatly and early on had a dream job in mind, which was to be noticed by craftsmen in the small town and become an apprentice, thus becoming a respectable person who could make a living with his skills. When Hanli saw his 3rd uncle, dressed in a brand new satin outfit, with a round face and a small mustache, he was extremely excited. After placing the firewood behind the house, he shyly went to the front room to greet his uncle, obediently saying, "Hello, third uncle," and then stood quietly to one side, listening to his parents chat with him. His third uncle looked at Han Li with a smile, sizing him up and complimenting him with a few words like well-behaved and understanding, then turned to discuss the purpose of his visit with Han Li's parents. Although Han Li was still young and couldn't fully understand his uncle's words, he grasped the general meaning. It turned out that the tavern where his third uncle worked belonged to a Jianghu sect called Seven Mysteries Sect. This sect had both outer and inner disciples, and recently, his third uncle had officially become an outer disciple of this sect, able to recommend children aged 7 to 12 to participate in the examination for inner disciples. The examination for the inner disciples of the Seven Mysteries Sect, held once every 5 years, was about to begin next month. This somewhat shrewd uncle, who had no children of his own, naturally thought of the suitable Han Li. Han Li's father, usually honest and straightforward, hesitated upon hearing unfamiliar terms like Jianghu and sect. He picked up his smoking pipe, took a few strong puffs, and sat there in silence to eye in his uncle's words. The Seven Mysteries Sect was undoubtedly a remarkable and top-tier sect within a radius of several hundred miles. As long as one became an inner disciple, not only would they have free martial arts training and food without worries, but they would also receive a monthly allowance of 1 or 2 silver coins. Moreover, participants who did not qualify could still have the opportunity to become outer disciples like his uncle, managing the business affairs of the Seven Mysteries Sect. When Han Li's father heard there was a possibility of earning 1 or 2 silver coins monthly, along with the chance to become a respectable person like his uncle, he finally made up his mind and agreed. His uncle was very pleased to see Han Li's father consent. He left a few silver coins behind, saying he would come back in a month to take Han Li away, advising them to prepare more good food for Han Li during this time to help him get ready for the examination. Afterward, his uncle greeted Han Li, ruffled his hair, and left for the city. Although Han Li didn't fully understand his uncle's words, he understood that going to the city could make big money. His long-held wish seemed to be on the verge of realization, and he couldn't sleep for several nights out of excitement. A little over a month later, his uncle arrived on time in the village to take Han Li away. Before leaving, Han Li's father repeatedly advised him to be honest, to be tolerant in situations, and not to argue with others, while his mother told him to pay attention to his health, eat well, and sleep well on the carriage. Watching his parents gradually fade away, Han Li bit his lip, fighting back the tears in his eyes. Although he had been more mature than other kids since childhood, he was still just a 10-year-old boy, and the first time away from home made him feel a bit sad and lost in his young heart. He secretly vowed that once he earned a lot of money, he would return home immediately and never be separated from his parents again. Han Li never expected that after this trip, the amount of money would lose its meaning for him. He would embark on a path of cultivation that was different from that of ordinary people and carve out his own way in the world of immortality. Chapter 2. Qingyou Town. This is a small town, which is actually just a larger village, called Qingyou Town. Only the local villagers living in the nearby hills, who have little knowledge of the outside world, keep shouting Qingyou City and Qingyou City. This is the true feeling of Zhang Er, who has worked as a gatekeeper for over a decade. Qingyou Town is indeed not large. There is only one main street running east-west Qingyou Street, and there is only one inn, the Qingyou Inn, located at the western end of the elongated town. Therefore, if passing merchants do not want to sleep outdoors, they can only stay here at this moment. A horse-drawn carriage, clearly having traveled a long distance, entered Qingyou Town from the west, swiftly passed by the entrance of the Qingyou Inn without stopping, and continued to rush to the other end of the town, stopping in front of the Chunxiang restaurant. The Chunxiang restaurant is not large and even somewhat old, but has an antique charm. Since it is lunchtime, there are many diners in the restaurant. Almost every seat is occupied that a round-faced, mustached fat man and a dark-skinned boy of about 10 years old got off the carriage. The man swaggered into the restaurant with the child. Some regular customers in the restaurant recognized the fat man and knew he was the innkeeper Fat Han, but no one recognized the child. "Old Han, this little black kid looks a lot like you. Could it be your son from an affair?" Someone suddenly joked. This remark drew a hearty laugh from those nearby. "Bah, this is my own nephew I brought along, of course. He resembles me a bit," the fat man replied, not angry, but rather proud. These two were indeed Han Li, who had just traveled for 3 days to enter the town, and his uncle, the Fat Han that others spoke of. Fat Han greeted a few familiar customers and took Han Li to a small secluded courtyard behind the restaurant. Shaoli, you rest well in this room and regain your energy. When the intersect manager arrives, I will call you over to I need to step out for a moment to attend to a few familiar customers, Fat Hans said kindly, pointing to a side room in the courtyard. After saying this, he hurriedly turned and walked out. At the door, he seemed a bit uneasy and reminded him again, don't run around, there are too many people in the town. Don't get lost, and it's best not to leave the courtyard. Okay. Anli raplia ubadianli. Seeing Han Li's honest response, Fat Han finally felt reassured and left. Feeling tired after his uncle left the room, Han Li lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep, without any hint of the shyness typical of a child. In the evening, a young servant brought some food. Although it wasn't a feast, it was quite tasty. After eating, another young servant came in to take away the leftover bowls, and it was at this moment that his uncle leisurely walked in. How was the food? Did it suit your taste? Are you feeling a bit homesick? Yeah, a little, Han Li replied obediently. His uncle seemed very satisfied with Han Li's response and began to chat about some family matters, boasting about interesting things he had experienced. Gradually, Han Li lost his sense of restraint and started to laugh and talk with him. Thus, 2 days passed. On the third day, after Han Li finished dinner and was waiting for his uncle to tell him some stories of the martial world, another carriage stopped in front of the restaurant. This carriage was entirely painted black and shone brightly. The horse pulling it was a rare yellow steed, and what caught the most attention was a small, rusty black, triangular flag with the character Xian inscribed on it, with silver letters and red edges, exuding an indescribable air of mystery. Seeing this small flag, anyone experienced in the martial world within a radius of hundreds of miles knew that an important figure from one of the two major powers in the area, the Qishuan sect, had arrived. The Qishuan sect, also known as the Seven Absolute Sect, was founded by the renowned Seven Absolute Master 200 years ago, once dominating the Jingzhou region for decades, and even infiltrating several nearby states, gaining fame throughout the entire Yu Kingdom. However, since the death of the Seven Absolute Master, the power of the Qishuan sect has declined sharply, being pushed out of Jingzhou City by other sections 100 years ago. The sect was forced to relocate to the most remote area of Jingzhou Xinxiao Mountain, where it settled down and became a third-rate local power. There is a saying that a starving camel is still larger than a horse after all. The Qishuan sect was once a significant sect, and its potential was still considerable. Upon arriving at Xinxiao Mountain, it quickly took control of more than a dozen small towns, including Qingyou Town, and had 3,000 to 4,000 disciples, making it one of the two local hegemons in reality. The only force in the area that could contend with the Qishuan sect was the Wolf Gang. The Wolf Gang originated from a group of marauding bandits within Jingzhou, but after several crackdowns by the government, part of them accepted amnesty, while the rest became the Wolf Gang. However, the fierce and bloodthirsty nature of the bandits was passed down, which often put the Qishuan sect at a disadvantage during conflicts with the Wolf Gang. Although the Wolf Gang controlled more towns, they lacked the ability to manage them, and in terms of wealth, they were far inferior to the towns under the Qishuan sect. The Wolf Gang was very envious of several wealthier territories under the Qishuan sect, frequently provoking conflicts between the two, which had become a major headache for the current leader of the Qishuan sect. This also became the primary reason for the Qishuan sect's repeated recruitment of disciples in recent years. A lean man in his 40s jumped down from the carriage. This man moved swiftly and clearly had considerable skills. He seemed very familiar with the area, striding directly toward the room where Han Li was. As soon as Han Li's uncle saw this person, he immediately approached respectfully and bowed. Guardian Wang, why have you come personally? Guardian Wang snorted coldly, his face full of arrogance. The roads have not been safe lately. We need to strengthen our defenses. The elders ordered me to personally bring people. And no need for small talk. Is this child the one you want to recommend? Yes. This is my own nephew. I hope Guardian Wang will take care of him on the way. Fat Han said. Seeing the man's expression of impatience, he quickly took out a heavy bag and discreetly handed it over. Guardian Wang weighed the bag in his hand, and his expression relaxed a bit. Fat Han, you really know how to handle things. Your nephew will be taken care of on the road. It's getting late. We should set off quickly. Chapter 3. 7 Mysterious Gates. The smell inside the carriage was obviously unpleasant, which was not surprising given that a compartment meant for a dozen people was crammed with nearly 30 children. Although the children were much smaller than adults, it still made the carriage extremely crowded. Han Li cleverly shrank his frail body into the corner of the compartment, secretly observing the other children inside. The children participating in the entrance examination could be clearly divided into 3 categories based on their attire and backgrounds. The first category consisted of a well-dressed young boy named Wu Yin, who was sitting in the middle of the carriage surrounded by most of the other children. Wu Yin was 13 years old, the oldest among them. Although he was technically over the age limit, his cousin had married a powerful figure within the 7 mysterious gates, so his age was no longer an issue. Wu Yan's family ran a martial arts school and was quite wealthy. He had practiced some martial arts since childhood, and although he wasn't particularly skilled, he was more than enough to handle children like Han Li, who had only some brute strength and had never trained in martial arts. It was clear that people like Wu Yan, who came from wealthy and influential families and had some martial skills, naturally became the leader of most of the children in the carriage. The second category consisted of the children surrounding Wu Yan. These children came from various backgrounds. Some had families that owned shops, some worked as laborers, and others relied on their skills to make a living. However, they all shared one common trait. They grew up in towns and had learned to read people's expressions and seek profit to some extent from their elders. Hence, they clustered around Wu Yan, calling him young Master Wu or Brother Wu, which he seemed to be quite accustomed to and appreciated. The last category included children like Han Li, who came from remote and impoverished areas. Their families typically relied on the land and water for sustenance and lived in extreme poverty. There were only 5 or 6 of them in the carriage, and they mostly appeared timid and reluctant to speak loudly, standing in stark contrast to the other children who laughed and chatted boisterously. The carriage sped westward from Qingyo town, stopping at several places along the way to pick up more children. Finally, on the evening of the 5th day, they arrived at Saisha Mountain, the headquarters of the 7 mysterious gates. As soon as the children got off the carriage, they were captivated by the stunning scenery of the colorful sunset at Saisha Mountain. It wasn't until the voice of Protector Wang urged them that they snapped back to reality and moved forward. Saisha Mountain, originally named Luofeng Mountain, was said to have been formed from a 5-colored phoenix that descended there in ancient times. Later, people discovered that the mountain looked exceptionally beautiful at sunset, as if shrouded in colorful clouds, and thus it was renamed Saisha Mountain. Of course, since the 7 mysterious gates took over, outsiders could no longer come freely to admire such beauty. Saisha Mountain was the 2nd largest mountain in Jingzhou, with only another mountain, Baimao Mountain, being larger. The mountain spanned over a dozen miles, with several peaks of varying heights, all of which were perilous and occupied by various branches of the 7 mysterious gates. The main peak, Sunset Peak, was particularly treacherous, not only being extremely high and steep, but also having only one path from the base to the summit. After establishing their headquarters here, the 7 mysterious gates set up 13 checkpoints along this dangerous path, ensuring complete security and peace of mind. As Han Li surveyed his surroundings and followed the group ahead, the line suddenly came to a halt, followed by a hearty voice. "Brother Wang, why did it take so long to arrive? You were 2 days late." "Master Yu, we were delayed on the road. I apologize for the trouble," Protector Wang said respectfully to a red-faced elder standing at the front of the crowd, changing his previously domineering demeanor to one of servility. "How many batches of disciples have been sent to the mountain now?" "The 17th batch." Make sure they are taken to the guest courtyard for a good night's rest. The selection of qualified disciples will begin early tomorrow morning. Those who do not pass should be sent down the mountain as soon as possible to avoid breaking the rules of the mountain." "Understood, Master Yu." As they walked up the stone steps to the mountain, all the children were filled with excitement, but no one dared to speak loudly. Although they were all young, they understood that this place would determine their future destinies. Protector Wang led the way, smiling and greeting people he encountered along the path, indicating that he was well-connected and liked within the gates. Most of the people they met were dressed in blue satin clothes, some carrying swords or knives, while others, who practiced empty-handed techniques, had bulging waistbands that hinted at concealed items. Their agile movements indicated that they were all skilled fighters. Han Li and the others were taken to a lower peak where a cluster of earthen houses stood, and they spent the night there. In his dreams that night, Han Li imagined himself dressed in fine clothes, wielding a golden sword, and defeating the blacksmith's son, whom he had never been able to beat in the village. He felt quite heroic and continued to savor the dream even after waking up the next morning. When morning came, Protector Wang did not allow them to have breakfast, but directly led everyone to a sloped area filled with bamboo at the foot of the mountain. There, they found Master Yu and several unfamiliar young people waiting for them. Chapter 4. Bone refining cliff master, you spoke loudly to everyone. Listen well. If you follow the path through the bamboo forest ahead, you will reach the bone refining cliff of the 7 mysterious gates. The first section is through the bamboo forest, followed by rocky cliffs, and finally a steep cliff. Only those who reach the top of the cliff will be allowed to enter the 7 mysterious gates. If you cannot make it before noon, although you will not become official disciples, if you perform admirably, you may be accepted as named disciples. Hanli did not understand the meaning of named disciples. He just knew he had to keep moving forward and climb the mountain. He glanced ahead at a slope that was not too steep, with many bamboo stalks of varying thickness growing on it, and it didn't seem too difficult to climb. Hanli looked at the others. He did not want to fall behind his peers, and the atmosphere among the other children suddenly grew tense. Master Yu glanced at the rising sun and said, "It's almost time. Let's get ready to set off. Don't be afraid. The senior brothers will protect you from behind and won't let you encounter any danger." Hanli turned to look at the young people behind him, realizing that these people were called senior brothers, likely previous disciples. If he were to join them, would he also get to wear similarly impressive clothes? While pondering this, Hanli noticed that the other children had already rushed into the bamboo forest, and seeing this, he quickly followed suit. The bamboo forest appeared vast. As over 30 children rushed in, they immediately scattered. Hanli was closely followed by a tall and thin senior brother, who kept a stern face and said nothing as he trailed behind him. Hanli felt a bit scared and did not dare to speak. So he just lifted his feet, bent down, and slowly made his way up the slope. The bamboo forest did not seem like much at first, but after walking for a while, it became exhausting. Hanli's legs grew heavier, and gradually, he had to use one hand to pull on the bamboo stalks to move forward with less effort. After persisting for a long time, Hanli was utterly exhausted and had no choice but to find a mound of dirt to sit down on, breathing heavily. Taking a moment to rest, Hanli glanced back at the tall and thin senior brother. Despite the steep ground, this senior brother stood still without moving, not a speck of dust on him, standing as upright as the bamboo, quietly watching him from not far below. Hanli felt a bit scared under his senior brother's cold gaze, quickly turning his head back. He then heard heavy breathing sounds coming from ahead, realizing that there were others who were climbing faster than him and were also resting. After staying in place for a while, Hanli hurriedly continued to climb up. The slope became steeper, and Hanli's strength was waning. To avoid losing his balance while walking, he could only bend down, using both hands and feet to move forward. Fortunately, his clothes were sturdy enough, otherwise, his joints and knees would have been scraped raw. Finally, he was about to exit the dense bamboo forest, but Hanli felt that the last stretch was increasingly difficult. The rocks on the ground gradually increased, while the bamboo became sparser. Hanli could no longer pull himself forward with the bamboo pole. He had to inch forward meter by meter. As he stepped out of the bamboo forest, he saw a vast expanse before him, with a gigantic rock directly in front. There were already several thin figures slowly climbing up it, followed by fellow disciples dressed alike. Hanli no longer hesitated and hurried towards the giant rock wall. The rock wall was made of layers of sedimentary rock, heavily weathered. In some places, it crumbled upon contact, but there were also many sharp fragments that stood strong. Within a single meal's time, Hanli's hands were already covered in wounds, and his elbows and knees had torn clothing, with flesh cut in several places. Although the wounds were small, tiny fragments of stone had gotten inside, adding to the pain. The few people in front were climbing further away, and Hanli thought of his family and his third uncle's words. He could only grit his teeth and climb upward with difficulty. Before setting off, Hanli's father and third uncle had warned him that the entrance test would be very tough. If he didn't persevere, he wouldn't be able to join the Qishuan sect. At this moment, Hanli no longer cared about whether he could join the Qishuan sect. He was filled with determination, feeling a strong urge to catch up with the others. He looked up with great effort and saw that the person at the front was Wu Yan. Wu Yan was older than Hanli by more than a year and had practiced some martial arts, making him much stronger than the other children. So it was not surprising that he was in the lead. Hanli glanced back and noticed that there were still quite a few figures moving behind him. Taking a deep breath, he accelerated his pace. He exerted all his remaining strength, but still couldn't close the distance to the few people at the front. His body felt heavier, and he could see the sun gradually climbing to the center of the sky, while Wu Yan had already reached the end of the rock wall. There, it was a steep cliff, over 30 zhang high, with several hemp ropes hanging down from the top, each tied with fist-sized knots. Wu Yan was currently climbing one of the ropes, slowly inching toward the cliff's top. Han Li felt a bit discouraged looking at Wu Yin ahead. He knew he couldn't catch up with the few people in front, and time was running out. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his injured elbows and knees, and his limbs grew weak. One hand that was gripping the rock trembled, and he suddenly slipped down. Han Li's heart raced, and he quickly pressed his body tightly against the rock wall, too scared to move. After a while, when he calmed down, he reached for a protruding rock corner, pulled a few times, and found it relatively secure, which relieved him. Subconsciously, Han Li looked back and saw his senior brother half-squatting with his arms open, ready to protect him. Seeing that he was safe, he slowly stood up straight again. Han Li felt a wave of gratitude. If he had fallen, all his hard work would have been in vain. After resting for a moment, he slowly moved forward again, climbing towards the thick hemp ropes hanging from the cliff. Finally, he reached one of the empty hemp ropes. The sun was almost at its zenith, with less than half an hour until noon. At this moment, Wu Yin had already reached the cliff's top and was looking down. When Han Li climbed to the bottom of the hemp rope, he just happened to see Wu Yin, who raised his arm and made a small gesture with his pinky finger towards those below, then burst into laughter and left. Han Li felt a surge of frustration and quickly grabbed the hemp rope to climb up. But he was completely exhausted and had no strength left. He could barely hold onto the knots. After exerting a great deal of effort to climb to the last knot, he sat on it, feeling completely weak, unable to move even a finger. He strained to turn his head and saw some children sitting on the rock wall behind him, gasping for breath, seemingly having used up all their last bits of strength. Han Li could only smile bitterly in his heart, realizing he had underestimated this test. Thankfully, he didn't end up at the very back. Turning around, he saw the cold-faced senior brother again. After hesitating for a moment, Han Li decided to muster his strength and climb a bit higher. Although he knew he wouldn't reach the top before noon, it would be too embarrassing to just stay still. Han Li stretched his somewhat stiff hands, using the little strength he had just regained, and slowly moved up along the knots. However, at this point, his hands had completely lost their strength, and he couldn't grip the rope at all. After a moment of struggling, he still made no progress. After a while, Han Li felt a tightness around his waist, and his body suddenly felt lighter, as if he was being lifted upwards. He turned his head to see that the senior brother who had been following him was holding him with one arm and swiftly climbing up with the other hand and his legs. Han Li noticed that the sun was high in the sky. It turned out that he still hadn't completed this stretch of the journey, which made Han Li feel a bit sad. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't compare to others. As they reached the top of the cliff, Han Li saw only 6 children sitting to the side resting, while Wu Yin was talking to a well-fed old man in a dark blue robe, who looked to be over 50. The sect leader and the law protector were standing beside him, along with several others, all waiting for the senior disciples to bring the slower children up the mountain. After a while, all the children were brought up. At this point, the sect leader took a step forward, solemnly facing the children. This time, there are 7 qualified candidates, 6 of whom will enter the 100 Forgings Hall and officially become inner disciples of our sect, he said slowly. The other, Wu Yin, who was the first to reach the cliff, performed exceptionally well and will be directly sent to the 7 Absolute Hall to study our sect's unique skills. The sect leader glanced back at the old man in the robe, who stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. As for the others, the sect leader assessed the remaining children and lightly stroked his chin with his right hand. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, "Zhang Tai and Han Li, although you didn't reach the cliff top on time, your performance was outstanding. It seems you can endure the hardships of martial arts training. You two will first lay a foundation with a few instructors in our sect, and after 6 months, you will be assessed again. If you pass, you will officially become inner disciples. If not, you will be sent to the outer sect as outer disciples." Han Li glanced at Zhang Tai, the other child who stood up at the same time. He was the one who had been closely following Han Li and almost reached the top of the cliff. Law Protector Wang. The remaining children should each receive some silver and be sent back home. The sect leader coldly looked at the last remaining children. Understood. Law Protector Wang stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and led the unqualified children down the cliff. Zhang Jun and Wu Mingrui. You two take these passing individuals to the hall and hand them over to Deputy Hall Master Gu and Instructor Li. 2 young men immediately stepped forward to take the command, dividing Han Li and the others into 2 groups as they walked down the cliff. One of them was the cold and aloof senior brother. As they approached the cliff, Han Li couldn't help but glance back at Wu Yin, noticing that he was still talking to the blue-robed elder and showed no signs of moving. Unlike you, he is a core disciple sent to the Seven Absolute Hall. Once he completes his training, he will at least hold the status of a protector. The other tall and thin-faced senior brother seemed to sense Han Li's confusion and took the initiative to clarify. But there was an indescribable hint of envy and jealousy in his words. If it weren't for his cousin being the deputy hall master, there's no way he could have entered the Seven Absolute Hall at his age, which exceeded the entry requirements. The words of the cold senior brother made everyone feel a chilling aura rising from behind. Zhang Jun, are you tired of living? Is the deputy hall master someone we can casually discuss? If any other disciples hear this, you and I will both face the punishment of wall confinement and repentance. The thin-faced senior brother was startled by the cold senior brother's words and hurriedly looked around, relieved to see that apart from the few young ones, there were no outsiders present. The cold senior brother snorted, seemingly having some reservations himself, and fell silent. At this moment, Han Li learned that this cold senior brother was named Zhang Jun. Although he partially understood what they were saying, he vaguely realized that Wu Yin did not enter the Seven Absolute Hall based on true talent and skills, but rather because he had a relative of the deputy hall master as a backing, which allowed him to enter effortlessly. As they walked along the mountain path, both of these senior brothers recalled some discouraging matters within the sect, no longer in the mood to speak, and silently led them forward. Han Li and the others also dared not speak privately. Perhaps they had already vaguely sensed that the Seven Xian sect was different from home in some ways. As they passed through a dense forest, an old man slowly emerged from the woods. He was over 60 years old, tall and thin, with a sallow complexion. But he had long white hair cascading down to his shoulders. The old man coughed repeatedly as he walked, and judging by his struggle to cough, it seemed he could collapse at any moment, which was quite concerning. Upon seeing this person, Zhang Jun and the other senior brother showed no signs of worry. Instead, they hurriedly approached and respectfully bowed to the old man. Dr. Imo, how are you? Is there anything you need the disciples to do? Zhang Jun, breaking away from his usual cold demeanor, was filled with respect, as this elder was more worthy of admiration to him than even the hall master or deputy hall master. Oh, are these the new disciples who just arrived? The elder finally stopped coughing and asked in a hoarse voice. Yes. Among them are 6 formal disciples and 2 registered disciples, Zhang Jun answered carefully. I am currently short on manpower, and I need a medicine refining boy and a herb gathering disciple. These 2 can come with me. The elder, Dr. Imo, pointed directly at Han Li and the other registered disciple, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Understood. To be noticed by you, Dr. Imo, is a blessing for these 2. Hurry and greet Dr. Imo. If they can learn even a bit of his medical skills, it will be a fortune for them. The 2 senior brothers showed no intention of opposing, and the thin-faced Wu Mingru even offered flattery to the old man. Han Li and Zhang Tai, seeing that the 2 senior brothers had no objections, naturally had no right to oppose and followed the old man into the forest. The elder slowly led the 2 along a small path in the woods, turning east and west, until suddenly a vibrant green valley filled with life appeared before them. On the left side of the valley was a large field emitting a strong medicinal fragrance, filled with many herbs that Han Li could not name. On the right side were a dozen or so houses of various sizes connected together. Looking around, apart from the entrance they came in, there seemed to be no other exits leading outside. This is the Divine Hand Valley. Apart from the disciples here, outsiders generally don't come unless they're sick or injured. You 2 will live here from now on. Go rest for a while, and come to the main hall to see me in the evening. I have something to tell you. The elder stood in front of several connected houses and pointed to one of the smaller rooms. You can call me Old Imo from now on. The elder paused and added, Dr. Imo is also fine. After speaking, Dr. Imo ignored the 2 and, step by step, coughing, walked into another more imposing large room. Han Li was already exhausted. He didn't care about the other registered disciple named Zhang Tai and threw himself onto a wooden bed in the room, falling into a deep sleep. For him, no matter what, he could already be considered half a disciple of the Seven Xian sect. Chapter 6. The nameless formula Get Up, Get Up. A vague voice that seemed to come from outside the heavens startled Han Li awake from his deep sleep. As he opened his eyes, a large face was right in front of him, and Han Li was taken aback, shrinking back, only to realize that the owner of the frightening face was another disciple. Zhang Tai, hurry and eat something. After dinner, we need to see Old Imo. Zhang Tai handed Han Li 2 steaming buns. Where did you find this food? Han Li was momentarily stunned before taking the food. There's a big kitchen near the valley. I saw everyone getting food there, so I want to get some too. After eating, I realized you hadn't eaten, so I got you 2 buns, Zhang Tai said with a simple smile. Thank you, Zhang Ge. Han Li felt a bit touched, noticing that Zhang Tai looked much more mature than him, and instinctively called him Zhang Ge. No, it's nothing. I'm used to it at home. If I don't do something for a while, I feel a bit uncomfortable. If you need help in the future, just let me know. I may not have much, but I still have some strength. Zhang Tai seemed a bit embarrassed, his words coming out stammered. Han Li had skipped breakfast and lunch and was somewhat hungry, quickly devouring a bun in a few bites. In a short while, both buns were completely gone. It's getting late. Let's go see old Mo. After burping a few times, Han Li looked out at the sunset and calculated the time in his mind, feeling it was time to meet Dr. Mo. Zhang Tai had no objections and followed Han Li to the room where Dr. Mo was. Inside Dr. Mo's room, there were rows of bookshelves against the walls filled with a dense array of various books. Old Mo. Dr. Mo was leaning against a grandmaster chair, engrossed in a book and seemingly completely unaware of their arrival, not hearing their calls. Being just children, Han Li and the others felt a bit at a loss when Dr. Mo ignored them, so they could only stand aside and wait. It wasn't until Han Li felt his feet getting a bit numb from standing that Dr. Mo leisurely set down the book in his hand, coolly scrutinized the two, and took a few sips of tea before finally speaking. You two are now my registered disciples. I will teach you some common knowledge about herb gathering and medicine refining, and I might even teach you some medical skills to save people, but I will never teach you martial arts. Dr. Mo's expression remained unchanged as he set down his tea again. I have a set of formulas for self-cultivation and nurturing that I want to teach you too. Although it won't help you defeat enemies, it can strengthen your bodies. If you really want to learn some martial arts, you can go to a few instructors to learn. I won't oppose it. However, after 6 months, I will only assess the progress of your practice with this set of formulas. If you do not meet the standards, you will also be expelled to the outer sect to become outer disciples. Do you two understand? Dr. Mo's tone suddenly became serious, indicating that he placed great importance on this set of formulas. Understood, Han Li and the other person answered in unison. You two can leave now and come back tomorrow morning. Dr. Mo waved his hand to signal them to go out and picked up the book again. Before leaving, Han Li couldn't help but glance at the book in Dr. Mo's hand, but unfortunately, he couldn't read and only knew that the title was 3 large black characters. Unfortunately, they recognized him, but he could not recognize them. Once outside Dr. Mo's room, Han Li couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. Just now in the room, he was so tense that he didn't dare to breathe, and his mind was tightly wound. Now that he was outside, he immediately felt relaxed and returned to normal. In the following days, Han Li was extremely excited because he had finally become a disciple of the 7 mysterious sect. Although he was only an honorary disciple, it was still better than the other boys who were sent home. Even if he failed the assessment 6 months later, he could still become an outer disciple like his third uncle. In Han Li's mind, third uncle was already a person of considerable status and importance, so he did not take the assessment 6 months later seriously. In fact, he secretly hoped that he would fail, so he could go home early to see his parents and his beloved younger sister. In the days that followed, Dr. Mo taught them some medical knowledge in the morning, and in the afternoon sent them to a study room to learn literacy and the basics of martial arts, such as the 12 meridians, 8 extraordinary meridians, and the locations of acupoints, as well as practicing stances and basic techniques. After a month, Han Li and the other boy were finally separated from the other students and no longer had time to learn other things because Dr. Mo began to teach them a set of unnamed formulas, which took up most of their time. Dr. Mo strictly ordered them not to disclose the formulas to anyone, warning that if they leaked it, they would face severe punishment and be expelled from the sect. During this period, Han Li learned quite a bit about the 7 mysterious sect and Dr. Mo through the words of others. The 7 mysterious sect had a main leader named Wang Lu, who was a direct descendant of the 7 absolute masters, along with 3 other deputy leaders. The sect was divided into 2 main parts, the outer sect and the inner sect. The outer sect had 4 branches: the Bird Hall, Treasure Gathering Hall, Forces Hall, and Outer Blade Hall, while the inner sect had 4 branches: the 100 Forging Hall, 7 Absolute Hall, Offering Hall, and Bloodblade Hall. Additionally, there was an elder council that operated directly under the main leader and alongside the deputy leaders. Dr. Mo was originally not a disciple of the 7 mysterious sect. Many years ago, when the main leader Wang Lu accidentally fell into an enemy trap while out, he was attacked and severely injured, his life hanging by a thread, and those around him were helpless. It just so happened that Dr. Mo, a physician, came across him, and with his miraculous skills, he saved Wang Lu's life. Naturally, Wang Lu was extremely grateful to Dr. Mo, and later learned that he not only had superb medical skills, but also possessed considerable martial arts. He invited him to join the sect, carefully selected a small valley in the mountains, and built a residence for him, allowing Dr. Mo to settle in the Seven Mysterious sect, thus becoming a member of the Offering Hall. During his time in the Seven Mysterious sect, although the disciples had never seen Dr. Mo's skills and did not know how strong he was, he saved many disciples' lives with his excellent medical skills. Therefore, despite often appearing expressionless and speaking little, he was still respected by the disciples within the sect. Chapter 7. Difficulties in cultivation. Han Li slowly gathered the energy flowing through his meridians back to his. This was the 7th great circulation he had completed today. He knew that his body had reached its limit. If he attempted to run another great circulation, it was likely that his meridians would rupture again, and he would once more taste the agony of being worse than dead. Just thinking about the pain of his meridians tearing apart made even the usually bold Han Li break out in a cold sweat. Now, more than half a year had passed since Han Li entered the sect, and the formal assessment for honorary disciples had concluded over 2 months ago. Only a small portion of the honorary disciples were able to officially join the inner sect, while most of those assessed did not pass and had to leave the mountain to become outer disciples. Those who failed were mostly categorized into the treasure-gathering hall and the bird hall. Among them, those with outstanding potential might receive further training, possibly being recruited into the better-treated outer blade hall. Of course, the best treatment in the outer sect was in the Four Seas Hall, but unfortunately, the Four Seas Hall only accepted well-known figures in the martial world. Without any notable skills, it was out of the question for these inexperienced boys. Thinking about the assessment content that the other honorary disciples faced 2 months ago still sent shivers down Han Li's spine. They had to run a lap around the colorful Clouds mountain range, then engage in team fights in a sparsely populated forest, and finally withstand a certain number of moves under the frenzied attacks of skilled senior brothers. All these tests made Han Li feel a bit of schadenfreude. Han Li and Zhang Tai did not participate in these terrifying tests. As Dr. Mo had said, they were only assessed on their progress with the formulas. However, this assessment was not as easy as Han Li had imagined. Even now, he remembered the situation during his training very clearly. According to Dr. Mo, this unnamed formula was divided into several levels. Han Li and the other person only obtained the first layer of the training method, which meant that as long as they made progress in the first layer of the formula within 6 months, Dr. Mo would consider them to have passed, and they could become Dr. Mo's formal disciples, enjoying the same benefits as other inner disciples of the Seven Mysterious sect. Since learning from others about the differences in treatment between inner and outer disciples, Han Li had completely abandoned the thought of muddling through for half a year to become an outer disciple and return home. For him at that time, compared to receiving more silver from the Seven Mysterious sect and being sent home, everything else seemed less important. As he had experienced poverty at home and knew that every extra piece of silver would improve the lives of his parents and siblings. After receiving the formula from Dr. Mo, Han Li no longer went outside and began to practice day and night, dedicating all the time he could to this. Since Dr. Mo did not provide them with any guidance on cultivation, Han Li could only explore on his own, using the methods other students used to practice the basic internal skills of the Seven Mysterious sect. Following this method of practice, after 3 months of hard work, Han Li was shocked to discover that his speed in cultivating this formula was incredibly slow. Despite putting in tremendous effort, he could only produce a faintly cool energy flow within his body, which was so subtle that he would not have noticed it without careful internal observation. This was probably what the instructors referred to as true internal energy, Han Li thought to himself. However, when he heard other students practicing the Seven Mysterious sect say that the true energy they produced was a very obvious warm flow, while what he produced was a cool energy, the difference in effects between the two was even greater. After using the positive yang energy within their bodies, the other disciples were already able to break small trees as thick as a bowl with a punch and jump over a yard high. In contrast, after Han Li ran his strange true energy, there was hardly any significant change compared to before. The only difference was that his spirit seemed much more vigorous than before, and his appetite had improved significantly since going up the mountain. But what use was that? Watching the other disciples showcase their prowess, Han Li became increasingly frustrated. This unexpected discovery nearly made Han Li give up the efforts he had made over the past few months. He believed his aptitude was too poor to pass Dr. Mo's assessment in the remaining days and even prepared himself for going down the mountain. One day, by chance, Han Li learned from Zhang Tai, who was practicing together with him, that Zhang Tai had not made any progress since he started practicing the formula. There was no effect whatsoever, and he had not produced even a tiny bit of true energy like Han Li. This chance revelation allowed Han Li to regain some of the confidence he had lost, and, in the remaining days, he resumed the hard training he had done before. No, he worked even harder and more frantically than before. Han Li now used every quarter of an hour to meditate and practice. At night, he even started to maintain the posture of cultivation while sleeping, hoping to achieve even a tiny bit of effect from his practice. Of course, this extreme approach only lasted a few days before it was cut short. The reason was that he was sleep-deprived and unable to maintain the efficiency of his daytime practice. What puzzled Han Li was that ever since Dr. Mo taught the formula to the two of them, he had not paid any attention to them, nor inquired about their progress or any problems in their practice, as if he had completely forgotten about their existence. Every day, Dr. Mo would spend all day studying a book with a black cover, as if there were treasures within it. At first, Han Li and Zhang Tai even thought that Dr. Mo did not intend to be a doctor anymore, but rather was studying to become a scholar. Later, after the two learned to read, they recognized that the three characters on the cover read Longevity Classic, a book on self-cultivation and longevity. At that moment, they suddenly realized that Dr. Mo was not trying to become a scholar, but wanted to live for thousands of years like the turtles in the river. Chapter 8. Entry Disciple. After nearly 6 months of frenzied cultivation, Han Li finally stood in front of Dr. Mo to take the test. Zhang Tai stood nervously beside him, which was understandable since Han Li had already learned from him that he had made no progress in this formula during the past 6 months. Han Li knew that Zhang Tai was just as serious about practicing this formula as he was. Although he couldn't match Han Li's reckless intensity, he had certainly put in considerable effort and could definitely be described as diligent and hardworking. However, the strange thing was that the formula had no effect on Zhang Tai at all. No matter how hard he worked at it, there was not a shred of result, indicating that he had no affinity with this formula. Han Li's heart was also uneasy, feeling quite unsettled. He knew that Zhang Tai had a high probability of failing this assessment, and although he had achieved some minor results, he was not much stronger than Zhang Tai. His desperate cultivation had only made the strange energy flow within him a little more vigorous than before, if the energy flow was as thin as a hair before. Now it had grown to the thickness of cotton thread. But whether this would be enough to pass Dr. Mo's test left Han Li feeling uncertain, causing his heart to rise into his throat, feeling anxious and restless. Are you ready? Show me the results of your cultivation, Dr. Mo squinted his eyes and coldly observed the two from his armchair. We're ready, Han Li and Zhang Tai replied, forcing themselves to respond. Dr. Mo slowly stood up from his chair and placed the book he had been holding on the table. Extend your hands. Show me your cultivation. Dr. Mo grasped Zhang Tai's right wrist with one hand and placed the other on Zhang Tai's dantian. After a cup of tea's time, he withdrew his hands, expressionless as he carefully examined Zhang Tai from head to toe. Zhang Tai's face turned red, and he hurriedly placed his hands behind his back, lowering his head, not daring to look at Dr. Mo again. He knew Dr. Mo must have realized that he had no results from practicing this formula, and he probably wouldn't be given a kind expression next. Now it's your turn. Surprisingly, Dr. Mo did not show any intention of scolding Zhang Tai. Instead, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he turned to Han Li. Dr. Mo once again grasped Han Li's right wrist. So cold, icy cold. Not at all like a living person's hand, Han Li thought, feeling a bit unsettled. Dr. Mo's skin was somewhat dry and covered with calluses, causing a slight sting on Han Li's skin when he gripped him. This was Han Li's first impression of being grasped by Dr. Mo, perhaps stimulated by the external factor. The energy within Han Li began to circulate on its own without him even needing to command it, flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and various acupoints throughout his body, moving from his dantian to his head, then to his limbs, rapidly completing a cycle before returning to his dantian. Once this energy began to operate, the slight discomfort on Han Li's skin immediately vanished. Dr. Mo couldn't help but exclaim, clearly having discovered the energy within Han Li. Quick, run the formula again. Although Dr. Mo's face seemed to be trying to maintain composure, the fervor evident in his eyes left Han Li somewhat astonished. Take it slow. Let me take a good look, Dr. Mo added, his usually cold tone suddenly becoming urgent as he placed his other hand on Han Li's dantian. Han Li noticed that Dr. Mo's hands trembled slightly, indicating he was very excited, so he obediently allowed the energy within him to run again. Good, good. This is the feeling. This is what I want. No mistake. It can't be wrong. Haha. After a thorough examination, Dr. Mo could no longer contain his laughter. Gripping Han Li's shoulders tightly, his squinting eyes wide open, staring intently at Han Li as if he were looking at a rare treasure, his gaze revealing a hint of madness. Han Li heard Dr. Mo's continuous laughter and felt a bit of pain in his shoulders from the grip. And seeing the crazed expression on his face made him instinctively feel afraid. All right, very good. Noticing Han Li's slight fear from his expression, Dr. Mo realized he had gotten a bit carried away and immediately stopped laughing. You must continue to work hard like this from now on. Starting today, you are my direct disciple. He released his grip and patted Han Li's shoulder in encouragement. Dr. Mo's face returned to its usual calm, as if all the previous excitement had never happened, but from the occasional eager glances he cast at Han Li, one could tell he was still quite excited. As for you, Dr. Mo finally shifted his gaze to Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai had long been stunned by what had just occurred, and upon realizing Dr. Mo was now addressing him, he was jolted back to reality, thinking about the serious reality that failing the assessment meant being sent down the mountain. Zhang Tai's gaze towards Dr. Mo revealed a look of desperate pleading. Your aptitude is lacking. After such a long time, you have not managed to cultivate anything at all. It is indeed a bit difficult for you to be my disciple. Dr. Mo kept shaking his head. Zhang Tai's heart sank along with his shaking. From Dr. Mo's words, both of them could hear that he did not want to accept Zhang Tai. But suddenly, Dr. Mo seemed to think of something interesting, and his gaze towards Zhang Tai revealed a strange expression. However, I just checked your foundation, and there is another type of heart method that is more suitable for you. I wonder if you would be willing to learn from me. Dr. Mo's tone suddenly shifted, and it seemed he had a way for Zhang Tai to pass. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai had no reason to refuse and immediately agreed. Good, very good. You two can go down now. Tomorrow I will teach you the new heart method. It was clear that Dr. Mo was in a good mood now, casually saying good, very good again. Han Li and Zhang Tai exchanged glances, both feeling that today's test had twists and turns, and they both passed, which made them feel quite gratified. Chapter 9. Elephant Armor Skill. Han Li recalled this, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. Over the past 6 months, he and Zhang Tai had naturally become close friends due to their similar temperaments and backgrounds. Han Li slowly uncrossed his legs and rubbed his calves. Long periods of meditation had made his legs a bit numb, and his blood circulation was somewhat sluggish. After rubbing a few more times and feeling the sensation in his legs fully return, he finally stood up from the mat, habitually brushed off the dust from his body, and pushed open the stone chamber door to walk out. Looking back at the stone room where he practiced, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle at himself. This room was completely hollowed out from solid granite, and the door was made from a single large piece of bluestone. Ordinary people would find it impossible to break in without a giant axe to hack away for quite some time. Such a meditation room was only available to those with a certain status within the 7 mysterious sect, such as the sect leader, elders, and hall masters. Even core disciples of the 7 Absolute Hall could not casually possess one. This stone chamber was specially built for those practicing profound internal skills, to prevent them from being disturbed by outside factors and to avoid going astray in their cultivation. It was unclear what method Dr. Mo used to convince several elders to agree to create such a chamber that ordinary disciples could not enjoy within the Divine Hand Valley. Once the chamber was completed, it was designated by Dr. Mo for Han Li's exclusive use, a decision that took Han Li by surprise. Dr. Mo was being exceptionally kind to his disciple. Ever since Han Li officially became his student, Dr. Mo had given him several different medicines to take daily and had prepared herbal soups for him to soak in. Although Han Li did not recognize the names and effects of these medicines, he could see the reluctance on Dr. Mo's usually expressionless face whenever he used them, which helped him understand their preciousness. Clearly, these external aids had a significant effect, as Han Li's cultivation speed had noticeably increased, and he had recently successfully broken through to the first layer of this unnamed technique. However, during the breakthrough, several meridians almost ruptured, resulting in some internal injuries that were neither too severe nor too light. Thankfully, Dr. Mo's medical skills were excellent, and the damage to the meridians was not serious. With the use of good medicines, he did not suffer any lasting effects. After Han Li was injured, Dr. Mo was even more anxious than Han Li himself. unable to sit still throughout the entire treatment process. It was only after seeing Han Li's condition finally improve that he let out a huge sigh of relief. Dr. Mo's behavior far exceeded the typical affection between a teacher and disciple, leaving Han Li with a somewhat uneasy feeling. If it weren't for the fact that apart from his third uncle, no one from the Han family had ever left their impoverished mountain valley, Han Li might have almost thought that Dr. Mo was a distant relative of his family. After leaving the stone chamber, Han Li stretched and slowly walked toward his residence. After becoming an official disciple, he and Zhang Tai had moved out of their original quarters, and both now had their own private rooms. As he passed by Zhang Tai's room, Han Li casually glanced in. Sure enough, Zhang Tai was not inside. Likely off practicing by the waterfall at the foot of Qishui Peak again. After becoming Dr. Mo's official disciple, Dr. Mo still had Han Li practice this unnamed technique and showed no intention of teaching him any other skills. Perhaps to console him, Dr. Mo was very open about teaching him medical skills, guiding him step by step. Whenever Han Li had questions about medical skills, Dr. Mo would answer without fail, ensuring he was satisfied, and even allowed him to freely browse through all the medical books in his room. As for Zhang Tai, Dr. Mo taught him another very practical skill, as he had previously mentioned. Zhang Tai practiced a very unique skill, which Dr. Mo said was a rare martial art called the elephant armor skill. According to him, very few people in the martial world had seen this skill, and many had not even heard of it, let alone practiced it. Unlike the ordinary martial arts that are typically practiced from easy to difficult, where the higher levels are increasingly challenging and require exponentially more effort, this skill is divided into 9 layers. The first 3 layers are easy to practice and are no different in difficulty from ordinary martial arts. However, starting from the 4th layer, it suddenly becomes difficult, requiring practitioners to endure unimaginable pain and suffering. Many who practice this skill cannot bear such inhuman suffering and stop, causing their cultivation to stagnate. Not to mention the 5th and 6th layers, where the pain is several times worse than before. However, once one breaks through the 6th layer to reach the 7th, the path ahead becomes smooth, although there are still a few days each month when they must endure that kind of life and death pain. These factors deter many who wish to practice this skill, which is one of the main reasons it is now nearly lost. This martial art is so peculiar that its power at high levels is indeed astonishing. It is said that those who reach the 9th layer are like wearing a suit of armor, impervious to blades and fire. And not only can they withstand palm and fist strikes, but even precious swords and blades find it difficult to inflict serious injuries. Even more enviable is that those who practice this skill will gradually gain the strength of an elephant, and at higher levels, they become immensely powerful, capable of capturing ferocious wolves and tearing apart tigers and leopards, making them incredibly formidable. Those who know about this skill can be said to both fear and admire it. Apart from the master who created it, no one else has been able to practice it to the 9th layer. Legend has it that this master was born without the sensation of pain, which allowed him to create such a twisted martial art and bring it to its utmost potential. Although Dr. Mo fully informed Zhang Tai of the pros and cons of this skill, Zhang Tai had no personal experience of its harms and did not take it seriously. He was simply envious of the power of the elephant armor skill and unhesitatingly agreed to practice it, and it seemed very suitable for him. In just 2 months, Zhang Tai had reached the peak of the 1st layer. Recently, in order to break through the 1st layer of the elephant armor skill, Zhang Tai, following Dr. Mo's suggestion, practiced every afternoon under the waterfall at Qishui Peak, enduring the tremendous impact of the water falling from above. According to Zhang Tai himself, this method was quite effective, and he was just a thin layer of paper away from the 2nd layer. He just needed to put in a little more effort to break through the bottleneck. Chapter 10. The mysterious bottle. Han Li slowly walked out of the Divine Hand Valley, following the mountain path, habitually heading toward the vaguely visible Qishui Peak. He currently doesn't have anything important to do. The reason he has been going to Zhang Tai's place on time every day these past few days is just to see Zhang Tai's strange expressions while practicing under the waterfall. This elephant armor technique is not something ordinary people can endure. Even the 1st layer requires such great suffering that by the later layers, one would have to at least shed a few layers of skin. Zhang Tai is probably regretting it a bit now, right? The tyranny of this elephant armor technique far exceeds the imagination of these little kids. As Han Li walked, he thought to himself, casually kicking the fallen leaves and branches on the ground with his foot. After a few more days, the two of them would go together to plead with Dr. Mo to let Zhang Tai practice a different technique, to spare him from this torment. Thinking of this, Hanli felt a bit uplifted that he could find a way out of his friend's current suffering. Hanli looked up at the trees on both sides of the road. At this time, it was already late autumn, and all the tree branches were bare. The path was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves and dry branches, making it quite comfortable to walk on. Just then, faint sounds of weapons clashing came from a nearby mountain peak, occasionally mixed with loud cheers. Hearing these sounds, Hanli looked back at the mountain peak, and his previously improved mood soured again. It was the senior disciples from the 100 Forging Hall training the new junior brothers in weapon combat. Whenever Hanli saw other disciples gather for real sword and weapon training, he felt a bit uneasy. He also wanted to pick up a real sword and have a good practice. Unfortunately, he didn't know why, but since officially becoming Dr. Mo's disciple, he was strictly forbidden from coming into contact with these things and was not allowed to learn other martial arts from other instructors, as it would hinder the progress of his training mantra. Thus, Hanli could only watch enviously, and occasionally borrow a few weapons from a few friendly fellow disciples to practice a bit privately. What good was the mantra he was practicing? He still couldn't see any benefits. The other disciples who entered at the same time were becoming more and more skilled, making rapid progress, while he was stuck in place, unable to see any changes. Even Zhang Tai, who had only been practicing the elephant armor technique for 2 months, had become tougher and more resilient, with much greater strength than before. But if he hadn't been taken under Dr. Mo's wing, he probably wouldn't have passed the junior disciple test from 2 months ago, let alone stay on the mountain and send back so much money home. If he couldn't learn anything else, then forget it. Hanli grumbled to himself while trying to comfort himself. Hanli pulled his gaze back from the distance, still mumbling in his heart, but his spirit became more distracted, his vacant gaze scanning the sides of the path, not even knowing what he was looking at. Suddenly, Hanli inhaled sharply, his expression changing oddly, followed by a grin that almost reached his ears. Reflexively, he crouched down, pressing his right big toe with both hands, then half laying in the grass, as a sudden sharp pain hit him, knocking him down. His face turned pale, and a piercing pain shot from his toe. It seemed he had inadvertently kicked a very hard stone hidden in the pile of leaves. Hanli hunched over, cradling his foot, instinctively blowing on his injured toe through the cloth of his shoe, while secretly worrying about whether he had hurt himself badly, whether his toe would swell up with bruises, thus affecting his daily walking. After a long while, Hanli finally managed to recover from the pain. He lifted his neck and scanned the pile of leaves near his feet, trying to find the culprit that caused his injury. The leaves scattered around were all a monotonous, dull yellow, making it impossible for him to identify the target he was looking for among the messy pile of leaves. Hanli frowned, randomly groping around on the ground, grabbing a relatively long and thick branch to lean on, and cautiously stood up on tiptoe. Then, feeling reluctant, he began to dig around in the thick pile of leaves with the branch. Hey, a fist-sized object was unearthed by the branch. Hanli examined it closely. The culprit that caused his glorious injury was a bottle-shaped object with a long neck, covered in dirt and completely turned a grayish color, showing no hint of its original hue. Hanli initially thought it was a small porcelain bottle, but upon picking it up, he realized it was heavier than expected. It must be made of metal. No wonder this small thing could hurt his foot so badly. However, metal bottles were quite rare. Now intrigued by this small bottle, Hanli momentarily forgot about the pain in his foot. He rubbed off the dirt on the neck of the bottle, revealing its original green color, which was very beautiful, with exquisite dark green leaf-like patterns on the surface, and a small cap tightly sealing the bottle's mouth. It wouldn't be holding anything inside, would it? He placed the bottle to his ear and gently shook it, feeling nothing moving inside. He put his hand on the cap and twisted with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. Hanli's curiosity grew even more. Just as he was about to take the next step, a sharp pain shot up from his foot. Oh no! How could he forget the bad consequences of having come into contact with this object? With his injury, it seemed he couldn't go to Zhang Tai. So he decided to return to his place first, apply some medicine on his injury, and then carefully ponder this unexpectedly discovered small bottle. Thinking of this, Hanli, wanting to avoid being seen by others, didn't care how dirty the bottle was, stuffed it into his clothes, turned around, and limped back. Chapter 11. The bottle is hard to open on the way back. Hanli didn't encounter many people. Only a few passing senior brothers looked at him in surprise as he limped, but they didn't say anything, indicating that no one paid too much attention to this little junior disciple. Upon returning to his residence, the pain in his foot intensified. Hanli quickly sat on the edge of his bed, gently removing his shoe and sock to inspect the injury. It was so swollen. The big toe on his right foot had already bulged up high, and the skin at the injury site was swollen, red, and shiny, resembling a large red chili pepper. Hanley hurriedly reached for a small medicine bottle from under his wooden pillow, which contained an ointment carefully prepared by Dr. Mo, effective for bruises, swelling, and even bleeding. He had obtained it with great difficulty from Dr. Mo, originally prepared for Zhang Tai in case of injuries while practicing the elephant armor technique, but unexpectedly, he ended up using it first. As soon as he opened the cap, a strong medicinal aroma filled the entire room. He gently sprinkled some powder on his swollen toe, and a cooling sensation immediately followed. Truly, it was the secret medicine of Dr. Mo, and it took effect right away. Dr. Mo's medical skills were truly commendable. Hanley also found a clean cloth and wrapped his injured toe into a big bundle before putting on his shoes and socks again. Well, thankfully, the pain had lessened quite a bit. He took a few slow steps back and forth, feeling satisfied with how quickly he had dealt with the injury. Now it was time to deal with that mysterious bottle, the culprit that caused his severe injury. Hanley took out the bottle from his pocket and found a cloth to wipe it clean. Only then did the bottle's true appearance come into view. The bottle wasn't very large. It could be held entirely in one hand and was even a bit smaller than his own medicine bottle. The entire bottle was a light green color, with several dark green patterns printed on its surface. The patterns resembled leaves, vividly lifelike, and had a raised texture, as if real leaves were embedded in it. He weighed it in his hand. It was heavy, but this object was clearly not made of any metal Hanley recognized. Nor was it any kind of porcelain he knew. When he touched it, it didn't have the cold feel of ordinary metal, nor the smooth texture typical of porcelain. Hanley observed it carefully for a while and confirmed that this bottle was made from some material he didn't know. The light green color seemed to be a natural hue, inherent to the material itself, not something artificially dyed. Seeing the tightly sealed cap, Hanley decided to satisfy his curiosity and immediately tried to open the bottle to see if there was anything inside. He placed his hand on the cap and twisted it with all his might. Once, twice, 3 times, but the cap remained immovable, as if it were cast as one with the bottle, showing no signs of budging. Hanley was taken aback. He had been unable to twist it when he first found it, but at that time, he was preoccupied with his injuries and hadn't exerted much force. So he hadn't paid it much attention. He thought that now, using all his strength, it would be an easy task. Unexpectedly, it still didn't work. Hanley twisted it more than a dozen times, feeling his arm grow sore, but it still seemed unsuccessful, so he stopped. He shook his arms and moved his wrists, realizing that he had overexerted himself and slightly strained them. Bringing the bottle close to his eyes, he inspected it carefully again. Unfortunately, he found no hidden mechanisms on it. Hanley felt troubled. Without opening the cap, how could he know if there was anything inside? If there was, such a peculiar and tightly sealed bottle must contain something extremely valuable. Hanley gripped the bottle tightly in his hands, staring at it in a daze for a moment. Finally, he decided to let Zhang Tai, who was much stronger than him, try to see if he could open it. After all, Zhang Tai could lift several buckets of water with each hand and could quickly run up and down the mountain. He was the one who filled the large water vat in the valley every day on time. Having made up his mind, Hanley went to Zhang Tai's room to wait for him, hoping he would return quickly. The feeling of waiting was truly unpleasant. Hanley felt time was passing very slowly. After a long while, he finally heard the sound of Zhang Tai pushing the door open. Looking up, he saw Zhang Tai enter, wearing a thin blue shirt, his body faintly steaming and covered in sweat. Hanley knew this was a normal occurrence after Zhang Tai finished his training, so he didn't find it strange. Zhang Tai was surprised to see Hanley in his room. Before he could speak, the impatient Hanley immediately handed the bottle to him. "Brother Zhang, can you help me open this bottle? Where did you find this? It looks nice." Zhang Tai was momentarily stunned, but took the bottle. "Wow, this thing is really sturdy. It's hard to twist open. What is it made of?" Zhang Tai didn't waste time and immediately used both hands to apply strength. But still couldn't open the cap. "It's no use. I can't twist it. Why don't you try asking other senior brothers?" Zhang Tai shook his head apologetically and tossed the bottle back to Hanley, offering him another suggestion. "You can't do it either?" Hanley felt a bit anxious and began pacing around the room. "Hey, what is wrong with your foot?" Zhang Tai then noticed that Hanley was walking a bit awkwardly. "It's nothing. I just kicked a stone while walking." Hanley didn't know why he didn't want to tell him about the bottle. Perhaps it was just instinct, treating the matter of the bottle as his little secret. Han Li felt very disappointed, and didn't he have the energy to chat with Zhang Tai. After inquiring about his training progress for a bit, he left his room, planning to find a way to solve the bottle issue himself. Back in his small room, Han Li placed the bottle on the table and leaned over, staring intently at it while his mind raced to think of a good solution. Chapter 12. Breaking the Bottle Bang. Han Li clenched his fists and slammed one of his fists hard on the table. His decision, after careful consideration, was to use a tool to break the bottle open. Using violence to open it was an idea he had thought of long ago, but considered it a last resort. Although this approach was simple, straightforward, and effective, just thinking about how such a beautiful and peculiar bottle would be destroyed made Han Li feel pain in his heart, and he was very reluctant to do so. If there were any other way to open it, he would never resort to such a brute method. Asking other senior brothers for help might work, but deep down, Han Li had unconsciously regarded this item as his treasure and was unwilling to let others know. Moreover, everyone on the mountain could be the bottle's original owner. If they found out it was with him, what would he do if they wanted it back? This little bottle was so beautiful and interesting that he absolutely couldn't bear to return it now. Han Li was completely captivated by the mystery of whatever was inside the bottle. He knew it might just be an empty bottle, but he still wanted to take a gamble, hoping that what was inside would be even more interesting than the bottle itself. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. If he didn't unravel the mystery of what was inside the bottle, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night. Having made up his mind, Han Li secretly snuck into the storage room in the valley, selected a relatively heavy small hammer from among many tools, and brought it back to his room. Upon returning, he found a half piece of discarded hard green brick from the corner of the room, and after picking a relatively flat spot, he laid the green brick down and placed the bottle securely on top of it, holding the small hammer in his right hand. He paused briefly before decisively bringing it down on the most protruding part of the bottle. Bang! Fearing that too much force might damage whatever was inside, he only lightly tapped the bottle to test its hardness. Seeing there were no signs of cracking, Han Li felt relieved. It seemed he could hit it harder. Bang! 5-part strength. Bang! 7-part strength. Bang! Full strength. Bang! 12-part strength. Han Li increasingly used more force, swinging his arm more dramatically, and the speed at which the hammer fell grew faster. In fact, on the last blow, he smashed half of the bottle into the green brick. Yet the bottle still maintained its integrity, showing no signs of breaking. Han Li was stunned, still in disbelief as he reached out to touch the spot where the hammer had struck. There were no marks left. The green surface remained smooth and pristine. This was far beyond Han Li's expectations. At this moment, Han Li was truly certain that this small bottle was definitely an extraordinary good item and could not have been intentionally abandoned by someone. It was most likely accidentally lost by its owner. Now, perhaps the owner was searching high and low for it in the mountains. If he wanted to keep this item, he had to store it well and not let others see it. In Han Li's mind, as long as he wasn't actively stealing or robbing, anything picked up from the ground naturally belonged to him. If it were an ordinary item, he might have returned it to its owner. But this bottle was so mysterious that it was likely lost by disciples from wealthy families or people of status on the mountain. And Han Li didn't have a good impression of either group. Han Li had grown up in a poor family, where everyone worked hard all day and often went hungry. In the Qishuan sect, he often saw the first type of people spending money lavishly and indulging in extravagant food and drink. Disciples of Qishuan sect could pay extra for better meals if they didn't want to eat the ordinary food. Whenever he saw this, Han Li felt uncomfortable. Moreover, these wealthy young masters usually looked down on disciples from poor backgrounds like him, often mocking and insulting them with words. And there had been several minor conflicts and group fights among the children. Han Li had participated in one of these fights, but unfortunately, he had been beaten up badly by those wealthy disciples who had practiced martial arts and ended up with bruises, unable to show his face outside. After resting for several days, he finally returned to normal. As for those with some status on the mountain, they didn't leave Han Li with a good impression either. From the bribes collected by Elder Wang from his uncle to Wu Yin relying on the power of the deputy sect leader to directly enter the Hall of Absolute Skills. Although he hadn't seen many important figures on the mountain, the grand image of those figures in his childhood had almost completely shattered. For the items lost by these two types of people, Han Li not only didn't want to return them, but also thought about hiding them as a prank. Thinking of this, Han Li immediately took down a small leather pouch hanging around his neck. This pouch had been specially sewn for him by his mother using a piece of animal skin when he left home. It was waterproof and moisture-proof. designed to hold a peace talisman made from wild boar tusk, hoping it would protect him from harm and misfortune. Hanli opened the pouch, placed the bottle and the peace talisman together inside, tightened the pouch's opening, and then hung it back around his neck. After doing all this, he looked around and saw that no one was there. He then puffed out his chest, patted the slightly bulging pouch on his chest, feeling that it wouldn't attract anyone's attention anymore. At that moment, he felt much more at ease, no longer fearing that something unexpected would happen and that the bottle would be found by its owner and taken back. Hanli quietly returned the hammer to its original place and pretended nothing had happened, wandering leisurely around the Shunsho Valley for a while until it was completely dark before dragging his injured foot back to his room. Chapter 13. Strange occurrences. Knowing that Hanli had injured his foot, Zhang Tai personally brought food to his room, intending to keep him company while eating. Hanli watched him clumsily moving chairs and fussing with the table in his room for a long time before finally getting everything ready for dinner. He couldn't help but chuckle a bit, but more than that, he felt a touch of gratitude. Once they sat at the table, they chatted about trivial matters within the sect while stuffing food into their mouths, occasionally exchanging insights on their training experiences. When it came to discussing Zhang Tai's Xiang Jiagong, Zhang Tai couldn't help but roll his eyes in frustration. He was now quite fearful of Xiang Jiagong. Although he had only practiced the first level, he had been tormented by Dr. Mo to the point of crying out in agony. Not only did he have to soak in some foul-smelling medicinal concoctions at regular intervals, but he also had to endure being struck with a wooden stick by Dr. Mo, who claimed it was for refining his bones and muscles. These brutal training methods had made it so he couldn't sleep peacefully for a period of time, as his whole body was swollen and painful. Touching the wooden bed made him wince in pain. For him, it was truly a nightmare. On the other hand, Hanli's practice of the unnamed formula filled Zhang Tai with envy. He thought that as long as he meditated and recited scriptures like a monk every day, it was enough. When Hanli heard this, he could only respond with silence. Zhang Tai's fear of the later levels of Xiang Jiagong was something Hanli could understand. Anyone would be restless and unable to eat or sleep knowing they would have to endure even more severe torment than before. Zhang Tai's ability to persevere without giving up had made Hanli greatly admire him. If it were him, he would never practice such self-torturing martial arts, even if it could make him a top expert overnight. While they were chatting, dinner was nearly finished. After Zhang Tai hurriedly cleaned up the dishes, he stood up to take his leave, reminding Hanli to rest early to recover from his foot injury. Hanli stood at the door, watching him leave, and then hurried back inside, closing the doors and windows tightly, leaving only a skylight open for ventilation. He then took the bottle out of the pouch and began to study it again. After all, Hanli was just a child in his teens. After fiddling with it for a while and finding no clue, he grew a bit weary. Plus, with his injured foot, he felt a bit fatigued and unknowingly leaned against the bed with the bottle in hand, dozing off. He didn't know how long he had been sleeping when suddenly, he felt a cold sensation coming from one of his hands. Hanli shivered, barely opening his heavy eyelids, and groggily looked at the hand that was causing the disturbance. Suddenly, he sat up straight, mouth agape, and even let drool trickle from the corner of his mouth without noticing. He no longer felt sleepy, completely stunned by the scene before him. A visible white light was streaming down through the only open skylight in the room, gathering around the bottle he held in his hand, forming small white dots the size of rice grains, enveloping the entire bottle in a thin layer of white glow. This white light was very gentle and not at all dazzling, and the icy feeling came from this faint white light. Hanli swallowed a mouthful of the now cold saliva, suddenly realizing what was happening, and instinctively tossed the bottle aside, scrambling to hide in the opposite direction. After cautiously observing for a moment and finding no apparent danger, he approached carefully again. The bottle, surrounded by white light, appeared exceptionally beautiful and enticing, with a hint of mystery. Hanli hesitated for a moment, then gently poked one of the light spots with his fingertip. It felt cool. Other than that, there was nothing particularly special about it. Hanli looked up and saw white strands of light continuously falling from the skylight, showing no signs of stopping. He glanced at the closed doors and windows around him, then looked back at the open skylight above. He had a sudden inspiration, gently pushed the door open, and peered outside cautiously. Fortunately, it was already deep into the night. Apart from a few chirps from autumn insects, it was quiet outside, and there was no one around. Hanli withdrew his head, turned around, grabbed the small bottle, shoved it into his leather bag, and quickly ran out. He ran to a secluded, empty area before finally stopping. He scanned the surroundings with his eyes, confirming that there were indeed no other people here. Carefully, he took the bottle out again and gently placed it on the ground. The light spots that had surrounded the bottle had disappeared without a trace after it was put into the leather bag. But Hanley was not worried. Sure enough, after a short while, streams of light much more numerous than those inside the room converged from all directions. Then, countless white light spots densely floated around the small bottle, forming a huge light cluster the size of a basin. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Liquid. Wow. Hanley raised one hand high, clenched his fist, and exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, his childlike nature was evident. It seemed that his hypothesis was correct. The closed doors and windows hindered the bottle's attraction to the white light strands. Only in an open and unobstructed place could the bottle attract light strands better, and the light cluster it could form would be larger. Although he did not know where these light strands came from or what use the bottle had for these small light spots, this was a significant step closer to unraveling the mystery. Hanley felt that he was close to uncovering the secret of the bottle, which made him particularly excited. He waited until dawn, when the light around the bottle gradually faded, returning to its calm state. During this time, Hanley observed the changes of the bottle while also keeping an eye out to ensure that no one discovered everything here. He bent down to pick up the bottle and checked it. There was no difference compared to before. The cap was still tightly sealed and could not be opened. Hanley felt disappointed, but seeing that it was getting late, he reluctantly put the bottle away. He still needed to return to the stone chamber to meditate and practice. In the following days, at a certain hour each night, the same phenomenon would occur with the bottle. Countless light strands, like moths to a flame, were attracted to the bottle, then transformed into numerous small light spots, which the bottle greedily consumed. Just when Hanley thought this phenomenon would continue to occur daily. On the 8th day, other changes appeared. When Hanley returned to the old spot and placed the bottle down, the phenomenon of absorbing light spots lasted only a brief moment before stopping. Then, the dark green patterns on the bottle suddenly emitted a dazzling green light, and several golden characters and symbols appeared on its surface. These strange characters had a smooth structure, unique strokes, and contained an indescribable ancient charm, flickering and moving on the surface of the bottle. This unusual phenomenon lasted only for a moment before disappearing, leaving behind a few protruding golden strange characters on the bottle, as if everything had returned to its original state. After these strange events with the bottle over the past few days, Hanley was no longer as surprised by these phenomena as he had been at first. He was not shocked by anything more peculiar happening with the bottle. He boldly picked up the bottle and instinctively tried to open the cap. Gently and effortlessly, the cap came off the bottle. He couldn't believe it. Hanley looked at the cap in his hand in astonishment. Had he really solved this difficult problem, which had troubled him for several days, so easily without any effort or skill? When Hanley confirmed that what was happening in front of him was real, and that the secret of the bottle was right before his eyes, he could no longer contain his excitement and leaned in to look inside the bottle. Inside the bottle, a drop of green liquid the size of a soybean slowly rolled around, casting a green glow on the entire bottle wall. What is this? Hanley felt a bit disappointed. After all his effort, he had only obtained such a mundane thing. He dejectedly sealed the bottle, put it back in the leather bag, and turned to walk back, throwing away the excitement he had just felt. Although the cap of the bottle had been opened, the result left him unsatisfied. Hanley planned to explore the secret of this drop of green liquid when he was bored in the future. Perhaps it would give him a small surprise. What he needed to do now was to go back and get a good sleep to make up for his rest. In the past few days, he had not been able to sleep well at night, which significantly reduced his efficiency in practicing during the day. Additionally, his lack of energy had raised some questions from Dr. Mo. Since Hanley became Dr. Mo's direct disciple and broke through the first layer of the formula, he felt that he had lost motivation to practice this formula. Moreover, the results of practicing this formula had left him so unsatisfied that he couldn't muster the energy to practice. For this reason, Dr. Mo had scolded him harshly. However, when it came time to practice, he still felt drowsy and lethargic, lacking any spirit. This situation drove Dr. Mo a bit crazy, making him wonder if he had taken on the wrong person. Thinking of this, Hanley also felt a bit wronged. He didn't want it to be this way, but he really was not in the right state. What Hanley did not expect was that the day after he returned and had a good sleep, he once again actively threw himself into intense practice. The reason for this sudden change was just a light remark from Dr. Mo. For every layer of this formula you improve, I will double the silver I should give you each month. Dr. Mo had finally recognized Han Li's desire for wealth and found a fundamental solution. with a simple sentence. He had tied Han Li to the chariot of desperate cultivation. In the following days, Han Li practiced desperately to achieve the next layer of the formula. Every day, from morning to noon, and from noon to night, he entered the stone chamber twice a day to meditate and practice, living a monotonous and repetitive life, leaving everything else behind. To ensure that he could focus on his training without outside distractions, Dr. Mo temporarily closed off the entire Divine Hand Valley, even treating patients outside the valley, and took care of all his daily needs without letting Han Li worry about them at all. The matter of the bottle gradually faded from Han Li's mind. As autumn turned to winter and spring passed to summer, for years passed in a flash. And Han Li was now 14 years old. He had grown into a dark-skinned, silent, and determined village youth. From the outside, he looked no different from other ordinary farm boys, unremarkable, neither handsome nor dashing. He spent his days shuttling between the stone chamber and his residence, occasionally learning some medical skills from Dr. Mo and browsing through various books in his room. Thus, the entire valley became his world, and he smoothly practiced the formula to the third layer. Chapter 15. For years later, Dr. Mo was very pleased that Han Li could dedicate all his time to cultivation. However, he still found Han Li's progress in practicing the unnamed formula to be slow. In recent years, Dr. Mo's illness seems to have worsened. The frequency of his coughs has increased, and the duration of each coughing fit has lengthened. As his physical condition deteriorates, Dr. Mo seems to be even more concerned about Han Li's progress in cultivation. From his repeated admonishments, one can sense his inner anxiety. Dr. Mo must place great importance on Han Li. Not only does he send him much more silver than the average disciple as agreed, but his gaze towards Han Li is also quite peculiar, as if he is looking at an extraordinary treasure, filled with affection. However, Han Li, who has reached the third layer of the cultivation mantra, has become very sensitive, and he has inadvertently noticed that behind those caring looks occasionally lurks a tinge of greed and desire that makes him uneasy. These expressions send a chill down his spine. He feels that Dr. Mo, who shows such expressions, does not look at him as a living person, but as if he is looking at an object. This confuses him. What could he possibly have that Dr. Mo desires? Certainly nothing, he reassures himself. Sometimes Han Li even thinks that he has become overly sensitive in his cultivation, secretly criticizing Dr. Mo, feeling a bit ungrateful. However, he cannot understand why. Deep in his heart, there remains a sense of wariness towards Dr. Mo, and as time passes, this wariness has only intensified. Now, a significant issue has arisen before Han Li. He has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and worse still, due to the extensive cultivation and medication over the past few years, the precious medicines in Dr. Mo's possession have been completely depleted. It is evident that Han Li is not a prodigy. Without the aid of medicine, his cultivation progress has come to a complete standstill. This leaves Han Li feeling very ashamed in front of Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo has invested almost all his efforts and resources into Han Li, creating the best cultivation conditions for him, yet he cannot meet Dr. Mo's expectations. This makes it difficult for Han Li to face Dr. Mo and his eager inquiries. Strangely, for some reason, the highly skilled Dr. Mo cannot discern the details of Han Li's cultivation progress and can only gauge his advancement through his pulse, which is why he has been unaware of the difficulties Han Li is facing. Recently, feeling uneasy, Han Li finally confided in Dr. Mo about his cultivation situation. Upon hearing that Han Li had not made any progress with the mantra for a year, Dr. Mo's previously sallow face turned even paler, and his expression, which was usually devoid of emotion, became quite grim. Dr. Mo did not blame him. He only informed Han Li that he would be leaving the mountain for a while to gather some medicinal herbs, and urged him to focus on his cultivation and not to slack off on practicing the mantra. 2 days later, Dr. Mo left Qishuan's sect alone with his belongings and herb-gathering tools. After his departure, Han Li was left alone in the entire Xinzhou Valley. Another senior brother and friend, Zhang Tai, had suddenly disappeared 2 years ago after successfully mastering the third layer of the Xianjiagong, leaving only a farewell letter stating he was going to explore the martial world. This caused quite a stir within the Qishuan sect. It was later heard that Dr. Mo had interceded on his behalf, which spared his recommender and relatives from being implicated. This sudden event left Han Li feeling quite shocked and saddened for several days. Upon reflection, he vaguely felt that something was amiss, but being young and insignificant, no one inquired about him, and the matter was left unresolved. Later, Han Li speculated that perhaps Zhang Tai had been afraid of the fourth layer of Xianjiagong cultivation and had unknowingly slipped away. After a few days of cultivating in the valley with no results, and being young and impulsive, Han Li decided to leave Shinsho Valley and wandered around the colorful Shiyu Mountain. Walking along these familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar mountain paths, Han Li felt a twinge of sentiment. Over the past few years, in order to cultivate, he had been confined to the small valley without stepping out even once. It was likely that the other disciples outside had long forgotten about him. On the way, he encountered some patrolling disciples who, seeing him dressed in the sect's disciple attire but with an unfamiliar face, approached him warily and questioned him, requiring a lot of explanation before he could escape. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Han Li simply chose to take narrow paths to more secluded areas, steering clear of crowded places. Sure enough, along the way, he no longer encountered those annoying inquiries, allowing him to leisurely continue on his way. Looking at the beautiful scenery that was completely different from the valley and listening to the chirping of various birds, Han Li momentarily cast all his troubles aside. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing weapons and shouts of cursing and cheering faintly reached him from a relatively hidden cliff. What a remote place. So many people gathered together. And such a raucous sound. Han Li's curiosity was piqued, and he no longer feared being questioned, following the sounds of fighting until he arrived near the cliff. What a grand scene. He couldn't help but be taken aback, amazed. Beneath this cliff, completely obscured by trees, there were over 100 people gathered, packed tightly in this not-so-large space, with a few individuals even standing on the branches of nearby larger trees, watching from above. Within the circle of so many people, two groups faced each other with hostility. The group on the left was the larger one, with 11 or 12 people, while the right had fewer, with only 6 or 7. Han Li noticed that all these people, whether spectators or participants, were around his age, merely teenagers. A slight smile crept onto Han Li's face. What a coincidence! Among so many people, he easily recognized several familiar faces. Wan Jinbao, Zhang Dalu, Ma Yun, Sun Lisong. Oh, Wang Depang is even fatter than before. He must be well fed with his family being cooks. And that person, Lu Taitu, wow. The formerly blackened charcoal head has turned into a pretty boy. Han Li also climbed up a tree to call out the familiar faces below. Chapter 16. Small calculations in the midst of the two groups. Two bare-handed youths were testing their skills against each other. One was stout but stable on his feet, throwing punches and kicks with great power. He was none other than Han Li's old friend, Wang Depang. Despite his hefty frame, Wang Depang was no weakling. With every punch he threw, a gust of wind followed, exuding an imposing presence. The other was a shorter individual, agile in movement, like a nimble mouse. He did not try to block Wang Depang's punches, but instead darted about, seemingly trying to exhaust Wang Depang's strength before launching a counterattack. Seeing a friend engaged in a combat demonstration, Han Li naturally leaned towards supporting his friend. After watching for a while and seeing that Wang Depang maintained his momentum, Han Li, though not skilled in martial arts, knew he wouldn't be defeated anytime soon. So he relaxed. He glanced around, looking for someone to ask what was happening. He noticed a boy not far from his tree, standing by a rock, watching intently while gesturing with his hands, mumbling, "Hit him in the head, kick him in the waist, oh, so close. Yes, yes, kick his butt harder." This boy was animatedly watching while speaking. From his tone, it seemed he was supporting Wang Depang. Han Li found this person interesting, so he slowly climbed down from the tree and approached him. "Hey, do you know the people on the field? Why are they fighting?" Han Li asked with a sincere expression. "Is there any need to ask? Do I not know anyone? Of course, they are wondering, hey, who are you? I've never seen you before. Are you a newcomer?" "No, new disciples can only enter after more than half a year. Who on earth are you?" The person was a bit confused and wanted to answer, but suddenly realized he had never seen Han Li before and immediately became alert. "I am Han Li, a friend of that valiant Wang Depang in the arena." Han Li replied seriously. "Wang Depang's friend? I know all of his friends, but not you." The person remained cautious. "Oh, I have been in seclusion at a certain place for the past few years, so it's normal for you not to recognize me," Han Li said half-truthfully. "Is that so? You also entered as a disciple 4 years ago. I really didn't expect there would be someone in the mountain that a jack of all trades, wouldn't know." The person glanced at Han Li's clothes and seemed to believe what Han Li said. After chatting a bit more, the person couldn't help but share the background of this competition with Han Li. "Junior brother, you don't know? This is all caused by a femme fatale. Starting from this little matter, it's truly deserving of the title Jack of all trades," as he recounted the whole story in detail to Han Li. It turns out this incident involved two people. One was Wang Depeng's cousin named Wang Yang, and the other was a son of a money shop owner named Zhang Chongwei. Both were disciples of the Qishuan sect, but one was an outer disciple and the other an inner disciple. Although they lived in the same town, they originally had no reason to cross paths. Everything was initiated by a girl from another town who was promised to Wang Yang since childhood. However, recently, during an outing, Zhang Dapeng saw the girl on her way home. Under Zhang Dapeng's financial persuasion, the girl and her parents fell for it, and she was promised to Zhang Chongwei instead. With Wang Yang's betrothal gift returned, the girl, valuing wealth over poverty, switched her affections, which dealt a heavy blow to Wang Yang, who had long been infatuated with her. After hearing the news, he was devastated and eventually jumped into a river and drowned. Originally, the matter could have ended as a tragic story, but Wang Depeng, who had always been close to his cousin, was unwilling to let it go. He sought out Zhang Chongwei for a duel, with the loser required to serve tea and apologize. Although Zhang Chongwei was proud, he knew his martial skills were slightly inferior to Wang Depeng's. So he requested that friends could join in, allowing for multiple matches to determine the overall winner. Wang Depeng readily agreed. Then, relying on his wealth, Zhang Chongwei threw around silver to recruit skilled friends among the wealthy disciples, while Wang Depeng, although lacking money, had a wide network among his peers, and many capable martial artists volunteered to help. As a result, many disciples came to watch the competition, creating a heated atmosphere with clear divisions between the two sides. From the tone of this young man, Hanli sensed that the conflict between wealthy disciples and lower-tier disciples seemed to be intensifying. A competition had attracted so many spectators. You are also helping Wang Depeng, right? If they don't follow the rules, let's team up and beat those young masters until they can't bully us anymore. The young man's mouth hadn't stopped since the beginning. Hanli smiled wryly. What did this conflict have to do with him? It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong. After years of practicing qi and meditation, the impulsive fervor of his youth had mostly faded. Moreover, he had never practiced any martial arts. And now he certainly couldn't defeat any ordinary disciples. After watching the competition, he would just return to the valley honestly. Good. Suddenly, the young man exclaimed with joy. Hanli turned to look into the arena. It turned out that Wang Depeng's opponent had ultimately failed to wait until the end and was unable to dodge Wang Depeng's massive fist, which struck him on the forehead, causing him to fall unconscious. Immediately, part of the crowd erupted in cheers, while another part looked grim. Wang Depeng beamed with pride, cupped his fists to the crowd, then swaggered back to his side, completely shedding the fierceness of the earlier competition. On Zhang Chongwei's side, two people stepped out to drag the unconscious disciple back. Then, both sides sent out another person, one wielding a knife and the other a sword. It seemed both had fiery tempers and said nothing, raising their weapons and clashing loudly. In the midst of it, the two figures danced between flashes of blades, moving skillfully, their weapons creating a dazzling display of cold light, clashing together, making it hard to distinguish who was superior. Hanli watched for a while, but couldn't make sense of it. He only felt the fight was very lively and beautiful, unable to discern the high-level moves from the inferior ones, and it was even more beyond his understanding to determine who was more skilled. Junior brother Han, I wonder who your master is. You must have made great progress after coming out of seclusion. The little calculator finally couldn't hold back and respectfully inquired about Hanli's master. You see, every inner disciple of the Qishuan sect, after 2 years of basic training in the 100 Forging Hall, is sent to an elder for apprenticeship to learn more profound martial arts. Only after completing this can these disciples hold specific positions in the sect. Of course, this is the usual path for most disciples. If a disciple performs exceptionally well during the entrance exam, they may skip the 2 years of basic training and directly enter the 7 Absolute Hall, where they can be accepted as a direct disciple by several sect masters. Learning the sect's unique skills, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate and soaring into the sky, during the 2 years of basic training. If there are any outstanding performances, there is also hope of being noticed by some elders or hall masters and being accepted as a personal disciple. Although these disciples' futures may not compare to those of the sect master's disciples, they are still valued more than ordinary disciples. Upon hearing that Hanli had just come out of seclusion, and since he had never seen this person before, the little calculator naturally speculated that he was a disciple of someone in a higher position within the sect, and thus respectfully inquired, hoping to establish a connection. I was noticed by a certain elder a few years ago and accepted as a disciple. As for the name of that elder, I won't mention it. Han Li clearly understood his thoughts but feigned shyness, deliberately adding a hint of pride to his words. Really? Brother Han is quite fortunate. Your status in the sect must be very high, with a bright future ahead. I hope that if there's a chance, you can help me out a bit, the little calculator said, not caring that Han Li was unwilling to disclose his master's name. After all, whoever the elder was, they were certainly stronger than his own master, and his tone immediately changed. Brother Han, at first glance, you are not an ordinary person. It goes without saying that you will soar to great heights in the future, he continued to flatter. This person, with a dark complexion and a silly look, wondered why a person like him could be accepted as a disciple by an elder. Why didn't a clever person like him attract the attention of a big shot? The little calculator secretly muttered to himself, but his expression became even more respectful. Han Li found it amusing that his status shifted from junior brother to senior brother in an instant. However, he did not look down on him at all. After all, seeking favor is just human nature. Who wouldn't want to live a better life and rise higher? Moreover, it was evident from his name that he was a shrewd person good at calculating and scheming. However, he is going to be greatly disappointed. Although what he just said is not false, the identity of this disciple serving as an offering is merely a sham. Any disciple randomly picked from the 7 mystic sect could easily defeat him. He has mistaken himself for a great tree to lean on. But I'm afraid he has found the wrong person. Han Li secretly chuckled to himself while nonchalantly listening to the flattery from the little abacus, having to respond to him from time to time. Brother Han's martial arts are exceptionally strong. If he were to step in, he would definitely defeat that swordsman, leaving him in disarray. The little abacus kept praising him, while also distractedly observing Han Li's every move. How strange. A disciple serving as an offering should have profound internal strength and martial skills, yet I can't discern this person's depth. His temples are not slightly bulging, and there is no gleam in his eyes. He looks like someone who knows nothing of martial arts. The little abacus became more puzzled the more he observed. Looks like the outcome is decided. Han Li's light remark broke his train of thought. The little abacus was startled and hurriedly shifted his gaze back to the arena. Indeed, the person wielding the knife had already thrown it aside. One of his arms was bleeding profusely, while the other pressed tightly against the wound, his face ashen. It seemed he was not defeated in good spirits. It was understandable. Both of them had similar martial skills, and he had simply fallen into his opponent's trap, resulting in a momentary lapse that led to his defeat. The little abacus saw this and wore a look of regret, continuously expressing his disappointment. What happened? What is there to regret? Han Li couldn't figure it out, but with a ready explanation beside him, it would be a disservice not to ask. If Wang Depang's side won this match, they would have won 3 rounds, and there would be no need for the final match. What a pity they still lost. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Now there is only the last match left. The person coming out from Wang Depang's side is the one with the highest martial arts among our group of disciples, with the Thunderblade technique that is incredibly fierce, capable of breaking stones and cutting gold. Being able to see Brother Li's signature knife technique makes my trip worthwhile. No matter who Zhang Changgui sends out, we are bound to win. The little abacus initially felt a bit dejected, but soon became excited, seemingly filled with confidence in that Brother Li. Is it already the final match? Han Li casually responded, wondering who this Brother Han was, as he didn't recognize him. At that moment, a cold-faced young man stepped out from Wang Depang's side. The young man held a long knife that shimmered with a cold light. Walking step by step to the center of the arena, then silently closed his eyes. Brother Li, Brother Li, Brother Li. Upon seeing this young man take the stage, the crowd erupted with excitement, collectively shouting his name, their voices rising higher and higher, shaking the entire arena. At this point, there was no distinction between rich and poor disciples, everyone united in cheering for this young man. Chapter 18. Brother Li, 2. Is this Brother Li famous? What is his background? Han Li felt a bit surprised. You don't even know Brother Li? Haven't I been in closed-door training for several years? Right. I forgot about that. My memory is really poor. I always thought there couldn't be any disciples in the 7 mystic sect who didn't know Brother Li. And I forgot about your closed-door training. The little abacus suddenly realized and hurriedly apologized. Can you tell me about Brother Li? Of course, Brother Han. We young disciples know all about Brother Li's deeds very well. The little abacus, seeing that Zhang Changgui's side had yet to send out an opponent for Brother Li, began recounting the various legends surrounding this famous figure. Brother Han, it's not that I'm bragging, but not only do we young disciples know about Brother Li, Many of the older disciples know quite a bit too. He began enthusiastically sharing Brother Li's story, his eyes sparkling as if he were the protagonist of the tale. Listening to the little abacus recount Brother Li's achievements, they indeed sounded quite legendary. Brother Li had also joined the sect 4 years ago, though he was not part of the same assessment group as Han Li. At that time, he was unable to pass the test immediately and became a named disciple. However, in the test 6 months later, he not only ranked first in all categories, but also became the only one to withstand 30 moves during the final confrontation with senior brothers, breaking all previous records for named disciples and catching the attention of several high-ranking figures. Upon examination, it was surprisingly found that Brother Li's root bone was merely average, and his growth potential was limited. This diagnosis was seen as a pity, but it also meant that no high-ranking figures took him as a disciple. After 2 years of basic training, he ended up becoming a disciple of an ordinary guardian and only learned a few sets of common martial arts, with the Thunderblade technique being one of the more usual mid-level martial arts of the Seven Mystic sect. If it ended there, Brother Li couldn't be considered a legend. It would just be a case of a promising start with a disappointing finish. However, shortly thereafter, he used this seemingly unremarkable Thunderblade technique to shine brightly in the next year's competition for junior disciples, breaking into the top 16, becoming the only one among all new entrants to rank highly, which once again put him in the spotlight. In subsequent competitions, Brother Li exhibited incredible bravery and unstoppable prowess, consistently achieving high rankings and bringing much faith to the new disciples. In last year's major competition, he even secured 3rd place, knowing that the top 2 were disciples who had been in the sect for over a decade. Although they were junior disciples, they were already around 27 or 28, and their internal strength was much deeper than his. Many disciples believed that if Brother Li's internal power matched theirs, 1st place would definitely be within reach. Thus, Brother Li once again attracted the attention of those above, being specifically chosen to go outside the mountain and participate in several significant external missions. While other new disciples were still practicing martial arts in the sect, he had already begun to earn numerous merits for the Seven Mystic sect, gaining a formidable reputation in the martial world as Li Hu. It was said that he was about to be granted special permission to enter the 7 Absolute Hall to cultivate even more profound martial arts. Han Li couldn't help but be moved upon hearing this. If all of it were true, this Brother Li was indeed extraordinary. Achieving such accomplishments as a named disciple was quite admirable. After much hesitation, a disciple from Zhang Chonggui's side finally stepped up, looking like he had some martial skills as well. He drew a gleaming soft sword from his waist, which was only as thick as a thumb, soft and seemingly powerless. It was clear that it was not something an ordinary person could wield. Upon sensing someone approach, Brother Li slowly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with intensity. He suddenly let out a loud shout, like a thunderclap in a clear sky, causing the ears of everyone present to buzz. The person opposite him trembled slightly, showing a look of panic on his face. As the shout echoed, the long knife swung, and a flurry of blade light flickered, executing a series of moves that instantly transformed into more than 10 blade shadows, trapping his opponent in a web of knives. That person was quite alert, although somewhat flustered. He wielded the soft sword with unpredictable movements, cunning and tricky, defending himself flawlessly. Who is this person? Han Li couldn't help but ask. That's Zhao Xiling, a disciple of Elder Wu. His willow sword technique is quite troublesome. How does he compare to Brother Li? Of course, he won't be a match, the little abacus said proudly. Then why doesn't Zhang Chongui send out a stronger opponent? Zhao Xiling is indeed the strongest among them. Besides, who among us new disciples can defeat senior Brother Li? It would be pointless to switch anyone else in. He chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Indeed, although Zhao Xiling's swordsmanship hadn't become chaotic yet, he was completely lacking in momentum, being firmly suppressed by senior Brother Li's long knife. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell that his defeat was merely a matter of time. Han Li watched for a while, and a doubt arose in his mind. I find it strange that there are no older senior brothers present. Even if they are not allowed to compete, shouldn't there be someone around to watch? Yet, there isn't a single older senior brother here. It's all us new disciples and our teens watching the match. What's going on? Han Li bluntly voiced his question. Upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, Xiao Xuan's expression changed, and he looked at him with a strange gaze, leaving Han Li feeling a bit bewildered. Could it be that he had asked something taboo? Senior Brother Han, you really are oblivious to the outside world. You don't know such a big thing? Even if you're in closed-door training, Your master should have mentioned it to you. Xiao Xuan's tone seemed to carry a hint of suspicion. Without hesitation, Han Li took out a waste token from his possession and handed it to Xiao Xuan. Senior brother Han, what are you doing? Can I trust you? The moment I saw you, I felt you looked familiar. I must have seen you before, huh? He quickly glanced at the waste token, saw it was real, and hurriedly smiled. Can you tell me now? Han Li still cared about the question he had just raised. Of course, of course. Oh no. I've probably offended this guy in front of me. Xiao Xuan thought to himself, but he honestly revealed everything. It turned out that in recent years, the conflict between the Seven Mysterious Sect and the Wolf Gang had intensified. Both sides had fought many battles over a few wealthy towns whose ownership was unclear. Suffering significant losses, members of the Wolf Gang were trained like bandits, fighting recklessly, becoming even more frenzied upon seeing blood. In contrast, although the disciples of the Seven Mysterious Sect had higher martial arts skills, they lacked that fierceness, often hesitating during battles, leading to more casualties on their side. After several rounds of fighting, the higher-ups of the Seven Mysterious Sect could no longer sit idle and dispatched most of their inner disciples to participate in the upcoming series of battles. This was done not only to secure those territories, but also to expose the disciples to the harsh realities of the martial world, allowing them to gain practical combat experience. As a result, during the subsequent skirmishes, the Seven Mysterious Sect gained the upper hand, but they suffered too many casualties among their inner disciples. Many of the older senior brothers who went out never returned. At this point, Xiao Xuan sighed heavily. Later, the sect leaders changed their strategy, sending inner disciples to carry out less critical tasks and train in other areas. After gaining some experience in the martial world, they would then participate in the battles against the Wolf Gang, which indeed reduced casualties significantly. This strategy was then formally incorporated into the sect's rules over the past 2 years, requiring all disciples to first go down the mountain for training before they could be granted official positions within the sect. Thus, most of the older senior brothers had been dispatched down the mountain, and now they were either entangled with the Wolf Gang or out training. Aside from the necessary disciples guarding the mountain, only these younger disciples who had yet to graduate remained. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally understood why the situation on the mountain was different from before. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and a soft sword flew into the air. Zhao Xiling, with his left hand pressing against the tiger's mouth of his injured right hand, staggered back a few steps, gasping for breath. Just now, under senior brother Li's rapid series of knife strikes, he had been forced to use his soft sword to defend, only to be struck by the tremendous force from the knife, sending his weapon flying. Senior brother Li, you are indeed formidable. I, the younger brother, willingly bow down. Zhao Xiling managed a forced smile and bowed. Cheers erupted from the surroundings. Senior brother Li, what amazing skills. Senior brother Li, such superb knife techniques. Senior brother Li, please give me some pointers. Shouts of admiration echoed throughout the venue. Senior brother Li sheathed his long knife, a faint blush appearing on his face as he was about to say something, when suddenly his expression changed, and he frowned, as if recalling something. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, he turned and gracefully floated out of the venue, displaying impressive lightness in his movements, disappearing into the pine forest by the cliff. TSK. Senior brother Li not only has excellent knife skills, but also remarkable lightness skills. Exactly. The praises rang out once more. Han Li frowned slightly. This senior brother Li was indeed skilled, but he seemed a bit fond of showing off. Perhaps a bit youthful and impetuous. He turned around and couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing he was not much older than these people. Why did he always think in such an old-fashioned manner, as if he were already a little old man? It seemed that practicing that set of mantras had aged his mindset. Junior brother, I still don't know your name. Han Li suddenly asked the little calculator standing beside him. My name is Jin Dongbao, but you can just call me Little Calculator, Senior brother Han, Jin Dongbao said excitedly, feeling like he had found a big tree to rely on. In the future, if you get sick or injured, just come to me. I will treat you for free. Han Li patted his shoulder, glanced at the crowd that was once again arguing, and walked into the adjacent pine forest without looking back, left standing in place. Jin Dongbao was still in a daze, not knowing what Han Li meant for a while. Chapter 20. Extracting the marrow pill having left the cliff for quite some distance. Han Li could still faintly hear their shouting. He no longer cared about how they would resolve the dispute between Wang Depeng and Zhang Chongwei. The sight of Jin Dongbao standing there, dazed, made him want to laugh. He felt a sense of lightness in his heart. no longer burdened by the gloom he had felt in the valley. He walked out of the pine forest, heading towards a more remote area. After wandering for a while, a narrow stream appeared before him. Hanli looked up at the scorching sun in the sky, and then down at the clear water flowing slowly in the stream, thinking that washing himself in the stream would be a good idea. As he bent down and dipped his hands into the cool stream, a series of pained groans came from upstream. Hanli was surprised. There were people even in such a remote place. He followed the sound of the groans upstream and found a person dressed in inner disciple clothing lying face down by the stream, convulsing and trembling uncontrollably. At a glance, Hanli could tell that this disciple was suffering from an acute illness, and if he didn't intervene, he might be in serious danger. He rushed over, took out a sandalwood box from his robe, opened it, and pulled out sparkling silver needles, skillfully piercing them into the acupoints on the person's back. He quickly finished with the back and prepared to turn the person over to treat the acupoints on the front. As soon as he turned around, the person's face was revealed, and Hanli couldn't help but gasp. This person, who was on the brink of death, was clearly the senior brother Li who had just displayed his might on the cliff. Hanli was taken aback for a moment, then carefully observed the familiar face he had seen not long ago. At this moment, senior brother Li no longer had the demeanor of having just defeated his opponent with unmatched bravery. His originally cold face was twisted in pain, and white foam was constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. It was evident that senior brother Li was in such agony that he was losing his sanity. Hanli regained his composure, pondered for a moment, and suddenly began to insert silver needles into him in quick succession, continuously piercing him with dozens of needles. When he finished the last needle, he wiped the sweat that had formed on his forehead and let out a sigh. This silver needle emergency treatment was quite a burden for him as well. As senior brother Li's body became covered in the shimmering silver needles, he finally regained consciousness and came to his senses. He was trying hard to say something, but lacked the strength to utter the remaining words. I am from the Divine Hand Valley. You don't need to speak anymore. Just focus on recovering your strength. I can only wake you up for this moment. Your condition is very strange. Only Dr. Mo might be able to save you. Unfortunately, he is no longer on the mountain. Hanli took senior brother Li's pulse and frowned. The medicine made senior brother Li's face grow anxious. His lips trembled a few times as he tried to raise his arm to say something, but failed. Do you have medicine that can treat your illness? Hanli immediately understood his meaning and asked in response. Senior brother Li, seeing that he had grasped his intent, relaxed his expression and nodded with great effort. Hanli was not polite and began to search him, finding many miscellaneous items. Among them, he picked out a small white jade bottle, such a precious bottle, tightly sealed. Must be what he was looking for. He picked up the bottle and glanced back at senior brother Li's expression. Indeed, his face was filled with joy, and he was desperately blinking. Hanli opened the bottle cap, and unexpectedly, no medicinal fragrance wafted out. Instead, a strong, foul odor hit him in the face. Upon smelling this odor, Hanli's face turned grim as he carefully poured out a pink pill from inside. The pill was so pretty and plump, yet it emitted such an unpleasant smell, which was truly hard to believe. Is this the pill? Hanli's expression returned to calm. At this moment, senior brother Li was so anxious that he couldn't speak, only blinking his eyes. Bone-sucking pill, refined from 23 rare items such as Helan, scorpion tail flower, and 100-year-old blue ant eggs. After the pill is formed, its exterior is pink, with a strange fishy odor. After taking it, one can greatly overdraw their physical potential, using their future lifespan to enhance the current abilities of the person taking the pill. Am I correct? Hanli coldly looked at senior brother Li, speaking each word with an undeniable tone. Upon hearing Hanli's words, senior brother Li's face immediately turned pale, devoid of blood, revealing a look of panic. Once this medicine is consumed, it must be taken again after a certain period, and one must endure the inhuman pain of muscle spasms and marrow sucking. If not taken, one could be paralyzed or even lose their life. Moreover, even if taken on time, within 10 years after the first use, one will certainly lose their life due to overdrawing their lifespan. Hanli did not stop there and continued speaking. Don't tell me that this pill in my hand isn't the bone-sucking pill. Hanli paused for a moment while speaking. Upon hearing this, senior brother Li's face displayed a desperate expression as if his secret had been exposed, yet his eyes revealed an incredulous and shocked look. Are you surprised? This pill is extremely rare. How could I possibly recognize it? Hanli saw the doubts in his heart and shifted the topic to himself. Actually, it's quite simple. I have also taken one of these pills. Han Li's shocking statement left senior brother Li completely dumbfounded, but soon he showed an expression of disbelief. My method of taking this medicine was different from yours. I only took one pill in total and divided it into 10 parts, taking it 10 times. Each time treating it as a catalyst for other medicines, so there were no harmful side effects on my body. Because the appearance of this pill is too different from its emitted smell, I have a very deep impression of it. I always thought that apart from the one I took, there shouldn't be anyone else in the world who has really taken this secret medicine, but unexpectedly, there was one in my own sect. After saying this, Han Li looked at senior brother Li with a gaze that was a mix of admiration and pity. Senior brother Li was reluctant to meet Han Li's gaze and gently closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling irregularly, indicating that his emotions were currently very chaotic. You must have been taking this medicine for several years now. If you stop taking this pill now, I can ask Dr. Mo to help you prepare another secret medicine. Although it can't restore all your lifespan, it can let you live an additional 20 or 30 years. However, you will lose your martial arts. If you continue to take this pill, judging by the situation from today, you will only live for another 5 or 6 years at most. Of course, in these years, your martial arts will improve faster and faster, much quicker than your current progress. Since you dare to take such a secret medicine, you must be a resolute and decisive person. Your body is in your own hands. Will you take this pill or throw it away? Chapter 21. Painkiller Senior brother Li's eyelids trembled slightly, indicating that he was engaged in an intense internal struggle. After a short while, he opened his tightly shut eyes, staring fixedly at the pill in Han Li's hand with a fervent gaze. Han Li did not say anything else, simply stuffed the pill into his mouth, watching as he swallowed it with his saliva, and then gently pulled out the silver needles one by one from his body. Once all the silver needles were removed, the effects of the pill began to take effect. Senior brother Li's pale face developed a few abnormal flushes, and his entire cheek gradually turned blood red. At this moment, his body began to convulse again, his hands and feet trembling, and he let out a series of low groans. It was clear that he did not want to embarrass himself in front of Han Li and tried to suppress his voice. But the inhuman pain still caused him to scream out loud. Senior brother Li's cries grew louder, and his body trembled more violently. After a long time, his cries finally began to subside until they completely disappeared. His complexion began to return to a normal hue, and his body stopped convulsing, indicating that he had endured the most painful stage. Senior brother Li slowly straightened his body, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes again, sitting still to regulate his breathing. Han Li found a clean stone and casually sat down nearby, watching him cultivate to recover his energy. After a meal's worth of time, Senior brother Li, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, pulled out the long knife beside him, and jumped up. With a forceful swing of his arm, a flash of the blade glimmered, and the bright blade was already pressed against Han Li's neck. Give me a reason not to kill you. Senior brother Li's eyes were cold, filled with murderous intent. I just saved your life. Does that count as a reason? Han Li's expression remained unchanged, though his brow twitched slightly, something that would be hard to notice without close observation. Senior brother Li's expression softened a bit, but he still glared at Han Li with fierce eyes. I knew before saving you that you might kill me to keep your secret, but I didn't expect you to act so quickly. Han Li finally forced a bitter smile, his face showing a hint of self-deprecation. Cough. Even though he knew that saving you would actually bring trouble to himself, since he had learned medicine, he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Han Li sighed. After hearing this, Senior brother Li showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, and the blade moved slightly away from Han Li's neck. But it didn't completely leave his throat. Han Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief and spoke with a calmer tone. You don't need to worry that I will tell others your secret. Just by looking at me, you can tell I'm not a talkative person. If you really don't feel at ease, I can swear an oath. You should be able to see I don't have any martial arts skills. If you find that I break my oath, you can easily kill me. Han Li calmly proposed a suggestion. Go ahead and swear, Senior brother Li said straightforwardly. Only then did Han Li completely relax. Although he had observed this person's appearance before treating him and felt that he was not ungrateful or cruel, that couldn't be entirely certain. What if he turned out to be a petty person who repays kindness with malice? In that case, he would have to use his only means of self-protection. Thinking of this, Han Li quietly moved his fingers away from a small iron tube hidden in his sleeve. After Han Li solemnly swore an oath, Senior brother Li finally sheathed his long knife. Han Li touched his neck, where a shallow cut from the sharp blade had drawn a thin line of blood. It felt a bit sticky, and he sensed a chill behind him. apparently having broken out in a cold sweat. That was really close. He hadn't thought it through enough. He must learn from this lesson and never again engage in such thankless situations. Whether others live or die is their own business. It has nothing to do with him. Hanli thought with some fear. Without sufficient benefits and complete assurance, he vowed never to intervene to save someone again. This first attempt to save someone had directly led to his later habit of only getting up early for profit. His once somewhat innocent nature was completely abandoned. Although he didn't turn into a villain, he was far from being loyal and kind. You saved my life and promised to keep my secret. I, Li Feiyu, owe you a big favor. As long as I'm alive, if you need my help with anything, just come find me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Senior brother Li had fully regained his spirit after the incident at the cliff, collected the items that Han Li had found and placed on the ground, and sincerely introduced himself and made a promise. I'm afraid I won't trouble you. But you seem to have a lot of trouble, right? Han Li smiled slightly and asked him back. How do you know? Li Feiyu was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Anyone can guess. You, an ordinary protector disciple, have been placed above a large number of hall masters, elders, and even the sect master's favored disciples. How could you have a good life? Han Li pointed out sharply. Li Feiyu's face darkened, and he was silent for a while. I don't want to interfere with your matters, nor can I. However, I can help alleviate the pain you experience from taking the marrow-extracting pill. Really? Li Feiyu's spirit jolted, and the gloom on his face vanished, replaced with joy. It seemed the pain from the marrow-extracting pill had tormented him greatly. Why would I lie to you? Han Li rolled his eyes at Li Feiyu. He indeed had the prescription to alleviate pain, which he had developed in his spare time for Zhang Tai. It could significantly reduce the human body's perception of pain and was very effective. This is wonderful. Amazing. Li Feiyu excitedly rubbed his hands together, eagerly looking at Han Li. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't have the medicine right now. I need to go back to the Divine Hand Valley to prepare it first to have the finished medicine. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu felt a bit embarrassed. He had just threatened the other party with a knife, and now he was asking him to prepare medicine. Tomorrow at noon, come to the entrance of the Divine Hand Valley and wait for me. I will deliver the medicine to you after I prepare it. Dr. Mo is not home right now, so I can't let outsiders enter the valley. Han Li said slowly. Okay, I'll be there on time. Thank you so much, brother. Li Feiyu hurriedly agreed, fearing he might change his mind. My name is Han Li, and I am a direct disciple of Dr. Mo. You're skilled in martial arts, so just call me Junior Brother Han. Seeing that he had even used such friendly terms as brother, Han Li hurriedly told him his name to prevent him from saying something even more awkward. Chapter 22. Heart Demon. Han Li watched Li Feiyu's gradually receding figure, standing quietly in place, silent. After they agreed that Li Feiyu would come to get the medicine the next day at noon, he took the initiative to say goodbye to Han Li, saying he needed to return to recuperate. During this long time, Han Li had not asked Li Feiyu about the reason for taking such a secret medicine. Han Li knew that even if he asked, it wouldn't change what had already happened, since he was willing to give up everything for his future and only wished to exchange it for glory and honor. It indicated that he must have his own compelling reasons for doing so. No one would voluntarily commit suicide, and even a slow, costly form of suicide would not be willingly undertaken. If he had to voice his reasons, it would only reopen the wounds that were nearly healed. Clearly, Han Li's approach was correct. Before leaving, Li Feiyu appreciated Han Li's understanding for not questioning the specific reasons for taking the marrow-extracting pill, and although he didn't say it, Han Li knew that he had earned another favor from him. Han Li planned to keep his promise, and not only would he not disclose Li Feiyu's secret, but he also decided to prepare the secret medicine to alleviate his pain as soon as he returned to the valley. The reason for doing so was simple, since the other party was not a petty person and had not truly tried to kill him. He wanted to make him owe him an even greater favor, making it hard for him to refuse any future requests. Li Feiyu's martial arts would only continue to improve over the next few years, and the higher his skills, the greater the likelihood of him being helpful to Han Li. Even if he didn't need his help in the coming years, that was fine. Lightly helping someone who wasn't exactly a bad person was also a source of joy for him. Although Li Feiyu might not necessarily be a good person, at least after today's incident, he wouldn't pose any danger to Han Li. After thinking everything through, Han Li felt there was nothing overlooked and returned to the Divine Hand Valley at a leisurely pace. Shortly after returning to the valley, Han Li began preparing the secret medicine that Li Feiyu needed. This medicine, which could alleviate human pain perception, wasn't difficult to prepare. All the required herbs could be found in the valley's medicinal garden. However, The preparation process was somewhat tedious and required careful attention. After a busy afternoon, Hanli had prepared enough finished medicine for Li Feiyu to use for a year. It wasn't that he couldn't prepare more. He simply hoped that Li Feiyu would come to collect the medicine every year, so he wouldn't slowly forget this favor. By evening, Hanli suddenly sat on a chair in front of his room, gazing up at the pitch-black starry sky and the bright moon, lost in thought. Hanli was once again missing his family back home. He had been away from his parents for over 4 years. Since he came to the mountain, he had been diligently practicing the techniques every day, completely without time to think about home, and he had never gone back down the mountain. He only had someone take most of the silver he earned each month back home, and every year, he received a letter written by Uncle Zhang on behalf of his parents, assuring him that everything at home was fine. The content of the letters was minimal, only informing him that everything was well at home, and rarely mentioning anything else. He only knew that life at home had improved significantly compared to before. His elder brother had already started a family, and his second brother had found a new wife, with plans for a wedding likely next year. All these changes were due to the money he had sent home, but Hanli had sensed through a few letters that his family's tone towards him was becoming increasingly polite, even to the point of feeling like they were treating him as a stranger. This feeling initially made Hanli very anxious, unsure of how to respond. However, as time passed, for some reason, this fear gradually faded, and the image of his family began to blur in his mind. It was only during moments like tonight, when memories were stirred by the surroundings, that he would reminisce about his family, recalling the warmth he once felt at home, a feeling that was hard to savor now, making him feel comfortable and precious. He would slowly, bit by bit, savor this taste. Hanli placed his hand on his chest, fingers touching the small leather pouch containing the talisman for safety through his clothing. In the past, just a few touches at this moment would bring him a faint sense of satisfaction, but tonight, for some reason, his heart was in turmoil. Unable to calm down for a long time, Hanli felt an indescribable sense of depression and could not control his emotions. His body felt off, and the energy he cultivated began to stir restlessly within him. The terrifying phrase "going mad" suddenly appeared in his mind. Hanli stood up, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. With Dr. Mo absent, he had to handle the crisis on his own. He was puzzled as to how he could go mad without reason. Although it was not the time to delve into the root cause, finding the trigger for this madness was the most feasible way to resolve the trouble. Hanli looked around, but found nothing unusual. He absent-mindedly touched his chin, and his elbow suddenly bumped into something soft. He instinctively focused on this object. The name of the small leather pouch with the talisman immediately flashed in his mind. Could it be the source of the trouble? Hanli was not sure, but he could not hesitate any longer. His internal condition was worsening, and he might lose control at any moment. He decisively reached up and yanked the pouch from around his neck, throwing it far away with all his might. No, something felt worse. The turmoil in his energy surged even more violently. Hanli barely managed to suppress the unusual movements within him again, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the small pouch, hoping to find the reason for the worsening situation. Chapter 23. The Test Rabbit. Perhaps it was the blessing of the god of luck. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Hanli's mind. He dashed toward the pouch he had thrown away, quickly running over and bending down to pick it up. He opened the pouch in a hurry and pulled out the talisman his parents had given him. As soon as his palm touched the talisman, a wave of clarity flowed through him. His restless heart immediately calmed down, and the original feelings of depression and discomfort vanished without a trace. All the strange phenomena in his body also quietly disappeared, and everything seemed to return to normal. Now, Hanli no longer cared about the changes happening within him. He simply held the talisman gently with one hand, bringing it close to his eyes, while using his other hand to softly caress it, gazing at it with all his focus. After a long while, Hanli sighed, stopped his actions, and shifted his gaze away from the talisman. He did not know that this trouble, which almost cost him his life, was not a case of going mad, but rather an invasion of his inner demons as a cultivator. If he had not acted quickly to use an external object to drive away the inner demon, he would soon have been invaded by it, losing control and falling into an illusion, ultimately leading to his death. Of course, he only learned all this later when he embarked on the path of cultivation. Hanli examined himself and found everything to be fine, and to his surprise, his cultivation had actually increased significantly. Although he had not yet broken through from the 3rd level to the 4th level, he had reached the peak of the 3rd level, and was not far from the 4th. Hanli smiled at this unexpected surprise, but then quickly reined in his excitement. fearing that unstable emotions might lead to another dangerous episode of madness. He did not feel confident that he could survive another close call. He took the pouch that held the talisman, preparing to return the talisman to the pouch and store it safely. Suddenly, Hanli unexpectedly discovered an item in the pouch that he had forgotten for a long time. A mysterious small bottle that had been a part of his collection for several years. He had completely forgotten about this small bottle. And if he had not seen it now, he would not have recalled it at all. Compared to 4 years ago, Han Li's understanding and vision had greatly changed. He had gained much knowledge from reading various books in Dr. Mo's room, and his mind had become much sharper due to his cultivation. He could easily judge that this small bottle was definitely a rare and extraordinary item with unusual functions. What he needed to do now was to thoroughly explore the value of this bottle and see if it could be useful to him, rather than letting it sit in the pouch, wasting its mysterious potential. Han Li took out the small bottle but did not hastily open it. Instead, he examined it again with the perspective he had gained over the past 4 years, looking for anything he might have overlooked before. Unfortunately, after careful observation from various angles, he found nothing new. Han Li decided not to waste any more time. He carefully opened the bottle cap, and the drop of green liquid inside remained quietly at the bottom, unchanged from 4 years ago. Han Li knew very well that all the secrets of the bottle might lie within this tiny drop of green liquid, which must have some special effects he had yet to discover. To uncover the secret of this liquid, he realized he needed to find some small animals for some cruel live experiments. It was nighttime, and it was dark outside, making it inconvenient to go out in search of live creatures. Moreover, after the day's events and the earlier part of the night, Han Li felt tired. Even if he could find something, it would be pointless to conduct an experiment under the dim light of night if he could not clearly see the changes. After considering all this, Han Li decided to get some sleep and rest well for the night. He hoped that after a good night's sleep, a significant surprise would await him the next day. The next morning, after washing up, Han Li first went to the large kitchen outside the valley for a simple breakfast. When Dr. Mo was on the mountain, the kitchen staff would personally bring meals to Shinsho Valley as instructed by him. Han Li had benefited from Dr. Mo's influence and did not need to go outside the valley for meals, as the kitchen staff would bring his food as well. Now that Dr. Mo was no longer at Chishuan Gate, the kitchen would naturally not deliver meals to his door, making Han Li reflect on the kitchen's opportunistic nature and lament the usefulness of power. After finishing breakfast, Han Li did not leave the kitchen immediately. Instead, he found the kitchen steward, spent a few coins of broken silver, and exchanged them for 2 lively gray wild rabbits to bring back to the Valley of Divine Hands. Upon returning to the valley, Han Li tied the rabbits with a rope in a relatively spacious area of the medicinal garden, letting them bask in the sun. When the rabbits became listless and parched from the sun, he fetched a large white porcelain bowl, carefully poured the green liquid from the bottle into the bowl, and mixed in some ordinary clean water. The pea-sized green liquid easily dissolved into the clear water, turning the entire bowl into a jade green. This green hue naturally brought a deep coolness that surged from the heart to the mind. Han Li picked up the diluted water and approached the thirsty rabbits, placing the bowl down beside them. The rabbits, already parched from the sun, hurriedly gathered around the porcelain bowl and began to drink eagerly. Han Li didn't want them to drink too much at once, so he took the bowl away after they had consumed about half. He then stood to the side with the bowl, patiently waiting for the rabbits' reaction, curious to see if there would be any interesting changes. Not long passed, just the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, when the rabbits began to jump around anxiously, their movements becoming more impulsive and fierce. Then, astonishing changes began to occur in their bodies. Egg-sized lumps started to protrude under their fur, and more of them appeared, gradually covering their entire bodies. Soon these lumps merged into a mass, making the rabbits look as if they had inexplicably grown larger, which was quite comical compared to their small heads. The rabbits' plump bodies only maintained this state for a short while before they began to swell, and as time passed, their expansion accelerated. It was as if some gas was continuously injected into them, making them grow bigger and rounder. By the end, their bodies resembled 2 large watermelons, inflated into 2 round, bulging spheres. Watching the rabbit's bizarre transformation, Han Li was somewhat stunned. Everything happening before his eyes was far beyond his expectations. If this unknown liquid was some kind of deadly poison or a spirit medicine that could enhance one's power, that would be understandable and within his imagination. But he never expected to witness such a terrifying scene, where the rabbits' bodies seemed to be inflated by someone, becoming so horrifying. Chapter 24. Shocked and stabilized seeing the rabbits continue to grow larger and expand, Hanli sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, he remembered something and abruptly threw the porcelain bowl, which had become as dangerous as a viper in his hands, into the medicinal field, then turned and ran, stopping only when he was over 10 zhang away from the rabbits. Just as he was about to look back, two nearly simultaneous explosion sounds echoed from behind him. Hanli shuddered and turned around to see that the two rabbits had indeed burst open, their bodies blown into several pieces, blood and flesh scattered on the ground. The spot where the rabbits had been tied now had two pits, surrounded by the dismembered remains of the rabbits, with blood and chunks of flesh making the scene gruesome. Hanli let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been affected by the rabbit's explosion. While he might not have been seriously injured, being splattered with rabbit blood and flesh was certainly not a pleasant experience. Once his heart calmed down, Hanli stood up and walked closer to the pits. He surveyed the bloody scene and glanced at the shattered porcelain bowl in the medicinal field, feeling speechless. Hanli had initially thought he could discover some miraculous medicine from the green liquid, but he never expected it to be such a terrifying thing. Poison is poison, but having the rabbits die so tragically was something he couldn't accept. He would never touch this stuff again. It was too frightening. Hanli had encountered deadly poisons before. Under Dr. Mo's guidance over the years, he had seen many lethal substances that could kill instantly, but none were as horrifying as this. Fortunately, Hanli had a strong psychological endurance, and he remained calm long enough to plan his departure. With noon approaching, he needed to deliver the prepared secret medicine to Senior Brotherly. Everything that happened here could wait until he finished delivering the medicine. With this thought in mind, Hanli cast one last glance at the explosion site, leaving all the troubles for later, and returned to his dwelling to rest briefly before taking the medicine to the valley entrance. Hanli was punctual when he arrived at the valley entrance. It was exactly noon, but Li Feiyu appeared to have been anxiously waiting there for quite some time. He was alone at the valley's exit, wearing a white brocade robe, but still carrying that long knife that had left a deep impression on Hanli. When Hanli arrived, Li Feiyu's anxious expression eased as he spotted him, a smile creeping onto his face. "Junior brother Han, you are indeed punctual. You said noon, and you arrived right on time. I've been waiting for over half an instance time," he said, half jokingly and half complaining. "I'm sorry. I spent too much time preparing the medicine yesterday and didn't sleep until late. I got up a bit late this morning, and by the time I finished everything, it was exactly noon," Hanli replied, half seriously. "Junior brother Han, did you prepare the medicine?" Li Feiyu asked, slightly flustered due to his eagerness, even stuttering a bit. Hanli did not answer Li Feiyu's question directly. With a calm smile, he slowly took out a palm-sized medicine pouch from his chest and tossed it to Li Feiyu. Before taking the marrow extraction pill, dissolve a spoonful of the powder in cool boiled water to alleviate some of the pain. "Thank you, Junior brother Han. Thank you, Junior brother Han," Li Feiyu exclaimed joyfully. As long as it could slightly reduce his suffering, it was a great blessing for him. The pain of taking the marrow extraction pill was truly terrifying. He had taken many painkillers before, but none had worked. Since Junior brother Han seemed to know all the characteristics of the marrow extraction pill and had taken it himself, perhaps this medicine would really work. "Don't rush to thank me. It's better to wait until the medicine proves effective before expressing your gratitude. Also, this is only a 1-year supply. I've run out of medicinal materials, so I'll help you prepare more once I gather enough," Hanli stated plainly. "It's fine. This is a year's worth, and it should be enough for now. Regardless of whether the medicine works or not, I appreciate your kindness, Junior brother Han," Li Feiyu said, his expression returning to normal, no longer pretending, and clearly stating that he owed Hanli a great favor. Hanli smiled slightly, said nothing more, and took his leave. Li Feiyu, holding the secret medicine, was eager to return and test its efficacy, so he didn't keep Hanli any longer. The two bid farewell and parted ways. After returning to the valley, Hanli first went to the medicinal garden to tidy up. He swept the remains of the rabbits, the blood-stained soil, and the broken bowl into the pit, then leveled the two inexplicable pits with dirt, making the place look just like it did before the experiment. Hanli dusted off his hands with satisfaction and looked around to see if there was anything he missed. When his gaze fell on the spot where the porcelain bowl had shattered, he couldn't help but ponder. He remembered clearly that when he threw away the bowl, all the diluted clear water spilled onto that small patch of medicinal herbs, wetting a few plants there. This made him hesitate, unsure if these herbs would become toxic after absorbing the clear water. Would a person who consumed these toxic herbs suffer the same fate as the rabbits? Should he get rid of these poisonous plants right now? A series of questions suddenly emerged in Han Li's mind. After pondering for a while, he decided to wait and observe them for a while longer, treating it as another small experiment. If the herbs really became toxic within these few days, it wouldn't be too late to remove them then. Having made up his mind, he looked around and found nothing else to do. So he went back to the stone chamber to practice. He hoped to make a breakthrough based on his improving skills. Han Li had long stopped caring about the specific uses of the mantra. Practicing it had become an instinctive response. If he didn't practice it, he wouldn't know what to do on the mountain. Pursuing a higher level of cultivation of this mantra had become his entire goal in life. After a focused afternoon of cultivation, Han Li was disappointed to find that he really wasn't a genius. Although he felt he was just a finger's breadth away from breaking through to the 4th level, he still hadn't made any progress. Having wasted an entire afternoon on hard practice, it seemed that without the aid of external medicinal power, he wouldn't be able to advance, and he might forever remain stuck at the 3rd level. Han Li began to hope that Dr. Mo would return soon and be fortunate enough to find enough medicinal materials to help him break through his current predicament. Chapter 25. Willow Insertion. Another night passed, and early in the morning, Han Li headed towards the medicinal garden to check if there were any changes in those herbs. Before he even entered the medicinal field, he suddenly caught a whiff of several rich herbal scents. Han Li was momentarily stunned, but then felt a spark of excitement. Could it be? He quickened his pace and finally arrived in front of the few herbs emitting a strong fragrance. Were these the same herbs from yesterday? Han Li couldn't believe his eyes and slapped his slightly drowsy face a few times until the pain stopped his self-inflicted torture. The leaves of the huanglong grass had turned a bit purple, the bitter lotus flower had bloomed with 9 petals, and the skin of the worry-free fruit had turned black. Han Li could no longer contain himself. Even though he usually remained calm, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I've hit the jackpot. Overnight, these herbs, which had only a year or two of medicinal properties, had transformed into those with decades of potency. Just look at the color of the leaves, the shape of the fruits, and the fragrance of the petals. They are undoubtedly rare herbs that have matured for many years. Han Li carefully checked the herbs again, confirming they matched perfectly with the descriptions in the herbal book, realizing they were indeed precious medicinal materials with several years of age. If I can hasten the ripening of herbs this way, wouldn't I be able to have as many precious materials as I want? Moreover, I could sell the herbs I don't need to others, making back quite a bit of silver. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Han Li began to daydream. The more he thought, the more exhilarated he became, feeling that he truly had struck gold this time. Suddenly, he rolled around on the ground several times, completely losing his usual calm demeanor, expressing his excitement like a 14 or 15-year-old boy. After a long while, Han Li finally came to his senses, his mind regaining its usual sharpness, and he began to consider the challenges that came with this unexpected fortune. First, while the herbs appeared to be fine on the surface, their actual medicinal properties still needed to be tested. After all, they had absorbed that strange liquid to become this way. Who knew if there were any mutated components within them? He had witnessed the tragic fate of those rabbits yesterday, so caution was warranted. Secondly, the green liquid in the mysterious small bottle had been used up. He wondered if any more phenomena would occur or if it was a one-time thing. He needed to confirm this again tonight. If both aspects posed no issues, he also needed to thoroughly grasp the details and steps for cultivating these medicinal materials, completely mastering this incredible method. After deep contemplation, Han Li concluded several unresolved issues. Without solving these challenges, this fortune would merely be a fleeting illusion. Once all considerations were complete, Han Li began to take action. He first went to the large kitchen outside the valley, asked the steward, and bought back 2 gray rabbits. This action amused and puzzled the kitchen steward. Why did this boy keep buying live rabbits? Did he want to practice his culinary skills by slaughtering them himself? Han Li paid no mind to others' thoughts. This time, he tied the rabbits not in the medicinal garden but at his own door, allowing him to observe their changes at all times. Then he went to the medicinal field, carefully harvested the cultivated herbs, and prepared several batches of excellent medicines for strengthening bones and muscles. He mixed the prepared medicine with the food that rabbits loved most, feeding it to them 3 times a day to test whether the herbs were toxic. After completing all this, Han Li anxiously awaited the arrival of night. After feeling that time was dragging on, night finally arrived as he had hoped. As soon as it got dark, Han Li rushed outside, took the small bottle out of his bag, and placed it on the ground, focusing intently on the changes in the bottle. A quarter of an hour passed, and there was no movement from the bottle. Half an hour passed, and still no change. An hour later, as time wore on, Han Li's heart sank deeper and deeper. He almost waited until dawn, but the bottle showed no signs of activity. He was thoroughly disappointed. Was this bottle really a one-time consumable, or had he done something wrong? Han Li forced himself to stay alert and looked around at the environment. There was nothing suspicious, except for the darkness of the sky. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he froze, abruptly looking up at the sky. The sky was dark, and nothing could be seen. The remark about the darkness of the sky suddenly triggered a thought in Han Li's mind. Could it be because it was overcast, without stars or moonlight? He recalled that previous anomalies with the bottle had always occurred on clear days when the sky was unobstructed, allowing visibility of stars and the moon. Today, however, it was cloudy with thick clouds overhead. Han Li's spirits lifted slightly at this realization. Seeing the sky begin to lighten, he understood that nothing would happen tonight. So he put the bottle away, planning to try again when the weather cleared. However, contrary to Han Li's expectations, for the next half-month, the sky not only remained overcast, but also drizzled continuously, with this weather persisting until now. Han Li looked at the soft drizzle outside, feeling increasingly frustrated. The more he anxiously awaited the weather to clear, the more it seemed to rain endlessly, showing no signs of stopping. He turned to look at the two rabbits sheltered from the rain inside the house. Their lively appearance only added to Han Li's gloom. Ever since these two rabbits had eaten the food mixed with the medicinal herbs, they not only showed no adverse effects, but seemed even more energetic than before. For over 10 days, Han Li had carefully observed them each day, confirming that they displayed no symptoms of poisoning. Instead, they had become even stronger due to the nourishing effects of the good medicine. This good result not only failed to make Han Li happy, but instead left him feeling somewhat anxious and unsettled. He could find no way to calm himself down. For him, whether the bottle could produce the green liquid again had become the key to all his problems, and this lingering bad weather was preventing the mystery from being solved, which only deepened Han Li's gloom. Chapter 26. Urging the medicine just when Han Li thought this gloomy weather would continue for a while. The sun finally hung in the sky again, and the sky cleared up. It had been almost half a month since Han Li discovered the secret of the green liquid, and he was already becoming impatient. That very night, he finally witnessed the spectacle that had occurred for years ago. Numerous glowing dots densely surrounded the bottle, forming a large light cluster. When Han Li saw this scene, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell, confirming that this small bottle was not a one-time consumable, but a wondrous item that could be used repeatedly. After another 7 days of waiting, a drop of green liquid finally appeared in the small bottle again. Although Han Li had about 80 to 90 confidence when he saw the green liquid appearing, he was still exceptionally happy, as this indicated that he would have a continuous supply of rare medicinal materials and would no longer worry about it. It is important to know that the value of medicinal materials is largely assessed based on their age. The older the herb, the greater its medicinal properties. Similarly, the older the medicinal materials, the harder they are to find, and they generally grow in deep mountains and forests or on steep cliffs. Without taking some risks, it is impossible to obtain them. Although some pharmacies and doctors now cultivate certain herbs themselves, these are mostly common and can be used in a short time. Most people would not be foolish enough to plant something that takes 10 or even dozens of years to be usable. However, some wealthy families may have a few very rare herbs specially planted as a precaution for emergencies, as these herbs generally do not have any medicinal effect without a considerable amount of time. For those with wealth, it is easy to buy slightly more common items. So why bother going to the trouble of cultivating them? Moreover, these families can pass down their wealth through generations and do not care about how long it takes to cultivate these herbs. No one knows if they will ever need them. So these herbs are often top-quality items that require hundreds of years to cultivate, or some rare, 1 in a million specimens that ordinary people do not have the financial and material resources to do the same. Occasionally, some rare herbs found in the wild briefly appear on the market, but they are mostly bought up by these wealthy families, leading to a continuous rise in the prices of rare herbs and often resulting in a situation where there is a price but no market. Han Li did not have high hopes for the outcome of Dr. Mo's trip. He estimated that he would not have much success, but now he no longer had to worry about it. With this bottle, he could cultivate a wealth of good medicinal materials in a short time. With mixed feelings, Han Li conducted several experiments to hasten the growth of herbs over the following days. Once, he sprinkled the diluted green liquid on many herbs, But the next day, he only obtained a large quantity of ordinary herbs that had been hastened to only 1 or 2 years old, far inferior to the herbs he obtained the first time. From this experiment, Hanli vaguely grasped some rules. In the next experiment, Hanli simply omitted the dilution step and directly dripped the green liquid onto a ginseng plant. To his surprise, when he woke up the next day, he had obtained 100-year-old ginseng, indistinguishable from a wild 100-year-old ginseng. This experiment thrilled Hanli not because he had obtained a rare medicinal material, but because he had roughly mastered the usage method of the green liquid. Afterward, Hanli conducted several experiments on the preservation of the green liquid, placing the freshly extracted green liquid into various containers, including porcelain vases, jade bottles, gourds, silver bottles, etc. He found that regardless of the type of container, the green liquid could not be preserved for more than a quarter of an hour. Once the green liquid was taken out of the mysterious small bottle, it had to be used within 15 minutes, or it would slowly disappear without a trace. The diluted liquid also had the same characteristic. Although it could last a little longer, once a certain time passed, only the infiltrated other liquid remained in the container, and the green liquid's components would still vanish. After conducting several such experiments, Hanli completely lost confidence in preserving the green liquid in other containers. It seemed impossible to store this mysterious liquid in large quantities. So he had to conduct another test on the stacking of medicinal properties. Hanli dripped a drop of green liquid onto a green samu grass, turning it into a yellow samu grass with 100 years of medicinal properties. A few days later, he dripped another drop of green liquid on it, and its age actually increased by more than 100 years. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, Hanli repeated the same approach for more than 2 months. Whenever new green liquid was produced from the small bottle, he dripped it onto this samu grass, which did not disappoint him. Its leaves gradually changed from yellow to yellow-black, and then from yellow-black to black. Finally, when its leaves turned completely glossy black, it became a rare 1,000-year samu grass. This test was very successful. It seemed that with patience, the age of the samu grass could continue to be increased. However, for Hanli, this was entirely unnecessary. As long as he knew that this method was indeed feasible, he did not need medicinal materials that were too old. Herbs with hundreds of years of ingredients were sufficient for his own use. After completing this series of long experiments, Hanli finally had some time to rest and think things over. By now, quite some time had passed since Dr. Mo went down the mountain. Hanli lay on his wooden bed in his room, holding the 1,000-year samu grass, lost in thought. He stared intently at the black medicinal grass, seemingly studying it. But anyone else in the room could tell from his scattered gaze that his mind was not on the samu grass at all. Instead, he was lost in thought, pondering something far away. He no longer felt the joy he had when he first obtained this samu grass. Instead, he was carefully considering the benefits and dangers this small bottle brought him, planning for his future. Hanli had seen many examples of suffering due to possessing something precious in the various books in Dr. Mo's room. The bottle in his hand could be considered a priceless treasure. If outsiders knew he had such a treasure, he would definitely not survive until the next morning. He would, like many others who had suffered because of their treasures, be overwhelmed by greedy individuals who came to take it from him, not to mention those who lived far away. Just taking a nearby example, if a few leaders from his sect learned the secret of this bottle, they would certainly not let him go and would find ways to kill him and seize the treasure, leaving him with a tragic fate of being robbed of his treasure. He absolutely could not tell anyone about the bottle, and he had to be careful about using it on the mountain. The movement of the bottle absorbing the light points was too great. If he wasn't careful, outsiders would discover its secret. Hanli made up his mind to keep his mouth shut and not reveal a word about it to outsiders. However, he was currently in urgent need of medicinal materials for cultivation, and it would be a pity not to use this bottle. He still needed to think of a way to have the best of both worlds. He recalled his stagnant cultivation and felt a bit despondent. Regardless, he knew he couldn't delay the progress of the cultivation mantra. He wasn't practicing it for the sake of Dr. Mo's urging, but because he had vaguely sensed that some of his unusual changes in recent years were closely tied to this nameless mantra. Chapter 27. Preparing Spirit Herbs Before Dr. Mo returned to the mountain. Hanli knew it was temporarily safe to use this bottle in the Valley of Divine Hands because he was the only one in the entire valley. Usually, no outsiders would recklessly intrude into the valley, ensuring that no accidents would occur during this period, allowing him to use the small bottle with peace of mind. Hanli estimated the time for Dr. Mo's return and felt that it was unlikely for him to find any good medicinal materials nearby. He feared he would have to search in more distant places, likely in the remote mountains and forests, where there would be hope of gathering some rare herbs. However, the journey there and back, combined with the time spent searching for herbs, would take at least nearly a year before he could return to the mountain. It had already been nearly half a year since Dr. Mo descended the mountain, and it was estimated that he would return to the Seven Mysterious Sect in another 6 or 7 months. During these days before his return, Han Li could only strive to cultivate as many useful herbs as possible, planning to acquire them according to several rare formulas he knew. Avoiding any blind waste of the green liquid, the medicines he was about to prepare, which would help increase his power and break through bottlenecks, were all supreme holy medicines that Dr. Mo had previously wanted to concoct, but couldn't gather the required materials. Each of these would bankrupt an ordinary family if sold on the market, and they were rare treasures fiercely contested by people in the martial world. Even with Dr. Mo's exceptional medical skills, he had never seen any of these medicines, let alone made them himself. Although Dr. Mo mastered the methods for concocting these holy medicines, he could only sigh at his lack of materials. When Han Li was studying medicine under Dr. Mo, he was very interested in these rare formulas. Although he never hoped to concoct such precious medicines himself, he did remember quite a few of these formulas. Dr. Mo had a nonchalant attitude towards Han Li's eagerness to learn them. As long as Han Li asked, he would explain in detail without any intention of hiding anything. Perhaps Dr. Mo thought these formulas were like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat but a pity to discard. Now, these formulas had become Han Li's treasure. He diligently cultivated the various herbs according to the required years listed in the formulas, not daring to relax for a moment, knowing that time was limited. He had to prepare these medicines before Dr. Mo returned, after which he would put the bottle away, never to use it again on the mountain. Han Li had no confidence in using the small bottle in front of Dr. Mo without revealing any flaws. He was well aware of how shrewd and cautious Dr. Mo was, and he had no intention of revealing the secret of the bottle to him. Han Li felt that the relationship between him and Dr. Mo was quite peculiar. Far from a simple master-disciple relationship, Dr. Mo often looked at him with a peculiar gaze, making Han Li feel that the other party was hiding some secrets that could be detrimental to him, especially in the past year or two. This feeling had intensified. This made it impossible for Han Li and Dr. Mo to be as close and open as ordinary master-disciple pairs. In daily life, Dr. Mo treated him quite well, never resorting to physical punishment or harsh words, and he spared no effort in creating the best conditions for Han Li to practice the mantra. However, there seemed to be a barrier between them, an awkward atmosphere lingering between them. Dr. Mo was clearly aware of this rift, but he showed no intention of mending the emotional ties between master and disciple. He continued to push Han Li to progress in his cultivation. However, the strange look he used to give Han Li seemed to have decreased gradually and had not been displayed for a long time. But Han Li's keen sixth sense told him that the other party had not truly given up on some kind of scheme, but had cleverly concealed it. This only deepened Han Li's vigilance against Dr. Mo. Under these circumstances, how could he dare to let the other party know the secret of the bottle? Han Li learned an ironclad lesson from many historical texts. One should never harbor ill intentions against others, but always remain vigilant against others. Whether Dr. Mo truly intended harm to him, or if it was just his misperception, being cautious of Dr. Mo was not a bad thing. If Dr. Mo indeed harbored malicious intentions, his heightened guard could help him avoid harm. If it was just a misjudgment of his sixth sense, then being vigilant was also reasonable. He would never take the initiative to betray his master. He, Han Li, remained Dr. Mo's good disciple and would fulfill the filial duties expected of a disciple. Thinking of this made Han Li feel somewhat uncomfortable. His peculiar master-disciple relationship with Dr. Mo was likely unique within the Seven Mysterious Sect, and he couldn't help but sigh. The bottle could never be used again after Dr. Mo returned, that was certain. One must know that there are no walls that do not let the wind through. Even if he were fortunate enough not to be discovered by Dr. Mo, others from the Seven Mysterious Sect might uncover the secret. The safest option was to put it away and treat it as if nothing had ever happened. Han Li made all his plans and resolved to secretly store the bottle away and not use it lightly in the future. He felt a sense of relief and drowsily fell asleep in bed. In the following months, Han Li secretly used the green liquid from the bottle to cultivate a large batch of precious herbs. He used these herbs to concoct many rare medicines according to the formulas, but there were also numerous failures during the preparation process. Each failure caused Han Li considerable pain. as the materials used to make these medicines were all rare premium materials. Each failure represented a significant amount of silver wasted. However, he couldn't blame himself too much. It was the first time anyone was concocting these formulas, and failures were inevitable. Even if Dr. Mo personally attempted to make these medicines, he would likely have one or two failures as well. Han Li could only comfort himself this way. The rare medicines, such as Huanglong Dan, Qingling San, and Jinsui Wan, were all placed in several small bottles before Han Li. Looking at these medicine bottles, Han Li's face lit up with joy. With these elixirs, he wouldn't just be able to reach the fourth layer of the mantra. Even the fifth and sixth layers could be achieved without too much effort. Among these medicines, Huanglong Dan and Jinsui Wan were the most helpful for him in his practice, both capable of increasing power and transforming one's essence. Qingling San, on the other hand, was a rare antidote capable of counteracting countless types of poisons in the world. Finally, Yangjing Dan was a miraculous medicine effective for both internal and external injuries. No matter how severe the injuries, just one pill could significantly alleviate the condition, if not restore life, at least prolong it. Chapter 28. Mo returns to the valley. Originally, Han Li did not intend to concoct the last two medicines unrelated to his practice. However, after careful consideration, he felt that regardless of his circumstances, he was still somewhat of a person in the martial world. Who knows when he might encounter a natural disaster or be caught up in some conflicts? It would be better to prepare some miraculous antidotes and healing medicines in advance. If he were poisoned or injured and lacked good medicine, wouldn't that be too unjust? After thinking it over, Han Li decided to prepare a small amount of the last two types of medicinal pills to carry with him in case of emergencies. After all, everyone has only one life, and Han Li did not want to die young. Although this would affect the quantity of the other two types of spiritual medicines and slow down the progress of his cultivation of the formula, it was unavoidable. After all, it is impossible to have so many perfect things in the world, and sometimes one must make trade-offs in life. On the day the pills were completed, Han Li began to take them according to the method described in the formula, swallowing one Huanglong pill and one Jinsui pill. These two medicines truly lived up to their legendary status as holy medicines. Under their powerful and astonishing effects, he effortlessly broke through his bottleneck that very night, achieving the fourth layer of the formula. As soon as he reached the fourth layer, Han Li immediately experienced a feeling that was completely different from before. His five senses were suddenly elevated to an incredible level. Everything in his sight became so bright and clear. Previously invisible details were suddenly magnified, making them visible to his eyes. Even the fine spider silk in the corners of the room was clearly discernible. His hearing also became extraordinarily sensitive, with countless sounds, both familiar and unfamiliar, flooding his ears, such as the rustling of an earthworm burrowing into the ground several dozen feet away, and the buzzing of an unknown insect flying past the front of the house. These sounds seemed to resonate right next to him, sounding so vivid and clear. Additionally, some strange smells that suddenly appeared also indicated to Han Li that his sense of smell had greatly improved compared to before. Han Li was both surprised and delighted. This was the first time he felt that the time he spent cultivating this formula was not wasted. Such a unique experience indicated that this formula was not without merit, but rather had its own distinct advantages. Although the previous layers of cultivation had also enhanced his five senses to some extent, none had changed so dramatically or significantly as the fourth layer. This was a qualitative improvement, as if he had become a completely different person. Furthermore, he felt that his body was much lighter than before, and his mental state had also made great strides. Now, he estimated that he could go without sleep for 3 to 5 days without any major issues. Han Li savored the feeling of something completely different within his body. He could stand still and comprehend everything happening within several dozen feet around him. This sense of control was intoxicating to him. Now he understood that reaching the fourth layer of the formula was the first real small achievement. He couldn't help but wonder how unforgettable the sensations of the fifth and sixth layers would be. Just as Han Li was beginning to grasp the intricacies of the cultivation technique, his nominal master, Dr. Mo, returned to the valley. Not only did he come back himself, but he also brought along a mysterious figure. As soon as Dr. Mo entered the Shinsho Valley, Han Li heard a familiar cough from a distance. He was currently meditating in the stone chamber, striving to reach a higher level as soon as possible. Upon noticing Dr. Mo's sound, he quickly gathered his energy, exited the stone chamber, and walked toward the valley entrance to greet his master, whom he had not seen in nearly a year. He met Dr. Mo not far from the entrance. Upon seeing Dr. Mo, Han Li was taken aback. The person was still the same. But what greeted his eyes was a face that looked pale and lifeless, devoid of vitality. Although he had previously appeared sickly, he did not look as utterly worn down as he did now, as if he were on the brink of death. Even more astonishing to Han Li was that behind him stood a tall figure shrouded in a black cloak, completely covered by a large green robe that left not a hint of skin exposed. This person was exceptionally tall and robust, towering over Han Li by at least 2 heads, resembling a giant. However, due to the cloak, Han Li could not clearly see the person's face, but he could vaguely sense that it was likely to be fearsome and grotesque. Han Li suppressed his curiosity and quickly stepped forward to bow to Dr. Mo, then respectfully stood to the side, waiting for his master's questions. He knew well that the other party did not care whether he, as a disciple, showed him respect or not, but for him as a disciple, the necessary etiquette must be observed. He could not casually abandon it, as that would only place him in a more disadvantageous position. Based on Han Li's understanding of Dr. Mo and his usual concern for Han Li's cultivation, he estimated that after such a long time apart, Dr. Mo would likely first inquire about his progress in cultivating the formula upon seeing him. Indeed, when Dr. Mo saw Han Li coming out from the valley, he paused for a moment, coughed twice, and then asked weakly, "How is your formula cultivation going? Have you made any slight progress?" His face immediately showed signs of anxiety and anticipation. Han Li had already mentally prepared himself and stated the answer he had prepared. "It's about the same as before, with no significant changes." Han Li did not intend to tell the truth about his cultivation progress because he could not explain how he had suddenly advanced from the initial stage of the 3rd layer to the 4th layer without any external assistance. "Extend your hand." Dr. Mo's expression darkened, and his tone suddenly became stern. Noticing this change in Dr. Mo's demeanor, Han Li felt a pang of unease in his heart. However, he was not afraid of Dr. Mo checking his pulse to assess the state of his internal energy. After entering the 4th layer, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that he could freely manipulate the strength of the strange energy within him. He could easily control it to the intensity he had when he was in the 3rd layer, allowing him to deceive Dr. Mo without fear of being discovered. Chapter 29. Conflict arises. Dr. Mo's expression was emotionless, his eyes half open and half closed, as one hand firmly grasped Han Li's wrist. All his focus was concentrated on the strength of Han Li's internal energy, and he remained silent for a long time. After a while, he let out a deep sigh, as if releasing all the frustration from his heart. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and a glimmer of light shot from his murky gaze, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. His face was gloomy, clearly dissatisfied with Han Li, but he still did not utter any words of reprimand. He coldly waved his hand, signaling Han Li to follow him. Han Li obediently trailed behind him, although he was very curious about the mysterious figure beside him. He understood that this was not the right time to ask questions. Once they entered the house, Dr. Mo wearily sat down on the armchair, leaning back against the backrest, half sitting and half reclining. The sparkle in his eyes had faded, and he returned to his sickly appearance. The mysterious figure remained closely behind him, not leaving his side for a moment. After Dr. Mo sat down, the figure stood straight behind the chair, motionless. Han Li knew that Dr. Mo was feeling unwell and did not want to provoke him further. So he, like the mysterious figure, walked to the center of the room, facing Dr. Mo with his head bowed, sensibly remaining still and waiting for him to speak. After a long time, no one said a word. Han Li found this strange and, unable to contain his curiosity, quietly thought about looking up to steal a glance at Dr. Mo. Why sneak a look? Just look. As soon as Han Li lifted his neck halfway, Dr. Mo's cold and stern voice came over. Han Li's body froze for a moment. Then he obediently raised his head, his gaze darting around Dr. Mo's face a few times before quickly retracting. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he felt like turbulent waves rolling incessantly. Dr. Mo's face suddenly appeared so strange. A faint layer of black mist seemed to shroud his somewhat grayish face, and this black mist, as if alive, extended countless tiny tentacles, dancing wildly on his face. What shocked Han Li even more was that Dr. Mo had changed from his usual stiff demeanor to one of fierce determination. Casting a malicious glance at Han Li, with a hint of mocking laughter at the corners of his mouth, Han Li sensed that something was off. A feeling of unease crept into his heart, and a threat of danger began to spread within the room. Cautiously, he took half a step back, retracting his hand into his sleeve to grasp a metal tube. allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. At that moment, he suddenly heard Dr. Mo's low mocking voice beside his ear. A little cleverness, and you dare to show it off? Dr. Mo's body moved, bizarrely shifting from a semi-reclined position to standing. And after a sinister smile, he flickered and appeared beside Han Li like a ghost, looking at him with a cold grin. Han Li's face changed drastically, realizing the danger, and hurriedly tried to raise his arm, but his body went numb, unable to move. It was then he saw Dr. Mo's finger had been removed from the acupoint on his chest. It was too fast. He hadn't sensed the other party's move at all. Dr. Mo, what are you trying to do? If I have done anything wrong, please just say it. Why do you have to seal my acupoint? Han Li could no longer maintain his usual calmness and forced a smile as he spoke to Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo remained silent, only hammering his back a few times with one hand, coughing lightly, appearing frail and weak. But having just witnessed his swift action to subdue him, Han Li dared not truly regard him as an ordinary sick elder. Instead, this pretense only heightened his vigilance. Dr. Mo, what is your identity? Why bother stooping to the level of a disciple? If you unseal my acupoint, whatever punishment there is, I will bear it. Han Li continued to say a few flattering words. However, Dr. Mo completely ignored him, reaching into his sleeve to pull out the metal tube, holding it in his hand, and then looking at Han Li with a mocking and contemptuous gaze as he observed his performance. Seeing this situation, Han Li's heart sank to the depths. The hope of moving the other party with words was entirely cut off. It seemed the other party would not give him a single chance to exploit. Gradually, Han Li closed his mouth, his face becoming serene, and he returned Dr. Mo's gaze with an emotionless look. Suddenly, everything in the room seemed to freeze at that moment, silent as if a storm was about to break. Good, 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 Dr. Mo suddenly exclaimed. As expected of someone Mo Jiren, have taken a liking to. You can remain unperturbed and calm in the face of danger. It's worth the huge investment I made in you. He began to praise Han Li. What exactly do you want to do with me? Han Li did not respond to Dr. Mo's words, but instead inquired. What to do with you? Dr. Mo echoed Han Li's question ambiguously. What to do with you? It depends on how you perform. What do you mean? Han Li furrowed his brows, vaguely guessing some of the other party's intentions. I won't say. With your cleverness, you should be able to understand some of it, right? I can only guess a small part, but I still don't understand the whole story, the ins and outs. Han Li admitted frankly. Very good, that's the right approach. If you have any questions, just ask me directly, don't keep it bottled up. Dr. Mo smiled slyly, and the black mist on his face seemed to thicken a few layers, making his expression even more ferocious. I know you've always been wary of me and haven't truly regarded me as your master. But that is fine. I haven't truly regarded you as my disciple either, Dr. Mo said with a light snort. Chapter 30. The End of the Tyrant. How old do you think I am? The muscles on his face twitched a few times as he asked an irrelevant question. From the looks of it, probably over 60. However, since you ask like this, your age must not match your appearance. Are you much older or younger? Han Li was somewhat surprised, but maintained a calm tone. TSK. Truly worthy of someone who has practiced the longevity technique. A little brat from the countryside has turned into such a clever and astute person. Dr. Mo kept marveling, starting to look at him with eager eyes. You guessed correctly, I am only 37 this year. A number that Han Li found unbelievable came out of Dr. Mo's mouth. Impossible? The usually calm Han Li was astonished for the first time. Impossible. Indeed impossible. Those who see me, let alone thinking I am 60. Even if I claimed to be 70, no one would doubt it. Dr. Mo's voice suddenly rose to a sharp pitch, piercing Han Li's ears, making it sound so grating and uncomfortable, as if it touched the most painful part of his heart. Mo Jiren was once renowned in the martial arts world of Yuegao and Lianzhou, establishing quite a reputation, creating my own realm with bare hands. Back then in Lianzhou, who didn't know the might of my ghost hand? In both the black and white paths, those who followed me thrived, and those who opposed me. Dr. Mo returned to his original tone, speaking slowly in a low voice about his past. As he described his story, his eyes shot out a sharp brilliance like knives, as if he had returned to the time when he was full of vigor and in control. After hearing Dr. Mo's words, Han Li was secretly astonished, not expecting that his nominal master had such a significant background. But unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. When I had just entered middle age, ready to further showcase my skills, I fell victim to a scheming villain who used underhanded tactics against me. Although I managed to control the onset of my injuries due to my excellent medical skills, I could not recover fully, and my martial arts diminished greatly, making it impossible for me to stand my ground in the north. To avoid being plotted against by enemies, I had to abandon my original foundation and family and go into hiding, seeking a remedy in other places of Yuegao, hoping to find a way to restore my former powers. As he recounted his later experiences, he became completely immersed in the narrative, his hands tightly clenching into fists, his fingers digging deep into his palms, blood flowing. But he seemed completely unaware of it, only showing a fierce expression of gritted teeth, a look of malice that made others shudder. It was clear that he held deep hatred for the villains who had plotted against him back then. Hearing the lingering resentment in his words, Hanli couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Heaven has its eyes. Finally, in some mysterious place, I accidentally obtained a strange book. This book is enigmatic and profound. I struggled greatly to understand a bit of it, and found a shortcut to restore my power from it. I followed the methods described in it, which... Dr. Mo paused for a moment, not continuing immediately, but his expression revealed anger, mixed with a hint of regret. And as a result, you became this ghost of a state. Hanli coldly completed the unfinished thought that Dr. Mo had not said. Not bad. I didn't expect that after following the method in that book, my skills have recovered. But I have rapidly aged, becoming this half-human, half-ghost appearance. Dr. Mo nodded sadly, not angered by Han Li's sarcasm. You should have found the reason by now. It is due to improper practice that I was invaded by evil energy, resulting in my energy consumption being equivalent to that of an ordinary person living 10 days for each day I live. I am constantly overdrafting my life, but fortunately, I am proficient in health maintenance techniques and have prepared a secret medicine according to the book, which has allowed me to slow the aging process in recent years and sustain myself until now. What does the mantra I practiced have to do with solving your troubles? Hanli directly addressed the core of the issue. Not long after I became like this, I discovered the way to break the curse from the book, which is your cultivation of the eternal spring technique. As long as there is someone who has practiced it to the 4th level to help me with energy manipulation and massage, using the eternal spring chi to stimulate me, I can escape my current predicament and regain the lost essence. Why must you find me? Can't you just find anyone who practices this mantra? Hanli pondered for a moment and asked a question he had buried in his heart for a long time. Do you think the eternal spring technique is something just anyone can learn? This mantra not only requires a young person to start practicing from scratch, but also that the practitioner must possess a spiritual root physique. Although I don't know what a spiritual root is, I have already searched for hundreds of young people before you, and none could practice the eternal spring technique. Dr. Mo's face was filled with irritation. Is that so? Hanli was taken aback, not expecting the practice of this mantra to be so strict. In the remaining years, I thought it was impossible to find someone who could practice the mantra, so I gave up and pretended to be a wandering doctor, starting to roam everywhere. Unexpectedly, I happened to see the leader of the Qishuan sect, who was also secretly plotted against, and in a case of mutual sympathy, I saved his life. Then, at his invitation, I became a guest of the sect, preparing to hide my identity and spend my last days on the mountain. A miracle still happened. At first, I was afraid that all my medical skills and martial arts would be lost, so I brought you into the valley, indeed wanting to take you too as disciples. But at that time, I don't know how, it was as if fate guided me to let you try practicing the eternal spring technique. Perhaps I still held on to a bit of luck. In fact, even if you couldn't cultivate this mantra, I would still take you in and pass on some of my knowledge. But I never expected that you would actually have a reaction to this technique. Truly, there is no absolute way to cut off a person's path. Dr. Mo revealed all these mysteries in one breath, his face flushed with a sickly red hue, clearly pleased with his own good fortune. I haven't even practiced the 4th level of the eternal spring technique. So why do you want to restrain me and lay everything bare? Hanli finally asked the question he was most concerned about. This is your own fault. I have spent so much effort and energy on you, yet you cannot satisfy me and keep playing tricks. Now it is just this last step. But you have been unwilling to advance further. Originally, I could wait for you another 2 years, but when I came down the mountain this time, I was recognized by an enemy. After a fierce battle, although I killed the opponent, I exhausted my already limited energy, and my lifespan has greatly shortened. Even if I use all my strength, I can only live for 1 more year. How can you expect me to wait any longer? Dr. Mo's pleased expression vanished without a trace, replaced by a fierce look, and he finally roared at Hanli. After hearing this, Han Li's expression remained unchanged. showing no signs of being affected. But inside, he was turbulent, completely unlike the calm and composed appearance he projected. Although he had long anticipated that Dr. Mo had deep ulterior motives towards him, he never expected there to be such a significant backstory. The opponent's background, experiences, and the mantra he practiced all exceeded his imagination. Chapter 31. Corpse Insect Pill. Han Li's mind was in chaos, filled with fear, regret, and confusion. Even though it had dragged on to this point, he still couldn't think of a way to escape, and he was a bit flustered. After all, he was still very young and couldn't compare to an old fox like Dr. Mo. His forced calmness was seen through by Dr. Mo. The fine sweat on his forehead betrayed him, exposing him as a paper tiger. Dr. Mo did not miss any change in Han Li's expression and was very pleased with the immense pressure he had created for himself. He always believed that only when the opponent's mind was unsettled could they reveal the truth. Do you think I am deliberately slacking off, delaying the progress of my practice? Han Li was stunned by this inexplicable blow. Of course, if I couldn't reach the 4th level in 2 years. Do you really think I wouldn't see through your little tricks? The first 3 levels only took 3 years to complete. Even if the 4th level is too difficult to practice, without the help of medicine, it shouldn't take 2 years without any progress at all. Dr. Mo said coldly, his eyebrows standing upright, filled with menace, as if he had long been dissatisfied with Han Li and was only now expressing it. It seems that no matter how I explain, old Mo won't believe me. Han Li smiled bitterly to himself, not expecting that the progress he had just concealed was the culprit behind the current situation. He truly had lifted a rock only to smash his own foot, not knowing whether revealing Dr. Mo's outburst early and uncovering all these mysteries was right or wrong. No need to say anything more. I don't want to know whether your past actions are true or false. Listen carefully. Now I only ask you one question. If I give you another year, can you cultivate the eternal spring technique to the 4th level? Dr. Mo sneered, slowly saying the most important sentence of the day, then stared intently at Han Li without blinking, waiting for his response. Han Li was very clear-headed, knowing that the answer to this question not only concerned the other party's life a year later, but was also the key to whether he could survive at this moment. You should know in your heart that I cannot give you any other answer. Come, first release my acupoints. Han Li relaxed completely, and his tone became light. Upon hearing what he said, Dr. Mo's expression softened, revealing a hint of appreciation in his eyes, but he did not step forward to release Han Li's acupoints. Instead, he cautiously took out a square, intricately carved sandalwood box from his bosom. Just relying on your words, I don't feel at ease. What if you insist on putting on a facade and not practicing earnestly? How is that different from before? For the sake of our lives, it's better to add a layer of insurance, he said ominously, carefully opening the box. A white pill lay quietly in the center. Dr. Mo poked Han Li with a finger, releasing his acupoints, and before he could move, he handed the box to him. You are a clever person. No need for me to say more. You know what to do. Dr. Mo narrowed his eyes, with a somewhat sinister expression. Han Li slightly moved his somewhat numb limbs. Without saying a word, reached out to take the sandalwood box, gently pinching the pill out with 2 fingers. In front of the other party, without even looking, he directly put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Clap, clap. Very good. Those who know how to adapt are the wise. As long as you help me return to normal, you won't be short of my gratitude. I want to use empty words to deceive you. There is a gap between us, and it's impossible for me to take you as a disciple now, but I can ensure you a life of wealth and honor. Dr. Mo clapped his hands a few times, sincerely promising Han Li. Now you should tell me the effects of the pill, so I don't unknowingly commit a taboo and lose my life. Han Li's expression was emotionless, showing no signs of being moved. This medicine is called corpse insect pill. It is not really a drug, but rather some kind of secret method that brews insect eggs. After you ingest it, it will lie dormant in your body for a year. Don't worry, during this year, you will be completely safe, and it won't affect you doing other things. After a year, as long as you take the specially made antidote, it will automatically dissolve, leaving no hidden dangers. But if after a year, you don't take the antidote, the insect eggs will absorb enough nutrients, hatch, and eat your internal organs clean while you are in unbearable agony, moaning for 3 days and nights before slowly dying. Dr. Mo spoke nonchalantly about the pill's potency, secretly warning Han Li. Upon hearing the pill's viciousness, Han Li trembled slightly, his face turning extremely ugly, almost unable to control the anger in his heart. But Dr. Mo's trump card was about to come into play. By the way, I heard that you have quite a few family members at home. I wonder if the silver sent back each month is enough? If not, feel free to ask me. I am very concerned about your relatives, Dr. Mo said with a serious tone. At this moment, he truly revealed his fangs, biting hard at Han Li's most vulnerable spot. Han Li's face had turned ashen, unable to maintain the calm and composed state as described in the books. He bit his lip tightly, fearing that he might blurt out curses or desperate pleas. He understood very well that no matter how he begged or threatened, the other party would never let go of this biggest handle. You can rest assured that within a year, I will surely reach the fourth layer. Han Li gritted his teeth and spoke the above words slowly, no longer hiding his hatred for Dr. Mo. Under the naked threat, he could only temporarily yield. He still couldn't reach the point of being indifferent to his family's lives. Now, having been caught in a deadlock, Han Li even had to abandon the thought of fighting to the death with the other party. In this first confrontation with Dr. Mo, he had completely failed. After hearing Han Li's submissive words, Dr. Mo let out a long breath of pent-up frustration. His tension was no less than Han Li's. But he completely concealed it with a strange and varied expression. This long spring skill is truly wicked. This brat is still so hard to deal with at such a young age. Dr. Mo cursed inwardly, not knowing whether to feel envy or jealousy. In fact, although the long spring skill has certain effects of washing the marrow and opening the mind for cultivators, the specific effect also depends on the person. Han Li was naturally much more mature and intelligent than his peers, and after practicing this long spring skill, he far surpassed ordinary youths in intelligence and cunning. Chapter 32. Heroic Spirit. Han Li turned and walked towards the door. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly looked back and asked a question. Brother standing behind Dr. Mo. You haven't said a word. I wonder what your background is? Hearing Han Li's sudden question, Dr. Mo smiled slightly and cunningly evaded the answer. You are so clever. Why not guess? You will surely figure it out. Han Li shook his head and briskly walked out of Dr. Mo's room, not knowing whether he couldn't guess or simply didn't want to. Once outside, Han Li's face darkened. In this conflict with Dr. Mo, he had no power to fight back and was completely subdued, which showed that he was still too naive, thinking that he could outmaneuver the other party with a bit of cleverness. As a result, the tube of 5 poisons water he painstakingly concocted didn't even play its role before being seized. He still needed to go back and think carefully about how to strengthen his own power. With this in mind, he strode towards his residence. It seemed he was not willing to be controlled by Dr. Mo so easily. Inside the house, Dr. Mo stared dumbfounded at the wooden floor, where a large hole the size of a bowl had appeared. Just a moment ago, he carelessly tested something from the iron tube, and the venom that sprayed out easily corroded the floor. Seeing the strange toxicity of this venom, Dr. Mo could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. Jumping up and cursing, Bastard, when did you learn to make such poison? I never taught him anything in this regard. I thought it was just an ordinary divine sleeping potion. This brat is truly ruthless and ungrateful. Unaware that he had already frightened Dr. Mo, Han Li returned to his room and immediately collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. He had experienced such a huge change today, and his body and mind were exhausted, urgently needing rest to recover his strength. After recharging his spirit, Han Li slowly awoke from his dreams. He sat up and looked at the sky. The east was slightly brightening, indicating it was the next morning. He had indeed slept for quite a long time. Sitting upright, Han Li did not get out of bed but propped his chin up with his hands, resting his arms on his thighs, contemplating how to escape Dr. Mo's control. It was clear that within this year, he would be completely safe. The other party, for the sake of his own life, wouldn't harm him, but rather would try to protect him. However, whether he would still be safe after a year was uncertain. Han Li didn't need to worry about the long spring skill. He had already reached the 4th layer a few days ago, and after a year, the 5th layer would surely come easily, requiring no further concern. The issue of the corpse insect pill could also be resolved when the time came. He just needed to show his cultivation progress to the other party and threaten to ask for the antidote before they demanded treatment. The other party would surely not offend him for that. Suddenly, Han Li remembered something. He took out a medicine bottle from his body, poured out a green pill, and swallowed it. After a while, when the medicinal effect took effect, he began to quietly introspect. Cough. This old demon Mo really didn't lie about this corpse insect pill. The clear spirit powder that can dissolve all poisons actually has no effect on this pill. It seems he really has to wait until a year later to get the antidote, Han Li muttered in frustration. After putting the medicine bottle back into his pocket, he got out of bed and moved to the only table in the room. He started pacing around the table. walking slowly with his hands behind his back. He continued to consider various issues in his mind. To be honest, Hanli did not fully believe what Dr. Imo had said. He knew that there were certainly many inaccuracies in what the other party said. Unfortunately, knowing this, he could not resist due to the threat to his family. Hanli was quite skeptical about whether Dr. Imo would really keep his promise after a year. If it were truly as simple as the other party claimed, it would be easy, and he wouldn't need to resist. But he feared that the other party might conceal parts that were unfavorable to him. And if he didn't make any preparations, he would have no room to resist. Hanli thought back and forth several times, feeling that there was no good solution. Now he and Dr. Imo were both afraid. The other party feared that he would not practice diligently and jeopardize his own life, while he worried that the other party would strike hard after removing their concerns. Originally, he could have used this to threaten the other party a bit, making them cautious. But now, being held by the other party at his family's throat, he could only retreat and reluctantly compromise. Was he really going to entrust his life to the other party's hands, hoping they would show mercy at that time? Hanli felt a bit discouraged. No, he could not do this. His fate must not be controlled by another's whim. Handing over everything to others to manipulate was the most foolish thought. He quickly overturned that silly notion. After racking his brains, Hanli came up with a not-so-great plan. He intended to strengthen his own power from multiple angles, trying to increase his bargaining chips to deter the opponent. Even if the opponent really decided to strike, he would still have some means of self-protection. This was indeed a foolish idea, as it could only lead to passive defense, allowing the opponent to take the initiative. However, at this point, it was the only feasible and comprehensive method. After making up his mind, Hanli decided to take a walk outside. He pushed open the door, stepped out into the open space, lazily stretched his back, and yawned, facing the somewhat biting morning wind. He looked at the half-risen red sun and declared with great ambition, "My fate can only be controlled by myself. I will never let others manipulate it." Chapter 33. Private Dealings. Hanli grabbed the rope of a wooden bucket and tossed it into the water pool, then pulled it back up. A full bucket of spring water was drawn up. Hanli effortlessly lifted the bucket above his head, and with a flick of his wrist, the cool water poured down from his head to his feet. So refreshing, so comfortable. Hanli and another boy exclaimed in unison. It was no wonder. It was the scorching summer season, and the heat was unbearable. The two were shirtless, and being doused with the icy mountain spring water felt incredibly pleasant all over. Hee. Junior brother Han, you really know how to find a good spot. You managed to locate such a secluded little water pool, said the boy with a cold exterior suddenly. That's nothing. I've found many places even harder to find, but unfortunately, none of them have water as cool as this. The other boy unabashedly accepted the praise. This boy was Hanli, and the other one was Li Feiyu, who had come to fetch medicine. Ever since Li Feiyu first received pain relief medicine from Hanli and tried it out, he found it very effective. The pain from the marrow extraction pill was greatly reduced. From then on, Li Feiyu became addicted, and without Hanli's medicine, he could no longer bear the pain from the marrow extraction pill. As a result, what could have lasted a year was exhausted in just a few months. Tortured by inhuman pain, Li Feiyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and take the initiative to seek out Hanli for medicine. At this moment, Hanli was looking to enhance his own strength. Upon learning that Li Feiyu had entered the 7 Absolute Hall for training, he directly proposed an exchange of teaching the unique skills of the 7 Absolute Hall. Having only a few years left to live, Li Feiyu readily agreed to his request. In order to prevent outsiders from discovering their secret, Hanli found some very hidden locations in the dozens of miles of the Caixia mountain range to complete the transaction with him. The two would secretly meet every so often, with Hanli handing over the medicine while Li Feiyu was responsible for teaching him some martial arts learned from the 7 Absolute Hall. Thus, both were quite satisfied with this arrangement, and it continued for over half a year. Throughout this period, Li Feiyu and Hanli found each other quite likable, and unknowingly, they really became close friends with no secrets between them. Li Feiyu was very satisfied with the places Hanli found, especially this spot with a small water pool, surrounded by steep cliffs. In the center was a small basin, and the only way in was through a hidden little cave. This cave was very narrow, requiring one to crawl to get through, and the exit was astonishingly located in a hollow of an old locust tree growing closely against the cliff. Most importantly, on such a hot day, having such a cool little water pool was a blessing. After loosening up his muscles, pouring a few buckets of cold water here was incredibly refreshing. After pouring the cool water, Hanli looked at the sun and said, The fierce python technique you taught me last time is too aggressive. I feel it's not suitable for me. Do you have any more delicate and agile techniques? Junior brother Han, do you really think the 7 absolute hall belongs to just me? You can learn whatever martial art you want. I can only choose a small part to learn. My techniques lean towards the masculine, so of course, I have to learn the aggressive unique skills. Li Feiyu replied with a roll of his eyes, replying in an unfriendly tone. What kind of person is Senior Brotherly? The leader among all our disciples. How could he be compared to ordinary disciples of the 7 absolute hall? Han Li said with an embarrassed smile, noticing he was a bit angry, and quickly said a few flattering words. It's not easy to get a few compliments from our genius Han. Li Feiyu teased with a smile that was not quite a smile. What genius? Didn't you defeat me every time with just a few moves? Humph. That was me using true chi to overcome skill with clumsiness. It's not a big deal. If I didn't use true chi, I'd probably have no way to deal with you in 100 moves. Who competes without using true chi? Senior Brotherly, you're being too humble. Humble? I'm not humble at all. You've never practiced martial arts before and have never fought with anyone. The only thing you learned was that useless nonsense. In such a short time, you've understood the moves so thoroughly. If you're not a genius, then what are you? By the way, that mental formula is completely useless. I don't know why you keep studying it every day. Han Li secretly smiled bitterly, thinking, you think I want to learn? I'm now in a situation where I have to continue learning. I can't stop. Junior brother Han, it's not that I'm nagging you. With your talent for martial arts over the past 6 months, you should just throw that useless formula away and properly learn some real skills from me. I can assure you that within 2 years, you'll stand out and shine, and then we can dominate the 7 mysterious sect together. Wouldn't that be great? Li Feiyu earnestly advised him once again. Han Li felt a bit moved. Although he had heard this many times and was somewhat annoyed, he could still sense the sincerity in Li Feiyu's heart. Han Li gently shook his head to refuse and changed the topic. Is there no martial art in the 7 absolute hall that can defeat the enemy without using true chi? Seeing that Han Li had changed the subject and was unwilling to dwell on this old issue, Li Feiyu didn't press him further. Knowing that both of them probably had some unspoken difficulties they couldn't reveal, he pondered for a moment and then raised his head to say, there really is a strange sword technique that can be used without true chi, but what? Han Li, hearing that there was a martial art suitable for him, couldn't help but feel overjoyed and quickly pressed for more details. But this sword technique has been in the 7 absolute hall for over 100 years, and no one has ever successfully practiced it. It's said that even the elder who created this sword technique never managed to master it before passing away. The name of this sword technique is quite strange. It's called the blinking sword technique. Don't you think that name is odd? As Li Feiyu spoke about this sword technique, he repeatedly expressed his astonishment. Chapter 34. Blinking sword technique, blinking sword technique? Han Li repeated the name of the sword technique to himself. Yes, what does a sword technique have to do with blinking? Isn't that a funny name? Have you practiced this sword technique? Han Li asked with concern. Of course not. Who would practice a martial art that doesn't even use true chi? Isn't that just for show? Not just me, but since its creation, no one has ever practiced it. It's said that if it weren't for the elder who created it saving the 7 mysterious sect from crisis several times and leaving a will before his death to include this sword technique in the 7 absolute hall, the blinking sword technique would never have made it into the list of unique skills of the 7 absolute hall. Li Feiyu, who had a big mouth that was completely different from his cold exterior, revealed everything about this sword technique before Han Li even had a chance to ask. Of course, his loquacious nature only surfaced in front of Han Li. Once outside, in front of other senior brothers, he became that cool idol, Senior Brotherly. After listening to Li Feiyu's account, Han Li's fifth sense vaguely told him that this was the thing he had been searching for all along. Senior Brotherly, can you copy this sword technique for me and take it out of the 7 absolute hall? Hee, no problem. As for other martial arts, I'm not able to give you a copy because there are dedicated personnel checking every day, but this blink sword technique is placed in the corner, and no one pays attention to it. However, copying it would be too troublesome, so I'll just quietly bring the original sword manual out for you. Once you've memorized or copied it, I'll sneak it back, and absolutely no one will notice. Li Feiyu boldly proposed a more daring suggestion, seeing that he seemed quite confident. Han Li agreed to his plan. He was initially worried about the person's careless habit. If he accidentally missed a few parts while copying the sword technique, wouldn't he be wronged? Now that he could obtain the original sword manual, it was, of course, even better. All right, it's getting late. I should go back to practice. Otherwise, the hall manager of the 7 Absolute Hall will find out that I've sneaked out. Li Feiyu dried himself off, put on his clothes, and prepared to leave. Han Li said nothing more, just reminded him to be careful when sneaking out the sword manual and not to get caught. Li Feiyu casually turned around, waved his hand to him with the back of his hand, and slowly crawled out of a nearby cave. As Han Li watched his figure gradually disappear at the cave entrance, the smile on his face slowly faded, revealing a hint of gloom. Shortly after Li Feiyu left, Han Li also returned to the Valley of Divine Hands. Upon returning to the valley, Han Li saw the tall, mysterious man from a distance. He stood motionless outside the Dr. Mo's house, leaning against the door, wearing a cloak, seemingly unconcerned about the scorching summer sun. Han Li walked to the door of his own house, paused, and gazed at this silent man. Ever since he was threatened by Dr. Mo, Han Li had been very interested in this man who never showed his true face. This person seemed to be a natural mute, since arriving in the valley. He had never spoken a word. What was even more remarkable was that this person had incredible stamina. He could stand still for an entire day without showing any signs of fatigue. In his heart, Han Li had long since labeled him a monster. He had tried to communicate with this person before, but the man was as unresponsive as a block of wood. No matter how eloquently Han Li spoke, he would not respond. Han Li was thoroughly impressed by Dr. Mo, who could train a living, breathing body to behave like a puppet with no weaknesses. Absolutely obedient to orders, astonishingly strong, never spoke, showed no emotions. Although he still didn't know how strong this man was in martial arts, he was certain he wouldn't be weak, which was his final judgment on this man. Han Li knew that this person could very well become another trump card for Dr. Mo, but he had no way to find any flaws in him. The only thing that puzzled Han Li was that when he occasionally looked at this person's back from behind, he always had a familiar feeling, as if he had seen a similar figure somewhere. However, when he tried to recall, he couldn't remember whose back it resembled. After watching for a while, Han Li sighed, closed the door, and returned inside. He knew that without Dr. Mo's orders, this person would not rest. Feeling a bit unsettled, he leaped onto his bed, lay down, placed his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes. He replayed the few moves he learned from Li Feiyu in his mind, mentally simulating them, breaking down each move into segments, and meticulously analyzing them. This was a new ability he gained after reaching the 5th level of the Eternal Spring skill, photographic memory. With this advantage, he could remember any martial arts in his mind and replay them countless times to refine and elevate them, which was also why Li Feiyu thought he was a genius. 2 months ago, relying on the effects of 2 holy medicines, he had successfully broken through the 4th level of the Eternal Spring skill to the 5th level. The effects of the Huanglong pill and Jinsui pill were so great that they far exceeded Han Li's expectations. He had underestimated the tremendous power of those recipes, and those pills were indeed invaluable treasures. However, he had also used up a small portion of the 2 cleansing essence pills, and the remaining amount should barely be enough for him to reach the 6th level of the Eternal Spring skill. He was looking forward to what kind of surprises the 6th level would bring him. With only half a year left until Dr. Mo's final ultimatum, although he had learned some moves from Li Feiyu, without matching inner energy, they could only be considered superficial skills. They might work against someone with a rudimentary understanding of martial arts, but against Dr. Mo, they would be like a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. Thinking about this made Han Li somewhat anxious and troubled. His Eternal Spring skill was good for everything but practical combat and fighting. Now he could only hope for that blink sword technique to bring him some surprises. Chapter 35. Stealing the manual. On a certain afternoon a few days later, Han Li secretly slipped out of the Valley of Divine Hands to meet Li Feiyu. In fact, it couldn't really be called sneaking out. Dr. Mo was already well aware of his frequent exits from the valley, but he did not interfere at all, allowing Han Li to come and go freely. This indifferent attitude initially made Han Li uneasy, unsure of what the other party was planning. However, after several safe comings and goings, he realized that no one was following him. So he relaxed and went about his business. After a long period of contemplation, Han Li gradually began to understand the reason behind Dr. Mo's leniency towards him. Dr. Mo's tolerance for Han Li had its own difficulties. Although he had tightly bound Han Li with the corpse insect pill and the lives of his family members, he also knew that using such a crude method to control him would certainly fill Han Li with resentment, making him reluctant to practice. If he further restricted Han Li's freedom to come and go, it would definitely backfire. After all, Dr. Mo's intention was to encourage him to proactively practice the Eternal Spring skill, not to force him with restraints. Once Han Li understood the backstory, he became bolder. In the past, he had to be cautious to avoid Dr. Mo's gaze when entering and exiting the valley, sneaking out quietly. Now, he walked past him openly without saying a word. On the surface, Han Li seemed carefree and unconcerned, but internally he still maintained a cautious demeanor. As soon as he stepped outside the valley, he used the Eternal Spring skill to enhance his senses to an incredible level, bringing all the moving objects within several dozen meters under his control. Han Li was confident that even if Dr. Mo came personally to follow him, he would not escape his sensory detection. While he might not be able to confront him directly, he was absolutely confident in his mastery of the five senses. Along the way, Han Li carefully avoided patrolling disciples, using a secret passage through the old locust tree to climb near the small pond where they had met last time. As soon as he entered, he saw Li Feiyu sitting by the pond with his feet in the water. He lowered his head. His bare feet submerged in the cold pond water, splashing and making a lively sound as he playfully struck the surface, sending up colorful droplets. Hearing Han Li's entrance, he didn't lift his head but complained directly, "Junior brother Han, you're getting later every time. You always make me wait for half a day. Can't you come earlier just once?" "Sorry, Han Li brushed the dirt off his clothes, about to explain a bit. Then, Li Feiyu, not waiting for Han Li to finish speaking, threw a large package he had been hiding behind himself directly at Han Li. "What is this? Is it something to eat?" Han Li asked, feeling puzzled, but then sensed that the package was hard and heavy, not something edible. "You only know how to eat. Didn't you ask me to bring out the sword manual for the blinking sword technique?" Li Feiyu glared at him, and then said seriously, "This is a sword manual? You must be kidding. You didn't accidentally put your sharpening stone from your yard in here, did you?" Han Li looked at the enormous package on his arm, disbelief written all over his face. "It's so heavy." He strained his arms to lift it, nearly knocking himself over. "Haha." Li Feiyu couldn't hold back any longer, bursting into laughter and rolling on the ground, getting covered in grass and mud. Han Li suspiciously glanced at his friend's odd behavior, then at the bizarrely large package. He gently kicked the package with his foot, and it did indeed feel like there were books inside. Ignoring his friend who was laughing uncontrollably, Han Li stroked his chin, squatted down beside the package, and thought it was futile to guess about something whose outcome he could find out immediately. A pair of clean, white palms rested on the tight knot of the package. His 10 fingers then lightly bounced, creating a blur of fingers that moved over the package, and miraculously, the tightly tied knot loosened. Clap, clap. A series of crisp applause rang out. Han Li did not immediately open the package but turned to look at his laughing friend. At some point, Li Feiyu had stopped laughing and put on his shoes. Now, he was clapping his hands enthusiastically, seemingly unconcerned about the redness in his palms. "TSK, TSK. Every time I see you use the silk binding technique so masterfully, I find it unbelievable. This martial art seems tailor-made for you. It's only been 2 months since I taught you." Li Feiyu continued clapping, endlessly praising. "You didn't turn this into such a big package just to make me perform, did you?" Han Li said irritably. "Of course not. You'll understand everything once you open the package." Li Feiyu's expression turned serious. Seeing him suddenly speak with such a demeanor, Han Li's curiosity piqued, and he turned back, focusing his gaze on the package in front of him, tilting his head slightly in thought. He extended his index and middle fingers, gently pinching a corner of the package and pulling it outward, revealing the contents inside. Han Li's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes nearly popping out. "How is it? Quite surprising, isn't it?" Li Feiyu slowly walked over and patted his shoulder. Han Li turned around woodenly, staring directly at him, speechless for a long time. "Why are you looking at me like that? I won't offer myself to you." Li Feiyu teased Han Li with a smile. After hearing this joke, Han Li seemed to finally wake up. "I want to draw a line with you. From now on, consider me not to know you, and that you have never seen me." Han Li shouted angrily. "Whether I'm seeing things or you've gone mad, you actually moved over half of the 7 Absolute Halls collection. If the Halls guards find out, it will be hard for the 2 of us to escape." Han Li pointed at the large pile of various books in front of him, shouting at Li Feiyu. The top left corner of each book cover was uniformly circled with a brush, highlighting the words 7 Absolute Hall Collection in eye-catching gold. Chapter 36. Surprised seeing Han Li throwing a tantrum, Li Feiyu was not angry and remained indifferent. He tilted his head, poked his little finger into his ear, and focused on cleaning it, appearing as if he was unfazed by the situation. After Han Li had vented his anger, he noticed that Li Feiyu seemed to not have heard anything, which made him calm down and feel that there was something strange about this matter. You're not foolish, nor are you arrogant. Doing something so reckless must have a reason, right? Han Li asked after regaining his composure. Li Feiyu saw that Han Li's anger dissipated so quickly and felt a bit regretful, but he put on a pitiful expression and cried out, "Oh my, I'm so wronged. I wanted to explain to you just now, but you didn't give me a chance to speak. Now you come to complain about me, and I feel caught in the middle." This strange tone of grievance was too fake, easily revealing its insincerity, giving people the feeling that he deserved a beating. Han Li could hardly resist wanting to step forward and kick him into a dog-eating shit position. Stop fooling around and quickly explain. Aren't you afraid of being seen like this by your junior brothers who admire you? If they see you looking so lazy, the cool, ruthless killer image you've built up would be completely shattered. Han Li said with a hint of sarcasm. He really didn't have the mood to play around with him. If this matter wasn't handled well, both of them would be in big trouble. Li Feiyu seemed to understand Han Li's thoughts at this moment, so he didn't rebut his sarcasm, but lazily walked in front of the package, bent down, casually picked up a book, and stood up. Once standing straight, he had a mysterious sparkle on his face, handing the book to Han Li with a smile that was not quite a smile, then using his eyes to signal him to take a look at the cover. Han Li took the thin manual and looked at Li Feiyu with confusion. He was a bit puzzled, not knowing what Li Feiyu was up to. "Open it and you'll understand everything." Li Feiyu tempted him in a tone that suggested he wanted to see a good show. "Why not just say it directly? Why make it so mysterious?" Han Li said, his face full of displeasure, but still opened the book. As soon as he opened the cover, the first page of the manual appeared, clearly showing the 4 big characters Blinking Sword Manual. Han Li was slightly surprised. The first book Li Feiyu casually handed him was precisely what he wanted, which surprised him. "Don't be shocked, take a look at these other books." Li Feiyu then tossed several more manuals over. Han Li caught them one by one and quickly browsed through them, becoming stunned. Every single one of these books had Blinking Sword Manual written clearly in black on the front page. After a long while, Han Li finally pulled his gaze away from the few books in his hands. He raised his head and pointed at the large pile of manuals on the ground, stammering, "You mustn't tell me that all of these are the Blinking Sword Manuals." "Unfortunately, junior brother Han, you've guessed right." The other party shrugged and spread his hands, putting on a facade of helplessness. However, the slight smirk at the corner of his mouth and the gloating tone in his voice were completely at odds with his words. "This is impossible. There are nearly 100 books here. How could they all be Blinking Sword Manuals?" Han Li couldn't care less about the other person's little tricks and questioned incredulously. "You ask me, who should I ask?" I was quite surprised myself when I suddenly saw so many manuals with the same name in the corner of the library. Li Feiyu rolled his eyes and muttered, showing signs of lingering fear. Then, seeing Han Li's dumbfounded expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. For Li Feiyu, Han Li's shocked and startled face was a rare spectacle. Usually, Han Li appeared calm and self-assured in front of him, as if the word surprise would never appear in his life. At this moment, Han Li's dazed and foolish look made Li Feiyu feel that all the hard work he had put in over the past days was worth it. After a moment, Han Li finally snapped back to reality. Gripping a few books tightly in his hands, he lowered his head and thought for a moment, then lifted his face slightly and said slowly, "Have you counted these books? How many are there in total?" "Of course I've counted, and not just once. There are a total of 74 manuals with the same name." Li Feiyu immediately replied, reporting the exact number without hesitation. If he didn't clarify the exact number of these books and ended up missing 1 or 2 when returning, that would be a big problem. He then slightly justified himself. Gently pinching the somewhat yellowed pages, Han Li slowly flipped through one of the manuals, carefully browsing through it. Chapter 37. 3. Don't practice. The sound of the pages flipping was crisp and pleasant. However, Li Feiyu found this sound quite annoying. Ignoring the engrossed Han Li, he ran back to the edge of the pond, pulled out the long knife stuck in the ground, and began to practice on his own. Han Li shot a sideways glance at him, and, seeing his exuberance, decided not to pay attention to his actions and returned his focus to the object in his hands. Reading 10 lines at a time probably referred to Han Li's astonishing reading speed. He quickly finished browsing through a thick book, lowered his head without looking, and casually grabbed another book to continue flipping through. His eyes squinted as he read, occasionally showing a thoughtful expression, his gaze firmly fixed on the page. Unwilling to look away for a moment, his head swaying back and forth with the movement of his eyes, displaying a somewhat scholarly demeanor. Time flew by quickly, and the Blinking Sword manuals were swiftly browsed through by Han Li. When he finished the 11th manual, he suddenly stopped his astonishing reading pace. Tossing the recently finished manual back into his bag, he closed his eyes to rest for a moment. After his mind recovered slightly, he sat cross-legged on the spot, using the Changchun Gong to replay the contents of the more than 10 manuals he had just finished reading in his mind. Before long, Han Li's face changed to a variety of expressions, sometimes excited, sometimes frowning in thought, and at times showing a frustrated face. After an unknown period, Han Li finally opened his eyes, only to be startled by what was in front of him. Li Feiyu's head had somehow come right under his nose, almost touching. "What are you doing? Aren't you practicing your sword technique? Junior brother Han, what time is it? Why are you asking such silly questions?" Li Feiyu shrank back, pouting. It was only then that Han Li noticed the surrounding light had turned dim. He looked up at the sky. It had turned a grayish color, indicating it was evening. Cough. Time really flies. I didn't even notice that so much time has passed. Han Li stood up and stretched his limbs. "So, did you find anything interesting in the books?" Li Feiyu looked at him eagerly, hoping to hear a final result from him. Not bad, quite suitable for me." "What do you mean by not bad? Say something more concrete." Li Feiyu said, somewhat dissatisfied. "To be specific, these manuals are a mishmash. There's nothing systematic about them. Just a patchwork of various elements," Han Li said slowly. "Then what does the blinking sword technique mean? Does this sword technique really exist? Why is it called that strange name?" Li Feiyu was still not satisfied and continued to ask. "The blinking sword technique indeed exists. But it's only a small part of this mishmash. It occupies a very small portion in these books," Han Li said patiently. "As for why it has this name, there is a reason for it." "What reason? Can't you just say it all at once? Stop breaking it up into bits like you're talking to our town's old Confucian." Li Feiyu glared at Han Li, truly unable to tolerate his slow pace. Han Li had no choice but to slightly quicken his narrative pace. According to the books, this sword technique uses various lights and human visual errors to defeat the enemy, often causing a person to lose their life in the blink of an eye. Hence the name blinking sword technique. Such a bizarre sword technique actually exists? There are indeed many extraordinary people in the world. Li Feiyu was very interested upon hearing this, but immediately lost interest due to Han Li's next sentence. "This sword technique has 3 prohibitions. Those with a slight mastery of true qi cannot practice it. Those without great willpower cannot practice it, and those without talent cannot practice it." Upon hearing the first condition, Li Feiyu immediately gave up on pursuing it. His internal qi had already reached a considerable level, and he certainly wouldn't abandon his own power to learn this technique of unknown effectiveness. With Li Feiyu completely losing interest in these manuals, he was unwilling to stay any longer. He stood up to bid farewell, and before leaving, reminded Han Li to quickly copy down these manuals, as he would bring back the originals during their next meeting. He noted that although these manuals were not valued by others, if such a large pile of items disappeared for too long, it would still attract attention. Shortly after Li Feiyu left, Han Li also departed from the place. The entire mountain range was shrouded in a thin mist, appearing somewhat dim. Patches of coniferous forests grew along the narrow mountain path, and when a gust of mountain wind blew through the forest, it produced a rustling sound, making the branches on both sides appear to claw and wave ominously. Han Li hurried along this somewhat eerie mountain path towards the direction of the Divine Hand Valley. Because he had set out a bit late, by the time he reached halfway, it had completely turned dark. If it weren't for the Changchun Gong he practiced, which made his eyes sharper at night, Han Li would never have traveled in such a dim environment. This small path was not easy to navigate, with many treacherous turns and twists along the way, and one careless step could lead to an accident and the loss of his life. Chapter 38. Encountering a spy walking in the dark, dense forest, Han Li cautiously opened his senses. What appeared blurry and indistinct to an ordinary person was as clear as day to him. His vigilance was not due to the wild beasts in the forest, but rather a developed instinct. Ever since the Seven Xian sect moved to the Kaisha mountain range, the few animals that once roamed the woods had long been cleared away. Not to mention fierce beasts, even various poisonous snakes in the wild had mostly become meals for the disciples. This carefulness in an unknown environment, always keeping his ears sharp and eyes keen, was not an innate trait, but rather a habit he cultivated after narrowly escaping from Dr. Imo. This good habit would help him avoid many unexpected incidents in future actions, reducing the risk to a minimum. The mountain wind seemed to grow stronger, howling in an eerie manner that sent shivers down one's spine. From a distance, Han Li sensed he was nearing the edge of the forest. He let out a soft breath, Walking alone in this dark forest had indeed weighed heavily on his heart. He quickened his pace, taking larger strides than before, seemingly eager to exit the woods. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind blew towards him. After the wind passed, Hanli abruptly halted, sensing something unusual. He frowned, tilted his neck, and listened intently. Moments later, his expression slowly grew serious as he heard faint footsteps. Although the footfalls were light and far away, it was clear that two people were approaching him, and they were getting closer. With a quick movement, Hanli stealthily slipped into the dense forest beside the path. Agile and silent like a cat, behind a large tree, several dozen feet away from the path, he stopped, curling his body into a small ball, hiding behind the trunk. From the front of the tree, not a trace of Hanli could be seen. After finding a hiding spot, Hanli felt a bit more at ease. It wasn't that he was overly sensitive, but in such a remote place, at this moonless, windy night, it was indeed odd for two people to come here. There was an 80 to 90 chance that they were involved in something shady. He did not want to trigger any murderous intent by stumbling upon someone else's secrets and ending up hunted down. However, if he could listen to others' secrets without putting himself in danger, Hanli was more than willing to do so. He was not a rigid hypocrite. He would not refuse such a golden opportunity that came knocking. Low voices, muffled and intermittent, drifted from a distance. The wind on the mountain was strong, scattering most of their words, but a small portion reached his ears. Hanli was astonished. He had unexpectedly overheard something significant. In this area of several hundred miles, the only person who could be called a gang leader was the leader of the Wolf Gang, Gene Wolf Jia Tianlong. Hearing about such a formidable enemy in this place was indeed intriguing. In the eyes of the 7 Xian sect disciples, Jia Tianlong was an unmistakable bloodthirsty demon. It was rumored that he was a burly man with a blue face and sharp teeth, known for his violent temper, consuming human flesh 3 times a day and drinking human blood, making him a terrifying figure for many young disciples in the sect. However, according to Li Feiyu, the reality was quite different. Jia Tianlong was not only not the towering monster described, but was actually quite slender and handsome, in his early 30s. Exactly the opposite of the rumors. Yet, his ruthless nature, which could lead him to kill at any moment, was as real and frightening as the legends suggested. Otherwise, how could he control other gang members who came from a background of banditry? Recalling his memories of Jia Tianlong, Hanli gasped, curling his body even tighter, slowing his breathing. Another wave of low whispers drifted over, clearer than before, indicating that the two were now closer to Hanli. He dared not make a sound, knowing that if he were discovered, he would have no way out. These two were definitely spies from the Wolf Gang and would not allow a third person to live and learn their secrets. Gradually, their conversation lowered even further, indicating they were discussing the core of their plans. After a little while, the voices rose again but soon became inaudible, with only the sound of the wind passing by his ears as they walked past the stretch of mountain road in front of him, their figures gradually fading away. For a moment, Hanli remained crouched behind the tree, not daring to move until he confirmed with his long spring skill that there was indeed no one else within several dozen feet. Only then did he slowly rise. This time, he had narrowly escaped with his life, fortunate to have detected the spies' movements in advance. Otherwise, he would have run into them head-on. Given their identities, he would certainly have been silenced, and even more tragically, with his own abilities, he had no hope of escaping even a little. Hanli remained still, rubbing his chin with his fingers, gazing in the direction the two had disappeared, his expression contemplative. Judging from their incomplete conversation, it seemed they were planning some unfavorable action against the 7 Xian sect in the near future, and this action was closely related to a certain list. What surprised Hanli even more was that even without seeing the specific figures and appearances of these two, he recognized one of their voices. Although they had only interacted once or twice, his extraordinary memory allowed him to connect one of the speakers to an inconspicuous steward in the large kitchen on the mountain. This was the person who had sold him rabbits, who in Han Li's impression loved to take small advantages, sporting a mustache and a face that resembled a shrewd merchant. To think that he was a spy from the Wolf Gang was indeed a great test for Han Li's nerves. However, upon reflection, it wasn't too surprising. Only with such an identity could he frequently travel back and forth between the mountain and the lower regions without drawing attention while conveying messages. Chapter 39. Perverse conditions. The voice of the other spy was unfamiliar to Han Li. He had likely never seen this person. However, judging by the voice, he sounded young, probably in his 20s. Unfortunately, Han Li did not dare to sneak a glance for safety's sake. fearing that the two might sense his gaze due to their pure cultivation and discover that someone was nearby, which would be a grave mistake. After this incident, the subsequent journey was very calm. Han Li finally returned to his residence long after dinner time. As usual, Dr. Mo showed no interest in Han Li's mysterious return, not even glancing his way. Aside from delivering some prepared medicines, he completely allowed Han Li's actions to go unchecked. If Han Li had not seen that the medicine sent by Dr. Mo was made from precious herbs he had collected during his last descent, he might have thought that the other party had given up hope for him and was preparing some malicious scheme instead. At this point, Han Li no longer valued the so-called precious medicines sent by Dr. Mo. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he still pinched his nose and consumed it. He wasn't afraid that the medicine might be tainted with poison, as harming him would also mean harming themselves. On the way back, Han Li thought of a good way to deal with the Wild Wolf Gang spies he encountered halfway. Although he didn't have deep feelings for the Seven Mysteries sect, he was still half an inner disciple, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to ignore the harm happening right under his nose to the sect. Moreover, he had already found the best candidate to handle this matter for him, Senior Brother Li Feiyu. From Han Li's observation, perhaps due to taking the marrow-extracting pill, Li Feiyu's ambition for fame and fortune was much stronger than that of ordinary people, and he harbored considerable ambition. He had always dreamed of entering the higher echelons of the Seven Mysteries sect and becoming a more prominent focus of attention. Han Li guessed that the other party probably wanted to make himself more crazy and glorious in the final moments. Now, by personally delivering such a great achievement to him, it would surely make him overjoyed, and this could also be seen as repaying the favor of obtaining the sword manual from him. Just thinking of the Blink sword manual made Han Li feel a surge of excitement. He had not lied to his friend about the Blink sword manual. It was indeed not suitable for him to practice. However, he had not revealed many details. For him, keeping some small secrets in front of anyone was his unchanging rule for survival. Even if the other party seemed very close to him, it was no exception. However, the contents recorded in these manuals were indeed vastly different from ordinary martial arts. In Han Li's view, rather than calling it a sword technique, it would be more appropriate to call it sword skills. It was completely an assassination secret technique that integrated various factors such as timing, location, and human elements, making it a very rare pure killing technique where the sword strikes meant death. These books described various techniques to kill an enemy with one sword strike using the practitioner's practiced secret sword skills in different environments and at different times. It taught those who learned this sword skill to use the terrain, the surrounding environment, and the angles of varying light intensity to create visual errors for their opponents, seizing the enemy's weaknesses in an instant and exploiting their flaws to kill them in a split second. It was a highly skill-based secret technique, without a bit of talent. It was impossible to comprehend and master this sword technique. Thus, those who practiced this secret technique had to possess extraordinary senses, with vision and hearing far exceeding that of ordinary people, to have any hope of success. If only those conditions were considered, it would be one thing, but some disciples, attracted by its power, would choose to study it. However, the conditions were even more stringent. Practitioners of the secret technique could not possess pure inner strength, or else it would conflict with the techniques of energy manipulation and power application, making cultivation extremely difficult. Even if one were lucky enough to succeed in actual combat, the excessive true energy within would unconsciously deform the sword moves, leaving significant flaws for opponents to exploit, leading to fatal disasters. Such conditions basically cut off most people's desire to cultivate it. One must know that there has always been a saying in the martial world about practicing boxing without practicing internal strength, resulting in nothing. For them, not cultivating inner strength was a taboo. And to give up their true energy cultivation for this obscure and unrenowned sword technique would indeed make them a laughingstock in the martial world. As a result, only a few remained who planned to continue practicing. Yet, even these individuals, no matter how talented they were and regardless of their true energy, faced one final hurdle that completely extinguished their thoughts of continuing. That was the overly vast and complex nature of the sword techniques, along with the cumbersome and detailed application conditions. Just looking at the thick stack of manuals in the package would intimidate the average person. Essentially, each manual represented a sword style, and each sword move would be divided into hundreds of substyles, each substyle requiring various techniques to be applied in different environments and under different conditions. With such a vast number of sword techniques, not to mention the difficulty of practicing them, just reading them would give one a headache. let alone memorizing them all and gaining personal insights through practice. The extreme conditions for practice had hindered countless disciples who were keen to learn this sword technique, causing them to secretly curse the elder who created this skill. As time passed, the interest in this sword technique gradually faded within the Seven Mysteries sect. They believed it was impossible for anyone to master this martial art, and that this set of martial arts was likely fabricated by that elder out of thin air before his death. Otherwise, how could there be such ridiculous cultivation conditions? This was clearly just making things difficult for the disciples who were unaware of its details. Thus, these manuals were put on the shelf, and no one cared to inquire about them anymore. Chapter 40. The origin of the secret technique. Those who complained did not know that the elder who created this sword technique had originally possessed profound abilities. However, during a fight in his youth, he was inadvertently crippled by an opponent and could no longer cultivate inner true energy. Fearing a significant drop in his status in the sect, this elder did not disclose this matter to others. Instead, he pretended to have made significant progress in martial arts, maintaining an air of mystery that fooled everyone in the sect. However, he had lost the ability to protect himself, which was an unchangeable fact. From that moment on, he delved deeply into the art, relying on his exceptional wit, and surprisingly, he was never discovered by others. At that time, the Seven Mysteries sect was at the peak of its power in Jingzhou. Upon realizing that he could indeed not recover his abilities, in despair, he secretly used his authority to send his subordinates to ambush many unknown small sects, stealing many undesirable martial arts manuals from them, attempting to find a peak martial art that could be used without relying on inner strength. After years of plundering, he indeed found many incredible secret techniques, but none of them were suitable for him. He was greatly disappointed. This elder was also a highly talented and intelligent individual. In his moment of despair, he came up with the idea of utilizing the many secret techniques he had obtained to create a unique martial art for himself. The inspiration from this thought excited him greatly, as creating a unique martial art was the lifelong dream of every martial artist. From then on, he became obsessed with this matter, immersing himself in researching and practicing his various ideas. Ultimately, to avoid mundane matters, he even entered a state of seclusion, no longer concerning himself with the sect disputes outside. Creating a martial art is a very difficult task. Moreover, the martial art he aimed to establish had such limitations. It had to be usable without true energy while encompassing numerous secret techniques, ultimately becoming a profound peak martial art. The unprecedented creation of this martial art was a process of hardship far beyond his imagination, but he was a person of great perseverance. After nearly half a lifetime of hard work and enduring a long process spanning decades, the Blink Sword Manual finally came into existence. This elder was immensely excited, but when he rushed to share the good news with others in the sect, he unexpectedly discovered that the Seven Mysteries sect had completely declined. The entire sect was being besieged by numerous gangs, facing the imminent danger of total annihilation. The elder, now in his 60s, was both shocked and angry. In this critical moment, he utilized the bizarre sword technique he had just mastered, displaying great prowess, and killed many strong enemies in succession, deterring the remaining experts. He fought his way through the siege, creating a bloody path and ensuring the continuation of the Seven Mysteries sect. Unfortunately, just as he escaped danger, the elder's time had come. He left behind the sword manual he had painstakingly created as a final legacy in the Hall of Seven Absolutes before passing away. Regrettably, in the years that followed, none of the younger disciples, up to Han Li, attempted to cultivate this technique, allowing this gem to remain dust-covered to this day. Unseen by the light of day, Han Li was completely unaware of these past events. Even if he had known, he would not have been moved. For him, this sword technique suited his cultivation and might help him preserve his life in the hands of Dr. Mo, and that was enough. As for its origins, or who created it, Han Li had no interest at all. He was a very practical person and would not bother to understand matters that had no benefit to him. In his own room, Han Li lit an oil lamp and leaned over the wooden table, continuing to flip through a series of manuals in the dim light. He did not intend to copy the manuals, but planned to rely on his extraordinary memory to memorize them all, thus ensuring their safety from loss and avoiding the risk of leaking information. He was well aware that he had to maintain a high level of vigilance regarding Dr. Mo and would not be foolish enough to think that the other party was not watching him at all. If so many copies of the manuals appeared in his room, it would surely raise suspicions and alert Dr. Mo. The orange flame of the lamp suddenly flared, reminding Han Li that a long time had passed and he should rest soon. However, Han Li was completely unconcerned, fully immersed in the world of the manuals, captivated by the strange techniques described within. As the lamp flickered and the shadows cast on the wall danced chaotically, Han Li remained still, creating a striking contrast between movement and stillness, giving an oddly harmonious feeling to anyone who might observe. Time passed, and after a quarter of an hour, the shadow behind Han Li gradually turned from clear to blurry, then from blurry to blank, while the sky outside brightened. Han Li unknowingly read through the entire night. With a final pop, the last large flame burst forth, extinguishing the oil lamp, and Han Li finally awoke from his reading. He looked up at the lamp and then out the window at the bright light, feeling a bitter smile creep onto his face. He never expected that one day he would become so obsessed with studying killing techniques. He truly was a different person from before. After a moment of reflection, Han Li stood up, twisted his neck, and stretched his limbs, causing his joints to crack. He then turned around, pushed open the door, and stepped outside to fetch a basin of cool water from a nearby deep well. After splashing his face to refresh himself, he practiced the Changchun skill, circulating it throughout his body, which completely dispelled the fatigue of the night. After a night of reading and research, Han Li understood that to fully master this set of martial arts would require at least 10 or 8 years of hard practice. It was not something that could be achieved easily. Even with his exceptional talent in this regard, it would still take 2 or 3 years to make slight progress. But time waits for no one. Han Li did not have that long to wait. At most, in 4 or 5 months, Dr. Mo would confront him, and he needed to possess a certain level of self-defense before that. Therefore, he ultimately decided to focus on a few simple and easily achievable secret techniques that he could use immediately, setting the others aside for later study once he truly escaped the jaws of death. This decision significantly shortened his training time, allowing him to learn several quick and easy secret techniques sooner. In truth, Han Li was well aware that even if he managed to master all these techniques, it did not mean he would be a match for the other party. If Dr. Mo had not lied last time, given his previous status as a dominant figure, he likely had many lethal and insidious methods that did not reveal themselves during their last conflict. The skills he displayed were probably only a small fraction of his true power. Even so, just thinking about that ghostly skill made Han Li shiver. Filled with extreme caution towards Dr. Mo, he knew clearly that in such a short time, what he had learned was limited, and the threat he posed to Dr. Mo was negligible, almost inconsequential. However, Han Li would never make the foolish choice of surrendering and letting himself be at the mercy of others. He understood that if he were to confront the other party again, his only chance of winning lay in the other party's underestimation of him. Only when the other party let their guard down and overlooked him could he possibly seize a chance to survive. In the days that followed, Han Li memorized all the sword manuals and selected several secret techniques that were currently useful to him, beginning to study them in order to devise a quick and effective cultivation method. After days of intense thought, he organized a complete set of cultivation methods from the manuals. Completing such a complicated task in such a short time made him quite proud of his efficiency. In the following half-month, Han Li took care of all the trivial matters one by one, preparing himself thoroughly and leaving no worries behind. First, he returned the original manuals to Li Feiyu without any alterations and casually informed him about the encounter with the spy from the Wild Wolf gang. Of course, he also mentioned the identification of the kitchen steward. Li Feiyu, upon hearing this, was indeed both surprised and delighted. Hugging Han Li's shoulder and repeatedly calling him a good brother, deeply moved that Han Li had delivered such a significant achievement to him. However, he did not know that Han Li was currently busy with his own life and had no thoughts of capturing spies. If he could do a favor without expending effort, why would he not take advantage of it? After finishing matters with Li Feiyu, Han Li personally visited a few skilled blacksmiths in the sect. He ordered several short swords of different designs and requested that they make some minor modifications in secret. In addition, he also ordered some unnamed components and a few small, exquisite iron bells to be crafted as quickly as possible, for which Han Li spent a considerable amount of silver, leaving him feeling a bit pained. A few days later, Han Li received the customized items from the blacksmiths, and upon seeing the shiny short swords and the delicate iron bells, he was very satisfied and praised the blacksmith's craftsmanship, feeling that his money was well spent. That night, Han Li vanished without a trace from his residence, leaving behind a note on his bedside that read, "Old Mo, you need not worry, I am not running away. I just feel too oppressed sharing the same valley as you. which is not conducive to my cultivation of the Changchun skill. Therefore, I have decided to find a secluded place on the mountain to enter seclusion and practice. You can rest assured that I will return on the same day in 4 months to meet with you. Han Li, leaning against a large armchair. Dr. Mo held the note in his left hand, reading it carefully, his face clouded with gloom. On the nearby table lay another note detailing the order list that Han Li had given to the blacksmith. At that moment, aside from the sound of Dr. Mo's right fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, there was no other sound in the room. Suddenly, he let out a cold snort, and the piece of paper in his hand crumbled into fragments, scattering across the floor. He irritably stood up, walked a few steps around the room, frowning as he pondered something. After pacing back and forth several times, he stopped and muttered to himself, "Little brat. Although I don't know what kind of trick you're up to, no matter what you plan to play, you won't escape my grasp. I have decided on you." After saying this, Dr. Mo suddenly turned around, walked to the window, and let out a long, low whistle. Soon, a nameless little yellow-feathered bird flew in through the window, circled a few times in the room, and landed on his shoulder. As soon as the little bird steadied itself, it affectionately rubbed its beak against his face, making a cheerful cooing sound. "All right, I know you're hungry. Here, this is your favorite, yellow chestnut ball." Upon seeing the bird, Dr. Mo's gloomy face showed a hint of a smile, and a doting look appeared in his eyes. He took a grain of yellow bird food from his pocket and stuffed it into the little bird's beak. "Go, follow that person as you did before. The moment he leaves this mountain range, come back immediately and tell me," Dr. Mo instructed, as if talking to a person. The little bird, after eating the food, excitedly flew around the room. Then, after hearing his words, circled once and flew out of the window, disappearing into the sky. Humph! With the surveillance of the cloud-winged bird, which is said to fly faster than arrows shot from a strong bow, let us see what tricks you can pull, he said to himself ominously. For months, huh? I've been waiting for this day to come. It seems the plan is about to succeed. Now, anyone who dares to stand in my way and obstruct the implementation of the plan, I will kill them. God's block, kill gods. Buddha's block, kill Buddhas. Ha ha. Dr. Mo suddenly burst into a wild laugh, his eyes filled with madness. Chapter 42. Cloud-winged bird, you are too complacent. This kid is very shrewd. Not someone to be underestimated. Don't think you're about to succeed, only to have everything fall apart at the hands of this kid. Suddenly, another young man's voice echoed in Dr. Mo's mind. Dr. Mo's expression changed, his face becoming as cold as frost as he coldly reprimanded. "You Zitong, stay out of my business. I don't need your lessons. If I succeed, there will naturally be benefits for you. But it seems there are issues with the technique you gave me. Are you hoping for something unexpected to happen?" The suspicion in Dr. Mo's words was unmistakable. The voice seemed quite afraid of Dr. Mo. After hearing his intimidation, it hurriedly explained, "How could there be a mistake? Haven't you already tested it on animals? As for one of them dying, that was just because you weren't familiar with the technique. Besides, the one that died shouldn't hinder your plan." "Humph. It's best that way, but unfortunately, I can't practice more, otherwise, I would have more confidence." After hearing the voice's words, Dr. Mo thought about the last technique experiment he conducted, and the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared. After he finished speaking, the voice seemed to have learned its lesson and stopped responding, leaving only Dr. Mo to nervously mutter to himself, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere in the room. At this moment, Han Li was in an inconspicuous mountain gorge, which was even more remote and hidden than the place where he met Li Feiyu. The terrain here was elongated, squeezed into a straight line between two steep little peaks, with the ends of the gorge blocked tightly by dense bushes, making it impossible to pass. Apart from a secret rope hanging down from the top of the shorter peak, there was no other way out. Additionally, there was a thick forest of thorns growing here, occupying a large area of land, leaving only a small patch of open space for Han Li to step into. At the top of the gorge, countless unknown vines intertwined to form a natural green canopy, allowing Han Li to rest assured that no one would accidentally pass by and see him below. Han Li placed his belongings under a huge boulder, then returned to the center of the open space, closed his eyes to ponder for a moment, then opened them again, revealing a determined expression. He softly said, "Let us start with the most difficult soft-bone technique." Thus, Han Li began his solitary path of cultivation. He was unaware that not far from him, a little yellow bird was perched on a branch, watching him day and night. It only stayed because he showed no intention of escaping.
So it didn't fly back to report to its master. Time flew by quickly, Half of 4 months had passed in the blink of an eye.
At this moment in the gorge, looking around, it was empty, with no one in sight. Han Li had vanished without a trace. Only the little yellow bird remained, still patiently staying in place, slowly grooming its feathers, seemingly indifferent to the absence of its target, as if it had completely forgotten its task. Suddenly, another gray bird flew into the gorge through the green vines above, circling a few times before landing on a yellow wooden post at the edge of the open space, seemingly intending to rest for a bit before flying away. The little yellow bird tilted its head, looking at the newly arrived bird with a proud gaze, then displayed a mocking expression, seemingly dismissing the gray bird. The newly arrived bird stood on one leg, glanced around, and finally spotted its kind. It spread its wings as if wanting to fly over. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. A yellowish hand descended from the sky and grabbed the bewildered gray bird. This change terrified it, and it struggled desperately, but unfortunately, it could not escape the control of the hand's owner. At this moment, the little bird realized that the wooden post beneath its feet had transformed into a boy wearing a yellow shirt. This boy had dark skin, an ordinary appearance, and thick eyebrows and big eyes, with nothing particularly attractive about him except for his clear eyes. The boy smiled, watching the little bird struggle in his hand. When it seemed almost completely exhausted, he relaxed his grip and gently said, "Go, don't be so foolish next time. Make sure to see where you land." The bird regained its freedom, flapped its wings in a panic, and flew out of the gorge without looking back. After watching the bird fly away, the boy stood there without moving. After a while, he slowly murmured to himself, "It seems my concealment technique and false disguise technique have reached a certain level. It's time to practice the secret assassination techniques." After saying this, Han Li moved his body towards the nearby newly built wooden house. As he passed by the tree where the little yellow bird was, he couldn't help but glance up at it. This oddly behaving little bird had caught Han Li's attention over half a month ago. It had been watching him from the nearby branches, seemingly very intelligent. When he first saw it, Han Li was captivated by its spirit and grew very fond of the little yellow bird. He tried to capture it, but no matter what method he used, luring, tempting, or setting traps, it showed no intention of falling for it, often looking at him with a foolish expression, which made Han Li feel a bit helpless. Later, out of frustration, he attempted to forcefully grab it, but before he could get close, it immediately spread its wings and flew into the sky. The moment Han Li left, it would quickly return and land in the same spot, leaving Han Li standing still, helplessly watching. Thinking of this, Han Li turned back with a hint of frustration and chose to ignore it. In truth, he had already vaguely realized that the origin of this little bird was likely closely related to Dr. Mo and was probably sent to monitor him. However, Han Li didn't care. As long as it wasn't Dr. Mo personally watching over him, what could a little bird possibly inform him? Besides, he really liked this little spiritual creature and couldn't bear to use harsh methods against it. At this moment, Dr. Mo was in a stone chamber, drawing a strange formation with beast bone powder. While he was drawing, he was discussing something with another person in his mind, completely unaware that Han Li had already seen through his surveillance tactics. Chapter 43. Everything is ready. During this period, a significant event occurred in the Seven Mysterious sect. The idol of the new generation of disciples, Senior Brother Li, was exceptionally astute and uncovered the plot of two spies from the Wolf Gang trying to steal the list of disciples for their trials. Along with a dozen fellow disciples, he captured them on the spot, earning quite a bit of merit. A few days later, the sect leader, in front of many disciples, awarded Li Feiyu the position of protector, officially elevating him to the middle management of the Seven Mysterious sect, which caused quite a stir, and Li Feiyu's reputation grew even louder. Han Li, however, was completely oblivious to this. He was in a closed wooden cabin, undergoing special training. Apart from occasionally going to the kitchen for some food, he hadn't interacted with anyone for several days and naturally had no idea about his friend's current glory. As summer turned to autumn, time flew by, and the day of the agreed-upon meeting finally arrived. In the thorny forest at the bottom of the gorge, a bizarre figure flickered in and out among the branches covered with sharp spikes. The dangerous spikes posed no obstruction to him, as he moved like smoke, darting through the woven net of thorns, appearing nearby one moment, and then emerging from afar the next. The entire process was silent, as if he were not a corporeal being, but an incorporeal entity. Finally, this figure stopped on a tree trunk, standing straight on a branch and gazing into the distance. It was Han Li, who had made some progress in his cultivation. At this moment, His clothes were already tattered, exposing his skin underneath. His hair was messy and unkempt, and his face was marked with black and white streaks, making it impossible to discern his original appearance. What was most surprising was that small iron bells were hanging from various parts of his body, including his neck, waist, arms, thighs, and ankles. Seeing these iron bells and recalling Han Li's ghostly movements in the forest, it was not hard to understand how extraordinary his agility was. He stood motionless, looking in the direction of Shunsho Valley, murmuring to himself, "Just in time, I finally perfected the Luo Yin step on the last day. With it, I have a better chance of self-preservation." Although his facial expression was unclear, the joy in his eyes was unconcealed. After months of research and hard practice, Han Li had mastered several powerful secret techniques. He felt quite confident in these techniques and believed that even if he couldn't compete with Dr. Mo's unfathomable skills, he still had some confidence in protecting himself. A gentle breeze blew, and Han Li felt a chill on his body. He looked down at his ragged clothes and imagined what he must look like now, causing him to chuckle bitterly. Reflecting on his practice of the Luo Yin step, he still felt a bit of lingering fear. Cultivating his movement technique in the thorny forest was indeed life-threatening. At the beginning, due to his unfamiliarity with the technique, he inevitably got scratched all over by the hard thorns, bleeding profusely. Fortunately, he had some vitality pills on him, which not only could heal internal injuries, but also proved incredibly effective for external wounds. After taking one, he could stop the bleeding and form scabs almost immediately, and by the next day, even scars would vanish without a trace. Han Li was amazed by this for a long time. This medicine was far superior to ordinary wound ointments. He just didn't understand why it was called vitality pills, in his opinion. Names like scar removal or blood stop would be more appropriate. If the creator of the vitality pills knew Han Li's thoughts, he might spew blood in anger, as his carefully crafted healing elixir was being compared to ordinary wound medicine. How could this not infuriate such a master? However, it was precisely because he practiced in such a dangerous environment that Han Li could unleash all his potential, allowing the Luo Yin step to reach a certain level of proficiency in a short time, making it immediately usable. Moreover, just a few days ago, Han Li had unexpectedly advanced to the 6th level of the Changchun Gong, which was the highest level of the formula given to him by Dr. Mo. Without the assistance of those dozen bottles of spiritual medicine, even with all his effort, he might not have achieved this in his lifetime. After several years of cultivation, Han Li had gained quite a few insights into the Changchun Gong and found it to be very unique, both in its cultivation method and its effects. It was unlike ordinary martial arts. Firstly, Han Li believed that the success of this cultivation depended on the individual, specifically the practitioner's aptitude, and whether they matched the technique. Those with excellent aptitude could progress smoothly and without obstruction. Even without external help, they could reach a high level through hard work. In contrast, those with poor aptitude would find it increasingly difficult to progress without the aid of spiritual medicine. Han Li speculated that such individuals might reach a certain point and then be unable to advance any further in their lifetime. Just like himself, he had a smooth experience in the first 3 levels, but when he reached the 4th level, it suddenly became exceedingly difficult, with no progress at all. However, with the help of miraculous pills, what seemed impossible could become possible, allowing one to break through their aptitude limitations and advance to the next level. This indicated just how dependent this technique was on the power of medicine. Yet, few people, like him, consumed spiritual medicine like snacks, taking 1 or 2 pills a day. Therefore, it was reasonable that he had effortlessly mastered the more challenging 5th and 6th levels without experiencing the struggles he faced at the 4th level. The 6th level of the Changchun Gong, now perfected, not only made Han Li feel more energetic and his mind sharper, but temporarily did not reveal any other remarkable uses. Strangely, since he began cultivating the Changchun Gong, it had only enhanced his spirit, mind, and senses at each level, while its effects on his body were minimal, merely making him healthier and lighter on his feet. The energy flow it generated, Han Li referred to as pseudo-true qi. Although it could move freely through the meridians like ordinary true qi, besides making his sense of touch more sensitive, it had no practical effects and lacked the impressive power of true qi. Additionally, as he reached this point, he felt certain that there were still unfinished formulas beyond the 6th level. Perhaps the true remarkable uses lay in the final levels. Thinking of this, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. Given his current relationship with Dr. Mo, it was impossible to even think about the techniques of the later levels. Stopping his wild thoughts, Han Li jumped lightly to the ground, making no sound at all, and then strode towards the small wooden cabin. He was set to meet Dr. Mo tomorrow, and before that, he wanted to fully utilize his talents to mentally plan the steps for their meeting, carefully considering every subtle detail that might occur and formulating the best response plans for the various dangers that had yet to happen. Chapter 44. The Antidote. The sun hung high in the sky. Even though it was early autumn, it still felt a bit hot. Dr. Mo was somewhat restless in his room. Although he was confident in his method of coercing Han Li, he still felt a bit anxious at this point. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from a distance, gradually approaching the house. Hearing the familiar sound of footsteps, Dr. Mo was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed to the door. Pushing it open with a swift motion, a figure was slowly approaching from a distance, and it was none other than his long-awaited target, Han Li. As he watched the other party walk closer, Dr. Mo suppressed his excitement and forced a smile onto his face. Indeed, you are very punctual. I'm glad to see you have no intention of running away. This shows you are wise. Come in, we need to have a good talk. At this moment, Dr. Mo's expression was as kind as an elder from the neighborhood, his face beaming like a blooming flower. Don't worry, there's nothing sinister inside. It's not a den of tigers and dragons. Seeing Han Li's cautious gaze toward the house, Dr. Mo quickly explained and employed a little provocation. Humph. Now that I'm here, would I be afraid to enter your house? Han Li snorted lightly, seemingly provoked, and spoke up. He then took the lead and stepped inside. Dr. Mo hurriedly smiled and moved aside to clear the way for him. As Han Li walked in, he casually attempted to close the door, but suddenly heard Han Li say, without looking back, "If you dare to close the door, I will think you are trying to play tricks on me, and I won't continue this conversation." Dr. Mo was taken aback and hesitated for a moment, but then stepped away from the door, casually saying, "I genuinely want to discuss matters with you. I won't do anything harmful to you. If you say not to close the door, then I won't." He then lay back down on the armchair as before, and Han Li was not polite either, pulling over a stool and sitting down opposite him. The two had not seen each other for nearly half a year and took a moment to size each other up. Han Li noticed that Dr. Mo appeared significantly older than before, resembling a man in his 70s. And he couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that what he said before was true? He really just wants me to restore his essence and has no ulterior motives? Have I been overthinking it? Han Li glanced around, and suddenly his pupils constricted. The tall, mysterious man stood silently in the corner, as quiet as a lifeless object. Unless one actively looked for him, it was impossible to detect his presence. At this moment, Dr. Mo also finished observing Han Li, seemingly satisfied with his condition, and gently said, "Seeing you like this reminds me of when you first came in. Back then, you were just a child of about 10, only this tall. Now, you've grown so tall, time waits for no one." The casual conversation from the other party left Han Li somewhat bewildered, unsure of his intentions, but he immediately heightened his vigilance. Reminding himself that the other party was an old fox, having eaten more salt than he had rice. He must not fall into his trap. "Dr. Mo, I have always remembered your care for me and would not dare forget it. If you have any orders, please feel free to speak." Han Li's expression softened, using a respectful tone, as if he had returned to being that obedient disciple from before. Good, good. With your words, I haven't wasted all the effort I put into you. Now, let me check your progress in the Changchun Gong. Dr. Mo seemed to truly take on the role of a kind teacher, standing up and walking over, ready to check Han Li's pulse directly. Old fox. He really is using his age to his advantage and shamelessly taking liberties. Han Li inwardly cursed, quickly sidestepping to avoid the other party's grab. "Dr. Mo, don't rush. I can tell you clearly that I have indeed mastered the 4th layer of the Changchun Gong, but could you first grant me the antidote for the corpse insect pill? Once I've resolved my worries, I can let you check my power at ease." Han Li smiled and spoke to him in a very sincere tone. "Oh, really? Look at my memory. I'm getting old, and my memory isn't what it used to be. I originally planned to give you the antidote as soon as you walked in." Dr. Mo suddenly realized, as if he had just remembered. He fished out a silver bottle from his sleeve, poured out a dark pill, and tossed it to Han Li. Han Li pretended to be flustered, barely catching the pill and bringing it to his nose to sniff. A pungent smell wafted up, and he looked up at Dr. Mo, who was watching him with a half-smile. He hesitated slightly, doubting the authenticity of the pill, but he couldn't afford not to take it because the effects of the corpse insect pill were about to kick in, and if he didn't take it, it could really cost him his life. He figured that the other party still needed him, so it shouldn't be fake medicine. With a serious expression, He swallowed the pill and waited for its effect. At this point, Dr. Imo seemed to be in no hurry, slowly lying back down and chatting with him casually, as if he had forgotten the ultimate purpose of his visit. Before long, Hanli felt a momentary pain in his abdomen, but it quickly passed. He hurriedly checked his body and found that the corpse insect pill had completely dissolved, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. These changes did not escape the notice of Dr. Imo, who had been facing Hanli the whole time. After Hanli finished checking the effects of the medicine, Dr. Imo smiled at him and said, "Hanli, to say that I made you take the corpse insect pill was truly a last resort. Without it pushing you from behind, you probably wouldn't have easily mastered the fourth layer. Thank you for your good intentions, Dr. Imo, but next time, please don't use this method on me." Hanli had resolved a pressing concern. His mood improved significantly. He slightly believed in Dr. Mo's sincerity and no longer countered his hypocrisy directly. "Now, can I check your pulse?" Dr. Imo still uttered this sincerely troublesome sentence. Who knows whether the other party would take this opportunity to subdue him. Chapter 45. Schemes and Fangs. Hanli lowered his head and contemplated. It seemed that not allowing the other party to check his power was truly not an option. The other party had unhesitatingly given him the antidote for the corpse insect pill, indicating some sincerity. If he continued to stall, it might arouse suspicion, making the other party think that he hadn't actually mastered the fourth layer of the Changchun Gong and was lying to him. This would lead the situation in an unfavorable direction, and unexpected waves might arise. Moreover, he had anticipated this step and made some preparations in advance. Even if he turned against the other party immediately after the pulse check, he still had a way to escape. Thinking this through, Hanli raised his head to meet Dr. Mo's eyes and slowly spoke. "Dr. Imo, given that you generously provided the antidote, this is my last act of trust in you. I hope you won't disappoint me." After saying this, he extended his right wrist, carefully observing the other party's reaction, ready to pull back at the slightest sign of trouble. Unfortunately, Dr. Imo maintained his fake smile, showing no signs of change. Only when he heard Hanli's agreement did his eyebrows slightly twitch, but he quickly returned to his original expression, clearly having anticipated Hanli's response. He said nothing more. Extending his dry left hand and gently placing it on Hanli's wrist, his smile gradually fading, becoming solemn and serious, as if he were performing a sacred act. Hanli secretly maintained his power at the fourth level. Seeing the expression on Dr. Mo's face, he felt a bit uneasy, and his alertness immediately reached its peak. His left hand quietly pressed against his waist, where a custom-made short sword in its sheath was located. Slowly, a look of surprise appeared on Dr. Mo's face. He had sensed the continuous strange energy flowing through Hanli's meridians, and its intensity far exceeded his minimum expectations. Even though he was cunning and scheming, seeing a long-planned matter finally within reach, he couldn't help but break into a genuine smile, unlike the forced grin from earlier. "Great. It's really the fourth level of the Eternal Spring technique. Huh. This is truly wonderful. Ha. Dr. Imo laughed loudly without holding back, his laughter resonating throughout the room. But his hand never loosened its grip on Hanli's wrist. "Old Imo, what are you doing? Shouldn't you let go?" Hanli's expression darkened. He already sensed that things were going wrong and tried to pull back his right hand with all his strength, but it was held firmly by the other party, not budging an inch. "Let go? All right, I'll let go." Dr. Mo's laughter had ceased, replaced by a sinister expression. He suddenly shouted, "Hey!" Hanli felt a loud ring in his ears, his vision darkening, and his body lost its balance. He couldn't stand anymore and collapsed to the ground. His left hand that had been resting on the sword hilt also helplessly slipping away. This is bad. Although Hanli's body was unresponsive, his mind remained clear. He realized he had been negligent and had fallen prey to the other party's sudden attack, leaving him with no choice but to wait for his fate. "Kid, you're still a bit green. Now you can't pull any tricks, can you?" Dr. Imo, seeing his prediction come true and having gained the upper hand, couldn't help but feel a bit smug. "Come here." Dr. Imo forcefully pulled Hanli from the ground to his feet, then leaned down and pointed his right index finger directly at Hanli's chest pressure point. With a bang, Dr. Mo's finger seemed to hit an iron plate, producing a dull thud, and the front half of his finger was painfully jolted back, failing to successfully hit the pressure point. What the hell is going on? Dr. Imo was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Could it be that he was wearing armor under his clothes? He thought in surprise. His gaze involuntarily scanned Hanli's clothes, but their thin appearance didn't seem like they could conceal any armor, leaving him a bit confused. In that brief moment of distraction, Han Li regained control of his body. His recovery ability was far stronger than Dr. Mo had anticipated. After all, Han Li's 6th level of the Eternal Spring technique was not cultivated in vain. His ability to recover from abnormalities far exceeded common expectations, something even Han Li himself hadn't anticipated. At this moment, Dr. Mo decisively cast aside his doubts and considered using another method to restrain Han Li, but suddenly felt that the wrist he had been tightly gripping had become slippery and flexible, completely beyond his control. In astonishment, he exerted more strength, but with a swoosh, Han Li's hand slipped away from between his fingers like an eel, leaving Dr. Mo genuinely stunned. Ignoring Dr. Mo's surprise, Han Li unexpectedly rolled to the side and quickly maneuvered to a corner of the room. Only when he was far enough from Dr. Mo did he dare to slowly stand up. At this moment, Han Li had a blank expression, his eyes coldly fixed on Dr. Mo. He no longer spoke any nonsense, although he didn't know the reason behind the other's attempt to capture him. One thing was certain, it was certainly not for good intentions. It seemed that the earlier claims about stimulating his Eternal Spring technique were nothing but a colossal lie, completely untrustworthy. For his own sake, and for the safety of his family, Han Li slowly drew the short sword from his waist with his left hand. The sword was only about a foot long and gleamed with a sharp blue light, making it appear incredibly sharp, a fine weapon indeed. Today, it's either you die or I die. Only one of us can walk out of this room alive. Han Li spoke coldly, revealing his fangs for the first time in front of Dr. Mo. Chapter 46. A sword through the chest. Dr. Mo looked at his left hand with slight surprise before shifting his gaze back to Han Li, disdainfully saying, "Interesting. It seems you haven't been idle this past year. You've actually practiced such strange skills. But do you really think that with these few tricks, you can be my opponent? It seems I haven't fought in a long time. It's good to get some exercise. I'll let you make the first move." Han Li ignored the verbal jabs aimed at him and decided to take the initiative, launching the first attack to gain some advantage. He held the short sword horizontally in front of him, drawing Dr. Mo's attention, while a white paper package quietly slipped from his right sleeve and fell into his palm. He then raised his hand, and a large cloud of white powder erupted from the package, quickly transforming into a thick white smoke that enveloped Han Li's entire body, making his figure appear indistinct and elusive. The smoke rapidly spread throughout the room, turning the entire space into a white haze where one couldn't see their own fingers. And Han Li mysteriously disappeared within the mist. Dr. Mo frowned slightly. Han Li's action had caught him off guard. However, he was not overly concerned. With his extensive experience, he had plenty of ways to deal with such low-level tactics. Just to be cautious in case the smoke had been tampered with, he held his breath. And with his profound skill, he could easily go several minutes without breathing. "Humph, a petty trick, and you dare to show off in front of me." Dr. Mo snorted coldly, suddenly unleashing a palm strike into the smoke. The white mist in front of him swirled as if stirred by a giant club, immediately revealing a clear opening. Not seeing Han Li's figure, Dr. Mo continued without pause, striking around with dozens of palm strikes, clearing the smoke from the room through the doorway, restoring it to normal, except for the absence of Han Li. Strange, this kid actually has some skill. He managed to make himself disappear right in front of me. Dr. Mo was somewhat surprised, but he remained calm. He had been guarding near the doorway, and even if a bug flew by, it wouldn't escape his notice. He carefully surveyed the entire room, with numerous bookshelves, a desk, and a grandmaster chair. Everything appeared normal without any differences. But how could such a large person as Han Li simply vanish in such a small space? Dr. Mo's expression remained unchanged, but doubts began to creep into his mind. However, being a skilled and bold person, he coughed a few times and wobbled toward the corner where Han Li had disappeared, wanting to take a closer look at what was going on. When he was about 10 feet away from the corner, he stopped, squinting his eyes, as he sensed a faint killing intent lingering nearby, directed at him, preparing to strike. Dr. Mo's eyes shone brightly as he scanned left and right, yet he still didn't detect anything unusual. His heart began to feel uneasy. There was no one around. Could it be that the heavens had shifted? As the thought of the heavens shifting crossed his mind, he felt he had grasped some key point and was about to ponder it further when he suddenly heard a clang above his head. Dr. Mo suddenly realized that his opponent was hiding above the eaves. He didn't bother to look up and swiftly raised his hand to unleash a fierce palm strike, intending to knock out the person hiding above who was plotting against him. A rumbling sound followed the strike, mixed with several crisp ringing noises. Dr. Mo was puzzled and quickly looked up, only to be stunned. He found nothing above, not even a ghostly shadow, just a black iron bell hanging from the beam, swaying wildly from the force of his palm wind, producing the ringing sound. There was no trace of Hanli at all. Just as Dr. Mo was looking up, a flash of cold light suddenly shot out from beneath him, aiming swiftly at his abdomen. The speed was so fast it could only be described as lightning. It wasn't until the light was about to touch his clothing that Dr. Mo finally noticed it. Startled, he instinctively performed a backbend, folding his body in half like it had no spine, narrowly avoiding the sword, which slid closely past his belly, cutting a long slit in his clothing and nearly giving him a fatal wound. After dodging the sword, Dr. Mo didn't dare to relax. His feet seemed to have springs, as he slid back several feet without moving his body, before daring to straighten up and look angrily at the place where the sword light had shot from. He saw that the ground where he had just stood was slowly bulging up, becoming higher and higher, eventually forming a yellow humanoid shape, none other than Hanli, who had combined the soft bone technique, breath-holding technique, and the concealment technique into one. At this moment, Hanli was wearing a set of clothes that matched the color of the floor, holding the short sword that had almost succeeded in its aim in his left hand. With an expression of regret in his eyes, clearly feeling disappointed about that last sword strike, Dr. Mo's originally yellowish face had turned a bit pale. He was still shaken by the near-death experience of the previous sword strike, his heart pounding with fear. He was no stranger to danger as a newcomer in the Jianghu, but being so close to death, especially at the hands of someone he had always underestimated, was a rare occurrence in his life. Taking a deep breath, his expression finally calmed down, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, "It seems I truly underestimated you, my dear apprentice. Your skills are quite impressive and worth my serious attention." After saying this, Dr. Mo slowly raised his hands, placing them in front of his eyes, gazing at them intently in silence, as if he had completely forgotten about Hanli, like a lover lost in thought. Hanli raised his eyebrows and sneered, tightening his grip on the short sword and taking small, deliberate steps towards Dr. Mo. Chapter 47. The Magic Silver Hand versus Luo Yambu Magic Silver Hand. These three words slowly emerged from Dr. Mo's mouth. His low voice seemed to echo from the heavens, carrying an unbelievable magic that made Hanli pause and stop in his tracks. As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremendous aura erupted from Dr. Mo. A fierce energy that swept through the room like a storm, growing stronger and spreading outwards, filling the entire small space. Hanli, who had been walking over, was caught off guard by this sudden violent force, forcing him to stagger back several steps before he could stabilize himself. Hanli's face changed dramatically, and he felt a wave of horror wash over him, realizing that the opponent had likely unleashed a true trump card to deal with him. It seemed that the previous sword strike had quite an impact on him. Kid, to witness my famous skill, the Magic Silver Hand, you are indeed fortunate." Dr. Mo's deafening and arrogant voice buzzed in Hanli's ears, but fortunately, it didn't contain any internal power, so the impact wasn't too severe. It appeared that Dr. Mo disdained to use a failed technique against him again, which eased Hanli's mind somewhat. However, hearing Dr. Mo mention the name Magic Silver Hand for the second time piqued Hanli's curiosity, prompting him to look at Dr. Mo's hands. What he saw filled Hanli with shock. His previously tightly closed lips parted slightly. Dr. Mo's arms, from the elbow upwards, suddenly swelled as if filled with air, becoming thicker than before. More astonishingly, his once dry skin had turned silver white, reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, appearing unbreakable, as if forged from real silver. Was this the true power of Dr. Mo? Seeing this, Hanli's heart sank. The hand gripping the sword began to sweat profusely, making his palm damp. After all, he had very little combat experience, and just the sudden change in the opponent's aura and the peculiar appearance of his hands made it feel like even breathing had become heavier. Nevertheless, Hanli maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his expression showing no signs of fear, as if he were oblivious to Dr. Mo's arrogance. Dr. Mo was somewhat displeased. Although he had begun to take Hanli seriously, he still felt it was somewhat excessive to use his ultimate skill against a mere teenage boy. It felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and he hoped to see Hanli frightened and at a loss for what to do, which would justify his display of power. "Do you know that your expression annoys me?" A little brat still wet behind the ears pretends to be so composed, as if everything is within your control, Dr. Mo said coldly, not hiding his disdain for Hanli. Oh, really? It is my honor to make you, old Imo. Feel annoyed. I think I will continue to cultivate this quality in the future, Han Li retorted, no longer remaining silent, hoping to provoke some reaction from Dr. Imo with his sarcastic words. However, it was clear that Han Li's attempt did not succeed. Dr. Imo did not respond further but clapped his hands together, producing a sound of metal grinding that unsettled the mind. Then, his figure swayed, and he leaped into the air, swinging his silver giant hand, transforming into a whirlwind, charging directly at Han Li with overwhelming force. It seemed he no longer intended to procrastinate, wanting to rely on his divine skill to take Han Li down in one fell swoop. Han Li's expression grew serious as he focused intently on the incoming threat, waiting until Dr. Imo had leaped above him before raising his short sword, aiming it directly at the vulnerable spot of his throat. Seeing Han Li act so recklessly, not dodging his powerful attack, Dr. Imo couldn't help but feel pleased. Grinning viciously, he then sent one of his silver hands to directly grab Han Li's short sword, while the other aimed a powerful chop at Han Li's shoulder. However, the chop aimed at Han Li's shoulder, though appearing ferocious, only used half of its power, and was inconsistent with his threatening words, as if he was afraid of seriously injuring Han Li, leaving the mystery of his intentions unclear. Han Li, of course, was unaware of the truth behind this. Even if he had known, he wouldn't use his own flesh and blood to test the hardness of the opponent's palm. He merely flicked his wrist, causing the short sword in his hand to suddenly shift and spin into a silver shield, protecting his upper body. Dr. Mo's mouth revealed a mocking smile. Yet the movements of his hands remained unchanged, forcefully thrusting into the sword light without any intention of evading. With a crisp clang, Han Li's short sword struck against the silver giant palm, sparking a few sparks. Not only did it not harm the opponent's skin, but it also rebounded back high. Seizing this opportunity, Dr. Imo flipped his palm, extended a finger, and lightly flicked the blade that had not retracted in time. Han Li felt a heat in his tiger's mouth, and the object in his hand suddenly shot out, flying diagonally without any lingering thoughts, embedding itself deep into the wall. Following that, another silver hand suddenly transformed from palm to claw, reaching for Han Li's wrist bone, aiming to seal his ability to move and capture him alive. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse and finding himself in a perilous predicament, Han Li did not show any signs of panic. He slightly shook his shoulder, and his whole body became blurry, unexpectedly transforming into a wisp of light smoke right under Dr. Mo's gaze, rushing straight ahead. Dr. Mo, seeing this ghostly movement, was quite surprised, but he used the momentum of his descent to turn his hands into a thick silver curtain, shrouding the smoke beneath it, showing no intention of letting Han Li escape. However, this smoke was truly bizarre. It suddenly spread out in all directions, seeping out from beneath the silver curtain at an unimaginable strange angle, and then made a sharp turn, rushing to the corner of the wall on Dr. Mo's left side before stopping, gradually becoming clear and revealing Han Li's true appearance. Chapter 48. Deceptive words. Dr. Mo lightly landed at the spot where Han Li had originally stood, without any pause, and ghost-like, turned around to face him again. The prideful expression that had been on his face had completely faded, leaving only a blank look, though a hint of something unusual flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Han Li's situation was not looking good either. He was panting heavily, his face somewhat pale, beads of cold sweat oozing from his forehead, and an abnormal flush appeared on his cheeks. All these signs indicated that Han Li's life-saving technique had exhausted most of his physical strength, and it was highly likely that he would not be able to use the same technique again next time. Taking a deep breath, Han Li tried to relax his body to alleviate the significant burden on his muscles caused by the recent use of the Ro-Yin step. Now, he could only seize every opportunity to recover some stamina, hoping to have a better chance of winning in the next round of combat. Han Li looked down at his still slightly trembling left hand. It had completely lost feeling and was numb, unable to wield a sword again. It seemed that the left-handed sword practice he had intentionally focused on was temporarily rendered useless, and he could only fight with his remaining right hand. Thinking of this, he bitterly smiled to himself. Currently, he had lost more than half of his stamina, unable to use the mysterious Ro-Yin step, and worse still, he could only fight one-handed. It was truly a dire situation, and it seemed he had no choice but to use his last hidden move. Han Li glanced at the sun outside the window, estimated the timing, and felt it was about the right moment to execute this move. He also took a look at the short sword embedded in the wall. It seemed there was no chance to retrieve it. as the opponent would not allow him to retrieve the sword so brazenly. After pondering for a moment, Han Li took out another weapon from his robe, which was also a short sword with a sheath, about half a foot long. Due to its short size, it was more appropriate to call it a dagger rather than a short sword. Once he drew the blade from its sheath, it appeared much wider and sharper than an ordinary dagger, glistening brilliantly. Han Li discarded the sheath to the side, switched the sword to his right hand, extended his arm, and pointed the sword tip toward his opponent, assuming an offensive posture. Dr. Emo watched all of this, but did not rush forward to attack. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, his expression suddenly becoming amiable, and spoke in a gentle tone. Han Li, your repeated escapes have indeed exceeded my expectations. However, do you think you can be as lucky as last time and escape from my grasp again? The footwork you just used is quite marvelous, but it seems to have considerable limitations. Just from a stamina perspective, you won't be able to sustain it for long. It's better to surrender obediently. You should see that I have no intention of seriously injuring you. Following my words may not be as bad as you imagine. Dr. Mo's chameleon-like change in attitude sent shivers down Han Li's spine. One moment he was acting as a kind teacher, the next moment cold and ruthless. And now he was earnestly advising Han Li to submit. It truly left Han Li at a loss for words. Did he really think he would be dazed and fall for such a melodramatic trick? However, the words from the opponent actually boosted his confidence. If Dr. Mo was using such childish tactics to deceive him, it was clear he had some wariness towards him. In an instant, Han Li understood everything clearly. He sighed and gently shook his head, not uttering a word, but merely gestured with the short sword in his hand towards his opponent, conveying his defiance. The veins on Dr. Mo's forehead throbbed as he saw Han Li completely ignoring his persuasion and instead provoking him with his weapon. Unable to contain his rising anger any longer. You don't know what's good for you. He suddenly took a big step forward and spat out coldly. A distance of mere inches can feel like a world apart. Then, in a flash, he floated to just a few steps away from Han Li, as if using a technique to shrink the distance, astonishing all. Han Li seemed startled as well, displaying a look of panic. He quickly retreated 2 steps, creating some distance between himself and Dr. Mo, before crossing his short sword in front of him, forming a small array of cold light to block Dr. Mo's approach. Seemingly having completely forgotten the pain he suffered in their previous encounter, Dr. Mo sneered inwardly, naturally not intending to kindly remind his opponent. He split his palms and attacked Han Li from 2 directions, ignoring the gleam of the sword. Just as the 2 silver hands were about to thrust into the sword light, a light chuckle suddenly came from the opposite side. The laughter was hearty and unrestrained, reminiscent of a hunter seeing its prey step into a trap, filled with triumphant glee. Dr. Mo's heart shivered involuntarily, and he slowed his advance, his figure momentarily stagnating. He then heard a cold, emotionless voice. Now you have truly fallen into a big trap. Just look at the short sword in my hand. Hearing the voice, Dr. Mo unconsciously looked towards the short sword, only to see that the opponent had unexpectedly stopped the movements of his hands and assumed a strange posture. His upper body slightly leaned back, holding the short sword flat at his waist with one hand, while the lower half was in a taut bow stance, resembling someone drawing a bow to shoot an arrow. The short sword mentioned in the words, aside from a faint blue glow, showed no signs of abnormality, which left Dr. Mo somewhat stunned. Did the opponent assume such a strange posture and use deceptive words to disturb his mind, hoping to gain an advantage? Thinking of this, Dr. Mo found it somewhat amusing and could not help but want to mock his opponent. However, he suddenly saw Han Li charge forward like an arrow shot from a strong bow, shooting over from the opposite side with incredible speed, causing Dr. Mo's expression to change. Dr. Mo hurriedly brought his separated hands together, intending to clamp the opponent's sword blade. But he saw the short sword in front of him lightly shimmer and transform into a dozen indistinguishable blades, stabbing towards him from different angles, making it hard to discern the real from the fake. Dr. Mo snorted, lowering Han Li's evaluation in his heart even further. Using such flashy yet impractical moves in front of a master like him was akin to seeking death. He could easily discern the location of the true sword blade. He widened his eyes, fixed on the true source of the sword, and while his hands maintained their stance, he accelerated his movement, attempting to shatter the blade in one strike, leaving his opponent to be captured unarmed. Chapter 49. The trap within a trap. As both sides were about to make contact, Han Li slightly twisted the blade in his hand, tilting it just a bit. It was indeed just a small change, but to Dr. Mo, It felt like the world had turned upside down. Dr. Mo felt a sudden brightness in front of him, and abruptly, over a dozen dazzling white lights rose. The brilliance was incredibly intense, reflecting directly into his eyes without any concealment. He inwardly cried out that it was bad, hurriedly retreating while quickly closing his eyelids. But it was already too late. The white light entered his vision in an instant, leaving no chance for reaction. Dr. Mo immediately felt a heat in his eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his eyeballs, tears gushing out uncontrollably. Ignoring the tears, he forced himself to open his eyes to look out. But all he saw was a blinding whiteness. Not to mention seeing objects clearly. Even the outlines of things became shadowy and indistinct. At this moment, he was both alarmed and enraged, regretting that he had inadvertently fallen for his opponent's trick once again. However, Dr. Mo had been wandering the martial world for many years and had ample experience dealing with various dangers, while continuously retreating to create distance. He also drew back his palms, waving them in front of him, relying on his indestructible magic silver hand to shield the vital areas of his upper body. He had made up his mind that before his vision returned to normal, he would not take the initiative to attack. All offensive moves would wait until he could see clearly again, to avoid falling into the trap set by this cunning little brat. At this moment, Dr. Mo had completely discarded his previous underestimation. This confrontation with Han Li was as dangerous as the life-and-death struggles he had faced with formidable opponents in the past. Although he could not see his opponent's movements, Dr. Mo perked up his ears, concentrating to listen, trying to judge his opponent's next move from the sounds. He seemed to vaguely see a figure swaying in front of him, followed by a sharp sound, accompanied by a chill, rushing straight towards him from the front. Surprisingly, Dr. Mo felt a surge of joy rather than fear at Han Li's assassination attempt. The opponent's tactics were indeed somewhat naive. If he had silently hidden and launched a sneak attack, he might have had something to worry about. But such an ostentatious frontal assault was nothing to fear. He had long mastered the skill of discerning sounds, and not to mention a direct thrust from a short sword. Even a fine embroidery needle would be clearly audible to him. Dr. Mo heard it clearly but deliberately slowed down his hand, revealing a small flaw in front of him. Sure enough, that sudden attack immediately shifted direction, slipping through the gap and heading straight for his throat. A grim smile appeared on Dr. Mo's face as his right hand, which had been waiting for this moment, suddenly struck out, grabbing the blade with lightning speed, holding it tightly without fear of the short sword's sharp edge. The opponent clearly sensed something was wrong and forcefully yanked the short sword back a few times, but under the control of the magic silver hand. It could not move an inch, merely wasting effort. Feeling a sense of pride, Dr. Mo dared not let his guard down. Fearing that his opponent might come to his senses and escape, he didn't care that his eyes were still not back to normal. He suddenly exerted all his strength with one hand, yanking the short sword towards him, wanting to pull Han Li over from the opposite side, and then subdue him personally. However, he felt the blade become light, as if it were weightless. He was taken aback. He had clearly been holding the sword. So how could it suddenly feel so light? Even if Han Li had let go, it shouldn't be so insubstantial. Before Dr. Mo could figure out what was happening, he suddenly heard a sharp sound tearing through the air just inches from his throat, as if a sharp object was piercing towards him at an extraordinary speed. Even before it arrived, the rushing air had already caused a slight sting at his Adam's apple. Without a moment to think, his body reflexively reacted, and he quickly tilted his head to the side, desperately trying to lean away, twisting his neck at an incredible angle to evade this fatal blow. The years of hard practice finally paid off at this moment. Dr. Mo felt a chill on his neck as the sharp object grazed past, only slightly injuring his skin without causing more significant harm. Having dodged this attack, Dr. Mo feared that the opponent would have further moves, and without thinking much, he mimicked Han Li's earlier escape tactic, throwing himself to the ground and rolling away like a lazy donkey, distancing himself from Han Li before daring to stand up again. Once standing straight, Dr. Mo felt a burning pain on his neck and instinctively touched the wound, feeling it wet with blood, clearly having lost a considerable amount. He hurriedly pressed 2 fingers against the nearby blood vessels to stop the bleeding. At this point, he began to feel frightened, realizing that he shouldn't have been able to dodge that last strike. He was surprised by his body's instinctive, extraordinary performance, which had inexplicably allowed him to escape a disaster. Thinking of this, Dr. Mo couldn't help but look up at Han Li, only to find that the objects in his view had become clear again, his vision having returned to normal without him noticing. He saw Han Li, glaring at him with a face full of unwillingness. Clearly frustrated that his opponent had escaped yet again. Han Li was holding a sharp weapon about an inch long, resembling an oddly short cone. But its handle was still the original sword handle, giving it a strange overall appearance, with some bloodstains on it, the very weapon that had injured Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo's expression turned cold, his eyes filled with rage. He could no longer tolerate the near-death experiences he had repeatedly faced, and was about to explode with anger when he suddenly felt something still gripped in his right hand. Looking down, he saw a blade with no handle, so light that he examined it closely and suddenly realized that this blade was hollow. The shape of the hollow matched the size of the cone hidden inside. This blade was merely a cover for the cone. Instantly, all his fury was extinguished by this unexpected discovery. Chapter 50. The entangled fragrance thread. At that moment, Dr. Mo recalled how Han Li had insisted on not letting him close the door when he entered. It seemed that the opponent had already laid the groundwork for using the sunlight's reflection at that time. Despite his young age, he was able to think so thoroughly and set such a meticulous and vicious trap, causing this old practitioner to fall into it almost without a chance to recover. This person's depth of cunning truly did not match his age and experience. Could he really be a natural genius, a reincarnated prodigy? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became, beads of cold sweat pouring down him. After this setback, Dr. Mo's wariness towards Han Li grew even stronger. He cautiously faced Han Li, and for a moment, he dared not act rashly. Meanwhile, Han Li, for some unknown reason, was merely staring at Dr. Mo without any intention of attacking. The two sides momentarily fell into a standoff, glaring at each other. After a while, in the awkward atmosphere, Han Li suddenly spoke a sentence that left Dr. Mo dumbfounded, rendering him momentarily speechless. Dr. Mo, let us make peace. How about I surrender? After saying this, Han Li casually tossed the weapon in his hand to the ground, revealing a set of white teeth as he smiled at Dr. Mo with the innocent demeanor of a country boy. Surrender? Dr. Mo initially thought there was something wrong with his ears and that he had misheard the other person's words, but he quickly realized his mistake. He glanced at the iron cone discarded by Han Li, completely disbelieving, and fiercely retorted, "What kind of trick are you trying to pull? Don't think I will believe your nonsense. If you wanted to surrender, you could have done so from the very beginning. Why wait until it comes to a life-and-death struggle before trying this?" Han Li smiled at Dr. Mo without responding, seemingly tacitly accepting the accusation, and the two fell back into a standoff. After a short while, Dr. Mo seemed to think of something extremely funny. He suddenly bent over, clutching his abdomen with both hands, and burst into loud laughter, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Ha ha, this is truly amusing. I actually forgot such an important matter and ended up having a direct confrontation with you, Dr. Mo said in a muffled voice between fits of laughter. Han Li furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, glancing out the window with an increasing smile at the corners of his mouth, and calmly said, "Old Mo, don't you think we've been stalling for too long? It's time to end this." Dr. Mo was slightly taken aback and stopped laughing. He slowly straightened up, composed his face, and looked at Han Li expressionlessly. After a long pause, he coldly replied, "I also think it's time to end this." Suddenly, both men felt confident, as if they had found the trump card to subdue the other and force their surrender. After a moment of silence, it was Han Li who slowly spoke first. Filled with confidence in what he held, believing it would force Dr. Mo to back down and abandon any other thoughts. "Old Mo, do you know that your life is in my hands?" Han Li's words shocked everyone. "My life is in your hands." Dr. Mo sneered, his face filled with disbelief. "Don't you think there's something unusual about your wound?" "Nonsense. I clearly examined it. Your short sword didn't cause it," Dr. Mo retorted. However, halfway through, his expression changed drastically as he remembered that the injury was not from the short sword, but from the hidden sharp cone. "It seems I don't need to say much. Old Mo already understands what I mean." Han Li smiled at him. "Even if that's the case, so what? Don't forget, I taught you all about your potion techniques. What poison can I not resolve?" Dr. Mo's face quickly returned to normal, and he calmly said, "Hee, I forgot to mention. What I coated my weapon with is the fragrant silk." "Fragrant silk?" Dr. Mo exclaimed in surprise, clearly caught off guard by this revelation. "That's right. Old Mo must know the potency of this substance." Han Li teased leisurely. "Nonsense. How could you concoct such a poison? I clearly never leaked even a bit of the formula." Dr. Mo maintained a facade of composure, seemingly not believing Han Li's words, but deep down, He was already 80 to 90 convinced due to the strange sensations from his wound. Seeing that Dr. Mo still wouldn't back down verbally, Han Li sighed and had to explain further. Don't forget, your medical books were completely open to me at the time, and this formula was tucked away in a rarely used medicinal book. If I hadn't looked closely, I might have really missed it. Dr. Mo then recalled that when he obtained the formula, due to the myriad of medicinal materials involved and the complicated steps, he had transcribed the method and required materials on a piece of paper to avoid forgetting anything later. He had casually tucked it into a certain book, and after too many events unfolded, he completely forgot about it, not expecting it would bring him such trouble today. Let's sit down and have a good discussion about shaking hands and making peace, Han Li confidently suggested. Snorting softly, Dr. Mo ignored Han Li and focused on recalling the method and effects of fragrant silk. The name fragrant silk sounded harmless, even evoking some pleasant associations, but its potency was as unbearable as the longing of a lovesick woman, penetrating to the bone. Once poisoned by fragrant silk, its toxicity would spread through the bloodstream, gradually affecting the entire body. In a short period, if a common person were poisoned, it might not be too dangerous. However, for a martial artist, it posed a lethal threat. The poisoned individual must not stir their internal energy during this time, or the toxicity would rapidly escalate, causing their blood to flow backward and resulting in immense pain. The longer the poisoning persisted, the more complicated it became. Although they could regain control over their energy, they would need to take the antidote daily to suppress the toxicity. Otherwise, their bones would gradually mutate, leading to a complete atrophy, ultimately collapsing like a pile of mud, unable to move. What was more daunting was that once the poison penetrated the marrow, it could not be completely eradicated. The victim would have to rely on long-term use of symptom-specific medications to prevent flare-ups, with the poison lingering like an entangled love, accompanying them for life. The materials for concocting this poison were varied, many of which could be substituted, resulting in similar outcomes, but differing specific toxicities based on the individual who prepared it, making it unpredictable. Naturally, the antidotes would also vary. Only the creator of the poison could prescribe the proper antidote to suppress the toxicity. Others, even if they knew the preparation method for fragrant silk, would be at a loss when it came to concocting the antidote. In this way, the life of the poisoned individual was effectively in the hands of the poisoner, leaving them no choice but to comply and not dare to resist. Dr. Mo filtered through his memories of fragrant silk and understood Han Li's fearlessness. He sneered inwardly, his face showing no change, and calmly said, "Is this your final card? Kid, if you have no other tricks up your sleeve, just obediently surrender." Han Li's heart sank suddenly, seeing Dr. Mo's expression unchanged. As if he did not take his threat seriously at all, he knew he must have overlooked something. He could tell that Dr. Mo truly did not take the poison seriously, seemingly indifferent to the fact that he was affected by fragrant silk, not triggering any nervous response from him at all. Because of this, Han Li was very clear that he was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. It appeared that Dr. Mo had great confidence in capturing him. Noticing Han Li's silence, Dr. Mo chuckled, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes, and then shouted, "Iron Slave, go take him down." Upon hearing this, Han Li immediately remembered that after entering the room, he had completely forgotten about a certain important figure. Without thinking further, he used his foot to hook the weapon beside him, and the iron cone jumped into his hand automatically. In that instant, a massive black shadow shot out from one corner of the room like a fierce wind, reaching Han Li's front in an instant, so fast that he could not dodge. Left with no choice, he had to thrust the sharp cone directly at the shadow's abdomen, hoping to at least slow it down and give himself a chance to evade and catch his breath. Using such a small cone to stab at the abdomen was indeed not advisable, but Han Li had no other options. The opponent was simply too tall, and the weapon in his hand was only about an inch long, making it the only place he could aim for. Han Li suddenly felt as if he had collided with some non-human monster. His outstretched wrist seemed to have been struck by a giant tree, dislocating it immediately. His body was knocked back several steps, and the iron cone in his hand was sent flying as if it had struck a stone, disappearing from sight. Han Li was filled with shock and anger. Just as he barely stabilized himself after the impact, he sensed a shadow looming in front of him. A massive figure approached, followed by a sharp pain in his shoulders as two enormous hands gripped his shoulder blades tightly, making him feel as if he was about to be crushed. Han Li struggled desperately a few times, but his body felt as heavy as a mountain pressing down on him, rendering him completely immobile. in a moment of panic. He could not care much and raised his knee to forcefully jab at the vital area between the giant's legs. A pained ouch escaped his lips as cold sweat poured down. The opponent's crucial area was unexpectedly as hard as iron. He felt as if his kneecap had shattered like an egg hitting a stone. However, this action seemed to anger the other party. The giant's hands suddenly exerted more force, causing Han Li to nearly faint from the pain, and he slumped to the ground. Be gentle, Iron Slave. This person is still of great use to me. At this life-threatening moment, a reprimanding voice from Dr. Mo rang out. As the words fell, Han Li felt his shoulders lighten, and the pain significantly reduced. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. For the first time, he found Dr. Mo's voice to be quite pleasant to hear. However, amidst his relief, the confusion that had lingered in his heart for a long time deepened. From the very beginning, Han Li had noticed that for some reason, at critical moments, Dr. Mo would show him mercy, seemingly afraid of harming him. He certainly would not take it as a sign of goodwill. There must be something he did not know that made the other party hesitant to attack him fiercely. Otherwise, they would not have been entangled until now. He silently resolved to make full use of this point to bargain with the other party and find a way to escape from their grasp. Dr. Mo walked in front of him, seemingly seeing through his thoughts. A mocking expression flashed across his face. He first patted Han Li's chest and retrieved a heart-protecting mirror. Looking slightly dumbfounded as it turned out this item had blocked his acupoint, he gently shook his head without saying anything, then took out a rectangular yellow wood box from his bosom. This box was exquisitely crafted, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, clearly a precious item that ordinary families rarely encountered. Dr. Mo solemnly opened the box in front of Han Li, revealing several identical silver blades inside. These silver blades had a strange shape, looking neither like knives nor swords, with curved edges shaped like crescent moons and sized similarly to daggers, making them quite unique. When Dr. Mo took out one of the silver blades, Han Li discovered that this strange blade was incredibly thin, as if it were the thickness of a piece of paper, with cold light flickering on its surface, making it appear extremely sharp. It seemed that cutting through flesh and blood would be as effortless as tailoring clothes. Even more bizarre was that at the end of the blade's handle, there was a tightly closed-eyed ghost head, with a green face and sharp fangs and long horns, looking extremely ferocious. Holding this strange blade, Dr. Mo cast a meaningful sidelong glance at Han Li. This action made Han Li shudder. Could it be that his ominous predictions were correct, and the other party intended to use this strange blade to cut him? Chapter 52. 7 Ghosts Devour the Soul. Han Li's face began to turn pale as he watched Dr. Mo raise the strange blade high. Under the sunlight, the blade's edge gleamed, making it appear even more extraordinarily sharp. He felt a surge of panic in his heart. But reason told him that the other party had gone to such great lengths to capture him and would not simply take his life without a second thought. They were only trying to intimidate him. Therefore, as the sharp blade slowly descended from above, aiming to pierce him, he remained silent, barely managing to maintain a calm demeanor. It was not until the blade's edge was merely half an inch from his head, with the tips of his hair already sensing a chill, that he slowly closed his eyes, a fleeting thought of regret passing through his mind. Was the other party really going to take lethal action? Had he known it would come to this, he might as well have begged for mercy. Perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope for survival. He was still young and truly did not want to die like this. What would his parents think upon hearing of his death? Would they be saddened? Would they regret sending him to the Qishuan sect? Facing this life and death moment, a myriad of thoughts surged in Han Li's mind, and he seemed to experience the joys and sorrows of life in an instant, gaining profound insight into matters of life and death. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. Han Li's body trembled slightly, but then he was astonished. He felt no pain whatsoever. What was going on? He opened his eyes in bewilderment. To his surprise, he saw that the strange blade had actually pierced into Dr. Mo's own shoulder, deeply embedded within, leaving only the handle exposed and trembling slightly. Perhaps due to its extreme sharpness, not a single drop of blood flowed out, which was exceedingly strange. Han Li was still in shock when Dr. Mo, in a normal tone, began to praise him. TSK, TSK. Kid, you really have some guts. The blade was already at your throat, yet you didn't beg for mercy. Impressive. In my day, I've seen countless heroes who claimed to fear nothing in front of others, but once they fell into my hands and received just a little threat, they all turned into cowards, kneeling and begging for mercy, showing their fear of death. Han Li was left speechless, at a loss for how to respond. He had almost embarrassed himself earlier. He had been holding on bravely, but in the end, he still harbored a bit of hope, thinking that the other party would not truly harm him, which allowed him to escape unscathed. Moreover, he was too thin-skinned to change his demeanor and beg for mercy. Now, facing Dr. Mo's repeated compliments, Hanley naturally would not explain himself, but a myriad of feelings swelled within him, unsure whether to feel happy or dejected. Just as Hanley was lost in thought, Dr. Mo quickly inserted the remaining silver blades into his own body, leaving only the handles with ghost heads exposed. When Hanley came to his senses, he was horrified to find that a total of 7 blades were inserted into Dr. Mo's shoulders, legs, abdomen, and chest, giving the appearance of having been dismembered by numerous blades from a distance. Hanley found it both amusing and shocking, realizing that the other party was likely performing a particularly powerful technique by inflicting such self-harm, though he was unsure if it was meant to deal with him. After inserting the strange blades, Dr. Mo fell silent and instead bent down, sitting cross-legged opposite Hanley, then closed his eyes, entering a meditative state and no longer paying attention to external matters. Hanley felt a stir in his heart, thinking this was a rare opportunity for escape. He tried to move his limbs, but as soon as he made the slightest movement, he felt a heavy weight on his shoulder and immediately found himself immobilized again. Hanley smiled bitterly. How could he have forgotten about this giant? With him watching closely by his side, how could he have any chance of escape? It seemed that Dr. Mo had already considered this thoroughly before entering meditation, not fearing him attempting any tricks. This giant, known as Iron Slave, was also an unknown creature, seemingly invulnerable like Dr. Mo's magic silver hand, even in the most vulnerable areas. Today, he had truly fallen into this person's hands. Hanley was secretly cursing the giant man in his heart, but the other person in front of him began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Dr. Mo's face started to twitch repeatedly, his whole body trembling incessantly, and his face distorted due to the twisting of his muscles, as if he were enduring immense pain. Coupled with the several sharp blades embedded in his body, it made people feel a chilling terror, as if a cold, sinister aura was slowly rising in the room. Suddenly, Dr. Mo stopped twitching and trembling, but a deep growl emerged from his throat, filled with primal beastliness. In that moment, Dr. Mo seemed no longer an old man, but rather a fierce beast that had just sprung out of the mountains and forests. Then, a more terrifying thing happened. The ghostly mist that had appeared on Dr. Mo's face a year ago re-emerged. This ghostly mist was completely different from before, much denser and darker, enveloping Dr. Mo's face like a black mask, obscuring his true appearance. The tentacles that occasionally transformed from the ghostly mist also underwent earth-shattering changes. The flowing black mist on the tentacles smooth and shiny, possessing a tangible quality, as if they had taken on a physical form, stretching and retracting erratically on Dr. Mo's face, dancing wildly. Dr. Mo's fingers formed a lotus shape as he pinched a strange gesture, his lips moving slightly, seemingly chanting something. But Hanley couldn't hear it clearly due to the low volume. With Dr. Mo's inexplicable actions, the mist on his face seemed to be provoked, boiling like hot oil when cold water is poured in, and more tiny tentacles stretched out, clawing and demonstrating, seemingly trying to stop Dr. Mo from further action. Just when the black mist became the thickest, Dr. Mo opened his eyes. Through the thick black mist, Hanley could still see the light in his eyes. 7 ghosts devouring souls. Dr. Mo shouted, calling out the name of the secret technique he was using. Upon hearing this, Hanley couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, but the scene that followed struck him with immense shock, making him realize that there were still many things in the world he did not know. As Dr. Mo's shout echoed, the 7 strange blades embedded in him began to shake, emitting a buzzing roar from the ghost heads, and the sound grew louder and sharper, as if they were coming to life, wanting to break free from his body. Seeing the strange blades seemingly acting on their own, Dr. Mo appeared somewhat exasperated. He muttered something under his breath, but the words were too faint and quick for Hanley to catch, although he guessed they weren't pleasant. Dr. Mo stood up, circled around the room, and finally stomped his foot in frustration, extending a finger and inserting it into the big mouth of one of the ghost heads. An unbelievable thing happened. That lifeless ghost head actually closed its mouth by itself, biting down hard on the finger that was offered as a delicacy and began to gently suck. Dr. Mo's body trembled slightly, as if he was enduring immense pain. The black mist obscured his face, so Hanley couldn't see his expression, but it was likely very unpleasant. After what seemed like a cup of tea's worth of time, the ghost head finally finished sucking and released its mouth, the buzzing sound following suit and disappearing. Next, Dr. Mo repeated the process, feeding each ghost head before reluctantly retracting his finger. After completing these tasks, Dr. Mo once again performed the hand gestures he had made earlier and began to chant softly. This time, the 7 strange blades did not shake or make any strange sounds. Instead, they simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing blood-red pupils, and their mouths widened even more, puffing up their cheeks and sucking in the air. The ghostly mist on Dr. Mo's face seemed to sense impending doom. It surged and roiled, with the outstretched tentacles flailing more violently, but it was futile. 7 thin black lines were still drawn up from the ghostly mist, carving out beautiful arcs in midair before accurately dropping into the mouths of the 7 waiting ghosts, where they were gradually swallowed. Hanli was somewhat dazed. Since Dr. Mo was sitting directly across from him, everything happening in front of him was vividly visible. Even the teeth on the ghostly faces were incredibly clear. Having touched another world for the first time, Hanli was thoroughly shocked by this magical power. The strange silver blades, the eerie ghost heads, and the sinister black mist that appeared on Dr. Mo's face. All these phenomena that could not be explained by common sense completely overturned his previous understanding. It should be known that in the past, Hanli had always been half convinced about matters of the supernatural. For him, it was impossible to believe in things he had not witnessed with his own eyes. Now, these monstrous scenes that only appeared in legendary stories were vividly presented before him. How could it not leave Hanli astounded? For a moment, Hanli's mind was in turmoil, and faced with such inhuman power, as a prisoner, he truly did not know how to respond. Gradually, the ghostly mist on Dr. Mo's face thinned from thick to thin, from dense to sparse, as it was nearly consumed by the ghost heads, leaving only a faint layer that vaguely enveloped his face. At this point, Dr. Mo's face became somewhat visible. But when Hanli saw the true appearance that was revealed, he was so shocked that his mouth gaped wide open, unable to close for a long time. There were too many surprises for Hanli today, but nothing was as shocking as what he saw now, which completely exceeded his imagination and left him speechless. At this moment, the face emerging from the black mist was that of a robust man in his 30s, in the prime of his life. And judging by the familiar eyebrows and eyes, it was undoubtedly still Dr. Mo, just decades younger. That resolute and defined face, with an imposing gaze and a slight cold smile at the corners of his mouth, was undeniably a highly attractive, handsome face. Such a mature male visage had a fatal allure for women, whether it was a young girl in her prime or a resentful woman in a high courtyard. They often couldn't resist such a person's charm. Just a slight gesture would draw them in, and they would automatically fall deeply under his spell, unable to extricate themselves. Upon seeing this face, Hanli even felt an impulse to smash it with a punch, realizing that this beautiful man's image had provoked too much jealousy from other men. As he watched the last remnants of black mist on the face being drawn into the ghost's mouth, Hanli recalled that Dr. Mo had once mentioned to him that he was originally only in his 30s, but due to an accident while healing, he had been drained of his essence by an evil spirit for a long time, which had caused him to appear so old and haggard. In this regard, it seemed that the other party had not deceived him. The current appearance should be Dr. Mo's original visage, but his method of restoration was simply incredible. At this moment, Hanli also realized that not only had Dr. Mo's appearance changed, but his body and hair had also transformed. The thick black hair and upright physique indicated that he was in the golden period of his life, with his physical strength and energy at their peak. However, since Dr. Mo had the means to restore his original appearance, why go through such great lengths for himself? Hanli was somewhat puzzled, and as he awoke from his shock, he became aware that he was still in danger, so he began to think rapidly, analyzing everything in an attempt to find a way to escape from the current situation. Hanli noticed that the now younger Dr. Mo seemed somewhat dazed, standing there blankly and saying nothing. After a long time, he finally raised one hand, carefully examining the smooth skin on the back of his hand with the eyes of someone looking at a long-lost treasure. Then he closed his eyes and pressed his palm against his cheek, gently rubbing it, as if savoring the vitality of youth once again. Dr. Mo's narcissistic expression made Hanli, who was standing nearby, feel a bit overwhelmed. He couldn't understand the mixed feelings of loss and recovery that Dr. Mo was experiencing at that moment. Dr. Mo, you seem to have returned to normal. Does that mean you no longer need your disciple? Can you let me go, so that I can serve you in the future? Hanli couldn't hold back any longer. he still didn't know how the other party would deal with him. So, knowing that the other party wouldn't just let him go, he feigned ignorance to probe for information, hoping to learn his fate sooner so he could make other plans. Chapter 54, The Spirit Summoning Talisman. Hanli, you really can endure and adapt. But do you really think I would let you go? Dr. Imo smiled slightly, his youthful face radiating a sunny charm that could drive women crazy. But his voice startled Hanli again. His voice had an indescribable magnetism, making it incredibly pleasant to hear, completely different from the dry bitterness of before. It seemed that, compared to his appearance, his voice was equally impressive. Dr. Imo addressed Hanli by name for the first time, although it wasn't good news. It still gave Hanli a feeling of being acknowledged, which was much better than being called kid over and over, thus alleviating some of his frustration. From an outward appearance, Dr. Imo had no discernible flaws. Even his every move exuded elegance, truly a handsome man, no trace of the old, shabby figure he once was. One could imagine how many chivalrous women in the past were captivated by this face. What do you want from me? Just say it clearly. Hanli was not a woman and naturally wouldn't be polite to someone based on their extraordinary looks, especially since the other party showed no signs of letting him go. So there was even less reason to be courteous. What is it going to be? Hee. Dr. Imo stretched his long limbs, smiling without answering Hanli's question, instead pulling out something else from his robe. This time, the item was a small package made of silk, brightly colored like fire, with every stitch and seam appearing particularly exquisite, clearly not an ordinary object. What could be wrapped in this satin? Could it be another strange artifact like the silver blade? For a moment, Hanli forgot to press the other party for answers. His curiosity piqued. Dr. Imo didn't make Hanli guess for long. He quickly unwrapped the silk and carefully took out a wrinkled piece of yellow paper. Hanli seemed a bit disappointed, but deep down, he became alert, fully aware that the less conspicuous something was, the more likely it could have unimaginable uses. The fact that the other party took out a piece of paper meant it was unlikely to be for ordinary use. Considering the strange occurrences that had happened earlier, there was probably something significant about it. Dr. Imo gently pinched the yellow paper with 2 fingers and cautiously smoothed it out. Only then did Hanli see it clearly. The paper was small, about the size of a palm, cut into a long strip, and appeared somewhat aged, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. What caught the eye were the silver symbols painted on it, which glimmered brightly. The shapes of these symbols were unique, and Hanli had never seen them before. However, as soon as he laid eyes on them, he felt a mysterious power stirring within him, causing his inner cultivation technique to start moving uncontrollably, as if awakened by these symbols, leaving Hanli in shock. Hanli sensed something was off and quickly focused on the symbols, trying to discern some hidden meaning. The symbols were curvy and twisted, but they also contained some kind of rule. From their arrangement to their shapes, there was something profound hidden within. Unfortunately, the time was too short, and Hanli couldn't decipher it at that moment. In that instant, Dr. Imo had already approached Hanli. Noticing that he was staring at the yellow paper with a strange expression, almost obsessed, a hint of pity flashed in his eyes, but it was gone in an instant, and he returned to his usual demeanor. He lowered his head slightly, bringing his mouth close to Hanli's ear, and spoke in a very low voice. Hanli, don't blame me. I have no choice. You should reincarnate soon. I'm going to take over this body. What did you say? What do you mean by that? Hanli was jolted out of his reverie by Dr. Mo's words, his soul nearly leaving his body. He vaguely sensed that some of his worst fate was about to befall him. Ignoring the threat from the giant behind him, he began to struggle, trying to move his body. He still had a few small items on him. If he could retrieve them, perhaps he could create some chaos and find a chance to escape. Iron Slave, hold him down. Don't let him move. Unfortunately, with Dr. Mo's cold command, Hanli's last resistance was also suppressed. 2 massive hands, like small mountains, increased their strength and firmly pressed down on his shoulders, rendering him immobile. Sweat the size of soybeans dripped down Hanli's temples, and he widened his eyes, biting his lip tightly, watching as the other party muttered incantations in front of him. The yellow paper between Dr. Mo's fingers began to flutter without wind as he chanted. The silver symbols on it began to light up one by one, radiating a mysterious silver glow. Although Hanli couldn't move, he was still very aware that when all the symbols lit up, that would be the moment they would act against him. Dr. Mo's expression became solemn as he focused on the yellow paper. When the last symbol emitted its silver light, his expression brightened, and then he performed a few special gestures while holding the yellow paper, waving it through the air. Then he uttered a word of command. which sounded like the rumble of spring thunder. At the same time, the yellow paper was forcefully pressed against Han Li's forehead, firmly sticking to it. As soon as the paper touched his head, Han Li felt he had lost control over his body. He couldn't even blink, completely losing sensation in his body. But he could still see and hear, just that his consciousness felt like a stranger, unable to manipulate his body, like a living corpse. This feeling was completely different from being immobilized by acupoint sealing. Although one couldn't move when acupoints were sealed, there was still a sense of numbness that the body could feel. Han Li began to panic. He didn't know how the other party planned to concoct him to seize his body. Was this already a success? Don't worry. Your body can still be preserved for a short moment. Dr. Mo seemed to be speaking to him intentionally, or perhaps he was muttering to himself. Chapter 55, The Third Person. Your thoughts are really too alive. If you could move freely, then I would have a headache. Dr. Mo spoke calmly. Then, he extended an arm, effortlessly lifting Han Li and stepping out of the room. Outside, the scorching sun was still blazing hot. Han Li felt as if he had been in the room for a long time, but in reality, only a very short time had passed. Dr. Mo carried Han Li as if he were a mere object, leisurely walking through the herb garden beside the house, arriving at a remote stone wall, with the giant silently following closely behind, like a shadow, not leaving his side. Han Li looked through his eyes and clearly saw that in front of him, a stone house, which he had never seen before, had been built at some unknown time. This stone house resembled the stone chamber Han Li had used for meditation in the past, entirely constructed from stone materials. The only difference was that the outer walls had been simply plastered with lime water. Judging by the materials used in the stone house, although it was built rather crudely, it was evident that it had just been completed not long ago. If he still had a sense of smell, he would surely be able to detect a pungent odor of lime water. Iron Slave, stay outside. Kill anyone who approaches this house without question. Dr. Mo issued a bloody command, clearly afraid that an accident might ruin his plans. The stone door was easily pushed open, and without hesitation, he walked inside, naturally closing the stone door behind him. It seemed that he was not unfamiliar with this house, and most likely, he had built it himself. The stone house was enclosed, with no windows. After closing the stone door, Han Li initially thought it would be pitch dark inside, but to his surprise, the room was filled with various oil lamps and candles of different sizes. In this small space, the lights flickered brilliantly, illuminating the area as bright as day. The scene inside the house left Han Li speechless. Of course, even if he had wanted to speak, he wouldn't have been able to. But none of this mattered. What made Han Li most uneasy was a strange pattern, several feet in diameter, painted in the center of the stone house. The pattern seemed to have been made with some kind of powder, but Han Li couldn't get closer to examine it carefully, so he couldn't identify it. Around the edges of the pattern, there were several fist-sized pieces of jade embedded. The jade glimmered under the candlelight, clear and transparent, and it was obvious that they were rare items. If someone who loved to play with such things saw them, they would probably be heartbroken to see such fine raw jade wasted as mere decoration on the stone floor. As Han Li was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a thud, and his body was thrown into the center of the pattern, lying flat on the ground, only able to see the ceiling. Han Li felt a bit anxious. At this critical moment, he couldn't see Dr. Mo's every move, which made it hard for him to relax. But he was at someone else's mercy and had no choice but to comfort himself, thankful that he was not facing down. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to see the roof. Suddenly, a series of strange sounds echoed, and Han Li felt puzzled. He quickly realized that the light had dimmed significantly, and only then did he understand that Dr. Mo had extinguished many of the lights. But he didn't know the deeper meaning behind this action. Moments later, Dr. Mo suddenly spoke. Is what you said really feasible? You should know that I have staked everything on this. His voice was extremely cold. Han Li was somewhat bewildered and puzzled, wondering if he was speaking to him. But the tone didn't seem like it. However, apart from the two of them, there was no one else in the stone house. Did Dr. Mo forget so quickly that he was still bound by that damned yellow paper, and couldn't he speak at all? There's absolutely no problem. The 7 ghosts soul-devouring great method talisman I transmitted to you has never been false. A strange young man's voice suddenly appeared in the room, sounding quite young. Probably only in his 20s. Han Li felt numb. The strange events he had experienced today were far more than he had heard in the past few years. At this point, even if a voice suddenly popped up, it didn't seem that remarkable. It worked before, but what good is it now? Dr. Mo cursed, which surprised Han Li. In the past, This wouldn't have been a big deal. But thinking about Dr. Mo's current handsome appearance while spewing vulgarities made it impossible for Han Li not to find it amusing. If you deliberately left me a way out at the last moment, leading me into a trap, who would I go to? Before the young man could respond, Dr. Mo continued speaking to himself. Don't say, you come to vouch for it. You should know, you were supposed to be dead. And the one who killed you is me. How can you not have a grudge? How can you not secretly deceive me? Dr. Mo's repeated questioning left no room for rebuttal, seemingly wanting to vent all his inner unease. Following that, apart from Dr. Mo's heavy breathing, there was a long silence. After a while, the young man did not respond. Hearing this, Han Li's heart sank. The suddenly appearing young man was actually someone who had died once. Could he be a ghost? Moreover, from their conversation, it seemed that the strange technique Dr. Mo had used earlier was obtained from this person. What do you want me to do? I have already sworn a poisonous oath in the name of my ancestors, parents, family, and even my entire clan. Is that not enough to satisfy you? The young man finally spoke out in indignation. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. This young man was so desperate that he used so many close relatives to swear an oath just to gain Dr. Mo's trust, indicating he was also a cold-hearted person. The slight goodwill that had arisen from their shared plight vanished instantly. That's right, I can't do anything to you. Your physical body is destroyed, and only your primordial spirit remains here, unable to see the light of day. Compared to being completely annihilated, it's not much better. Dr. Mo's tone softened, indicating he didn't want to tear the facade. Chapter 56. The Battle of the Light Sphere. Zitong, I just want to remind you one last time. If anything happens to me, you won't be able to escape either. You should know that your current primordial spirit form can't last much longer. If I don't help you find a suitable physical body, you will really dissipate and collapse. So if there are any omissions or falsehoods in the technique, now is the time to tell me. It's not too late. I will not hold a grudge against you. I can even swear a poisonous oath in front of you. Dr. Mo was still unwilling to give up, continuing to persuade the young man. Han Li finally understood a thing or two. Dr. Mo's painstaking words were merely out of fear that this Yu Zitong had done something during the transmission of the technique that caused him to make a mistake, bringing disaster upon himself. That was why he was so cautious at this critical moment, hoping to verify a few things from the other party to feel at ease. The possession technique I transmitted to you has absolutely no alterations. If I deceive you, may my entire clan suffer divine retribution and not die a good death. And may our clan be exterminated. Yu Zitong firmly issued another poisonous oath without any hesitation, indicating that he was well aware of Dr. Mo's concerns. Furthermore, after you use the 7 Ghosts soul-devouring great method, although you can gain a certain amount of magical power for a short time to perform some simple spells. This is ultimately feeding ghosts with your own body and paying with your essence, and the remaining essence in your body. Will it allow you to use this spell next time? After issuing his poisonous oath, Yu Zitong cut off Dr. Mo's retreat with his words. After this exchange, the stone house fell silent once more, with only Dr. Mo pacing restlessly inside. Han Li secretly prayed, for the first time making a wish to a passing deity, hoping that the other party would be frightened and abandon their malicious intentions towards him, even though he knew it was absurd and somewhat self-deceiving. It was the only thing he could do at that moment. All right. Trust those who use you, distrust those who doubt you. Since you want to seek such great benefits, it is only reasonable to take a bit of risk. Dr. Mo finally made up his mind. Once these words were spoken, Han Li felt despair. If he had any feeling in his face, it would surely be pale, with a look of dejection all over. Yu Zitong appeared very happy, his words revealing excitement. It was only natural to feel this way. Think about it. You were originally an ordinary person without spiritual roots, completely unworthy of stepping onto the path of immortality. But after successfully performing the spell, it was different. With this body possessing spiritual roots, you could easily seek refuge in a family or sect of immortality. And from then on, it would be possible to escape the cycle of life and death, the reincarnation of the 5 elements. At the very least, you would live much longer than an ordinary person. Haha, then I will take your good words to heart. Rest assured, I, Mo Jiren, keep my promises. Once successful, I will immediately help you find a body with spiritual roots. I won't treat you unfairly, brother Yu. Dr. Mo, having been captivated by Yu Zitong's words, began to fantasize about the bright future after casting the spell. His heart burned with excitement, and he treated Yu Zitong with much more politeness, weaving in some flattery. Thank you, brother Mo. Once successful, I will definitely share all the cultivation methods with you without holding anything back. Yu Zitong was also exceptionally cunning, drawing closer by flattering him and establishing a connection. Han Li, listening from the side, felt furious, his anger boiling. The two were indeed colluding, shamelessly treating his body as if it were theirs, completely disregarding the opinions of the owner, yet he found himself utterly helpless. Dr. Imo, having cast aside his doubts and made up his mind, did not intend to delay any longer. He pulled out a few fine golden needles from somewhere, swiftly inserting them into the back of his head, causing himself to appear radiant and energized, with sufficient energy to cast spells without error. He then walked over to Han Li, propped up his body, and positioned him properly, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Imo then crossed his arms tightly around his shoulders and sat down across from Han Li. He formed a spell with his hands, and with a flick of his wrist, a red light shot out and struck the pattern beneath Han Li, instantly illuminating several surrounding jade stones. Following that, a low, deep chant escaped from Dr. Mo's mouth, like a magic incantation, making those who heard it feel drowsy and heavy with sleep. Han Li's consciousness gradually became fuzzy with the sound of the incantation, and he felt increasingly sleepy. This is bad, Han Li realized, fully aware that this was intentional on the part of the other, a prelude to occupying his flesh. He was extremely reluctant and did not want to sit idly by, so he struggled with all his might against the voice. But it was useless. If he could still control his body, he might be able to use methods like biting his tongue or twisting his flesh to stimulate himself to stay awake. But now he could only passively endure. Under the powerful hypnosis of the incantation, Han Li quickly fell into unconsciousness. Just before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw Dr. Mo's originally handsome face, under the dim light, turning hideous and terrifying, no longer resembling that of a beautiful man. "You've become so ugly." This was the last sentence Han Li wanted to say before falling asleep, a helpless curse without any foul words. In the endless darkness, Han Li had a very peculiar and strange dream. In the dream, he was a green light ball the size of a fist, with his own little world, where he floated freely and was extremely happy. But soon after, a yellow light ball suddenly intruded. This light ball was only the size of a thumb, several times smaller than Han Li's green ball, yet it was aggressive and malicious. Upon seeing Han Li, it charged at him fiercely, opening a large mouth to bite him. Han Li, of course, did not show weakness either, and also formed a mouth to retaliate fiercely. In just a few exchanges, the yellow light ball was easily swallowed by Han Li, and the battle ended effortlessly. After winning, Han Li was overjoyed, savoring the deliciousness of his spoils. Then, another intruder entered. This time it was a green light ball similar to his, but it was larger than Han Li's by a circle, though its glow appeared dim and weak, unlike Han Li's brilliance. Upon seeing Han Li's transformed green ball, this enemy clearly showed surprise, pausing for a moment, seemingly hesitant. However, Han Li had just tasted the wonderful flavor of devouring other light balls and was not going to let this one go, disregarding the difference in their strengths. He charged forward. Seeing this, the opponent had no choice but to come forward as well, and they began to bite each other. The opponent was slightly larger than Han Li, but weak and powerless, clearly just an empty shell. It held out for only a little longer than the yellow one before it succumbed and began to flee. Han Li was unwilling to let it escape, so he chased after it, but the opponent was cunning. Whenever it was caught, it would detach the bitten part and continue to escape, managing to actually flee the area, though it had shrunk by a third. After 2 battles, this territory continued to be occupied by Han Li, who still hoped for other intruders to come, but unfortunately, none ever appeared again. As time passed, he no longer minded and continued to float happily alone, and a long time went by, seemingly forever. Chapter 57. Awakening to the enemy's demise. A chill slowly surged from a secret place deep within Han Li's heart, quickly spreading throughout his body, waking him from his slumber. As soon as Han Li woke up, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head, a dull pain, and his body felt soft and weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, making it difficult to open his eyes, which felt incredibly heavy. In his dazed state, Han Li recalled everything that had happened before he lost consciousness. He shivered, and his mind immediately cleared a little. He quickly began to check his physical condition. It seems I haven't been occupied. Although I can't open my eyes, the discomfort throughout my body clearly tells me that my entire body has returned to my control. Could it be that Dr. Mo's spell failed? The unexpected joy struck Han Li, leading him to this only plausible explanation. Suppressing his excitement, Han Li patiently tried to regain some strength, eventually managing to crack his eyelids open a tiny slit to see the outside world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a face full of white hair, emaciated and extremely old. It was the aged visage of Dr. Mo. Though he looked as if he had aged an additional 10 years, becoming a decrepit old man. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, filled with terror as he stared at Han Li. Han Li was startled, his muscles tensing up all over, the feeling of weakness instantly cast aside. His first thought was to strike first, to take the initiative. After the lesson learned last time, Han Li was determined not to let himself be easily controlled again. However, Han Li soon noticed something strange. The other party's expression was frozen, completely motionless, and there was no sound of breathing, as if he had long since died. Han Li frowned, but did not dare to relax his vigilance. He focused intently on the other person's face, trying to find some flaw. After observing carefully for a full quarter of an hour, Han Li had to admit that the other did not seem to be alive at all. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously approached the other, reaching out to grasp the wrist while placing his other hand under the nose to test for breath. After a while, there was no response. Only then did Han Li finally feel at ease, his heart becoming incredibly light, as the enormous weight that had pressed down on him was finally lifted. Until now, Han Li still found it hard to believe that his great enemy, the cunning and ruthless Dr. Mo, had died so silently, so inexplicably, and so easily. He touched his forehead, where the so-called calming talisman had vanished without a trace, leaving him puzzled. After learning the art of talismans, he recalled this incident and realized that the yellow talisman must have turned to ashes due to the depletion of its magical power, which was why he couldn't find it. With his mind at ease, Han Li began to shift his gaze away from Dr. Mo's corpse, hoping to find some clues about the enemy's demise. The oil lamps and candles around him were still lit, indicating that he hadn't been unconscious for long. Meanwhile, the few pieces of jade nearby had turned dull and gray, seemingly losing several grades in quality and becoming unremarkable. As he glanced around, something in the corner of the stone room caught his attention. Trying to avoid Han Li's line of sight, this object was familiar to him. It was the green light sphere that had slipped away from him during their last battle in his dreams, now reduced by a third. At that moment, it was desperately trying to burrow into the corner, seemingly terrified of Han Li. At first, Han Li was surprised, but then he thoughtfully propped his chin up with one hand and pondered for a while. Moments later, he stood up and walked towards the light sphere. He stopped only half a meter away and slowly said, "I think we should get acquainted. You must be Yu Zitong, right?" The green light sphere trembled slightly, its radiance flickering erratically. Upon hearing Han Li call its name, it dimmed for a while before glowing again. "You guessed it. You truly are Mo Jiren's disciple, just as difficult to deal with as he is." The light sphere seemed resigned, and it began to speak in human language, its tone resembling that of the young man. It did not try to deny anything and directly admitted Han Li's guess. "Then shouldn't you provide me with some explanations and tell me the whole story?" Upon realizing that the other party was indeed one of the culprits who had plotted against him, Han Li showed no signs of anger and remained calm. However, Yu Zitong felt a chill in his heart after seeing Han Li's indifferent demeanor, sensing impending doom. In the recent battle of spiritual consciousness, he had just experienced the might of this calamity and had his spiritual essence partially devoured, suffering significant magical power loss. Now, facing a real person and lacking any means of self-defense, he naturally felt an indescribable fear. What do you want to know? He knew that the other party had just escaped death and that their emotions must be unstable, making them highly dangerous. Although Han Li appeared calm on the surface, he might be brewing an eruption of anger beneath. Since he had already been discovered, the best course of action was to cooperate and not challenge the other's patience verbally. He certainly didn't want to be foolishly buried in the other's impulsiveness. "First, tell me who you really are. Then explain your relationship with Dr. Mo, as well as your original plan, in detail. I have plenty of time to listen to your story." Han Li spoke expressionlessly, like someone wearing a mask, showing no emotional fluctuations. Cough. "Speaking of which, I am also a victim." Yu Zitong immediately tried to gain Han Li's sympathy, attempting to distance himself from Dr. Mo. But when he saw Han Li's indifference, he had to continue. "I was originally a loose cultivator." Yu Zitong honestly recounted his background and the events that transpired, naturally portraying himself as a pitiful character who was forced into complicity by Dr. Mo, shifting all the blame onto the deceased. Han Li naturally did not fully believe his words, but by combining them with statements made by Dr. Mo, he could deduce about 70 to 80% of the truth. By removing the possibly false parts of Yu Zedong's narrative, Hanli gained a rough understanding of the events. The stories Dr. Mo had previously told him about being ambushed and seeking methods to restore his magical power before this incident should all be true, as there was no need for deception. However, the part about finding a mysterious book that contained the method to restore his powers was fabricated. It was entirely because of Yu Zedong that Dr. Mo was able to recover, but it was also because of Yu Zedong that he became cursed. It turned out that Yu Zedong was originally a member of a certain so-called cultivator family, having practiced the eternal spring technique to the 7th layer, reaching a certain level of proficiency. However, due to limitations in his aptitude, he could not advance any further and failed to meet the requirements for officially establishing a foundation. Without a foundation, a cultivator could not be considered part of the sect and could not formally enter the world of cultivation. Thus, Yu Zedong had no choice but to leave his secluded place and prepare to experience the secular world, hoping to break through his current bottleneck in mindset. Of course, if he could find some precious herbs to take back for refining elixirs, that would be even better, but he also knew this hope was slim. Nevertheless, he thought it was a matter of luck. Perhaps he could have a stroke of fortune and find something valuable. With this enticing ambition, the 20-something Yu Zedong entered the secular world, as described by cultivators. The dazzling outside world quickly dazzled him, and his already unstable mindset led to a complete downfall within a few years. He became a guest of some powerful family, starting to enjoy the luxuries of the world, and his desire for cultivation gradually faded. For a disciple like Yu Zedong, who had given up halfway, his family would naturally remove his name from the genealogy after 100 years. From then on, this branch would be considered secular and could no longer interact with the main family, unless a talented cultivator emerged among his descendants, allowing them to return to their roots. If things continued like this, although Yu Zedong would lose hope in the Tao and be unable to cultivate, living a long life and enjoying wealth would still be within reach. Such situations, although rare among cultivators without a foundation, were not entirely without precedent and were not considered a significant issue. However, whether it was a stroke of luck or divine intervention, one day several years later, he accidentally wandered into a street and, habitually, visited a pharmacy. To his surprise, he discovered a very rare blood spirit grass there. This spirit grass resembled ordinary red oil flowers, so it was placed together by the ignorant shop owner. Upon seeing it, Yu Zedong was overjoyed with this spirit grass. He had great hope of breaking through the bottleneck, and his desire to cultivate surged again. He immediately wanted to pay for it. However, at that moment, another cultivator entered the store and also discovered this herb, refusing to let it go. The two immediately had a dispute. Seeing this, the shop owner seized the opportunity and declared that the herb would go to whoever offered more money. As a result, since Yu Zedong had slightly more wealth, he naturally acquired the spirit herb. However, he was not foolish. He knew that the other party would not easily give up. So he fled his residence overnight and hurried to his family's territory. But halfway through his journey, he was caught up by that person, resulting in a fierce battle. The opponent's magical power was far superior to his own, and Yu Zedong was beaten until he spat blood and was defeated. Yet he was reluctant to part with the precious spiritual medicine he had obtained. Gritting his teeth, he activated a life-saving talisman he had brought from his family and used a secret technique for mutual destruction to scare off the opponent, allowing him to escape. However, by this time, he had sustained serious injuries, and in this dire situation, he encountered Dr. Mo, who was also out seeking a remedy. It was also Yu Zedong's fate. Although he had been wandering in the world for a few years, he had no experience dealing with people from the martial world. Upon noticing Dr. Mo's physical condition, he inadvertently revealed that he possessed valuable medicine. This brought him a great disaster, as Dr. Mo was in a rush, desperately searching for a remedy. Upon hearing that the other party had medicine that could treat him, he would surely use all means and plead desperately. However, the medicine Yu Zedong mentioned, while not as precious as blood spirit grass, consisted of more than a dozen rare medicinal materials, which he had refined using a significant amount of his vital energy. And he had little left. Given his serious injuries, he cherished it even more and would not easily give it to an insignificant mortal. Seeing that he had humbled himself and still couldn't obtain the medicine, Dr. Mo became angry and secretly followed him to a deserted place, where he poisoned Yu Zedong from behind with a secret concoction. Normally, common poisons would not affect Yu Zedong, but the secret poison Dr. Mo used of which even he did not fully understand the power, unexpectedly allowed him to gain the upper hand. Already severely injured, Yu Zedong became weak and on the verge of death due to the poison attacking his heart. At this moment, Dr. Mo revealed himself, swaggering over to loot him. Upon seeing this, Yu Zedong quickly understood the situation. In a fit of anger, he instinctively used the blood arrow in soul spell, converting all his vital blood into a blood curse and spraying it onto Dr. Mo's head. Then, his soul abandoned his body and quietly drifted out. After exiting his body, Yu Zedong realized he had not prepared any magical tools for protection in advance. Reluctantly, he had to burrow into Dr. Mo's body to temporarily avoid the danger of his soul perishing. Dr. Mo, splattered with blood, was initially startled, but when he found nothing unusual, he paid it no mind. Relying on his knowledge of elixirs, he identified a few pills from Yu Zedong's corpse and joyfully consumed them. Sure enough, the medicine cured him, and Dr. Mo's powers were fully restored. In his ecstatic state, Dr. Mo, with the items he had looted and a copy of the incomprehensible Changchun Gong manual, planned to return to Lanzhou to take revenge and restore his former glory. Chapter 59. The Three Iron Rules. Dr. Mo could not enjoy his happiness for long. The power of the Yin Soul spell soon manifested. He aged at a terrifying speed, almost a year for every day. He was filled with fear and tried every means to control the strange phenomena occurring in his body, but to little effect. If this continued, he would soon meet his end, dying like a normal old man from exhaustion. Fortunately, at this time, Yu Zedong's soul was in an even worse condition. After entering Dr. Mo's body for a while, he began to experience a phenomenon of being assimilated by the other party's soul. Assimilation was a passive act of possession, where an external soul that had been residing in a host body for an extended period was unconsciously influenced by the host soul, leading to mutual effects, but ultimately resulting in only one consciousness surviving, a vicious phenomenon. Seeing this, Yu Zedong, with no other choice, had to consider taking the initiative to possess. His reluctance was not due to any benevolence, but rather fear of the three iron rules of possession known in the cultivation world. First, cultivators cannot possess mortals. Otherwise, the possessed body will collapse due to the overwhelming nature of the possession. Second, only a being with higher magical power can successfully possess one with lower magical power without suffering backlash, and the greater the power disparity, the safer it is. Third, a cultivator can only attempt possession once in their lifetime, regardless of their magical power. Attempting a second time will lead to the inexplicable demise of their soul. These three ironclad rules, which had withstood countless attempts, had restricted many malicious individuals trying to stir up trouble through possession and those attempting to escape disaster by resorting to this technique. Heaven had its warnings against such rebellious acts, not allowing cultivators to use this technique to throw the world into chaos, leading to uncontrollable consequences. Therefore, if Dr. Mo were a cultivator, Yu Zedong would not be afraid, as he could engage in a mutual destruction scenario and contend for this body. However, Dr. Mo was merely a mortal, with no magical power at all, and could not withstand the act of possession. It was likely that if he attempted even halfway, the body would completely collapse. Moreover, even if he sought another body to hide in, he could not avoid the fate of further assimilation and would face an even more awkward predicament. His magical power would diminish rapidly with each exit and entry of his soul, and he would soon lose it completely, becoming trapped in another's body and ultimately assimilated. It should be noted that after becoming a soul, he had no body to meditate and replenish his energy. The magical power he carried would decrease with each use, and it would gradually diminish over time. He did not know how long he could hold on. Therefore, unless Yu Zedong could find a low-powered cultivator capable of withstanding possession, he would never again risk leaving his soul to try. Faced with the imminent collapse of Dr. Mo's body due to the blood curse, which would leave his soul without a place to hide, and the danger of being assimilated by the other party's soul, Yu Zedong, driven by the instinct to survive, had to temporarily set aside their grievances. He reluctantly contacted Dr. Mo, explaining everything and the stakes involved. Upon hearing this, Dr. Mo was initially angry but quickly realized the tremendous opportunity. Without hesitation, he made an agreement with Yu Zedong, revealing his ambitious nature. First, Dr. Mo would follow Yu Zedong's instructions to control his consciousness, trying to avoid assimilating the other party's soul. Yu Zedong would teach him some secret techniques to slow down the aging process and temporarily grant him magical power. Second, Dr. Mo would seek a boy with a spiritual root who could cultivate the Changchun Gong, teach him this skill, and then, when the time was right, use the temporarily gained magical power to possess him and regain a new life. Dr. Mo had previously questioned this, wanting to try cultivating the technique himself, but of course, he achieved nothing and was ridiculed by Yu Zitong, realizing that those without spiritual roots could not cultivate magical power. And he was just the ordinary person referred to by cultivators as having no spiritual roots. Lastly, after successfully possessing another body and having ample time to recover, Dr. Mo would help Yu Zitong find a suitable body and assist him in possession. The terms of this agreement seemed to favor Dr. Mo, but there was no other way. After all, Yu Zitong was facing the immediate threat of assimilation. Being in a disadvantaged position, he naturally had to make some concessions. Though whether it was truly a concession, only he knew. During the process mentioned above, Yu Zitong once suggested that Dr. Mo go to his family's secluded place for help. But the experienced Dr. Mo was unwilling to give him any leverage and firmly refused, which made Yu Zitong resent him deeply in the days to come. There is not much to say about what happened afterward. Dr. Mo couldn't find a suitable candidate in the past few years, became disheartened, entered the Qishuan sect, and unexpectedly took in Hanli, teaching him the Changchun technique, and so on. These events were not much different from what Dr. Mo had described, and Hanli himself had experienced quite a bit. After listening to these words, Hanli let out a long sigh, and most of the doubts in his heart were resolved. However, seeing Yu Zitong stop and not continue, his face darkened, and he coldly said, "It seems you haven't told me the reason for Dr. Mo's death." "There's nothing to explain. It was just that Dr. Mo misjudged your progress in the Changchun technique. His magical power was far inferior to yours, and when he attempted to seize your body, he was instead devoured by you." Yu Zitong hesitated for a moment, but still revealed the truth. "So, the yellow light ball that first entered my body was Dr. Mo's primordial spirit, and the second green one is yours," Hanli said lightly. "Well, at that time, I thought you and Dr. Mo would perish together. To avoid wasting this flesh, I just wanted to borrow it." He felt a bit awkward. "Humph. It's probably not that you thought so, but that you deliberately designed it that way. Yu Zitong, when you passed the soul-seizing technique to Dr. Mo, you probably didn't have good intentions, deliberately omitting whether it would succeed or not, and its relation to the depth of magical power. Based on your original design, Dr. Mo used the self-harming, soul-devouring technique along with my fourth layer of the Changchun technique, and their magical powers were about equal. Once the body-seizing began, they would inevitably kill each other, and then you, the opportunistic third party, would take advantage of it and successfully occupy my body. Am I right, my esteemed cultivator Yu?" Hanli calmly stated his judgment in one breath. Yu Zitong was silent for a while after hearing this. After a long time, he sighed and, feeling a bit dejected, did not refute. "I initially praised you just casually, but now I sincerely commend you. You are truly clever, surpassing your predecessors, even outsmarting that fox Dr. Mo. You guessed it right, this was indeed my design. However, I did not expect your aptitude in cultivation to be so exceptional that you practiced the sixth layer of the Changchun technique in such a short time, only one layer lower than mine. Not only did you easily devour Dr. Mo's primordial spirit, but even my severely weakened primordial spirit was no match for you, resulting in a significant loss of my vitality." However, he suddenly shifted his tone and spoke arrogantly. "Dr. Mo is just a mundane person. How dare he wish to stand on equal footing with us cultivators and call each other brothers? Does he deserve that? What is even more intolerable is that he used vile means to destroy my and still wants to step into the immortal path. What a daydream." Yu Zitong gritted his teeth and said, revealing his long-standing hatred for Dr. Mo without any reservations. "But you are different. You have innate spiritual roots and outstanding qualifications, which is truly a pity in the secular world. If you are willing to help me find a suitable flesh body and assist in the body seizing, I am willing to be your guide, introduce you to the elders of my family, and take you as my disciple. What do you think?" Chapter 60. Testing the poison. Yu Zitong was very confident in his words. He didn't believe anyone could resist the temptation of immortality. Back then, Dr. Mo also hated him to the bone, but under the same words, he still obediently cooperated. He believed that if he gave this person a little sweetness, he would definitely comply. However, Yu Zitong was disappointed. After hearing his tempting words, Hanli did not show any excitement, but remained calm, as if this statement had not stirred any waves in his heart. "I will consider the matter of cooperation later, but for now, I have a question that I hope you can answer. Hanli looked at the light ball with clear eyes and said gently, if I answer your question, will you be willing to cooperate? That depends on whether your answer can satisfy me. All right, ask away. Yu Zitong readily agreed, clearly understanding the principle of having to bow one's head under the eaves. Hanli did not speak immediately, but raised his head and stared at the ceiling, pondering for a moment, as if considering how to phrase his question properly. Yu Zitong was startled by the other party's serious demeanor and began to wonder what troublesome question Hanli would pose. I want to know, after I devoured part of Dr. Mo's and your primordial spirit, what adverse consequences will there be? Why does my head feel a bit swollen and I sense that I have many more things inside, yet I cannot check them? Is there anything wrong? Hanli finally asked the question he had been worried about since he woke up. Upon hearing this, Yu Zitong realized that the other party was worried about this minor issue, and his heart immediately relaxed, his tone becoming much lighter. Haha, so it's this matter. Brother, you're overthinking it. There's really no need to worry. You should know that the things stuffed into your mind will gradually dissipate on their own within a year or two, and you don't need to worry at all. So, I'm just wasting my effort devouring these things. They can't be retained at all. I find that hard to believe. Hanli looked at him skeptically, revealing a hint of distrust. To say that none can be retained is not entirely true. However, what can be retained is indeed very little. Yu Zitong hurriedly explained, fearing that the other party misunderstood something. The memories, experiences, and emotions contained within are completely untouchable. If absorbed, one could become an idiot or suffer from split personality. And in severe cases, the brain could explode from mental pressure. You should know that the primordial spirit is the most delicate thing. It cannot be casually fused with other things. Temporarily placing others' primordial spirits in your mind is possible, but turning them into your own is merely a delusion. Otherwise, if one could gain the experiences, memories, and techniques of others just by seizing their bodies, wouldn't he that throw the world into chaos? Who would still diligently practice their techniques and comprehend realms and mental methods? Once they seized a body, wouldn't he they have it all? Among the devoured primordial spirits, the only thing that could be utilized is a tiny bit of the original power contained within. This can slightly strengthen one's own primordial spirit. But it is only a little because this kind of thing dissipates the fastest, and within a few days, it would be completely lost from the devoured primordial spirit, unable to be utilized again. As Hanli listened to Yu Zitong's explanation, he finally set down the last thread of concern in his heart. He could tell that the other party was not lying. At this moment, Yu Zitong was probably thinking of cooperating with him just like Dr. Mo. So he naturally would not deceive him about a matter that would soon reveal the truth. After Yu Zitong finished explaining his last sentence, he saw Hanli nodding, seemingly believing what he said, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. The light ball transformed by his primordial spirit seemed to shine a bit brighter. He eagerly asked, Brother Han, it seems you are quite satisfied with my explanation, so shouldn't we discuss our cooperation next? Of course. It's a rare opportunity for me to cooperate with a cultivator. Hanli suddenly smiled, revealing his white teeth that sparkled, looking exceedingly sincere. Really? Yu Zitong grew excited, not expecting that he would agree even before being persuaded, and hurriedly asked for confirmation. Of course, Hanli answered quickly and clearly. Then he smiled and took something out of his pocket, speaking to Yu Zitong in a friendly tone. Since we are now partners, you wouldn't refuse to cooperate with a small experiment before we discuss specifics, would you? Experiment? Yu Zitong was taken aback. He looked at the cylinder in the other person's hand, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before, a foreboding stirring in his heart. That's right, a poison test. Before Hanli finished speaking, his thumb moved slightly on the cylinder, and a thick black liquid sprayed out, carrying a foul, rotten smell, heading straight for the target opposite him. Ah! A scream came from the light cluster, as Yu Zitong's primordial spirit was drenched in the black liquid. The green light above dimming significantly, indicating he had suffered a serious injury. You actually poisoned me and attacked me? Yu Zitong screamed hoarsely, seemingly unable to accept everything that had just happened. Hanli ignored the other's fury. He reached for the belt buckle above his abdomen, and with a whoosh, pulled out a gleaming sword from the belt's hidden compartment. This sword was about as wide as a finger and approximately 1.5 feet long, exceptionally flexible. A rare jade belt short sword. This was the last short sword Hanli had commissioned from a blacksmith at a high price, and the most expensive one. But he was not skilled in using such weapons, so he had never taken it out until now. Holding this weapon that had been hidden on him and had almost never had a chance to be used, Hanli's expression became extremely grim. His previous smile disappeared without a trace. He cast a disdainful glance at the still trembling primordial spirit and, without saying a word, stepped forward and swung the sword down at the light cluster, using the soft sword as if it were an axe for chopping wood. Chapter 61. God Destruction. Yu Zitong's primordial spirit was trapped in a narrow corner, like a fly with broken wings, floundering everywhere. Whenever it tried to fly out, it was forced back by a stream of black liquid, followed closely by a deadly cold light that occasionally struck the light cluster, constantly weakening the green light's radiance. He felt despair in his heart. Although the relentless attacks from the sharp sword had weakened his primordial spirit considerably, he didn't care much about that. What rendered him helpless was the continuous erosion of the black liquid. Since he was sprayed with the liquid, he felt a tingling sensation on his primordial spirit. Weak and powerless, and it was gradually wearing down his remaining magical power. More critically, it obstructed Yu Zitong's ability to cast spells, causing him to repeatedly fail in his attempts to use magic, as if he were being imprisoned. Why are you killing me? Why? Facing Han Li's cold and ruthless actions, Yu Zitong's hoarse cries came from the light cluster, filled with deep resentment. However, Han Li remained silent, responding with the accelerated swings of the blade in his hand. Soon, Yu Zitong's voice gradually diminished, becoming weaker and weaker, until only a faint groan remained, and then there was no more sound at all. Han Li did not stop immediately. Instead, he continued to slash at the primordial spirit that had fallen to the ground, which was as weak as a candle flame, hacking at it with a dozen more strikes. When he saw that he could not extinguish the last remaining green light, he finally sheathed the soft sword back onto his belt. At this moment, Han Li coldly said, "I never cooperate with those who swear oaths using their own parents, let alone follow in Dr. Mo's footsteps, believing the guarantees of such a small person like you." Casting a cold glance at the last flicker of Yu Zitong's primordial spirit, Han Li turned around without hesitation and pushed open the heavy stone door. With the stone door opening, several beams of dazzling sunlight shone in from outside, illuminating the remaining primordial spirit, which instantly extinguished with a puff, the weak green light flashing out and transforming into wisps of green smoke, disappearing into the air. Thus, the only trace Yu Zitong left in the world was completely erased by Han Li, making it impossible to trace this person again. If Han Li knew that primordial spirits were afraid of light, it was because Dr. Mo's actions upon entering the room had reminded him to extinguish many lights. Otherwise, he would have had no solution for such a latent threat that seemed indestructible, keeping Han Li on edge. However, Han Li's ease in extinguishing the opponent's primordial spirit was also due to the other tube of 7 poisons water he had prepared in advance, which played a crucial role. This liquid was an improved version of the 5 poisons water previously collected by Dr. Mo, with a new ingredient added from a soil mushroom flower, which not only had strong toxicity to ordinary people, but also greatly hindered the primordial spirits of cultivators. It was precisely because of this that Yu Zitong was unable to successfully cast spells, leading to the easy destruction of his primordial spirit. The reason Han Li sprayed the 7 poisons water on the opponent's primordial spirit was also influenced by various legendary stories,
in which all demons and monsters seem to fear liquids like chicken blood or black dog blood.
Han Li had a sudden inspiration and treated Yu Zitong's primordial spirit as if it were a monster. In this fortuitous coincidence, one could only wonder if Yu Zitong, knowing this in the afterlife, would be so furious as to spit blood again. Han Li naturally did not understand all these coincidences. He only knew that even if the poison did not take effect, once he opened the door, the opponent's primordial spirit would undoubtedly perish. With such thorough considerations, he struck hard against Yu Zitong without mercy. Now, he was finally free, no longer needing to live in fear of someone holding a knife to his throat, always ready to flee for his life. Slowly walking back to the center of the stone house, Han Li stood there quietly for a moment. Suddenly, he jumped up, soaring more than 3 feet off the ground, and shouted loudly several times, desperately venting the joy in his heart. At that moment, he truly returned to his true self. A 16-year-old boy. I am finally free. I am finally free. With a crack, Han Li's voice suddenly stopped, as if it had been cut off by a knife. A huge figure, drifting not far outside the stone door, caught his eye. It was the giant man known as Iron Slave. Han Li's expression suddenly turned grim. Upon seeing this person's silhouette, he felt a dull pain in his shoulder. He had made a big mistake, once again neglecting the existence of this person. forgetting to ask Yu Zitong's primordial spirit about the giant man's origins and weaknesses. However, what relieved Han Li slightly was that the giant man seemed completely uninterested in what was happening inside the stone house, merely wandering outside, strictly adhering to Dr. Mo's warning commands, not even glancing at the open stone door. Han Li frowned, feeling that the situation was somewhat difficult. The giant man was clearly a bit dull-witted, only knowing to follow orders, but for Han Li, such a person was the hardest to deal with, as he could not persuade him to stop fighting and shake hands to make peace. Once they started fighting, Han Li was no match for him. The only item that could threaten the giant man was the now empty tube of poison water. Han Li paced back and forth in the room several times, racking his brain to find a way to subdue the giant man, but for a while, his mind was as chaotic as a tangled mess. By chance, Han Li's gaze fell on Dr. Mo's corpse. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could find some methods to restrain the giant man on the corpse. Han Li thought to himself. He turned his head to look outside. The giant man was still wandering tirelessly, showing no signs of approaching. Seeing this, Han Li finally felt relieved. He took a few steps to the front of Dr. Mo's corpse, unreservedly stretched out his hands, and began to carefully search inch by inch. Chapter 62. Transaction 1 by 1. Various strange and familiar or unfamiliar items were uncovered by Han Li, sorted into two piles based on their suspiciousness, and placed aside. He gradually felt astonished. Dr. Mo had quite a lot of miscellaneous items on him, many of which were clearly lethal. A sleeve arrow that could seal the throat upon seeing blood. A pouch of poisoned sand soaked in snake venom. A dozen extremely sharp boomerangs. As the number of items increased, Han Li's breathing became somewhat rapid. The more carefully he searched, the more alarmed he felt. At this point, he understood how lucky he had been when he fought with Dr. Mo. If the other party hadn't only wanted to capture him alive, he would have probably met his end long ago. Wiping the cold sweat from his face, Han Li mocked himself. A living person like him was actually frightened by the belongings of a dead man. Finally finished searching, Han Li began to study each item he deemed suspicious. This small vial contained something that smelled bad. It seemed to be some sort of antidote, so it should be fine. This strange weapon looked like a small wheel. Although he didn't know what it was for, it probably had nothing to do with the giant, so he set it aside. As for this sachet, Han Li was fiddling with the items while talking to himself, appearing quite excited. At this moment, he was holding an ordinary sachet embroidered with plain white silk flowers. Logically, such an ordinary sachet shouldn't arouse anyone's suspicion. However, Han Li believed that while it was normal for an ordinary person to have such a commonplace item, its presence on a figure like Dr. Mo was unusual. Han Li first held it in one hand to feel its weight, finding it quite light, indicating it likely didn't contain any heavy items. Then he pinched it, feeling a paper-like texture, as if it concealed some pages inside. Han Li's spirit lifted. He opened the sachet and, as expected, found a few sheets of paper inside. A brief glance revealed it was in Dr. Mo's handwriting, giving him some assurance. Upon a more detailed examination, Han Li was astonished to discover it was a letter of testament left for him by Dr. Mo. Han Li felt puzzled and curious, picking up the sheets to read them thoroughly. After finishing, he let out a long sigh, then furrowed his brow, becoming heavy-hearted. He clasped his hands behind his back, pacing like an old man, unconsciously wandering around. After every 2 steps, he would stop to contemplate something, then unable to make up his mind, he would take a few more steps before stopping again to continue pondering. Thus, without realizing it, Han Li was circling around Dr. Mo's corpse like a donkey grinding grain, his expression fluctuating between red and pale, revealing inner turmoil that he couldn't control. If Li Feiyu were to see Han Li in such a distracted state, he would probably burst out laughing immediately. The reason for Han Li's transformation was that the letter left him with very bad news and a dilemma. The antidote for the corpse insect pill was actually poisonous, a rare and insidious toxin, which the letter claimed could only be resolved by his family's heirloom, the warm sun jade. Aside from that, there was no other way. Even the legendary antidotes wouldn't be able to counter this poison. Thus, in these pages, Dr. Mo clearly told Han Li that this testament and the previous insidious poison were his contingency plans. If he failed to possess another's body, or something unexpected occurred, it was highly likely that Han Li would be the one to survive, to take care of his own affairs. He intended to make a simple trade with Han Li in the letter, ensuring mutual satisfaction, allowing him to eliminate his own concerns while granting Han Li a significant fortune and endless benefits. As for whether Yu Zitong would be the last one standing, Dr. Mo didn't consider this at all. In the letter, he spoke of him with disdain, believing that this person was not only cold-hearted but also cowardly, possessing only a bit of cleverness. Even as a cultivator, he wouldn't achieve anything significant. The one who would laugh last would definitely not be him. When Hanli read this, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Dr. Mo's cunning schemes probably didn't anticipate that he would end up falling into the trap of someone he looked down upon. Had he not concealed the true progress of his Changchun skill, he would have likely perished alongside Dr. Mo, allowing Yu Zitong to pick up the pieces. Of course, this was also related to how Dr. Mo had been blinded by his dream of becoming immortal, leading to a muddled mind. It seemed that no matter what kind of cultivator, they shouldn't be underestimated. In the letter, Dr. Mo's proposed transaction was quite simple. He required Han Li to visit his home within a year or two. Firstly, the insidious poison he was afflicted with would manifest after 2 years, and secondly, he had a wife, concubines, daughters, and a substantial estate. Although Dr. Mo had made many arrangements before leaving, creating a veil to obscure people's ears, if he didn't return for a long time, it would likely raise suspicions among his unruly subordinates and enemies, putting his family at risk. Therefore, Han Li also had to hurry before things worsened, to protect his wife and children, ensuring they were settled well, preferably far removed from the conflicts of the world, living a life free of worries. As compensation for his previous plot against Han Li, and as a reward to encourage Han Li to come to his aid without holding grudges, he was willing to designate one of his daughters as Han Li's wife, with a dowry of half of his entire fortune and the warm sun jade. Dr. Mo had already given the jade to his first wife before departing, specifying that it was to be used as the dowry for his daughter. Therefore, considering his own life, Han Li had no choice but to marry. Of course, he made it clear that his enemies and rivals were formidable, and his subordinates were difficult to control. With Han Li's current abilities, he might not be able to face them directly. For this reason, he had arranged 2 false identities for Han Li in a hidden compartment of his residence, leaving behind tokens and handwritten letters for Han Li to choose a suitable identity. At the same time, he listed trusted personnel, suspicious individuals, and enemies, along with details of matters that needed careful attention. Finally, to prove the sincerity of leaving this testament, he included methods to control and summon the giant iron slave and the cloud-winged bird. What puzzled Han Li was that the other party vaguely pointed out that the iron slave was a soulless corpse, merely a walking dead, with its original true soul having long since been reincarnated, so Han Li need not be saddened by this. This left Han Li somewhat bewildered. Did he appear to be someone with deep feelings? However, even putting aside the poisoning issue, facing such a large fortune, to say that Han Li wasn't moved would be a pure lie. Always sensitive to money, he was indeed very interested in the transaction proposed by Dr. Mo during his lifetime. As for marrying his daughter, this also stirred strange feelings in Han Li, who was at the age of budding romance. After all, just by looking at Dr. Mo's original appearance, it was clear that his daughter would not be unattractive. Yet, the risks involved were not trivial. A careless mistake could cost him his life. The enemies that Dr. Mo regarded as rivals were certainly not easy to deal with. Dr. Mo had meticulously arranged everything behind him, tying Han Li's and his family's safety together with the traps of life, beauty, and immense wealth. It seemed that Han Li had no choice but to swallow this honey-coated poison with a bitter face. Chapter 63 True Appearance. After going around in circles, Han Li finally stopped. Whether to make this trade or wait until he truly couldn't resolve the poison was a decision he would have to make later. This was the only helpless thought he could muster. Then, he glanced at the giant man outside the house, recalled the cryptic words from the will, and felt a flicker of curiosity. He decided to try controlling the giant. Han Li bent down and found a small bell made of brass among the pile of items. This bell was not large. It could be easily held in one hand, but it was exquisitely made, with a very harmonious proportion, clearly crafted by a skilled artisan. The only thing that set it apart from ordinary bells was the faint traces of blood that were subtly embedded in its walls, making it particularly striking. Han Li examined the artifact called the soul-guiding bell carefully, but couldn't discern its power. According to the letter, this item could actually subdue such a terrifying creature as the giant man. It was truly incredible. Holding the small bell in his left hand and casually picking up a dagger with his right, Han Li cautiously stepped out of the stone door and slowly approached the giant man. When he was more than 2 zhang away from the giant, Han Li stopped, unwilling to get too close in case of unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, the giant was standing with his back to Han Li. Ding! A crisp sound rang out from the small bell as Han Li gently tapped it with the dagger. Han Li frowned. The sound seemed no different from an ordinary bell. Could this really subdue the giant? He felt a bit shaken and lowered his body slightly, preparing to flee back into the stone house at the first sign of trouble. Upon hearing the bell, the giant's shoulders twitched slightly, seemingly responding. Han Li felt a surge of joy and hurriedly struck the brass bell repeatedly. Ding! Ding! The bell rang out in succession, and the giant's body began to tremble. Eventually, he stumbled, unable to maintain his balance, and fell to the ground, unconscious. The giant's massive body hit the dry ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that caused Han Li, who was unprepared, to sneeze several times, looking quite disheveled. However, Han Li couldn't care less about these small matters at this moment. He quickly jumped onto the giant's body and pulled down the hood from his head, revealing a swollen face that made Han Li feel a chill. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, he didn't dare to examine it closely. He swiftly used the dagger to cut his wrist, letting the blood flow freely onto the giant's face until it was fully covered. Only then did he press on the wound, quickly finding a clean cloth to bandage it and stop the bleeding. He then calmly stood aside, observing the giant's reaction. An extraordinary thing happened. So much blood slowly seeped into the giant's facial skin, leaving not a single drop behind. Han Li watched in astonishment, even failing to notice that his pressing finger had caused more blood to seep out from the bandage. When the blood was almost completely absorbed, the giant opened his eyes and slowly stood up. His expression was dull, his eyes vacant, showing no emotion. But when the giant turned his head and their gazes met, Han Li felt a buzz in his head. A strange emotion that was both unfamiliar and familiar suddenly surged within him. It was as if something foreign had suddenly joined the depths of his heart, calling to him like a familiar pet. Han Li was taken aback, but quickly calmed down, for he saw the giant's previously stiff face transform into one full of submission, giving Han Li a feeling of being able to control the giant's life and death, which was quite marvelous. Suppressing his inner excitement, Han Li issued a testing command to the giant in a deep voice. Go and demolish that stone door for me. The giant said nothing, took several large strides to the stone door, raised both fists together like a massive hammer, and with just a few strikes, smashed it to pieces. Then, like a whirlwind, he returned to Han Li's side, awaiting his next command. Han Li, who generally disliked extreme emotions, couldn't help but smile widely at this moment. Having such a powerful assistant ready to obey his orders made the usual dangers seem trivial, as Han Li excitedly envisioned a wonderful future. He couldn't help but examine the giant with eager eyes. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. What he once thought was an overly ugly face now seemed particularly pleasing to him, even evoking a sense of familiarity. Familiarity? Han Li was startled by this feeling. A bit surprised. How could he feel familiar with a face he had never seen before? With this question in mind, Han Li began to closely observe the giant's features, trying to find the reason. Gradually, he realized that if the giant's somewhat swollen features were restored to their original form and scaled down a size, the face wouldn't be considered ugly at all. In fact, it looked quite honest and was a face Han Li was familiar with. Han Li's face turned pale, and he fell silent for quite a while before extending his hands to gently touch the giant's face. Zhang, is it really you? His voice was very low, sounding calm. The reconstructed face bore a striking resemblance to his long-lost friend Zhang Tai, and combined with the cryptic words left by Dr. Mo, Han Li felt almost certain that the giant was deeply related to Zhang Tai. Could it be that, as mentioned in the letter, the giant before him was merely the transformed shell of Zhang Tai, with his soul long gone? But why had his body become so large and terrifying? Chapter 64. The soul of the curve. Han Li felt the giant's cold body temperature with his fingers, gazing into his dull, vacant eyes while speculating about everything that had happened to Zhang Tai. It was almost certain that Dr. Mo had colluded with Yu Zitong to abduct Zhang Tai, who had made some progress with the elephant armor technique and fabricated a false impression of his departure, deceiving many ears and eyes of the Qishuan sect. Then, secretly, they used some kind of spell to completely strip Zhang Tai of his soul, subsequently transforming his body into such a bizarre form, resembling the completion of the elephant armor technique. Han Li's speculation was quite accurate. The true situation was indeed not far from it. Years ago, Dr. Mo had a sudden whim to combine the elephant armor technique with the corpse refining technique provided by Yu Zitong, intending to create a batch of obedient and formidable corpse warriors to sweep the martial world. However, in a short time, he managed to produce only this one giant. whom he regarded as a treasure, hiding him in a secret place beneath the mountain, and brought him back during his last trip. However, Yu Zitong had no interest in such incomplete corpse warriors, even scoffing at them, as long as his true body was intact. There were too many methods to subdue such incomplete corpses, and these corpses were far inferior in power compared to true cultivators' advanced iron-armored corpses. They could only display some power in the mundane world. The only advantage was probably the simplicity of materials and the ease of refining. Anyone with a bit of magical power could create them. After a long while, Han Li suddenly withdrew his hands from the giant's face, shifting his uneasy gaze away from him to stare blankly at the dilapidated stone door. In that instant, he felt a chill in his heart, not from the tragic fate of Zhang Tai, but from his own coldness and indifference. He originally thought that knowing his friend's tragic fate would make him raise his head in anger and shout the name of Mo Jiren Yu Zitong loudly, filled with hatred and anger towards them. But in reality, apart from a slight sadness, he felt no significant emotions or fury, as if it were not his former friend Zhang Tai who had fallen into this situation, but an unrelated passerby. Could it be because he realized that the Zhang Tai before him was merely a shell, not the real person? Or had his heart turned so cold and hard? This selfish and indifferent behavior made Han Li feel a bit frightened. At that moment, he realized how unfamiliar he had become, without knowing when it happened. Han Li finally woke up from his stupor, casting a complex glance at the giant, unsure of how to address him. Remembering what Dr. Mo had said about the soul being lost and the body being a walking corpse, Han Li looked up at the sky and gently said, "Brother Zhang, I suppose you have been reincarnated by now. The body you left behind is of no use, so let me borrow it for a while. I will use it carefully. I hope you won't blame me." After finishing this prayer-like statement, Han Li felt somewhat reassured, as if he had hypnotized himself, then turned to the giant and said, "Since you are Brother Zhang's leftover shell without an independent soul, I shall call you Chu Han. I hope you can lend me a hand in the days to come." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the giant stood there dumbly, showing no reaction except for his usual submissive demeanor, indicating that he truly had no independent consciousness and could only passively accept orders. How foolish of me to speak to a lifeless body like this. Han Li shook his head in self-mockery, then walked lightly toward the stone house. "Chu Han, follow me." Han Li had completely recovered from his low spirits, his expression normal, as if nothing had happened. It seemed that he had indeed become as iron-willed and rational as he thought, no longer easily troubled by emotions. This astonishing change. Who could tell if it was a blessing or a curse for Han Li, who was about to embark on the path of an immortal cultivator? For a period afterward, Han Li busied himself with handling the aftermath, working tirelessly for half a day. He not only had to bury Dr. Mo's body under a big tree, but also had to destroy and dispose of everything left in the stone house. He even ordered Chu Han to smash the entire stone house into pieces, dismantling it so thoroughly that its original appearance was completely unrecognizable before he finally stopped. After this flurry of activity, the sky had turned to dusk, and the sun was beginning to set. Han Li stood before what was once the stone house, now a pile of rubble, surveying the area and, finding nothing overlooked, nodded in satisfaction. "Chu Han, let's go. There's a whole pile of things to deal with tomorrow. It's a pity you have no consciousness and can't speak. Otherwise, I think it would be more reassuring to discuss things with someone." Under the fiery red light of the setting sun, Han Li dragged his elongated figure, mumbling to the renamed Chu Han, seemingly having found a good listener to unburden his thoughts, who wouldn't complain to him. At this moment, there was no trace of coldness or ruthlessness, completely resembling an ordinary big boy next door. After arranging Chu Han, Han Li returned to his own dwelling. Inside, he felt like a stranger who had been away for a long time, touching this and that around the tables and chairs, muttering to himself, "This day feels so long. It seems longer than the past 10 years combined." Then suddenly he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. He was very tired, both mentally and physically. He was utterly exhausted. However, it felt good to be alive. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought this before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 65. Han the Divine. Dr. Han Li sat in the Grandmaster's chair that Dr. Mo often occupied, holding a book whose cover was titled The Longevity Sutra. But its actual content was the formula for the Changchun Gong, reading it with great interest and immersion. This book had often been in Dr. Mo's hands, and its abnormality had puzzled Han Li before. Now that he discovered the secret within, he realized that he was not reading about health preservation, but was clearly pondering the formula of the Changchun Gong. It seemed that Dr. Mo had not given up on the fact that he couldn't cultivate magical powers and had not completely believed Yu Zitong's words about the spiritual root. Instead, he had been silently contemplating it. This volume of the secret manual was found by Han Li in a hidden compartment along with other items. And it not only included the first 6 layers of formulas he had practiced before, but also recorded the last 2 layers of techniques he had never seen before. This unexpected discovery excited Han Li for a long time. Upon realizing that he was cultivating what was said to be the magical powers capable of calling the wind and summoning the rain, he became even more eager to learn the subsequent techniques of the Changchun Gong. After all, who wouldn't want to be an immortal? At that moment, the sun was high in the sky, and warm sunlight streamed in through the open skylight, shining on Han Li, who was reading. He squinted his eyes into narrow slits from the brightness, and with his body lying diagonally, he appeared exceptionally lazy. Han Li slightly raised his head to look at the skylight, finding it a bit too glaring. He casually used the open book to cover his face, blocking out the glaring sunlight. Then, he felt a darkness before his eyes and felt much more comfortable, which invigorated Han Li, prompting him to silently memorize the 7th layer of the formula again. He had recently noticed that due to the continuous consumption of spiritual medicines, his Changchun Gong had shown signs of another breakthrough, and he would soon enter the 7th layer realm. Understanding the lower-level techniques earlier would still be quite beneficial for him to break through the bottleneck. It had been over half a year since the day Dr. Mo took possession of another's body. The day after that day passed, Han Li, to cover up the signs of Dr. Mo's death, personally imitated Dr. Mo's handwriting and wrote a letter pretending to be from him, stating that he would return to his hometown to visit relatives. He submitted this letter to the elder in charge of the gate, using Dr. Mo's name. In the letter, he unceremoniously borrowed Dr. Mo's tone, claiming that he had inherited all of Dr. Mo's medical skills and could now treat others, while Dr. Mo himself, due to the long journey back home, did not know when he would return. Thus, he requested several sect leaders in the letter to allow him to temporarily fulfill the duties of the doctor until Dr. Mo returned. After handing in the letter, several managing elders showed no signs of suspicion, as Dr. Mo had often been away for years gathering medicinal materials. Although he had a title of worship in the 7 Mysterious Gate, he had saved the life of the sect leader and was practically in a guest elder position, which allowed for great freedom. However, the elders were still somewhat reserved about the claim in the letter that Han Li had inherited all of Dr. Mo's medical skills, being somewhat skeptical. Although Dr. Mo occasionally treated minor ailments like colds and fevers for lower-level disciples, his exceptional medical skills meant he primarily attended to mid- and high-level figures like the hall masters and elders. Thus, initially, the elders did not allow Han Li to take over Dr. Mo's responsibilities right away, but instead had him treat the lower-level disciples to test his true abilities. Han Li was completely unconcerned about the doubts from the higher-ups regarding his medical skills. He had always held an indifferent attitude towards treating anyone, and the only reason he proposed to take over Dr. Mo's work was that he was attracted to the secluded and quiet Shinsho Valley and the sizable medicinal garden within it. If he could continue to stay in the valley and have complete control over it, he could openly use the mysterious little bottles to cultivate rare medicinal materials in large quantities without worrying about others discovering this secret. Although this small valley was currently used solely by him, if Dr. Mo did not return for an extended period, who knew if those sect leaders and elders might whimsically reclaim it? Therefore, in order to showcase his medical prowess, Han Li put in extra effort when treating the disciples. Even secretly using a large amount of precious medicinal materials he cultivated each day. As a result, with his already impressive medical skills combined with the abundance of rare medicines, he accomplished the miraculous feat of curing almost all patients who came to him. Consequently, just as he had anticipated, his reputation as a miracle healer spread like a thunderclap throughout the Qishuan sect, and everyone in the mountain knew that the sect had produced another young divine doctor with exceptional medical skills. This divine doctor's skills were said to be astonishing and unpredictable. Under his treatment, whether it was external or internal injuries or difficult ailments, he could fully heal you within 3 days, surpassing even Dr. Mo in skill. In reality, Han Li's medical skills were still far inferior to Dr. Mo's. However, Dr. Mo could not possibly have access to such a wealth of rare medicinal materials to squander, so in terms of recovery results, he was naturally far behind Han Li. Thus, after Han Li once again helped a severely injured disciple bounce back to life within just a few days, the higher-ups could no longer sit still. Just a day later, they sent someone to summon him. This time, the person he met was actually Deputy Sect Leader Ma, whom he had encountered once on the bone refining cliff. This Deputy Leader Ma had clearly forgotten about Han Li, the previously inconspicuous named disciple. Therefore, upon seeing him, he explicitly stated his willingness to let Han Li take over Dr. Mo's job and enjoy all of Dr. Mo's original benefits. Of course, the title of worship could not be given to him yet because Han Li was still too young, only 16 or 17 years old, which made it difficult for other worshippers to accept. However, his actual monthly salary would be calculated based on the standards of worshippers. Finally, Deputy Leader Ma also expressed that if there were any unsatisfactory aspects, he could bring them up directly and they would handle them appropriately. This generous gesture from the other party made Han Li realize that as long as he did not propose overly excessive conditions, they would most likely agree to his requests. It seemed that his original goal could be easily achieved. However, such generous treatment was quite rare throughout the Qishuan sect. This showed that the higher-ups were well aware of what a skilled divine doctor meant to people in the martial world. Han Li was not polite and directly requested that Xinshu Valley be solely his residence, and he did not wish for outsiders to disturb his research in the valley. Such a request, which was hardly a condition at all, was naturally promptly agreed to by Deputy Leader Ma, perhaps in an effort to win Han Li over. He even took the initiative to offer to send a young and beautiful maid to take care of his daily needs. Han Li was momentarily swayed by this unexpected offer, almost agreeing to it, but upon calming down and thinking about the many secrets he bore, he ultimately felt pained and declined. This action of Han Li made Deputy Leader Ma admire him quite a bit, viewing him in a new light, repeatedly praising him for being young and accomplished, not indulging in female allure, and saying that if he had a daughter, she would definitely marry him. Such remarks left Han Li feeling both amused and helpless. He was not uninterested in women, but he simply could not at the moment. Thus, Xinshu Valley became Han Li's private domain, where outsiders were generally not allowed to intrude. To facilitate this, Han Li even set up a large bell at the valley entrance. Anyone wishing to see him only needed to ring the bell, and he would immediately come out to meet them. This bizarre regulation was boldly established next to the bell, and even some mid-level personnel could not avoid it. The reason Han Li set such an odd rule was entirely to prevent the last possibility of the secret of the bottles being leaked. As long as no one intruded into the valley, Han Li could ensure that the astonishing uses of the bottles would not be known to a second person. Initially, this rule did not matter much to the lower-level disciples, but it greatly displeased many high-ranking members, who believed Han Li was somewhat arrogant and unaware of his own limitations. Even Dr. Mo did not have such a big ego. How could a mere apprentice just out of training act so presumptuously? However, when Han Li brought a severely injured guardian back from the brink of death and completely healed him, all complaints vanished without a trace, and no one dared to mention them again. No one would offend a divine doctor who could potentially save their lives over trivial matters. And this bell-ringing act to meet him was naturally considered a peculiar temperament befitting a divine doctor. As the days passed, even a few sect leaders gradually accepted this regulation. When they wanted medical treatment, they would also send someone politely to ring the bell and respectfully invite Han Li over. In this way, Han Li gradually became an anomaly in the legends of the Qishuan sect. If one said he was a high-ranking member, he held no official position and wielded no power. If one said he was a low-level disciple, who had ever seen such a prominent disciple? Even the sect leaders would respectfully address him as Dr. Han. Few dared to call Han Li by his name anymore. Of course, this did not include Li Feiyu, the senior brother. Li Feiyu continued to maintain his cold demeanor in front of others, but immediately changed to a laid-back attitude upon seeing Han Li, calling his name without hesitation, showing no signs of the distance and respect that other disciples like Wang Dapeng had developed due to Han Li's change in status. However, this made Han Li somewhat relieved. After all, the feeling of being a solitary figure was not pleasant. Whenever he thought of Li Feiyu's playful expression, Han Li could not help but recall another familiar face with a pained expression. Not long ago, he unexpectedly encountered another acquaintance from the time they rode into the mountains together, Wu Yin, a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall. He was suffering from a peculiar illness that was neither severe nor light, but difficult to cure by other mediocre doctors, and he was tormented quite badly, having to rely on Deputy Leader Ma's influence to seek treatment from the divine Dr. Han. It must be said that Wu Yin had a good memory. Upon seeing the renowned Dr. Han, he immediately recognized Han Li as his companion from that day. The The surprise and odd expression on his face remained vivid in Han Li's memory, as his attitude towards Han Li back then had been far from good, even somewhat hostile. Seeing Wu Yan's awkward demeanor made Han Li feel somewhat amused, but naturally, he would not deny him treatment. However, in order to maintain his reputation, Han Li deliberately increased the dosage of the medicine he prescribed, allowing Wu Yan to recover completely within just 2 days. It was only that during the healing process, due to the strong potency of the medicine, he suffered a bit more pain, which could be seen as Han Li's small punishment for Wu Yan's previous poor attitude. It seemed that Han Li was not as magnanimous as he thought. In fact, he still held grudges. Thus, Han Li gradually completely replaced Dr. Mo's position in the mountain and even ascended to a higher level. Now, every day he takes out the small bottle and places it in a spacious area within the valley, allowing it to brew a magical green liquid every 7 or 8 days, which helps cultivate rare herbs that have aged for a long time. He then carefully formulates various medicinal concoctions. A small portion of these is used on those who come seeking medical help. The majority, however, is consumed by Han Li himself to cultivate his essence and practice his qi, promoting the training of his longevity technique. Han Li shifted slightly in the Grandmaster chair, trying to make himself more comfortable. Although he was sitting in Dr. Mo's Grandmaster chair, this was not Dr. Mo's place, but Han Li's own residence. He had taken everything he deemed useful from Dr. Mo's house, without hesitation, and moved it into his own room. Given his current status, even if someone witnessed his disrespectful actions towards Dr. Mo, they would not dare to say anything, as in the eyes of others. Han Li's importance now surpassed that of Dr. Mo. People are quite pragmatic. In fact, Dr. Mo's residence was much larger than Han Li's, and moving there would have been more suitable. Unfortunately, Han Li always felt a bit strange living there. After all, Dr. Mo's death was closely related to him, and living openly in the house of someone who died by his hand felt somewhat chilling and inappropriate. He felt much more at ease and comfortable in his own little den. However, thinking of Dr. Mo inevitably brought to mind the frustration of being constrained by the dead. During this time, he had carefully examined his body inside and out several times, and there indeed seemed to be a trace of a chilling substance lurking in his dantian that he could not fathom. Han Li attempted to use the clear spirit powder and various other detoxification methods, but unfortunately, none were effective. It seemed that a long journey a year later was unavoidable. Chapter 67. Fireball Technique. After a while of inaction, Han Li suddenly raised his right hand, pointing a finger straight up, which seemed somewhat inexplicable. But soon, a slight spatial fluctuation occurred just above the tip of his raised finger, and several sparks appeared out of thin air. As soon as the sparks emerged, they crackled and transformed into a red fireball the size of a walnut amidst the distortion of space. Although the fireball was small, a wave of scorching heat immediately spread throughout the room following its appearance. Han Li's face was still covered by a book, lying still as if asleep, while the small fireball at his fingertip continuously emitted sizzling sounds, standing out in stark contrast to his motionless finger. Time passed minute by minute, and the fireball maintained its extraordinary vigor, showing no signs of extinguishing. However, Han Li finally began to show some different reactions. The fingertips supporting the fireball started to tremble slightly. Initially, it was just his finger, but as time passed, his wrist, entire arm, and even his whole body gradually began to shake. Suddenly, Han Li sat straight up in the Grandmaster chair, completely unaware that the book on his face had slipped to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the small fireball at his fingertip, and his face turned crimson. Sweat beads began to form on the exposed skin from his forehead to his neck, as if he had just finished some intense exercise, his whole body radiating heat. After a moment, the fireball began to sway amidst Han Li's violent trembling, the flames above it fluctuating in size, unable to maintain its calm. Before long, it shrank down, transforming back into sparks and disappearing into the air. As soon as the fireball vanished, Han Li collapsed back into the chair as if his spine had been pulled out, appearing utterly exhausted, as if he had just performed something that consumed a great deal of physical strength. This fireball technique was indeed difficult to practice. After nearly half a year of research, he still had not fully grasped its essentials, having only managed to extend the time of its appearance just a bit. Han Li stared at the ceiling, muttering to himself. It turned out that the last few pages of this longevity technique manual contained a few rudimentary spells, which were clearly meant for beginner cultivators. Han Li was overjoyed and spent several nights excitedly unable to sleep. It was no wonder he was so thrilled. Ever since witnessing several spells performed by Dr. Mo, he had developed a keen interest in these incredible and profoundly powerful things. Unfortunately, the current Han Li possessed the peak power of the sixth layer of the longevity technique, but was like a beggar holding a golden bowl, completely ignorant of any spellcasting techniques, not even knowing the most basic principles of spells. Yet now he had found several incantations suitable for a novice like himself. How could he not be overjoyed? The spells recorded on the last page included the Fireball Technique, Spirit Fixation Talisman, Wind Control Technique, Object Manipulation Technique, and Heavenly Eye Technique. Each incantation contained in these spells was so archaic and profound that Han Li found it difficult to comprehend. No wonder. The terminology used in these incantations was spelled with a certain archaic syntax, and although he had read many books, his understanding in this area was indeed quite shallow, making it impossible for him to grasp the meanings at once. Left with no choice, Han Li finally took on the same determination he had when learning the longevity technique, diving into a pile of books about ancient texts, and began to study the true meanings of the incantations day and night, meticulously pondering over each word and phrase dozens of times before he would relent, ensuring he comprehended without causing any ambiguity. Even though he had never learned any spellcasting techniques before, he understood that such powerful forces, if mishandled, could be far more dangerous than a cultivator losing control of their true energy, potentially costing him his life. Out of concern for his safety, Han Li was thus extremely cautious, not daring to be careless. After 3 months of in-depth research, Han Li finally integrated all these incantations theoretically, and he then began the real practice of spellcasting. This hands-on learning brought Han Li significant setbacks. He had thought that with his intelligence from learning the blinking sword technique, learning spells should not be too difficult. However, he found himself becoming incredibly clumsy in this area. Although he understood the principles, he could not execute them correctly when it came to practice. It was either the hand movements were wrong, or the incantations were mispronounced, or the magical power was insufficient, making him feel completely dull. Han Li had no way to address this. If it were a matter of insufficient magical power, he could resolve it by simply taking a few more spirit herbs. But this was clearly an issue he could not master himself. It seemed that his talent for spellcasting was not as good as he had imagined, which was the conclusion Han Li reached after much hard work. After a long period of diligent practice, he finally made some progress in the Fireball Technique and Heavenly Eye Technique. But he had not even touched the threshold of the other 3 spells, yielding no results at all. Feeling dejected, he had no choice but to focus all his energy on the Fireball Technique and Heavenly Eye Technique, holding considerable hope for them. The power of the Fireball Technique did not disappoint Han Li. In fact, it far exceeded his expectations. Despite the small size of the fireball, the terrifying high temperature it contained was almost indestructible to everything, igniting anything it touched. Even weapons forged from high-quality steel would be melted into liquid iron at the contact point with the fireball in the blink of an eye. Seeing such a fearsome power, Han Li even threw the fireball onto the water's surface for an experiment, and as a result, the water area was instantly ignited as if it were oil, showing no signs of being subdued by the water. After thoroughly understanding the power of the Fireball Technique, Han Li finally realized why Yu Zedong looked down on mortals with such an arrogant attitude. Just think about it. A cultivator who knows a little bit of magic can easily kill so-called masters in the martial world with a simple spell like Fireball Technique. If a more powerful cultivator were to take action, they could sweep through the entire martial world and be invincible. With such a vast disparity in strength, it's no wonder that cultivators like Yu Zedong view ordinary people with disdainful eyes. Chapter 68. Poisoned. As for the other spell, the Heavenly Eye Technique. After witnessing the extraordinary nature of the Fireball Technique, Han Li had high expectations for it as well. However, after actually casting it, Han Li realized that this spell was merely a small technique of using magical power on the eyes, with no difficulty at all, and was quite easy to master. Its function, however, matched its simplicity. It was purely a supportive spell used to observe whether there was magical power within the human body and to gauge its depth. Initially, Han Li was quite enthusiastic about it, continuously casting the Heavenly Eye Technique on his own eyes, and then using the enchanted sight to observe his own condition. As a result, he saw a faint layer of white light enveloping him, and the closer he got to his dantian, the thicker the white light appeared. It seemed that this was what was referred to as magical power. When Han Li reached out to touch the white light, he felt nothing. It appeared that magical power, like true qi, was intangible and could only be observed under the heavenly eye technique. However, after using it several times, Hanli completely lost interest. After all, in the entire Seven Mysterious sect, he was the only one who could be considered a half-cultivator. Who would he use the heavenly eye technique on? He couldn't be narcissistic and keep looking at himself all day. Therefore, apart from continuing to practice the fireball technique, hoping to skillfully apply it in actual combat, he shifted his interest to several other spells he had yet to learn, starting to practice and experiment bit by bit, hoping to make further breakthroughs. Thinking about the difficulty of practicing the other spells, Hanli couldn't help but sigh after regaining a bit of stamina. He noticed that since he began practicing spells, he had sighed much more often than before. Ding ding. A heavy bell sound came from outside the valley. Hanli frowned. Recently, for some reason, it seemed that the number of people seeking medical help had suddenly increased, and most of them were suffering from external injuries like broken arms and legs, knife wounds, and sword wounds. He couldn't afford to be negligent. After all, saving people is like putting out a fire. Grabbing the medical kit he had prepared in advance, he rushed out of the house and headed straight for the valley entrance. At the exit of the woods outside the valley, Hanli saw a senior disciple dressed in brocade robes anxiously pacing under the big bell, looking as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Hanli, he immediately rushed over in delight. "Dr. Han, you're here. My master has been poisoned and is on the verge of death. Please hurry and take a look to see if you can detoxify him." As the person got closer, Hanli recognized him. He had seen him a few times before. He was Ma Rong, the favored disciple of Elder Li, who was ranked 5th in the sect. He had come to Shinsho Valley with Elder Li to meet Hanli a few times, so he could be considered a semi-acquaintance. Poisoned. Hanli hurriedly followed him while secretly cursing his bad luck, as he himself still had poison that hadn't been resolved. "Yes, my master was handling some matters when he got into a fight with a master from the Wolf Gang and accidentally got hit by a dark green poison needle. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it and even killed the opponent, but as soon as he returned to the mountain, he fell unconscious due to the poison. Have you sought other doctors?" "Of course we have. If it were an ordinary poisoning, I wouldn't have troubled Dr. Han. Those quacks only knew that my master was poisoned by a rare toxin, but they didn't know anything else and didn't even dare to prescribe a remedy." Ma Rong said this with a look of disdain, clearly dissatisfied with the other doctors. After hearing this, Han Li's expression remained unchanged. He simply replied with an and continued to rush forward with Ma Rong. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. To be honest, he wasn't particularly skilled in detoxification. If it were about treating internal or external injuries, he had some confidence thanks to a few good medicines. But if he had to detoxify a rare and potent poison, he felt lost. Although he had a holy medicine called Qingling Sin that could cure 100 poisons, there were countless toxic substances in the world. Who knew if Qingling Sin would work? Would it be able to detoxify this poison? Moreover, the other doctors on the mountain weren't useless and had their own unique methods for treating common injuries and poisons. Otherwise, they would have been driven off the mountain by the prominent figures in the sect long ago. They valued their lives and wouldn't keep a bunch of incompetent people around. But now, they didn't even dare to write a prescription, indicating that this poison was indeed tricky and not a common one. He could only deal with it as it came and adapt accordingly. Even if he couldn't save the person, it wouldn't tarnish his reputation too much. After all, no doctor could truly cure every illness, and not treating a non-existent ailment wouldn't have a significant impact on his status in the sect. While Han Li was carefully pondering strategies, Ma Rong was almost half carrying him as they hurriedly made their way to Elder Li's residence. Seeing his urgency, Han Li understood that the bond between them as master and disciple was indeed very deep. Han Li felt a bit melancholic in his heart, as he thought about his relationship with Dr. Mo, which was more of a rivalry than a master-disciple bond. If only their relationship could be as harmonious as that of Ma Rong and his master. Deep down, he still held a bit of respect for Dr. Mo. After all, his impressive medical skills and longevity technique came from the teachings of the latter. But unfortunately, fate played tricks on them. Heaven destined that the two of them could not coexist in this world, leading to a fierce conflict and resulting in Dr. Mo's accidental death at his hands. As Han Li sighed due to his reminiscence, Ma Rong had already led him to Elder Li's residence. Chapter 69. Li Feiyu and the young girl. Elder Li's residence was not luxurious and wasn't large. It was just an ordinary house, surrounded by a 2-meter-high and half-meter-thick earthen wall, forming a simple small courtyard. The wall facing the path had an arched moon gate, through which many visitors could be seen in the yard. Once inside the courtyard, Han Li realized that the actual number of people here was much greater than what he had seen from outside. They were gathered in small groups, quietly discussing Elder Li's injuries. Han Li had long heard that Elder Li was one of the few kind-hearted individuals in the upper echelons of the Seven Mysterious sect, rarely losing his temper with low-ranking disciples or colleagues, and never vying for power within the sect. For such a good-natured old man, he naturally enjoyed remarkable popularity, garnering praise from everyone in the sect. Now that something had happened to Elder Li, those with a bit of status felt they had to visit, whether out of genuine concern or pretense, which led to the scene of everyone gathering together. As soon as Han Li entered, he was recognized by the crowd in the yard, and immediately those with lower statuses, like the protectors, rushed over to him, each one eager to greet him. "Dr. Han, how are you? Dr. Han has arrived." A chorus of flattery poured into his ears, making it impossible to ignore. Looking at these enthusiastic faces, Han Li also wore a bright smile, greeting everyone politely. However, deep down, he was quite disgusted by these insincere social interactions. Fortunately, those with higher status, such as a few deputy hall masters and elders, maintained their composure, only nodding subtly towards Han Li without approaching him. Their behavior actually made Han Li feel a bit better, as he no longer had to deal with a few more important figures. Ma Rong, on the other hand, felt too lowly in status to join the conversation and could only watch anxiously from the side as Han Li engaged in endless pleasantries with these people, nervously rubbing his hands together. Finally, after Han Li finished greeting the last person, Ma Rong couldn't help but rush over, grabbing Han Li's arm and pulling him into the room. This reckless behavior drew some dissatisfaction from those hoping to gain favor with the great Dr. Han. On the surface, Han Li seemed to smile wryly, but internally he was genuinely pleased to finally be rid of those incessant chatterers. Thus, Han Li was directly pulled into the living room by Ma Rong. There were not many people inside, aside from a few family members. There were also two elders and the deputy hall master Ma. To Han Li's surprise, Li Feiyu was also present in the room. This surprised Han Li, as he knew that Li Feiyu had no connection with Elder Li. So why was he here? Just as he was filled with questions, Han Li saw Li Feiyu standing next to a petite girl with tear-stained cheeks, constantly comforting her. The attentive demeanor he displayed was completely different from how he acted around his fellow disciples or in front of Han Li, revealing a face completely ensnared by love. Seeing Li Feiyu so deeply infatuated, Han Li suddenly realized and couldn't help but feel both surprised and amused. He quickly examined the girl's appearance, curious about what kind of enchanting beauty could captivate someone like Li Feiyu, known for his reckless ways. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with a jade hairpin in her hair, dressed in a light green dress that complemented her petite figure. Her long black hair was styled into two small braids at the back, giving her already sweet face a mischievous look. However, her eyes were slightly swollen, making her look pitiful and evoking an impulse to hold her close and cherish her. Wow, she really is a genuine little beauty. Han Li marveled in his heart, finding it understandable that Li Feiyu would fall for her, but he also felt a twinge of envy and jealousy, wondering when he would find a confidant of his own. Perhaps noticing Han Li's attention on the girl, Ma Rong hurriedly stepped forward to introduce the people in the room to him. Han Li had already met the hall master and Elder Qian, so he didn't need further introduction and proactively greeted them. "Hall master, Elder Qian, how are you?" "Haha, young Dr. Han has arrived." The hall master appeared very approachable, not putting on any airs of authority in front of Han Li. Why does it have to be young doctor? Han Li silently grumbled to himself. Elder Qian, however, merely nodded coldly, in stark contrast to the hall master's demeanor. Han Li didn't take it to heart, knowing that Elder Qian practiced a unique internal skill that required him to be emotionless and indifferent to everyone. The other elder, a burly man with a red face, felt unfamiliar to Han Li. He had likely never met him before, but the rough skin on his hands and his short, sturdy fingers indicated that he had practiced a special martial art. "This is Elder Zhao, a close friend of my master. He has been supervising the work of the Gathering Treasure Hall outside the mountain and just returned a couple of days ago," Ma Rong introduced from the side. Elder Zhao responded with a non-committal grunt, his expression skeptical, clearly doubting the medical skills of such a young doctor. Since Elder Zhao didn't seem to welcome him, Han Li wouldn't go out of his way to ingratiate himself, merely greeting him in a flat tone before attempting to move past him. Chapter 70. Provocation. The hall master seemed to notice the tension between the two, and, rather than being concerned, a hint of delight appeared on his face. Although young Dr. Han is young, his medical skills are truly extraordinary. I believe elderly will certainly be brought back to life. He suddenly praised Han Li's medical skills. Really? At such a young age, can he really have such high medical skills? Is he better than Dr. Mo? The elder, with a fiery temperament, fell into the trap with no hesitation, openly expressing distrust in front of Han Li. This remark left the family members nearby at a loss. They couldn't agree, as they were counting on this little divine doctor to save lives. Disputing the elder seemed inappropriate, considering he was Elder Li's close friend and most people's elder. Haha. Elder Zhao doesn't know that young Dr. Han is actually Dr. Mo's prized disciple, and his medical skills have far surpassed those of Dr. Mo. The Hall Master secretly delighted and added fuel to the fire. A child of just over 10 years, even if he started learning in the womb. How high can his medical skills be? I still don't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. Elder Zhao shook his head vigorously, still unaware that he had fallen into the other's trap and offended someone he shouldn't have. It seemed he was also a reckless person. It was unclear how someone like him could hold a high position as an elder without falling from grace. Han Li rolled his eyes at the side, thinking, does my medical skill need you to validate it? He knew very well that this was the Hall Master's deliberate provocation, yet he still felt a bit irritated. It was clear that Elder Zhao and the Hall Master were not from the same faction and held some hostility toward each other. Elder Zhao's mixed round hand is truly masterful and immensely powerful. Seeing Han Li's displeasure, the Hall Master's delight grew stronger, and he suddenly changed the subject, making a cryptic remark. Where is the purity of the Hall Master's profound finger compared to mine? Elder Zhao didn't seem to care about the other's status and retorted without holding back. Haha. Elder Zhao is mistaken. The Hall Master clearly belonged to the type who hid daggers behind a smile, not minding Elder Zhao's veiled sarcasm, and accepted his false compliments with a smile. This wasn't the first time Elder Zhao had faced such a situation, and he found it pointless to engage further with such a shameless opponent. He decided to remain silent, but he couldn't help but feel puzzled by the Hall Master's sudden remark toward him. It should be noted that although the Hall Master was not from his faction, exposing upper-level conflicts in front of so many juniors was unprecedented, and he wondered what scheme lay behind it. Han Li listened to the sharp exchange of words between the two, maintaining an unchanged expression and pretending to be unaware. But in reality, he was fully aware that the Hall Master was once again trying to stir discord between him and other high-ranking members. Ever since the Hall Master had interacted with Han Li once, he had repeatedly hinted at him, hoping to draw this highly skilled doctor into his faction to expand his influence. However, Han Li had never considered participating in the power struggles of the Seven Shin sect. It's not that he is intentionally aloof and proud, but ever since he encountered high-level figures like Dr. Mo and Yu Zito, especially after learning 2 kinds of spells, his perspective has unconsciously elevated greatly. He has long since looked down on the power struggles of small sects like the Seven Shin sect. Even if he wants to be a man of integrity who cannot be without power for a day, he would not be willing to be subservient to someone like Master Ma. Although Han Li's strength is not weak now, he does not want to offend the other party. Therefore, he has been playing a delaying game with Master Ma, neither agreeing to the other's requests nor completely rejecting them, just continuously giving ambiguous answers. As a result, Master Ma has been quite troubled. Since Han Li won't give a clear answer, and his medical skills cannot be compromised, he cannot force him. So the matter of joining his faction has been dragging on without a definite conclusion. However, in order to prevent Han Li from joining other factions, Master Ma has been trying to sabotage Han Li's contacts with other high-level personnel whenever possible, inciting discord between them. These seemingly childish tactics, Han Li does not know if they are effective, but so far, no other high-level figures from different factions have come to bother him, which is indeed an unexpected gain that makes Han Li secretly pleased. Now, Master Ma is doing the same thing again, and he surely won't have a good impression of himself in Elder Zhao's heart. Seeing this cockfight-like situation, Ma Rong felt a bit anxious and hurriedly continued with the introductions. This is my master's wife, Li. He first pointed to a middle-aged woman who somewhat resembled the young girl. This is. The youngest girl, who was last in line for introductions, turned out to be Zhang Xiu'er, Elder Li's niece, which took Han Li by surprise. When it came to introducing Li Feiyu, the other party pretended not to know Han Li and showed a cool demeanor that signaled keep your distance. This made Ma Rong, who was preparing to introduce Han Li, feel a bit awkward, and he quickly explained to Han Li in a low voice. Li Protector is always like this. He usually has this temperament, It's not aimed specifically at you. Dr. Han, please don't take it to heart. Han Li smiled slightly, knowing that Li Feiyu didn't want to expose their relationship in front of so many people. It's nothing. I won't be petty like some people. Let us first see Elder Li's condition. Saving lives is more important. Han Li intentionally made a jab at Li Feiyu. Ma Rong felt relieved upon hearing this and quickly led everyone into the patient's bedroom. After hearing this, Li Feiyu's mouth twitched slightly, seemingly nonchalant. But as everyone turned their backs, she suddenly made a face at Han Li and then immediately returned to her previous demeanor as if nothing had happened. Han Li suppressed his laughter and ignored her, following Li's footsteps to Elder Li's bedside. Upon seeing the face of the person on the bed, even the usually bold Han Li couldn't help but gasp. At that moment, he understood why other doctors dared not prescribe medication. The kind-looking Elder Li was now unconscious. However, from the face to the neck, from the hands to the feet, there were poison spots the size of copper coins, each one brightly colored and strikingly vivid, making one feel alarmed at first glance. What made Han Li feel even more troubled was that his lips were blue, and his face was shrouded in a layer of black energy, clearly showing late-stage symptoms of severe poisoning. It would be extremely difficult to save his life.
Chapter 71. Qing Ling San Han Li furrowed his brows tightly, remaining silent. He had just taken the pulse, examined the tongue coating and pupils,
and had initially determined that this poison was a mixed toxin, similar to the tangled incense silk he had used. To target and eliminate all the various toxic elements contained within it, Han Li did not have such great ability yet. He could only try Qing Ling San and a few other unconventional methods. Thinking of this, Han Li secretly cursed those doctors who didn't dare to detoxify, yet pushed the problem onto him, while on the surface he pretended to be deep in thought and research. After a while, Elder Zhao couldn't help but ask, "You kid, can you save Elder Li or not? Say something." "Elder Zhao, you are too impatient. Can't you see that Dr. Han is thinking of a solution? Be patient." Before Han Li could answer, Master Ma acted as the good guy and mocked Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao glared, wanting to say something, but Han Li coughed lightly first, interrupting his intention to speak. His cough drew a surprised look from everyone in the room, and Han Li then realized that, at his teenage age, imitating an elderly person's cough seemed somewhat ridiculous. But it didn't matter. After all, the goal had been achieved, and he didn't want to hear the argument between the two anymore. This poison is a mixed toxin, and it is indeed troublesome to detoxify. I can't guarantee that I can completely eliminate it, but I can give it a try. The detoxification process may involve some risks and could endanger Elder Li's life. I wonder if you all still want me to proceed?" Han Li pretended to be somewhat hesitant and said the above words. For him, it would be better if he wasn't allowed to detoxify. He really didn't have much confidence. Han Li's words left the family members looking at each other, and no one dared to agree to let him proceed with the detoxification immediately. However, it seemed that no one else but Han Li could do it. After a long while, Elder Li's wife, Li, suddenly asked, "May I ask Dr. Han how confident you are in saving my husband?" 50%, Han Li said without hesitation. "Then, please go ahead, Dr. Han. If something happens to my husband, I will never blame you. It's just fate." Li showed a resolute expression, making a decision that surprised Han Li. "Sister-in-law, shouldn't you think this through? This young doctor is so young. It seems a bit uncertain." Elder Zhao became anxious and quickly tried to dissuade Li from her impulsive decision. "I have thought it through carefully. If I don't let Dr. Han detoxify, my husband probably won't last until tonight. It's better to take a risk. There is still a 50% chance of saving him," Li said softly, lowering her head with a hint of sadness. Elder Zhao was left speechless. Han Li glanced at the others, and it seemed that no one opposed Li's decision. He then took out a green porcelain bottle from his medical kit and poured out a red pill from inside. "Who can find a bowl of warm boiled water to dissolve this medicine and give it to Elder Li? I'll go." Before Han Li's voice fell, a clear and crisp voice came from the side. Standing beside them, Zhang Xiu'er, who had been teary-eyed, responded and walked out of the room. Li Feiyu was slightly taken aback, but immediately followed her out, which made Han Li unable to help but secretly look down on Li Feiyu. After a while, Zhang Xiu'er walked back in with a helpless expression, empty-handed. Li Feiyu, however, carefully carried a white porcelain bowl, closely following behind her. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room couldn't help but smile, their faces revealing an expression of watching a good show, which caused a slight blush to rise on Zhang Xiu'er's face, making her a bit flustered, clearly displaying the demeanor of a young girl. However, this did ease the tense atmosphere in the room considerably. allowing some people's moods to relax a lot. Li Feiyu obediently handed the bowl to Li. Dr. Han, do you think this bowl of water is all right? Li turned to seek Han Li's opinion. Yes. Han Li glanced at the white bowl and nodded. Then he took the white bowl with one hand, tossed the red pill into the water, and the entire bowl of water turned red in an instant. Just give it to Elder Li. You women are more detail-oriented, so it's better for you to do it. Han Li reached out and handed the bowl back to the other person. Li Shi quickly agreed without hesitation. For her, every word from Han Li at this moment concerned her husband's life, so how could she not listen? What kind of medicine is this? Watching Li Shi pour a large bowl of red potion into Elder Li's mouth bit by bit, Elder Zhao could no longer contain his curiosity and asked the question everyone in the room wanted to know. It's a detoxifying medicine I made myself. I hope it will be somewhat effective, Han Li said casually. He didn't want anyone to know the name of the Qingling San. Who knows if this miraculous antidote would bring him trouble, so it's better to keep a low profile. After taking the medicine, about the time it takes to finish a meal, the black aura on Elder Li's face began to gradually fade, and the poison spots on his body also began to lighten and shrink. This obvious change indicated to even an outsider that the poison on Elder Li was gradually diminishing, and things were moving in a positive direction. Seeing all this, the people in the room couldn't help but smile, and their gazes toward Han Li were completely different from before. Only Elder Zhao still couldn't let go of his pride and snorted softly, though his expression had softened quite a bit. Seeing that the poison had started to recede without him taking further steps, Han Li was somewhat surprised. The Qingling San was indeed effective, which was beyond his expectations. Perhaps this poison wasn't as formidable as he had imagined, he thought to himself. However, as things were looking up, Han Li felt a bit frustrated for two reasons. First, he had mentioned earlier that the detoxification process had some risks. But if the toxicity was so easily resolved in the end, wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face and making others think he was deliberately deceiving them? Second, if the Qingling San was so effective against others' poisons, why wasn't it effective for him? He was still troubled by the lingering effects of the hidden poison in him. Chapter 72. Drawing out the poison, Han Li secretly complained, but in order to maintain his image as a divine doctor, he had to appear calm and confident. Smiling without speaking, his composed demeanor reassured everyone present, leading them to believe that the efficacy of the pill was as he had anticipated, which made them admire him even more. Master Ma was also quite cheerful, his smile tinged with a hint of pride, as if Han Li were already one of his own. Perhaps he thought that for now, he was still the most likely candidate to win Han Li's favor, which is why he smiled so broadly. But soon, the situation changed. Not good, Zhang Xiao exclaimed. The black aura on Uncle's face seems to have returned. This statement shocked everyone, and a few impatient people rushed forward to take a closer look, including Elder Zhao. Upon hearing this, Han Li was slightly taken aback, but he didn't squeeze in with the others at the bedside. However, Li Shi was perceptive and quickly shooed the two younger ones away, leaving room for Han Li, the divine doctor, to come forward for a diagnosis. Han Li took his time walking up to the bedside, observing carefully once there was space. After about half a stick of incense, Han Li finally confirmed that this was not a rise in black aura, but merely residual poison that couldn't be completely eliminated, still lingering on his face. After reaching this conclusion, Han Li shot a sideways glance at Zhang Xiao, finding her a bit overly dramatic. Although no one else noticed his reproachful gaze, Li Feiyu, who had been focused on Zhang Xiao, caught it and shot Han Li a glare, clearly displeased that Han Li had offended his goddess. Han Li was speechless. It seemed that Li Feiyu, smitten with love, was prioritizing romance over friendship. He decided not to engage further with this simple-minded fellow and refocused on Elder Li's condition. Aside from the unresolved black aura on his face, the poison spots on Elder Li had stabilized at the size of soybeans and were no longer fading. The whole person remained unconscious due to the lingering poison. Seeing this, Han Li realized that he would need to use the follow-up methods he had prepared and wouldn't have to worry about justifying his earlier words, which would nicely demonstrate his foresight. Go get a basin and fill it with clean water, Han Li said in an unquestionable tone. This time, it wasn't Zhang Xiao who carried out the task. Marong quickly volunteered and dashed out. Han Li then turned back to Elder Qian and Master Ma, saying solemnly, "Now I need both of you to help. Use your inner strength to push the residual poison in Elder Li to a few specific acupoints. And then I will use golden needles to draw out the toxic blood. Can you two manage that?" Master Ma's eyes flickered uncertainly, but he still agreed, while Elder Qian nodded coldly, readily consenting. Why do you need those two? Can I do it? Elder Zhao was displeased, feeling that Han Li was underestimating him. Han Li sighed inwardly, knowing he had to explain this stubborn man clearly. Elder Zhao's practice of the Hunyuan palm is primarily based on outer sect skills, right? In terms of the purity of inner strength, I still believe Master Ma and Elder Qian are more suitable, Han Li said calmly. The other party was left speechless by Han Li's soft rebuttal. Han Li ignored the disgruntled old man and said to the others in the room in a commanding tone, "Everyone else aside from Master Ma and Elder Qian, please step outside. The method for detoxifying Elder Li is not suitable for everyone to observe, and the healing process requires absolute silence to avoid disturbances." As soon as Han Li said this, everyone in the room froze, but Li Shi was the first to understand. She respectfully bowed deeply and said, "I will take my leave now." Then she tactfully exited the room. With Li Shi leading the way, others, whether they were willing or not, had to follow suit and return to the living room one by one. Once Ma Rong brought in a basin of clean water, Han Li immediately sent him out and then shut the door tightly, leaving everyone outside exchanging glances. Time passed slowly, and no one knew how long it had been. The bedroom door remained closed, and not a sound came from within. This unusual silence made everyone waiting for news feel anxious, and a shadow crept into their hearts. Even Li Shi, who had initially appeared calm, began to show signs of restlessness, let alone the fiery Elder Zhao, who had already walked back and forth countless times in the living room. Just as everyone in the living room was losing patience, the bedroom door creaked open from the inside. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the door, the atmosphere immediately becoming tense and serious. Han Li, looking tired, slowly walked out. Seeing the serious expressions on everyone's faces, he smiled slightly and said, "It's all right now. The residual poison has been completely expelled. Elder Li just needs to rest for one more night, and he will wake up on his own tomorrow." Han Li's words were filled with confidence, and in fact, he himself hadn't expected the process of expelling the residual poison to go so smoothly without any setbacks. Upon hearing his words, Li Shi and the others all smiled brightly. Their previous gloom completely lifted. A few impatient people were eager to rush in and take a look, but Han Li raised a hand to stop them. Elder Li's body is very weak now. It's best to avoid too many people and noise. Moreover, Master Ma and Elder Qian have also drained a lot of energy in the process of expelling the poison and are currently recuperating. I think it's better if just the lady goes in, Han Li solemnly said to Li. Upon hearing this good news, Li had no other objections, quickly nodded in agreement, and hurriedly entered the bedroom without even thanking Han Li. Chapter 73. Li Feiyu's thoughts. As soon as Li entered the room, she smelled a strong, fishy odor, and then saw Master Ma and Elder Qian sitting cross-legged on either side of the bed, eyes closed and regulating their breathing. In the space between them, there was a basin of blood that was as black as ink, and the foul smell was emanating from the water. Their faces were somewhat pale, clearly having exhausted quite a bit of energy, just as Han Li had said. Li felt a surge of gratitude towards the two of them. Although she did not know martial arts, she was aware from her observations that it was inappropriate to disturb them at this time. So she quickly slowed her pace and lightly walked to the front of the bed to look at the person lying there. She saw Elder Li sleeping sweetly on the bed, the look of pain between his brows completely gone, although his complexion still appeared a bit yellowish. The black aura above him had vanished, and the toxic spots on his body were now just faint traces like water stains, almost unnoticeable. It seemed the poison had truly been completely eradicated, and Li couldn't help but cry tears of joy. After a while, she wiped the tears from her eyes and thought she should return to properly thank Han Li, so she gently walked back to the living room. However, as soon as she reached the door, she was immediately surrounded by people, bombarded with questions, but she did not see Han Li among them. She was somewhat surprised and hurriedly asked Ma Rong and the others. After hearing their replies, Li learned that after Han Li prescribed a health-preserving medicine, he had already taken his leave and left gracefully, without staying for even a moment longer. After hearing this, Li was silent for a while, but she had already made up her mind that once Elder Li recovered, the couple would definitely visit in person to express their deep gratitude for saving their lives. Li did not notice that apart from the divine Dr. Han, there was another person missing in the room, and that was the originally inseparable Zhang Xiaoer, who was with Li Feiyu. On a secluded path beside a dense tree, Han Li, who had just come out of Elder Li's house, was lying on the grass with his hands behind his head, extremely bored, examining the green leaves on a certain branch. Just when he counted close to 1,000, A shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky, pouncing on him like an eagle catching a chick, looking fierce as if it had a deep-seated grudge. Hey, stop messing around. Every time we meet, why do you always want to make a move? I'm not that Zhang Xiao. As soon as Han Li said this, the shadow deftly turned in midair and lightly landed beside Han Li, with an extremely graceful posture. It was Li Feiyu, who had followed closely behind. Han Li, with your dark appearance, how can you compare to Miss Zhang? Isn't that just pure embarrassment for her? Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu lightly pointed her right toe at Han Li's buttocks, delivering a playful kick as a form of punishment. Han Li rolled his eyes after hearing this, then did a quick flip to stand up. Looks like our senior brother Li is indeed prioritizing romance over friendship. I really made a poor choice in friends. Stop with the nonsense. Why did you call me here? You know how hard it was for me to find an opportunity to get close to Miss Zhang. And now you've wasted it. If you don't give me a reason I can accept, you can forget about it. Li Feiyu appeared somewhat indignant, deeply resentful of Han Li's inexplicable invitation. Did I invite you out? I don't even know. Did I say that myself? Han Li pretended to be greatly surprised, appearing very exaggerated. Your expression when you came out, unless blind, anyone could see it. Stop beating around the bush. If there is nothing, I really have to go back. Li Feiyu turned around to leave, her demeanor making it hard for Han Li to tell if she was serious or joking. Han Li did not intend to continue teasing her. Suddenly changing his expression, he said seriously to Li Feiyu, "Don't blame me for being nosy, as a friend. I want to ask you, does Zhang Xiao know that you took the marrow-extracting pill and only have a few years left to live?" Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face instantly turned pale, devoid of any color, and she remained silent for a long time. Han Li sighed inwardly. Knowing that there was no need to ask further, the expression on her face said it all. Why did you have to wake me up like this? Li Feiyu's expression was very sorrowful, and after a long while, she spoke painfully. Han Li did not answer Li Feiyu's question, but gently patted her shoulder to show comfort. You should have heard that the more you invest in feelings, the more your suffering will be. Han Li finally said something philosophical when Li Feiyu's emotions had calmed down slightly, causing her to be momentarily stunned. I pulled you out while you weren't too deeply involved to spare you some future pain, Han Li slowly added. Li Feiyu stared blankly at Han Li, her expression somewhat strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Han Li felt a bit uneasy under Li Feiyu's gaze and hurriedly looked himself over from head to toe. How old are you? Why do you sound like a seasoned veteran in the world of love, as if you've experienced romance yourself? Li Feiyu suddenly asked. Of course not. All these words are from books. I thought they made a lot of sense, so I used them to enlighten you, Han Li replied. Oh, so that is how it is. No wonder. With my suave appearance, how could I possibly lag behind you in this regard? You're just spouting theoretical nonsense. Li Feiyu let out a long sigh, repeatedly patting her chest as if she had been greatly frightened. Han Li was speechless. This girl recovered way too quickly. Just a moment ago she was in despair, and in the blink of an eye, she was back to her playful self. She truly was an emotional person. However, Han Li still had the appearance of wanting to get to the bottom of things and asked again, Are you really going to give up on Miss Zhang? Are you indifferent when you see her in someone else's arms? Li Feiyu's originally playful expression instantly turned cold, and she said with a chilling tone filled with killing intent, Whoever dares to touch Miss Zhang, I will chop off their hands. As for what happens after I die, I won't care, but while I'm alive, Miss Zhang can only be mine. Her words seemed as if they could freeze a person. Chapter 74. Mind Control Technique. Han Li looked at Li Feiyu's suddenly domineering face and was left speechless, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Li Feiyu's imposing aura retracted, returning to a playful demeanor. She winked at Han Li and said with a laugh, How was that? Was my previous aura strong enough? Doesn't it exude the charisma of a great hero, leaving you in awe and ready to pledge your loyalty? Han Li was left with a bitter smile at this remark. He had just been somewhat moved by her earlier words, but her next statements immediately brought him back to reality. Han Li glared at her for a while, gritting his teeth, and said, A hero? I think you look more like a bear. Li Feiyu laughed heartily, seeming very pleased that she had managed to momentarily subdue Han Li. However, Han Li gradually regained his calm. Amidst her laughter, he suddenly said softly, I've already reminded you before, and you know your own situation very well. So I'll ask you again seriously. If you were to disperse your energy, I could let you live many more years, allowing you to spend more time with Miss Zhang. Wouldn't you consider it again? Han Li's smile suddenly stopped, his expression darkened, and he shot a few sharp glances at Li Feiyu without speaking. However, Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, showing no signs of abnormality, just looking back at the other party with clear eyes. After a full tea's worth of time, Li Feiyu finally withdrew the brilliance from his eyes, and his expression looked a bit better. "Hanli, you know I will never consider giving up my cultivation. I know you're doing this for my own good. But please don't mention it again, okay?" he said with a forced smile, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Moreover, do you think that if I become a powerless fool, Miss Zhang would still look at me?" This statement had a hint of self-mockery in Li Feiyu's tone. Han Li fell silent, turning his head to one side, looking down the small path in the direction Li Feiyu had come from. After a quiet moment, he spoke in a deep voice. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. You should go back now. I hope you and Miss Zhang can really achieve something good." Hearing this, Li Feiyu's face immediately lit up with joy, and he patted Han Li's shoulder a few times with enthusiasm. "Good brother, these words are music to my ears. It's the happiest thing I've heard today. Then I'll take my leave." He then leaped up, disappearing into the distance after a few jumps, leaving no trace behind. "Ouch, that hurts." Han Li suddenly clutched his shoulder tightly. Those few slaps from Li Feiyu had secretly used internal energy, causing his shoulder to swell high, making it feel like a little red bun that he couldn't touch. He really suffered a lot from this. That little brat, to retaliate against me for exposing his pain. He actually used this method, Han Li thought, grimacing as he fumbled to pull out healing medicine from his pocket, unfastening his clothes to apply it to his shoulder. Cough. It's tough to be kind-hearted just once and end up like this. I'm really not cut out for doing good deeds. I might as well go back and comprehend spells. I'll find a way to get back at him next time we meet. Han Li thought with some reluctance. After a long while, Han Li had turned 18. During this time, the Seven Shin sect officially declared war on the Wild Wolf Gang due to its constant encroachment. Countless large and small conflicts broke out at the border between the two forces, and many companions who had entered the mountains with Han Li perished in these struggles, which left Han Li feeling deeply emotional. The big bell outside the valley rang more frequently due to the increasing number of casualties, which allowed Han Li to practice many advanced healing techniques, greatly improving his medical skills. However, even with Han Li's miraculous healing, many mid to high-ranking members still fell. Some died on the spot in battle, while others succumbed to their injuries on the way, leaving no chance for Han Li to treat them. Because of this, many young experts from both sides began to emerge, taking the high positions of those who had fallen. For example, the 5 fierce men, 3 eagles, and 2 leopards from the Wild Wolf Gang, and the 7 heroes of the Seven Shin sect were some of the most famous figures, with Li Feiyu being one of the duo. He had personally slain an opponent's purple-clad standard-bearer and had risen to the position of deputy master of the Outer Blade Hall, making him quite powerful and influential, and his relationship with Zhang Xiaoer was also developing rapidly, reaching the point of discussing marriage. After learning about this, Han Li could only sigh softly. He didn't know if what Li Feiyu was doing was right or wrong. After all, he wasn't Li Feiyu, and without experiencing it himself, he couldn't grasp the right or wrong of it. However, if it were him, watching the one he loved with someone else, Han Li questioned whether he could do it. Knowing he was about to die and still wanting to marry the other person seemed to require a bravery he didn't possess. Thus, Han Li could only pretend to be deaf and mute. After all, there is always a distance between people. Li Feiyu was his friend, and he naturally leaned a little towards him, which made Han Li feel justified. Additionally, another critically important matter had recently arisen, consuming most of his thoughts and making it even more difficult for him to focus on this issue. After countless failures, Han Li finally learned to use the wind control technique. The wind control technique, like the Heavenly Eye technique, is also an auxiliary spell that can only be used on the caster and cannot be cast on others. However, its practical use is much stronger than the Heavenly Eye technique. After casting the wind control technique, Han Li felt as light as a swallow. With a gentle push off the ground, he could easily leap several zhang away without any effort. The wonderful sensation of running at high speed on land and easily leaving everything behind made Han Li addicted, and he had to run 5 or 6 times a day in the valley to feel satisfied, indulging in the thrill of being a master of lightness. Of course, this acceleration effect was quite different from the Luo Yin step. The Luo Yin step emphasized seizing opportunities, turning the impossible into the possible, achieving acceleration over short distances at the cost of considerable stamina. This technique was most marvelous in narrow spaces. In contrast, the wind control technique, once cast, had no physical burden other than consuming a small amount of magical power, allowing for unrestricted running without the risk of exhaustion. Moreover, This acceleration effect would last until the magical power was completely consumed or the spell was stopped, making it a must-have spell for low-level cultivators for long-distance travel or rushing. Chapter 75. Combining Magic and Martial Arts. Since Han Li learned the wind control technique, his interest in the other two spells, the Spirit-Fixing Talisman and the Object-Driving Technique, has grown even more. He spent a lot of time and energy on them, hoping that one day he could suddenly comprehend them like he did with the wind control technique. However, after repeated research, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that his inability to cast these two spells may not be due to his own shortcomings, but rather because the external conditions for casting were not met. The Spirit-Fixing Talisman, as described in the book, is a type of talisman that must use a pre-prepared magical talisman. Therefore, Han Li had previously been using yellow paper bought from a nearby town to draw the so-called magical talismans according to the symbols in the book with a brush. Although the book did not specify what materials were needed to draw the talisman symbols, he recalled the silver talisman used by Dr. Mo and naturally chose to use silver powder, a precious luxury item. Whether this pigment was effective, Han Li did not know, but at least on the surface, these homemade talismans looked exactly like the examples in the book. Unfortunately, merely looking the same was not enough. When Han Li used incantations to activate these talismans, the symbols did not emit the dazzling silver light like they did when Dr. Mo used them, nor did any other strange phenomena occur. His casting was a complete failure, leaving him in a dilemma. He did not know whether the failure was due to errors in the incantation or hand gestures, or because the talismans were not successfully made. However, after this research, things changed. By deeply investigating various related materials and books about spell legends, Han Li finally discovered that the talismans used by cultivators were definitely not something that ordinary people could casually draw on common paper with pigments. They must be made from specific materials unique to cultivators, possibly requiring special methods for their creation. Therefore, even if he were flawless in incantations and hand gestures, casting would still not succeed. The same reasoning applied to the object-driving technique. Han Li previously thought that he could use any object as a target for casting, so he had tried to use common items like furniture or swords as targets. Of course, there was no effect at all. But now, reminded by the matter of the talisman paper, he realized that the objects driven by this driving technique were definitely not ordinary items, but should be specific items used by cultivators. Thus, Han Li treated the peculiar items he obtained from Dr. Mo, including the soul-guiding bell and the 7 silver blades used in the 7 ghosts soul-devouring technique, as objects to be driven by the technique, and conducted several experiments. Unfortunately, none of them could be successfully manipulated by the spell. This left Han Li greatly disappointed. It seemed that the driving technique did not target these magical artifacts, but should involve something else. Knowing the general root of the problem and understanding that it was impossible to cast the spirit fixation talisman and the driving technique without the corresponding items, Han Li shifted his focus away from this matter. Instead, he started to think about combining martial arts secrets with several spells, intending to rapidly enhance his own strength and elevate himself in a short period. With this whimsical idea, Han Li began his arduous journey of self-training and soon made some minor achievements. After some attempts, he finally managed to merge the Luo Yin step and the wind control technique. Although it was called a merger, it was actually just using the wind control technique first and then applying the Luo Yin step afterward. However, the coordination and combination between the two had to be controlled well, or it would easily lead to mistakes, which required a lot of Han Li's mental effort and labor. By doing this, he gradually improved the shortcomings of the wind control technique, which was originally not good at turning and moving, and the Luo Yin step, which consumed too much physical strength when moving. As a result, he became as swift as lightning in movement, appearing like a phantom during his transitions. Shortly thereafter, Han Li also made his own innovative approach in using the fireball technique. Originally, after a small fireball was conjured with the fireball technique, the caster should propel it towards the target using their own magical power to kill the enemy, which was the original usage of this technique. However, Han Li disagreed with this. He believed that the speed of the fireball propelled by magical power was too slow, making it easy for any skilled lightness technique practitioner to dodge, which limited its effectiveness in martial conflicts and made it somewhat impractical. Therefore, he simply used the fireball technique by casting it halfway, after the fireball appeared. He did not launch it, but instead used its indestructible characteristic to control it as a short and powerful weapon in his hand. With his improved extreme body technique and the high-temperature fireball in hand, Han Li now felt confident that he could easily kill any expert. With these advantages, Han Li could finally breathe a sigh of relief, no longer worrying about his insufficient strength. Now he could confidently head to Lianzhou to detoxify. At this time, Han Li's Changchun Gong had also quietly entered the 8th level after consuming spiritual herbs as snacks every day, greatly enhancing his magical power. In terms of the depth of magical power, Han Li had already surpassed the original Yu Zitong while his physical body still existed. However, when it came to the number of spells mastered and actual combat skills, he still couldn't compare to the previous Yu Zitong. After all, Yu Zitong had guidance from elders during family cultivation and peers for sparring, which was far superior to Han Li's self-taught methods. Han Li was unaware of all this. And even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that learning a couple of superficial spells could match up to a true cultivator. His enemies were still mainly the secular martial artists. Therefore, Han Li was in a good mood. Just as he was ambitious and preparing to find an excuse to leave Qishuan Gate and head down the mountain, the Wolfpack gang suddenly proposed to negotiate with Qishuan Gate. This news caused an uproar among the members of Qishuan Gate. It should be noted that recently, the Wolfpack gang had been gaining the upper hand in conflicts, continuously suppressing Qishuan Gate. In such a favorable situation, why would they suddenly want to negotiate? Could there be some trickery involved? This raised suspicion among many. In an instant, voices both for and against the negotiation emerged within Qishuan Gate, with various high-ranking members holding differing opinions. Li Feiyu was among those who firmly opposed the idea. Since the voices of both supporters and opponents were roughly equal, it was difficult to determine a clear winner in the debate. Ultimately, it was decided by the leader, Wang, to proceed with the negotiation first. If the conditions were not too excessive, they would shake hands and reconcile. If they were overly harsh, they would continue to fight. Although this muddled proposal could not satisfy both parties, it was the only compromise available, so it had to be done. After several rounds of negotiations between Qishuan Gate and the Wolfpack gang, a place called Luosha Slope was mutually recognized as the negotiation site. As for the personnel involved in the negotiation, the Wolfpack gang firmly insisted that a leading figure from both sides must attend to demonstrate mutual sincerity. Otherwise, there was no need for this discussion at all. The proposal of this condition did not cause unrest among the Qishuan Gate members, as it was a normal negotiation requirement. Of course, the true top leader would never take the risk of going into a dangerous situation. Qishuan Gate would at most send a vice leader, while the Wolfpack gang would also send a corresponding deputy leader to maintain appearances, so this condition was acceptable. Thus, both sides agreed on the specific date for the negotiation, and on that day, each side would send a group of over 100 members to participate in the meeting. To prevent any ambush from the other side during the negotiation, Qishuan Gate made thorough arrangements for the personnel participating in the negotiation and their backup. Not only was the negotiation team led by the second strongest, Vice Leader Wu, but the nearly 100 members of the team were all top experts within the sect, mostly consisting of core personnel such as guardians and offerings, along with several elders and hall masters to support the formation, making it a luxurious lineup. With such a team of experts, even if the Wolfpack gang sent all their elite forces, they would likely be unable to stop their advance. And everyone at Qishuan Gate was confident about this. In this way, if anything went wrong, the negotiators could rely on their high martial skills to quickly break through and return to their territory, where several elite disciples from the Bloodblade Hall would be responsible for providing support, ensuring their escape route was safe. Li Feiyu also volunteered to participate. For him, who was facing imminent death, the more dangerous the place, the more he craved to go. Thus, this team, which almost consisted of nearly half of Qishuan Gate's experts, finally set off from the mountain as the negotiation day approached. Their round trip would take at least half a month, which was indeed a long time. Han Li did not pay much attention to this. For him, it didn't matter whether the negotiation succeeded or broke down. He was about to leave this place to explore the outside world, so the rise and fall of Qishuan Gate had little to do with him. As long as it didn't involve him personally, he was too lazy to care about these matters. Therefore, in the days following the departure of the negotiation team, he calmly continued to cultivate the medicinal materials he needed and began collecting some precious herbal seeds for future use. Han Li had already decided that once the negotiation team returned to the mountain, he would formally bid farewell to several leaders. If the high-ranking members were ungrateful and refused to let him go, he wouldn't mind revealing his true strength in front of them to make them give up hope entirely. In fact, leaving secretly without anyone knowing would be the easiest. However, Hanli was worried that if they couldn't find him, they might trouble his family. So it was still necessary to formally bid farewell to the higher-ups and demonstrate some strength to intimidate them. As for the excuse for leaving, Hanli had already thought of it. He would say he missed Dr. Imo and wanted to seek his master. As for whether the other party believes it or not, Hanli simply doesn't care. With absolute strength as his backing, would he still fear the other party having other ideas? Every time Hanli thinks of this, a cold smile inevitably appears at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, if he wanted to take the lives of several sect leaders, it would be as easy as pie. Of course, he only thinks about it and has no intention of actually doing so. However, Hanli never expected that on the fourth night after the negotiation team left, a ragged, dust-covered fellow with disheveled hair suddenly burst into his room. With bloodshot eyes, he spoke hoarsely through cracked, white-lipped lips, saying, "The negotiation team is finished. Sect Master Wu is dead. The Protector and the offerings are dead. And several elders are also dead. Almost all are dead." Upon hearing this, Hanli was somewhat stunned. Before he could ask, a sharp whistle suddenly rang out from somewhere on the mountain. Following that, a series of muffled banging sounds also erupted. Various warning sounds resounded together, and soon countless shouts and cries of battle echoed throughout the mountain. Among them, the sound of weapons clashing could be faintly heard, as if at that moment, the entire Kaisiam mountain had turned into a massive battlefield. Han Li's expression changed. He couldn't afford to listen to the person in front of him continue speaking. With a flicker of his body, he was already outside the room. He looked around and found the highest building, lightly stomped his foot, and arrived on the roof. Then gazed toward the valley. His expression was quite grim, appearing somewhat dark, because not far from his view, there were flames soaring into the sky, shadows of people moving about, and flashes of swords and blades, with the sounds of fighting, alarm bells, and angry shouts blending into a chaotic uproar. He heard a whooshing sound behind him and did not turn his head as he asked, "Li Feiyu, is it the Wolfgang?" "Yes. I didn't expect them to plan so thoroughly that they almost annihilated our negotiation team and immediately followed us survivors up the mountain to kill us." The messenger was none other than Li Feiyu, who had left 4 days ago. At this moment, his voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. But how did they break through the outer sentries on the mountain? When we escaped back to the mountain, we clearly instructed the guards along the way to increase vigilance. Li Feiyu muttered in confusion. There's nothing strange about it. The Wolf Gang must have been plotting this major offensive for a long time. It would be easy for them to insert a few outer spies. With these internal traitors guiding the way, taking down those sentry posts silently is quite normal. Hanli said indifferently. However, it's impossible for the Wolf Gang to easily take down all the branches. I estimate they want to surround the peaks where the various branches are located without attacking, while concentrating their other experts to focus on attacking the main hall at Sunset Peak. As long as they can capture or kill our Sectes leaders, the remaining branches will collapse without resistance. So what should we do now? Should we go to Sunset Peak? Li Feiyu asked impatiently. Hanli remained silent for a moment, then suddenly turned to Li Feiyu and said solemnly, "You haven't told me how such a powerful negotiation team could be completely wiped out. Logically speaking, the Wolf Gang definitely doesn't have that much strength." Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's facial muscles twitched, and he couldn't help but lick his cracked lips, revealing a bitter smile as he said, "They used a large number of repeating crossbows, all enhanced military crossbows." Military repeating crossbows? Yes. At that time, we had only left the mountain for 2 days, walking on a patch of grass. Since we were still in our territory, everyone was quite relaxed. Suddenly, countless members of the Wolf Gang emerged from the ground all around us, each armed with a hard crossbow, and then a rain of crossbow bolts came pouring down. The density of the bolts caused all the disciples with weaker martial arts to die on the spot from the rain of arrows. Only a few with extremely high martial arts or good luck managed to dodge this attack, but even they were all injured, and their martial arts were greatly weakened. I was one of those lucky people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it back. Li Feiyu's expression showed lingering fear, and his eyes revealed hints of dread, indicating that the terrifying scene of the crossbow bolts firing had left a significant impact on him. After the crossbow bolts were shot, the enemy's experts came up, and then everyone fell into a bitter struggle. To increase their chances of survival, the remaining people decided to split up and act on their own. I was fortunate that I didn't seem to be a significant target in the eyes of the enemy, so there were fewer pursuers after me, and I managed to escape. But when I hurried back, I found that the various strongholds where we should have stationed our people had been taken over by the Wolf Gang. waiting for us. The fish that slipped through the net to fall into their trap. After falling for this trap a couple of times, I no longer dared to seek help. To know the situation of others, I later took the risk and ambushed a blue-clothed enforcer from the wolf gang, from whom I learned that Sect Master Wu and several elders had died in the siege by numerous enemy experts, and only a few who, like me, were not considered too important but had decent martial arts managed to escape. After learning this news, I didn't dare to delay for a moment longer and rushed back to the mountain. On the way, I accidentally encountered two other offerings who had also escaped, and we fled together for a day and a night before finally returning to the mountain. Once back here, those two went to Sunset Peak to inform Sect Master Wang about the annihilation of the negotiation team. I made up an excuse about needing to heal and secretly came here to discuss countermeasures with you. You have to know that Sect Master Wu and so many others died in the ambush, while only a few of us, who have neither high nor low status, managed to return. To avoid taking the blame, who knows if the higher-ups will vent their anger on us and make us scapegoats. Now, it's good that I haven't even explained this to you, and the wolf gang has already come to kill us. What do you think we should do now? Li Feiyu spoke a long string of words, and his expression turned somewhat helpless. After listening, Han Li frowned and tilted his head in thought. At this moment, the sounds of shouting and killing on the mountain grew more intense, and the occasional piercing cries of dying people sent chills down one's spine. Do you still have subordinates on the mountain? Han Li's voice became very deep. Yes, I still have more than 20 subordinates, all arranged in a few houses near Elder Li's place. I originally planned to wait for the negotiation team to return before taking them out for business. Then let's go to Elder Li's residence first, gather these people together, and also check on Miss Zhang Xiaoer and Elder Li. As for the next steps, we'll decide after clarifying the specific situation, Han Li said calmly, appearing very rational. Okay, I'll follow your lead. It's so chaotic outside now. I'm really worried about Xiaoer, Li Feiyu said nervously. Han Li glanced at Li Feiyu, truly unsure how this guy thinks. On one hand, he is exceedingly anxious and concerned about Zhang Xiaoer. On the other hand, knowing his life is short, he insists on marrying her, which is clearly asking her to become a widow. What a contradictory guy. Han Li silently gave his friend an unflattering evaluation. Han Li first lightly leaped down from the rooftop, and Li Feiyu followed closely behind. I'll go pack some things, and then we'll leave immediately. Okay, but you need to hurry. I'm really worried about Xiaoer's safety. Upon hearing this, Han Li could only remain speechless. The way the other party kept calling Xiaoer was quite nauseating, making Han Li feel both a bit disdainful and somewhat jealous. He no longer paid attention to the suddenly lovesick Li Feiyu and returned indoors to quickly pack a few essential items. Chapter 78. Slaughter in the Forest, are you ready? As soon as Han Li walked out of the house, Li Feiyu immediately urged him impatiently. Han Li shot a glare at Li Feiyu, not giving him a good look, then walked to a smaller house and coldly said through the closed door, Chu Han, come out. We need you tonight. Before Han Li's words fell, the wooden door was smashed apart as if it were made of paper, and amidst the flying wooden splinters, a gigantic figure slowly walked out from inside. Li Feiyu stared blankly at the imposing figure before him, who looked like a demon but wore a cloak that hid his face. The giant silently walked behind Han Li. Let's go? Han Li smiled and urged the dazed Li Feiyu this time. Oh, Li Feiyu finally regained his senses. He looked at Han Li with an unusual gaze, then glanced at the giant and closed his mouth tightly, silently leading the way out of the valley. Han Li looked at Li Feiyu's back and smiled slightly, then took a few quick steps to catch up with him. The giant, Chu Han, closely followed behind him, not leaving an inch. Han Li was very satisfied with Li Feiyu's sense of propriety. It was precisely because they respected each other's privacy that they could form such a close friendship. The group walked quickly, and in no time, they arrived near the valley's entrance. Just as Li Feiyu lifted his leg to step into the woods, Han Li suddenly reached out his right hand and firmly grasped his shoulder, preventing him from moving forward. What are you doing? Li Feiyu asked, puzzled and somewhat dissatisfied. As he was anxious, someone is coming, and not just one person, Han Li said calmly. Li Feiyu was somewhat surprised and quickly focused to listen. But after a long while, he heard nothing. He looked at Han Li in confusion, but the latter remained calm and did not offer any explanation. You. As soon as Li Feiyu opened his mouth, Han Li suddenly raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to be silent. Li Feiyu frowned slightly. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he habitually chose to obey Han Li's gesture and did not continue speaking. Not long after, Li Feiyu's expression grew serious as he turned his head in shock to look at Han Li. He finally heard numerous footsteps sounding outside the valley, and it really seemed like there were many people. Sunjifa, there is a big bell at the edge of this forest, and there is a small path. It seems this is the Shinsho Valley mentioned by the deputy lord. A coarse voice came from the other side of the woods. Yes, according to the map and this big bell, it must be here. Remember, the Lord has given a strict order to only capture the divine doctor inside the valley alive. No one is allowed to harm him, or else they will be dealt with according to the gang rules. Understood? Another voice, sharp and commanding like a rooster's crow, ordered. Yes, yes, a series of response voices rang out, and judging by their tones, there were at least a dozen people, each with a strong voice, suggesting they had decent skills. Apart from a blue-clad enforcer, the rest were elite members of the Wild Wolf gang. The blue-clad enforcer was equivalent to the protector of their faction, and the elite members were similar to the inner disciples. Li Feiyu lowered his voice and leaned closer to Han Li, explaining softly. Li Feiyu knew that his friend was usually unconcerned about the situation of their rival faction, so he didn't bother to ask why Han Li could hear the footsteps so early. Instead, he directly explained the enemy's identity to make sure Han Li was aware and not caught off guard. Upon hearing this, Han Li understood Li Feiyu's intention. He chuckled lightly, said nothing, but his expression seemed to show he was not too concerned. However, Li Feiyu started to feel anxious. With my current strength, I could handle that blue-clad enforcer alone, but if others join in, I definitely won't be a match. I know you have a lot of tricks. Tell me quickly if you have a plan. Otherwise, it will be too late. Li Feiyu spoke rapidly and lightly, clearly in a hurry, as those people had already entered the small woods and were approaching Han Li and the others' location. How about we hide for a bit and avoid the enemy's sharp edge? Li Feiyu proposed a seemingly good idea, but unfortunately, Han Li had no intention of adopting it. Chu Han, apart from capturing that blue-clad person alive, kill everyone else in the woods. Han Li suddenly turned his head and coldly ordered the giant. What? Li Feiyu was taken aback upon hearing this. But before he could react, the giant behind Han Li turned into a gust of wind, rushing into the woods, and soon, the sounds of screams and cries from the members of the Wild Wolf gang echoed from within the dark forest. Ah, who is it? Not good. Someone is ambushing us. What kind of monster is this? Ah, run. Ah. The forest was filled with screams and cries, rising sharply for a time, but soon they gradually diminished, and before long, fell completely silent. Li Feiyu stared at the woods in disbelief, his face full of shock. Chapter 79. Interrogation. The giant walked out of the woods, holding a blue-clad man as if he were a small chicken, his hand firmly gripping the unconscious figure. He was splattered with blood, and the specks of red against the green robe looked as vibrant as peach blossoms. Li Feiyu gasped. The giant took a few steps forward, threw the blue-clad man to the ground, and then Li Feiyu was hit by a strong, nauseating smell of blood. His face changed dramatically, and he instinctively took a half-step back, adopting a defensive posture. The giant ignored Li Feiyu's small movements and took a step back to stand behind Han Li again, remaining silent and motionless as if he had never left that spot. Li Feiyu finally let out a long breath, relaxing his stance. He glanced at the blue-clad man on the ground, then looked at Han Li, who was still calm, and suddenly smiled. I was wondering why you were so calm. Turns out you had such a powerful expert by your side. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You had me all nervous for nothing. On the surface, Li Feiyu spoke lightly, but inside, he began to speculate about the relationship between Han Li and the giant in green. Han Li saw through his thoughts, but had no intention of explaining. He wore a half-smile and said leisurely, this blue-clad enforcer should know quite a bit of information. Who should interrogate him? I think you, Li Datang Master, would be much more skilled at it than I am. Let us give it to you, as the capable should take on more work. Li Feiyu was somewhat unwilling as Han Li changed the subject and did not introduce the giant to him. However, he was also quite interested in interrogating this enforcer, so he agreed readily after Han Li's suggestion. Li Feiyu carried the unconscious man in blue and lightly flashed into the woods, beginning his interrogation, while Han Li sat down on the grass beneath him, relaxing. After a while, Li Feiyu emerged from the forest with a gloomy face. Why so soon? Do you have any useful information? Han Li asked directly without getting up, raising an eyebrow. Humph. He's a coward who fears for his life. I hadn't even started to interrogate him, and he spilled everything, Li Feiyu replied, looking frustrated. There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's hear the good news first. It might lighten the mood, Han Li said, seemingly indifferent. The good news is that you guessed the Wild Wolf Gang's plan correctly. They indeed captured the other peaks, but aren't launching any attacks. Instead, focusing all their main forces at Sunset Peak, where they are attacking fiercely. I heard they have already taken several checkpoints. Li Feiyu spoke these words flatly, indicating he wasn't particularly concerned about the safety of the higher-ups. Since the good news is like this, I don't even need to ask. The bad news must be terrible. Han Li said, rubbing his nose and talking to himself. You're right on the mark. The bad news is that this time, besides the Wild Wolf Gang, there are also the Iron Spear Society, the Watercut Sect, and several other small to medium-sized gangs attacking the mountain. It seems our sect is truly facing a great disaster, Li Feiyu said. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. This news clearly surprised him. No matter how many attackers there are, it's more important to meet up with your little lover and your subordinates. Given the current chaos outside, we should leave quickly. Han Li quickly made a judgment after not being shocked for long. Li Feiyu nodded in agreement, as this suggestion suited him perfectly. What about that guy? How did you handle him? Han Li suddenly asked. Silenced him. Could I still bring him along? Li Feiyu said nonchalantly. Han Li smiled slightly at this, pushing himself up from the grass. Let us go. Try to avoid the enemies. If we can avoid them, kill everyone who discovers us without mercy. Otherwise, their numbers will keep increasing. Although Han Li spoke lightly, the meaning behind his words was filled with murderous intent and bloodshed. In Elder Li's courtyard, located several miles away from the Divine Hand Valley, it was currently packed with a dense crowd. Among these people were men and women, young and old, who appeared to have no martial skills but were whispering among themselves, all wearing worried expressions. Nearby, more than 20 young people dressed in black, wielding knives and swords, were vigilantly guarding the surroundings, making them stand out in contrast to the unarmed people in the courtyard. In the living room of the residence, two individuals were arguing about something. I disagree with sending people outside. Our defenses here are already weak. Sending more people out will only make us more vulnerable. No way. Absolutely not. A middle-aged fat man with a big belly spat out as he shook his head vigorously, firmly opposing something. But we don't know what is happening outside. If we don't send someone to investigate, we'll be completely in the dark, which is too passive, argued Ma Rong, Elder Li's favorite disciple. Being passive is just being passive. What happens outside has nothing to do with me. For me, the safety here is the most important. Do you dare disobey orders? The fat man blinked a few times, suddenly pulling out a golden waist token from his pocket, waving it in front of Ma Rong, his face filled with arrogance. Ma Rong glanced at the fat man and then at the waist token, sighed, and clasped his hands in a respectful bow. I wouldn't dare. I will strictly follow the orders. This token was the personal insignia of the sect leader, and possessing it allowed one to temporarily issue orders to disciples below the rank of elder. This fat man was a close confidant of the sect leader and reportedly a relatively close cousin. Therefore, any messages or commands from the sect leader were conveyed through him. Not long ago, he had been hastily given this token by the sect leader to summon Elder Li for a meeting on the mountain. However, after delivering the order, the fat man felt it would be too exhausting to return immediately to Sunset Peak, relying on his favored status to insist on staying at Elder Li's residence for a while before heading back. Elder Li, having no choice, had to agree, while he himself did not dare to delay and hurriedly took Zhang Zier and several other disciples up to Sunset Peak. As a result, not long after, a major change occurred on the mountain, and this cowardly fat man was naturally even less willing to return alone. The crowd in the courtyard consisted of the family members of the sect members living nearby, most of whom had no martial skills, and when the sounds of chaos erupted, they panicked and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Ma Rong was quite decisive. He quickly requested the 20 or so subordinates left by Li Feiyu to help gather these people together to prevent them from running around in the dark and encountering unexpected dangers. Due to the remoteness of the area, built in a valley, although they heard the sounds of alarms and cries of battle, the people here had no understanding of the specific events happening outside. After finishing all this, Ma Rong planned to send some people outside to gather information. However, the clueless fat man suddenly reappeared, not only stopping the reconnaissance for enemy information, but also using the token to seize command over Ma Rong's authority regarding these external disciples. He then intended to hunker down here, deaf to the situation outside. Ma Rong understood the importance of understanding the enemy's situation. He argued with the fat man several times, but the deathly afraid fat man used the sect leader's token to suppress him. Even Ma Rong was not allowed to investigate personally. as it seemed the fat man regarded him as a protective tool for his own survival. Thus, Marron was left in the living room, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, unable to do anything about this ignorant fat man. It should be noted that in the Seven Mysteries sect, disobeying orders and acting independently was a serious offense, punishable by loss of martial skills and expulsion from the sect, or even death by execution. Therefore, even though he knew that something earth-shattering was happening outside, likely putting their sect in a life-and-death crisis, he was still unable to move. Just as Marron wished he could slap the so-called superior in front of him. Han Li and Li Feiyu were completely unaware of everything happening here and were rapidly heading in this direction. Along the way, they encountered enemy traces and avoided them whenever possible, trying to conceal their movements. It wasn't until they were only over a mile away from Elder Li's residence that they were confronted head-on by a group of people in green. Unable to hide any longer, finally having their first direct contact with the enemy. Now, these more than 10 individuals wielding steel knives surrounded them from all sides, trapping them in the middle. From their walking techniques, most of them had a single white line embroidered on their sleeves, indicating they had the lowest martial skills, while 2 individuals had 2 white lines, indicating they were much stronger, but the strongest was the one with 3 white lines and a scar on his face, who was clearly the leader of this group. The scar-faced leader was carefully observing the few people he had trapped, feeling somewhat puzzled. It was no wonder, among these individuals, Li Feiyu was currently disheveled and dirty, looking like a cook from the mountain, while Han Li appeared hollow-eyed and dark-skinned, resembling a farmer with no martial skills. The only one who could bring them pressure was the tall figure wearing a straw hat, covered in bloodstains, Chu Han. These 3 mismatched individuals standing together even made the self-proclaimed veteran leader feel a bit confused. He signaled his subordinates to be on guard, and then shouted loudly at the people across. No matter who you are, the 7 Shin sect is finished. Surrender, and I can spare your lives. Han Li smiled and turned to Li Feiyu, asking, who is going to make a move? Is it you, Chu Han? Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes flashed with fierce light as he replied sharply, these people, judging by their attire, should be low-level disciples of the Broken Water sect. I have been chased by the Wild Wolf gang for so long. Let me vent my anger on them first. Besides, their weapons are just right for me. After saying that, he shot out like a rainbow, instantly reaching the nearest person in green. The man was taken aback and was about to swing his steel knife when he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. The knife had already been taken by the enemy. He hurriedly retreated in panic, but it was too late. A flash of white light passed in front of him, and his body was split in 2. Li Feiyu's series of actions were clean and quick, like lightning, leaving the remaining disciples of the Broken Water sect unable to react before he had seized the knife and killed a man. The faces of the remaining people began to change dramatically, especially the scar-faced leader, because his martial skills were far superior to those of the others. He felt the weight of his heart sink the most. He knew very well that he had encountered an extraordinary master, someone they could not contend with at all. Therefore, he decisively ordered, retreat. Every man for himself, quickly signal for reinforcements. This statement reminded the other green-clad individuals, and they suddenly scattered in all directions, some even reaching into their clothes, seemingly to fetch the so-called signal. One green-clad man ran the fastest, escaping several feet away in a few leaps. He felt a surge of joy, believing he was close to escaping, but suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. A half-inch-long sword tip burst out from his throat and then vanished without a trace. He was horrified and wanted to scream, but felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, rendering him weak and unable to exert any force. He then watched helplessly as his body gradually fell backward, collapsing onto the ground, unable to move again. At that moment, he realized that someone had pierced his throat from behind. This green-clad man felt very unwilling. He had clearly escaped so far. How could he die so quickly? He struggled to turn his head to the side and finally saw the last scene before his death. A shadow flickered behind a green-clad individual who had run the farthest. After a light sword stroke, the shadow swayed slightly and disappeared, only to reappear behind another fellow disciple, where the same white light flashed again. At this moment, the previous disciple, who had also been pierced through the throat, collapsed onto the grass, blood gushing from his throat. After witnessing all this, the green-clad man smiled calmly as he died, for he knew he would not be alone. Soon, many others would come down to accompany him. That ghostly shadow would not let any of them escape. Chapter 81. Jia Tianlong. The Golden Wolf Jia Tianlong was currently filled with ambition. and his usually pale face flushed with excitement. It was no wonder he looked this way. After all, the lifelong enemy of the Wild Wolf Gang, the Seven Shin sect, was about to fall before him due to his meticulous plotting. As the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, how could he not feel delighted? He was now standing on the hillside of Sunset Peak, near a certain checkpoint of the Seven Shin sect, surrounded by many red-clad iron guards of the Wild Wolf Gang. These 50 or 60 iron guards were all carefully trained by him with great effort. Not only were they all skilled in martial arts, but they were also utterly loyal to him. He had always regarded these people as treasures and rarely used them in everyday conflicts. However, he had brought them all with him this time to completely intimidate those small and medium-sized gangs that were eager to move. Otherwise, how could the leaders of the Iron Spear Society, Broken Water Sect, and other gangs obediently submit? After all, these gangs were unwilling to let the Wild Wolf Gang dominate alone. They hoped that the two major forces would always be in conflict or balance, allowing them to survive in the cracks. If Jia Tianlong had not swiftly controlled the family members of these leaders and promised them great benefits, these small and medium-sized gangs might have turned against him long ago. Thinking of this, he could not help but glance back at the dozen or so leaders of small and medium-sized gangs standing not far behind him. Each of these people appeared dispirited. Upon seeing Jia Tianlong looking over, they either glared back angrily or avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing this situation, Jia Tianlong coldly smiled to himself, and after turning back, he began to contemplate feasible plans for how to annex these small and medium-sized gangs after taking down the Seven Shin sect. In front of Jia Tianlong, nearly 1,000 people dressed in various colors and wielding different weapons were fiercely attacking a checkpoint of the Seven Shin sect. These people were in disarray, not coordinating at all, and thus suffered significant casualties. But Jia Tianlong did not care at all because the attackers were not from the Wild Wolf Gang, but rather from the Iron Spear Society, Broken Water Flow, and other gangs. He did not expect these people to take down the last and most dangerous checkpoint of Sunset Peak. He merely wanted them to exhaust the energy of the defenders, allowing his elite soldiers to strike down with crossbows. Thinking of those military crossbows, a hint of joy appeared on Jia Tianlong's handsome face. It must be said that the Wild Wolf Gang was able to gain the upper hand so easily this time, thanks to these killing tools from the army. Otherwise, not only would it have been impossible to annihilate the opposing negotiating team, but they would also have suffered significant losses at the several checkpoints already taken at Sunset Peak, which would be greatly detrimental to his future plans to annex small and medium-sized gangs. These military crossbows had cost Jia Tianlong not a bit of effort. They had literally fallen from the sky into his hands. Whenever Jia Tianlong thought of this, he felt a great sense of relief in his heart. It was 3 months ago when he was planning this operation at headquarters, and suddenly an officer claiming to be his relative wanted to see him. He was somewhat surprised and agreed to meet the person, who turned out to be a cousin of his. It turned out that many years ago, when the Wild Wolf Gang was still a band of marauders, a group of them had been recruited by the government, and this cousin was among them. After so many years, his cousin had actually risen to the high rank of deputy general in the army. Now this cousin, as a deputy general, happened to be escorting a batch of supplies to a border fortress in Jingzhou, and, upon passing through here, naturally wanted to visit this cousin who was the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. When the two met, they naturally exchanged heartfelt greetings and shared experiences from the years. When Jia Tianlong mentioned the recent conflicts with the Seven Shin sect, his cousin arrogantly said, "What is the big deal? Just give me 100 or so repeating crossbows, and I can wipe out everyone in the Seven Shin sect." The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Jia Tianlong was inspired and cautiously asked his cousin if he could provide him with some repeating crossbows. The cousin smiled slightly and frankly told Jia Tianlong that there were indeed many repeating crossbows among the supplies he was transporting, and while he could give them to him, he just needed to use some silver to seal the officials' mouths, and he couldn't provide too many. Jia Tianlong was overjoyed at this and immediately spent over 20,000 taels of silver to exchange for more than 300 repeating crossbows from his cousin, instructing his trusted subordinates to use them carefully. This was how he achieved a series of victories in the past few days. It was breached. It was broken. A deafening uproar jolted the leader of the Wolf Gang, Jia Tianlong, from his thoughts. Surprised, he quickly looked up towards the peak, where he saw that the outpost flying the banner of the Seven Shin sect was now filled with members of various small and medium-sized gangs, indicating that it had indeed been breached. Jia Tianlong frowned. He found it strange. given the defensive strength of the previous checkpoints. This last one should have been even harder to breach. How could it have been taken down so quickly by these ragtag troops? Was there some kind of conspiracy at play? His expression darkened. Anyone familiar with Jia Tianlong knew that this was a sign of his displeasure. And if someone were to anger him at this moment, that person would likely find it difficult to survive. Hey, since it's breached, why not leave? A voice that sounded like a broken gong rang out, displaying no respect for Jia Tianlong at all. Normally, Jia Tianlong would be furious, but instead, he turned to the speaker with a respectful tone. Master Zhang, I find this breach rather strange. I fear there might be a trap inside. So it's better to be cautious. What are you afraid of? With me by your side, do you think these mortals can harm you? Let us go? Let us go? I've been waiting here for almost a night. I'm about to fall asleep. If we can deal with these guys from the Seven Shin sect quickly, I can rest early. The voice was not old, but carried an air of arrogance that was quite annoying. The speaker was a dwarf about 3 feet tall, standing beside Jia Tianlong. This dwarf, in his 40s, was thin and wore a red robe with golden embroidery. He had gold rings on his fingers and neck, and a thick gold chain around his waist, jingling as he spoke, revealing gold teeth. He looked every bit the nouveau riche. At the moment, he was visibly impatient, evidently unhappy with Jia Tianlong's hesitation. This dwarf, who looked quite unseemly and dressed like a local rich man, was openly disrespectful to Jia Tianlong, causing the loyal iron guards nearby to glare at him with anger. The dwarf noticed their displeasure but merely sneered and ignored them, arrogantly addressing Jia Tianlong. Leader Jia, you spent 3,000 taels of gold to invite me all the way from the Golden Light Temple. You wouldn't want me to just watch all night, would you? If there is someone you want me to deal with, you can say it now. You wouldn't want me to deal with the master of the Seven Shin sect, would you? Such a weak opponent, you can handle that yourself. Is it worth spending so much to ask me for help? The master of the Seven Shin sect is not who I want you to deal with. I need you to handle his 3 uncles. Though they have publicly declared their deaths, they have actually been hiding in a secret chamber on Sunset Peak, undergoing a life and death trial. Their power has likely reached a transformative state, making them far beyond the reach of ordinary experts. They are the greatest reliance of the Seven Shin sect at this moment, and only you can deal with them. Jia Tianlong spoke humbly, showing no hint of disdain. It should be noted that this red-robed dwarf was someone Jia Tianlong had met by chance at a Taoist temple near the barbarian territory. This person claimed to be the Golden Light Immortal, possessing immense magical power, and had personally demonstrated sword techniques and indestructible skills to him. After witnessing these 2 forms of magic, Jia Tianlong was deeply impressed by their power, realizing that the dwarf was indeed a legendary figure in the cultivation world, and he had developed a desire for a close relationship with him. Knowing that this person had a certain obsession with gold, Jia Tianlong quickly showered him with vast amounts of gold and flattered him excessively, eventually convincing him to promise assistance. Thus, Jia Tianlong always treated this dwarf with the respect due to a senior, not daring to show any signs of disdain for his arrogance. He was very aware that the Golden Light Immortal was not someone his small wolf gang could contend with. Upon hearing this, the Golden Light Immortal laughed heartily, and after his laughter subsided, he said haughtily, "Just a few mortals. Leave them to me. No matter how high their skills, they cannot match my sword techniques. You can rest assured. Then I will trouble you, Master Immortal. I will keep my promise regarding the reward, and, upon completion, I am willing to offer an additional 2,000 taels of gold as a gift." Jia Tianlong was overjoyed and quickly increased the amount of the promised reward, knowing full well that the other party was not a benevolent figure and that speaking in terms of gold was the best approach. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the Golden Light Immortal's dry, orange peel-like face, and he nodded with satisfaction, clearly appreciating Jia Tianlong's perceptiveness. With the assurance of the powerful Golden Light Immortal, Jia Tianlong no longer hesitated and immediately ordered the members of the Wolf Gang to ascend to the peak of Sunset Peak, preparing to attack the main hall of the Seven Shin sect, the Seven Shin Hall. Due to the sheer number of people rushing up the mountain, Jia Tianlong and his iron guards exerted a great deal of effort to finally arrive at the stone hall. This was Jia Tianlong's first time witnessing the main hall of his nemesis, and he was taken aback by the grandeur of the Seven Shin Hall. He felt that his own wolf gang's headquarters was like a doghouse in comparison, truly pitiful to behold. At the peak of Sunset Peak, several stone halls made of massive green stones rose up in a large and small configuration. Though obscured by the darkness and dim light of the torches, they're imposing, rough, and magnificent presence still intimidated the members of the Wolf Gang and other smaller factions, who hesitated to launch an immediate attack and instead surrounded the stone halls, sealing them off completely. After all, the Seven Shin sect had a legacy spanning over 200 years, and their financial resources were not something a gang that had only risen for a little over a decade could compare to. It was truly extravagant and luxurious. Jia Tianlong thought to himself. He had made up his mind that once he annihilated the Seven Shin sect, he would immediately relocate his headquarters here, as such magnificent architecture would suit his status as a regional overlord. Jia Tianlong glanced at the dark entrance of the main hall across from him, and then at his subordinates around him, finally slowly raising his right hand. In that instant, the entire Sunset Peak fell silent, all eyes fixed on his hand, knowing that once it fell, the brutal battle to annihilate the Seven Shin sect's main hall would commence. Wait. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly emanated from the dark entrance of the main hall. Then, a rhythmic sound of footsteps came from within, growing increasingly clear. Finally, a middle-aged man dressed in white appeared at the entrance, a wooden hairpin in his hair, armed only with a white sword sheath. His face pale, but his eyes sharp and piercing, as if they could stab into one's heart and make one shiver. He stopped several paces away from the entrance, slowly surveying the crowd before him, showing no hint of fear on his face. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Jia Tianlong's raised right hand, and then shifted to Jia Tianlong's face. This man is called Wang Juechu. Jia Tianlong called out the name of the other party. Jia Tianlong. Jia Tianlong responded without backing down. It seems that this is our first time meeting face to face as leaders of our respective factions. Isn't it? My esteemed leader Wang. Jia Tianlong spoke in a very casual tone, a hint of mockery tugging at the corners of his mouth. As he slowly lowered his raised right hand, Wang Juechu stared back at Jia Tianlong with a blank expression, not saying a word, and the atmosphere seemed to grow tense. Did the sect leader come here alone, intending to surrender? Jia Tianlong said with a teasing tone and a smile. That's right. I'm here to discuss the matter of surrendering with you. Wang Juechu, the leader of the Qishuan sect, coldly replied like an iced man. Chapter 83. The Great Trap. Are you really planning to surrender? Jia Tianlong felt somewhat surprised. Surrender is surrender, but which side surrenders to whom is still uncertain. Wang Juechu said, narrowing his eyes slightly, casually resting his hand on the hilt of his sword as he spoke slowly. What do you mean by that? Jia Tianlong's expression darkened, and he waved his hand, signaling for an encirclement. Immediately, the iron guards behind him surged forward, surrounding Wang Juechu in a semicircular formation while simultaneously drawing crossbows, aiming their gleaming bolts at him. It seemed that with a single command from Jia Tianlong, they would not hesitate to unleash a volley of bolts, instantly killing Wang Juechu on the spot. Do you think that just because our sect has moved its headquarters to Sunset Peak, we have never considered the possibility of an external invasion that we cannot defend against? Wang Juechu said, ignoring the crossbows, his tone laced with a threatening chill. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong's heart sank slightly, and a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. He did not interrupt Wang Juechu's words, but continued to wear a grim expression, wanting to hear what he had to say. It was the seventh-generation leader, Li, who decided to relocate our sect here. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but he was also skilled in the arts of architecture and engineering, making him a true genius of his time. Wang Juechu paused slightly here, revealing a hint of admiration on his face. He then continued. Leader Li chose Sunset Peak as the location for our sect's headquarters for two reasons. First, the terrain of this peak is treacherous, easy to defend but difficult to attack, making it an excellent defensive stronghold. Second, within the mountain's interior lies a vast natural stone cave. This cave is enormous, occupying almost 2/3 of the entire belly of Sunset Peak. Upon seeing this marvel, Leader Li devised a plan. Using his knowledge of architecture and engineering in conjunction with the cave's topography, he transformed the entire mountain into a natural trap. Now, as long as someone activates the preset mechanisms, the entire mountain will collapse, burying everyone on it. After finishing this, Wang Juechu fell silent, merely scanning the dark crowd before him with a cold, lifeless gaze. Jia Tianlong was momentarily stunned after hearing this. He naturally did not believe the claims made by the other party, but he was at a loss for how to refute the threat. The others on the peak who understood these words began to stir, whispering among themselves, and some of the more astute individuals even began to move toward the only path down the mountain, preparing to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Silence. Anyone who stirs, makes noise, or causes a disturbance will be killed without mercy. Jia Tianlong quickly regained his composure, seeing his own people becoming chaotic merely from the other party's words, and he felt a surge of anger. He knew that if he did not put a stop to this immediately, the situation would quickly spiral out of control, so without hesitation, he issued a kill order. Jia Tianlong's command was executed well by his trusted subordinates. After swiftly killing several timid individuals who attempted to flee, the others were all stunned into silence, and the commotion subsided. However, Jia Tianlong knew very well that this calm was only superficial and temporary. If he could not quickly prove that the other party's words were lies, neither his own people nor those from other factions would remain peacefully in that place. It was likely that at the slightest disturbance, they would all flee. You can't expect us to believe your words based solely on your mouth. Jia Tianlong suppressed his anger and prepared to personally expose the other party's deceit. Of course not. I have plenty of evidence for you to witness. However, listen carefully. If anyone attempts to flee or continues to attack after seeing my proof, I will activate all the mechanisms, and we will all perish together. Wang Juechu's words were filled with murderous intent, and the threat was evident. Jia Tianlong carefully observed the other party's expression, trying to find any signs of a flaw. Unfortunately, the person across from him maintained a cold, expressionless face, revealing no signs of weakness or guilt. This made him wonder, could it be that what the other party said was not a deception, and there truly was such a doomsday plan? Activate mechanism number 2. Wang Juechu suddenly turned his head and loudly commanded towards the main hall. Then, he turned his head away, staring intently at a smaller stone hall, ignoring Jia Tianlong. Seeing the other party's blatant disregard for him, Jia Tianlong was furious. He suppressed his anger and secretly resolved that if the other party's evidence did not satisfy him, he would immediately order this Wang sect leader to be turned into a human pincushion. However, Wang Juechu's strange fixation on that stone hall also caught the attention of the members of the Wolf Pack gang, who could not help but direct their gazes there, eager to see what unusual occurrences might unfold. As the members of the Wolf Pack gang felt anxious, no one noticed that on the outskirts of the dark crowd, 2 individuals dressed in the attire of the Broken Water sect were whispering to each other with their heads down. Hanli, do you think what our sect leader said is true or false? Could it be that such a large sunset peak is really hollow? I've been here a few times, and I've never felt anything amiss. Could it be that sect leader Wang is deceiving them, trying to buy time? One of the young men chattered on, seemingly eager to have the other silent young man explain his doubts. These 2 were none other than Han Li and Li Feiyu, who were originally headed to Elder Li's residence. Chapter 84. Earthquake and Mountain Shake. Initially, to prevent the disciples of the Broken Water sect from escaping and alarming other enemies, Han Li had to take action himself. Using the Luo Yin step and the wind control technique, he easily killed all the enemies in a flash, leaving Li Feiyu, who had wanted to continue attacking, dumbfounded. It was at this moment that he realized Han Li's true strength. Once Li Feiyu regained his senses, he thought Han Li's astonishing skills were entirely due to his practice of the blinking sword technique. This thought nearly drove him to madness, and he immediately considered abandoning his own cultivation to learn the blinking sword technique. However, fortunately, the remnants of his rationality informed him that, in terms of both time and talent, this was impossible for him. Thus, on the way, Li Feiyu incessantly expressed his jealousy towards Han Li, lamenting how fortunate Han Li was to have learned such an impressive skill. Han Li, however, could not be bothered with his now envious friend and began to ruthlessly eliminate any enemies they encountered on the road, no longer hiding his strength. All the enemies faced with Han Li's strange movement technique proved to be no match, not even able to withstand a single strike before meeting their demise, including several notable experts among them. In this way, under Han Li's display of power, the 2 easily reached Elder Li's residence and met with Ma Rong, who informed them of Elder Li and Zhang Xiaoer's ascent to Sunset Peak. Upon hearing this bad news, Li Feiyu's face turned pale. He knows that the current Sunset Peak is indeed a dragon's den and a tiger's lair. Zhang Xiaoer went there, and it was almost the same as stepping into the gates of hell. In desperation, the 2 of them discussed it and came out from Elder Li's residence to rush towards Sunset Peak, only to encounter a small disturbance before leaving. That annoying fat man, a confidant of the Wang sect leader, actually took out a token and threatened them to stay with an authoritative tone, otherwise, they would be dealt with according to the sect rules. Li Feiyu was now anxious, only concerned about Zhang Xiaoer's safety, and he couldn't care less about any sect rules. He reached out and knocked the nagging fat man unconscious, then ordered his group of subordinates to continue protecting everyone while he and Hanli left quickly. As they approached Sunset Peak, they were shocked by the sheer number of enemies. Knowing that it was impossible to force their way in, the two of them discussed and came up with a clever plan. They knocked out 2 disciples of the Broken Water sect, changed into their clothes, and took advantage of the chaos at dusk to sneak into the crowd attacking the mountain. They easily made their way to Sunset Peak and overheard what the Wang sect leader was saying. As for Chu Han, due to his conspicuous appearance, he was hidden in a secret place and left at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing that Sunset Peak might have a trump card to perish together with the enemy, Li Feiyu couldn't contain his curiosity and repeatedly asked Han Li, hoping his friend could give him some reassurance. Regardless of whether it's true or false, what matters most now is to quickly enter the main hall, meet up with your little lover, and then quietly slip down the mountain. You have to know that regardless of the truth, staying here is too dangerous. Han Li finally whispered in response. This was indeed the truth, but in such a public situation, how could they sneak in? Li Feiyu lowered his head, looking troubled. Cough. We can only wait and see if there are any opportunities. Han Li was equally at a loss. Just as the two were anxiously hiding behind the crowd, the ground suddenly began to tremble beneath their feet. At first, it was slight, but then it intensified violently, causing many people to lose their footing and fall to the ground, with several rocks rolling down the mountain as well. Not good. The mountain is going to collapse. That one guy wants to perish with us. A reckless person shouted amidst the panicking crowd. Hearing this, most people became even more frantic, with some ignoring Wang Juechu's prior warnings and scrambling toward the exit, trying to flee from what they believed was a collapsing mountain. Boom! A loud crashing sound echoed, and the ground shook even more violently. Upon hearing this loud noise, everyone thought it was the beginning of the mountain's collapse and fell into despair, realizing that even if they wanted to escape, it might already be too late. At this moment, Jia Tianlong was both shocked and furious. Although he was still surrounded by his loyal iron guards, he felt lost and didn't know what to do. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the Jin Guang Shangren, who he relied on, but after seeing the panic on the other's face, he forced a smile. It turned out that this Shangren was also struggling to save himself. Jia Tianlong immediately lost some of his admiration for this person. Hee. I thought the Wild Wolf Gang members were fearless heroes, but it turns out they are just a bunch of rabble. At this moment, Wang Juechu's mocking voice suddenly came through. Despite the chaos on the mountain, it clearly reached everyone's ears, showing the purity of his skill. As soon as he spoke, the trembling of the ground miraculously stopped, as if the entire mountain calmed its fury in that instant and returned to tranquility. At that moment, people realized that the stone hall they had been focused on had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a large hole of several acres in size. Some bolder individuals took a few steps forward to peek over the edge, only to gasp in shock as they saw that the hole was dark and bottomless, utterly unfathomable. Jia Gangzhong, I wonder if this evidence can prove my words? Wang Juechu coldly asked. Jia Tianlong's face turned a bit pale. He didn't reply immediately, but glanced around. He saw that everyone on his side looked terrified, not just the ordinary gang members and people from other sects, but even his iron guards appeared particularly grim. Realizing this, Jia Tianlong understood that his goal of annihilating the 7 mysterious sect tonight was impossible. It seemed he could only retreat first and then plan for the long term. You can bring up any conditions, but you should also be aware that even so, we are merely at a stalemate on this battlefield. Don't go too far. He turned back, unwillingly stating, with a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. Chapter 85. Blood Pact Duel. There aren't many conditions, just 2 very simple ones. Wang Juechu said expressionlessly. First, your people must retreat from our sect's territory, and this retreat must be done in batches, under the supervision of our sect's disciples. His tone was very firm. Okay, no problem. Jia Tianlong agreed without hesitation. Seeing the other party agree so readily, Wang Juechu sneered, then stated the next condition that greatly surprised Jia Tianlong. The second condition is that both of us must engage in a blood pact duel here. And only then can you leave. A blood pact duel? Is this for real? The other party isn't crazy, are they? As soon as Wang Juechu's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar among the opposing crowd, with everyone's expressions varying widely. Some looked pale as if they had seen a scorpion, while others were excited and seemed eager to try. Jia Tianlong's expression also changed upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. I didn't mishear, right? It's a blood duel where only one side can leave the duel arena? He chuckled, seemingly casually asking. Not at all. This is a blood duel that must be held to repay the blood debts of Master Wu and others, and both you and I must participate, Wang Juechu said, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, staring coldly at Jia Tianlong. Jia Tianlong chuckled, not immediately responding, but instead pondering, clearly taking the blood pact duel seriously and intending to think it over before giving an answer. Seeing the nearby people discussing the blood pact duel with confusion, Han Li, who was unaware of what it entailed, couldn't help but ask the anxious Li Feiyu beside him, "What is a blood pact duel? It seems like a big deal." "No way. You don't even know what a blood pact duel is. That's hard to believe. This is the most notorious bloody method for resolving disputes among the Jianghu people." Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's face went pale, filled with shock. "Nonsense. You know I've never been very familiar with these Jianghu matters. I don't know what's so special about it." Han Li replied irately in a low voice. "Oh, I almost forgot that point." Li Feiyu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. A blood pact duel refers to a situation where two parties with deep-seated grudges must sign a life-and-death contract before the duel, declaring that once they enter the duel arena, only one side can walk out alive. If someone leaves the duel without permission, not only will their reputation be ruined and they be scorned by others, but they will also be hunted and pursued by the entire martial world. This is because all martial artists believe that a death contract duel is an extremely sacred form of combat, and those who tarnish such a duel should be executed as a warning. Moreover, these duels are typically used in situations involving multiple combatants, which makes them particularly bloody and brutal. In recent years, it has become rare to hear of anyone adopting this method of duel. Li Feiyu slowly explained, providing detailed information. After listening, Han Li furrowed his brows. Upon understanding the nature of the death contract duel, he felt somewhat dismissive of the sudden proposal for this deadly fight by the sect master Wang. In his view, such a duel was clearly a situation where both sides would suffer great losses, so why go through with it? It would be better to let the enemy leave quickly, avoiding further complications. All right, I agree to proceed with the death contract duel. After careful consideration, Jia Tianlong glanced at Jing Guangshangren a few times before finally making up his mind. One should know that the opponent wanted to take this opportunity to kill him, and he also wanted to seize this chance to eliminate the remaining elite forces of the Seven Mysteries sect. Jia Tianlong was well aware of Wang Juechu's intentions. The latter was simply relying on the support of three unknown masters. Unfortunately, he had already learned the details through secretly planted spies, and had long been prepared for it. Now, he had a cultivator skilled in flying sword techniques as his trump card, and with careful planning, he was confident he had over a 90% chance of winning the death duel. As long as he could eliminate Wang Juechu along with the remaining experts of the Seven Mysteries sect in the duel, it would not matter even if this scheme did not succeed. Because if he attacked again next time, the opponent would definitely have no strength to resist. One should know that cultivating experts is not something that can be achieved in just a year or two. Therefore, the usually cautious Jia Tianlong was willing to take this risk and decisively agreed to sign the death contract. Sect Master Wang, according to the rules of the death contract duel, since you proposed the time and place for the duel, and I did not object, then the number of fighters and the method should be determined by you, right? Jia Tianlong said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Humph, that's right. Wang Juechu reluctantly agreed. Then I request that the number of duelists be 150 from each side, and that it be a free-for-all. Jia Tianlong unceremoniously put forth his request. 50 people? Free-for-all? A hint of surprise flashed across Wang Juechu's cold face. One should know that typically in a death duel, both sides usually limit the number to around 20 or 30 to avoid heavy losses, and free-for-all battles are even rarer, with one-on-one duels being the most common. However, since he was the one who proposed the death duel, he naturally could not go back on his word, and he had full confidence in his three masters, believing that even in a free-for-all, victory would definitely be on his side. Moreover, as long as he could kill Jia Tianlong, no matter the cost, it would be worth it. Once this cunning leader of the Wild Wolf gang was dead, his unruly subordinates would surely fall into disarray, fighting amongst themselves for the position of leader, leaving the weakened Seven Mysteries sect an opportunity to breathe. Thinking of this, Wang Juechu nodded and agreed to the opponent's request. Come, clear out the duel arena. Prepare the death contract. Wang Juechu commanded sternly to those behind him. Chapter 86. Sudden change with this command. More than 30 disciples in embroidered robes rushed out from the main hall. These individuals were silent as they skillfully set up the duel arena using wooden stakes and ropes in the empty space in front of the hall. From their swift movements, it was clear that they were all well-trained and not ordinary low-level disciples of the Seven Mysteries sect. Watching the duel arena being marked out, Li Feiyu asked Han Li anxiously, "Are we just going to hide here and do nothing, watching them duel? That doesn't seem right. What is wrong with that? Your little lover is not in any danger right now. She is quite safe. Once they finish their duel, we can take advantage of the chaos during the Wild Wolf Gang's retreat to secretly bring out Miss Zhang. Then the two of you can flee far away and find a place where they can't find you, preventing those above from making you a scapegoat for something you can't bear." Han Li replied indifferently, seeming to have little attachment to the Seven Mysteries sect. "Isn't that elopement? No way, sure, won't agree." Li Feiyu shook his head vigorously. "Then just knock her out, forcibly take her away, and then make it a done deal," Han Li replied casually. Li Feiyu was left speechless and stared wide-eyed at Han Li. Just as the two were entangled in this discussion, Wang Juechu solemnly received 2 blood-red documents from a disciple, which were indeed the death contracts. He kept one for himself and had the other one handed over to Jia Tianlong. When Jia Tianlong received the document, his expression became serious. He carefully opened the document and cautiously read through it. After confirming there were no issues, he nodded, closed the document, and began selecting the fighters for the duel. After a round of selection, he picked 13 elite experts from the Wild Wolf Gang. To minimize losses, he also chose a few capable members from smaller gangs. Regardless of whether these people were willing to fight, once they signed the death contract, they would fight for their lives. As for the remaining fighters, they would all be composed of his trusted iron guards, and of course, Jing Guangshangren would definitely take the field, as he was counting on this person's flying sword technique to be powerful. While Jia Tianlong was busy, Wang Juechu returned to the stone hall at some point, and he had not yet emerged, presumably also racking his brain over the selection of participants for the death duel. When the duel arena was completely finished, Wang Juechu finally emerged from the hall with 300 to 400 people. These individuals varied in age and gender, but each one had bright eyes and steady steps. Clearly the elite of the Seven Mysteries sect. Among them, the 3 individuals closely following Wang Juechu were of particular concern to Jia Tianlong. One of them wore a scholarly robe, exuding an air of bookishness. Another was tall and burly, with a fierce-looking beard. And the last was a cold-faced figure dressed in gray, carrying a long sword. At first glance, these 3 appeared to be middle-aged, but upon closer inspection, one could see the weariness of age in their features, suggesting they were not as young as they seemed. Jia Tianlong understood that these 3 must be Wang Juechu's 3 masters, indicating that the opponent was indeed willing to go all out to keep him here. Thinking of this, he turned to Jing Guangshangren beside him and pointed at the 3, asking, "Master, what do you think of those 3? Can you handle them? Just a few ordinary folks. Once my flying sword is out, their lives will be forfeit. What is there to worry about? Do you not trust me?" Jing Guangshangren glared, his tone somewhat unfriendly. "Not at all, not at all. I was just asking casually. Please don't take it to heart, master." Jia Tianlong quickly smiled, fearing he might offend his greatest ally at that moment. Humph. The dwarf's anger finally subsided after hearing this. Seeing this, Jia Tianlong felt relieved. It seemed that this great immortal was indeed not easy to serve. He secretly smiled bitterly, quickly turned around, and shouted loudly, "Are you ready? Let's start signing the life and death contract." With this shout, the members of the Wolf Gang participating in the deadly fight began to solemnly write their names on the contract, signing the death pact to show their fighting spirit. At the same time, Wang Juechu also coldly declared, "Sign the life and death contract." Suddenly, dozens of carefully selected death warriors stepped out from the crowd of the Seven Shin sect, also ready to sign the death pact. As these people stepped forward, Han Li naturally shifted his gaze to see if there were any familiar faces in the crowd. He also saw the 3 uncles of the sect Master Wang. But he didn't pay much attention, just glanced at them and moved on, focusing his sight on an old man in a green robe. Upon seeing this old man's face, Han Li couldn't help but exclaim, "Elderly?" This person was actually Elderly, the master of Ma Rong, whom Han Li had saved once. It was surprising to see him among the participants in the deadly fight. Regaining his composure, Han Li quickly turned to Li Feiyu and patted his shoulder hard, saying, "Did you see? Elderly is also here. He is going to sign the death contract too." Li Feiyu stood still, showing no reaction, gazing into the distance as if he hadn't heard anything, his expression completely blank. "Hey, What's going on? Han Li was somewhat surprised. Even if Elder Li was going to sign the life and death contract, there was no need to react like this. He asked curiously. Hearing this, Li Feiyu finally returned his gaze, looking at Han Li with a dazed expression, and said something that left Han Li momentarily stunned. Xiaoer is also here. She is going to participate in the death fight. After saying this, Li Feiyu's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Where? Han Li snapped back to reality and quickly asked. Over there. Following Li Feiyu's gaze, Han Li finally spotted the pale-faced Zhang Xiaoer in the corner of the crowd, standing with two other female companions participating in the deadly fight. She wore a pure white dress, her apricot lips slightly bitten, looking like a delicate white flower, pitiful and lovely. How could a fragile girl like Zhang Xiaoer participate in such a bloody duel? Is Wang making a mistake? Han Li still couldn't believe his eyes, saying in disbelief. Xiaoer is also a core disciple of the Seven Absolute Hall. Didn't I tell you? Li Feiyu replied with a bitter smile, revealing surprising news to Han Li. Han Li fell silent. It was clear that the remaining experts of the Seven Xin sect were not many, and their sect master Wang had no intention of showing mercy. In order to win the deadly fight, they even sent out someone like Zhang Xiaoer, which indicated they were going all in. Brother, I won't waste words. I want to be with Xiaoer. Take care of yourself. Li Feiyu said gently, putting his arm around Han Li's shoulder, then turned and walked into the crowd. He had barely taken a few steps when he heard a soft sigh from behind, followed by a breeze, and suddenly, Han Li appeared beside him. What is the big deal? It's just a death fight. This little scene won't be a problem for me, since we consider each other friends. I can help with this small favor, Han Li said with a smile. After hearing this, Li Feiyu, without a second thought, gave a hearty punch to Han Li's chest and whispered, Good brother. Thank you. Han Li smiled silently, just as he had said. The reason he followed was partly because he had known Li Feiyu for a long time and their bond was deep, not wanting to watch him take risks alone. On the other hand, he was confident in his abilities and didn't think the so-called experts of the Wolf Gang could pose much of a threat to him. And he himself was eager to test his current strength. The two of them stepped out of the crowd and headed straight towards Wang Juechu. On the way, they tore off their Duanshui sect clothes, revealing the garments of the Seven Xin sect. Their sudden appearance and identity change shocked both sides, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. And no one stopped them, allowing them to easily reach Wang Juechu. Hall Master Li, Dr. Han. At this moment, many disciples of the Seven Xin sect recognized these two well-known figures in the sect and exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Li Feiyu, Zhang Xiaoer was even more delighted. Her charming face filled with joy. If there weren't so many people present, she might have rushed into her beloved's arms to express her feelings. Naturally, Sect Master Wang recognized the two, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes at their sudden appearance. Vice Hall Master Li Feiyu, greetings to the Sect Master. Li Feiyu greeted loudly. We both wish to sign the death contract and participate in the deadly fight. We hope the Sect Master will grant us this. He directly stated his request without waiting for inquiry. Han Li stood silently beside him, appearing to follow Li Feiyu's lead. After hearing Li Feiyu's words, Wang Juechu, who originally wanted to reprimand, swallowed his words, and a smile emerged on his cold face. He gently said, Good. It's true that we have loyal disciples in the Seven Xin sect. With Hall Master Li joining the duel, our chances of winning have certainly increased. However, Dr. Han should refrain from participating. After all, your medical skills are of great use to our sect. If something unfortunate happens during the deadly fight, it would be a loss. Hearing this, Han Li smiled faintly. Without waiting for Li Feiyu to explain, he swayed his body and suddenly disappeared right under Wang Juechu's nose. Wang Juechu was taken aback and was about to search around when he heard Han Li's lazy voice from behind. Do you think my skills are not worthy of the sect master's attention? I think even if I participate in the deadly fight, I still have the strength to protect myself. I hope the sect master will accept my loyalty. Wang Juechu was shocked. He never expected that Han Li, known for his medical skills, would possess such terrifying agility, silently appearing behind him without him noticing. What a terrifying skill. Who exactly is this person? What is his intention in hiding within our sect? A series of terrifying thoughts surged into Wang Juechu's mind. He turned around to look at Han Li, who still appeared harmless, and couldn't help but glance at his three uncles. He saw that his three uncles' expressions changed slightly, and they all showed a hint of fear in their eyes, clearly intimidated by Han Li's skills. A series of different thoughts circled in Wang Juechu's mind several times before he finally made a decision. He suddenly laughed heartily a few times, then said kindly, Since Dr. Han is so sincere to our sect, as the sect master, how could I refuse? He then pointed to the two weakest disciples among those originally participating in the deadly fight, having them step out of the lineup, allowing Han Li and Li Feiyu to join instead. He also had them sign the death contract, first with black ink on the blood-red life and death contract, making them the first members to participate in the deadly fight. Naturally, this farce from the Seven Xian sect was clearly seen by Jia Tianlong. Although he was somewhat surprised to see two more experts on the opposing side, he didn't take it too seriously, believing that mere mortals could not withstand the flying sword technique of the Golden Light Master. Thus, once both sides completed signing the death contracts and exchanged the documents, the bloody fight, in which only one side could walk out alive, finally began. Chapter 88. The Golden Light Shield. The Golden Light Master stood proudly in the center of the arena, with the Wild Wolf Gang members behind him. Before his appearance, he had already made a bet with Jia Tianlong that he alone could defeat all the participants from the Seven Xian sect. Of course, as a reward for handling everything. The originally promised 5,000 taels of gold had turned into 8,000 taels. Just thinking about the amount of gold he could collect afterward made the Golden Light Master's heart burn with excitement. He glanced dismissively at the crowd opposite him, eagerly anticipating the chance to kill everyone there. Han Li was not standing with Li Feiyu, but was instead on the other side of the crowd. Li Feiyu and Zhang Xiu'er were together, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Han Li naturally wouldn't be so insensitive as to interrupt their little world. He couldn't help but wonder what this young couple was thinking, talking about love in such a life-and-death situation. A hint of sourness crept into his mouth. After regaining his focus, Han Li, like the others, curiously looked at the dwarf across the way. The Wild Wolf Gang members hid behind, and it seemed unbelievable to have such a poorly dressed dwarf lead the charge. Could it be that this dwarf had some extraordinary skill? Han Li blinked and thought to himself. The leader of the Wang sect clearly had the same thoughts as Han Li. He did not let everyone rush in, but instead sent out a knife-wielding protector to confront this individual, apparently wanting to ascertain his abilities before making further plans to avoid unexpected casualties. Although it was a chaotic duel, it was not unreasonable for both sides to send out one person for a duel, seeing that there was only one person approaching him from the opposite side. The Golden Light Master understood the other party's intentions. He let out a strange laugh, his voice grating like a broken gong, causing everyone who heard it to feel uneasy. The protector sent out was a strong man in his 30s, with a fierce expression. The veins in his hand gripping the knife stood out, indicating he was an expert in close combat. Despite hearing the strange laughter, he remained calm, clearly experienced in battle. As the strong man approached, the Golden Light Master stopped his laughter and leisurely took out a piece of yellow talisman paper from his pocket. This yellow talisman shimmered with golden light, covered in golden characters and patterns, clearly of great value. Ignoring the approaching strong man, the dwarf held the talisman in one hand and began reciting a spell. Although the protector from the Seven Xian sect didn't know what the dwarf was up to, he was highly experienced in combat and understood that whatever the dwarf was doing, it was best not to let him finish, or it would definitely be disadvantageous for him. Without thinking, he lunged forward, closing the distance to the Golden Light Master in just a few quick steps, swinging his steel knife down with a swift and heavy strike, clearly using all his strength. Just as the blade was about to strike the Golden Light Master, the spell was completed. Before the steel knife could reach him, the dwarf slammed the talisman against himself, and suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from where he struck. This blinding golden light made it impossible for the strong man to see clearly, but he remained unfazed. His steel knife still came down fiercely. A metallic clash echoed throughout the arena. The strong man felt a heat in his hands, almost losing grip on his weapon. Startled, he realized the situation was not good, even though his eyes were still unable to see clearly. He quickly pushed off the ground, retreating several feet before finally stopping, holding his knife in a defensive stance. At that moment, he heard gasps of astonishment from many people inside and outside the arena. Hearing such sounds only heightened the strong man's anxiety. He was eager to understand what had just happened, as it all seemed so strange. Fortunately, his vision finally returned to normal, and he quickly scanned the area. He saw the dwarf standing several feet away, completely still, but a layer of golden light about an inch thick enveloped him like a thick armor, protecting him from harm. It seemed that the strong man's strike had only hit the golden shield and did not actually harm the dwarf. This golden light was as tough as steel, rendering the knife strike ineffective. Although the strong man was well versed in various situations, he was still stunned by this unprecedented spectacle. Holding his steel knife, he felt lost, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Not just the strong man, but everyone on Sunset Peak was equally astonished. It is worth noting that rumors about cultivators were known to very few in the Jianghu, especially in such a remote place where even fewer were aware. Therefore, most people felt a profound sense of mystery regarding this talisman and its extraordinary phenomena. As Jia Tianlong secretly rejoiced, and the disciples of the Seven Xin sect exchanged puzzled glances, Han Li, standing at the back of the crowd, was far more shocked than anyone else. Han Li was probably the only person on the entire mountain, aside from the dwarf, who had any understanding of such spells. It was clear that the dwarf was using a talisman similar to the spirit-fixing talisman, and it seemed even more advanced. Taking advantage of the distraction, Han Li quietly recited the incantation for the Heavenly Eye technique, secretly casting it upon himself, then hurriedly looked at the dwarf. Under the golden light, he noticed that faint white lights floated around the dwarf's body, much fainter compared to the golden light. If one were not specifically looking for it, they might not notice it at all. This dwarf was actually a cultivator with much lower magical power than Han Li. This discovery brought him both joy and worry. The joy came from the fact that even as a beginner, his magical power surpassed that of the dwarf, indicating that the dwarf was also a half-hearted cultivator. The worry stemmed from uncertainty about how many spells the dwarf could use and whether they would be powerful enough for Han Li to handle. Chapter 89. Spear and Shield. Han Li turned to look at the leader of the Wang sect, Wang Juechu, whose expression was grim as he discussed something with three other rugged-looking individuals beside him, seemingly feeling troubled by the golden light surrounding the dwarf. The golden light master's strange laughter erupted again. He leaned back with his head tilted back, nostrils flaring, and then arrogantly declared, "This master stands here and does not move, allowing you to attack at will. If anyone can break my indestructible golden body, I might spare your life." After saying this, he laughed mockingly once more. This declaration thoroughly angered the disciples of the Seven Xin sect, who had previously felt some trepidation about the golden shield. Immediately, several strong fighters attempted to rush out of the crowd towards the dwarf, but were stopped by Wang Juechu. Wang Juechu waved his hand, calling back the remaining protector in the arena, then quietly spoke a few words to the burly man among the three beside him. The man nodded and confidently stepped forward, walking towards the dwarf. The dwarf looked at the burly man with a full beard in front of him, and a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. It should be noted that he had been ridiculed since childhood due to his naturally flawed stature, leading to a deep-seated hatred for tall and strong individuals. And this man fit perfectly within his range of envy. He was already contemplating what cruel methods to use to torment the opponent. The man with his chest exposed is one of Wang Juechu's three masters. Although he has a face full of stubble, don't think he is just a brute. In fact, he is already over 60 years old. As a once famous general of the Seven Xin sect, who has killed countless enemies, he naturally wouldn't act recklessly in the face of this strange golden barrier. He carefully examined the golden light, glanced at the golden figure within, and then broke into a grin. Suddenly, he extended two fingers and lightly flicked the golden barrier, producing a clear sound. This frivolous action infuriated the golden figure, who coldly said, "You, brute, do you want this master to send you to reincarnation early?" The man remained unfazed by the words, took a step, moved to the side of the dwarf, and then lifted his leg, appearing behind the dwarf. Thus, he circled around the golden figure, and with each step, his circle grew larger and faster, until in the blink of an eye, his form became a blur, making it impossible to see him clearly. The golden figure was dizzy from the constant spinning, and his anger surged. Without thinking, he reached into his robes, seemingly to take something out. The bearded man, who was still circling, naturally saw this action. He suddenly opened his mouth and let out a long howl, resembling a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl, rich and enduring, causing everyone on Sunset Peak to feel a buzzing in their ears, with even the branches and leaves of nearby trees trembling slightly. Upon hearing the howl, the golden figure felt his limbs weaken, and his hand, which had reached into his robes, could not be retracted. Suddenly, a series of crisp cracking sounds erupted from the man, sounding increasingly urgent, ultimately overlapping and drowning out the howl. When the man circled back in front of the dwarf, he stopped, and both the howl and the cracking sound ceased abruptly. At this moment, Those who had just regained consciousness realized that the man's body had somehow expanded significantly, with muscles on his chest and arms bulging, looking as if they were forged from black iron. Now, compared to the dwarf, he appeared like a giant. Seizing the opportunity, the golden figure finally retrieved a long, black wooden box from his robes, which was covered in a dark hue and sealed with a talisman, seemingly containing something important inside. Before the dwarf could tear off the talisman, the giant-like man extended his large hand, akin to a fan, and mercilessly smashed his fist onto the golden barrier, causing the golden light to sway and deform, making it difficult for the dwarf to tear off the talisman steadily. The golden figure felt a shock. He knew well the power of the barrier, and to think this man could deform it required an immense strength. His previous contempt was quickly dispelled, and he tore at the talisman more swiftly. With a ripping sound, the talisman was finally torn off, just as a look of joy appeared on the golden figure's face. A series of loud impacts echoed from the barrier, causing his body to sway uncontrollably, and he ultimately lost his balance and fell to the ground. At this moment, he realized that the man was using both hands and feet to launch a frenzied assault on the golden barrier. The light barrier was being pressed and deformed like dough, buckling and bulging with each punch and kick, seeming at any moment it could shatter. Seeing all this, the golden figure's face changed drastically. He could no longer maintain the demeanor of a master, and in a panic, he began to chant spells. Unfortunately, in his flustered state, he made numerous mistakes, and the black box remained unmoved. Watching all this unfold, Jia Tianlong felt somewhat stunned. On one hand, he was speechless at the golden figure's foolish actions, and on the other hand, he was shocked by the prowess of Wang Juechu's master, as he had personally tested the power of the golden barrier before. It was truly impervious, as hard as diamond. Yet now, this barrier was shaking under the man's blows, being easily molded and deformed. This was truly incredible. The man's skills were unfathomable. Thinking of the other two similarly skilled experts on the opposite side, Jia Tianlong felt a twinge of regret for hastily agreeing to the death match. He now understood why the opponent was so confident in demanding a fight to the death. With three monstrous experts backing them, if it were him, he too would be eager for a blood duel. Reflecting on this, Jia Tianlong glanced at the dwarf, who was at a disadvantage, and began to consider whether he should send someone to assist this high-ranking master to prevent him from losing his life without even using his signature flying sword technique. Chapter 90. Flying sword. From the perspective of the scene, the man furiously attacking had an absolute advantage. But no one knew that this seemingly invincible man was silently groaning within. Although each punch he delivered caused the golden light to cave in, shaking the entire barrier, making it seem like tearing through this layer of defense was merely a matter of time. Who knew that every time his hands and feet touched the golden light, they would experience a resilient rebound force. Moreover, as he increased his strength, the rebound became more intense. His hands and feet were in severe pain, and he estimated that if he stopped using his power, they would swell immediately. Additionally, this layer of golden light was incredibly resilient. The areas he struck would immediately revert to their original shape after he withdrew his hands, as if they had never been hit. Even if he continued to strike the same spot, it would only maintain a dent and would not penetrate any further. Thus, the burly man's assault continued for quite a while, yet the golden barrier remained trembling, appearing as if it could break at any moment. However, at this point, everyone's thoughts took a complete turn. They all realized that the man could not break through the barrier. His immense strength could only cause some shaking and could not destroy it entirely. Consequently, not only did Jia Tianlong abandon the idea of sending someone forward, but even the dwarf himself became calm. However, due to his earlier embarrassment, the golden figure's expression turned to one of vexation, and his gaze towards the man became even more venomous. Yet, due to the continuous attacks from the opponent, he could not maintain his stance and kept miscasting spells during this time. Thus, he simply ceased his hand gestures and focused intently on the opponent, muttering curses in an incomprehensible dialect. The man, seemingly unaware of all this, continued his mad assault on the golden barrier. Just when everyone thought he would never tire, suddenly, after exerting all his strength and delivering 2 punches and a kick, he abruptly turned around and sprinted away, his massive frame surprisingly swift. The man's actions shocked the onlookers, followed by an uproar. The golden figure was also taken aback, but immediately flew into a rage. He hurriedly sat cross-legged, placing the black box horizontally on his lap, and began to chant incantations. His fingers were raised in a strange posture at his chest, shaking laboriously as if each finger was pulling 1,000 pounds of force. At this moment, the man was only a few steps away from the main formation of the Seven Shin sect, ready to run back into the crowd. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, and then he saw the faces of Wang Juechu and the others change dramatically. They almost simultaneously shouted, "Be careful." The man was startled and quickly darted to the left while glancing back. He saw a grayish light flash past him like lightning from where he had just stood. He felt a chill in his heart, but soon relaxed. Having dodged this hidden weapon, he could finally join his two fellow disciples and felt safe. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right arm. He couldn't help but look down, but before he could see clearly, another round of gasps erupted, including the anxious voices of his two senior brothers. The man was momentarily stunned and confused. At that moment, a gray light flashed before his eyes, piercing through his chest, clearly the same hidden weapon he had just avoided. He was shocked and angry, wanting to say something, but his body collapsed to the ground with a thud. It was then that he realized his right arm had been severed at the shoulder, blood gushing out. What was happening? With a belly full of questions and resentment, his vision went dark and he lost consciousness. The man died without understanding what had just happened. But the onlookers from the Wolf Gang and the Seven Mysterious sect saw everything clearly. They witnessed a gray beam shoot out from the black box following the dwarf's incantation, circling above his head before shooting directly toward the man. Although he cleverly tilted his body and dodged the initial attack, the gray light grazed his shoulder, causing his arm to slip down quietly, leaving him completely unaware of what had occurred. Then, something even more shocking happened. After the gray light was dodged, it suddenly made a sharp turn and charged back toward the unsuspecting man, resulting in his death. Everyone was stunned by this scene, their eyes collectively drawn to the gray light that flew back to hover uncertainly above the dwarf's head. The term flying sword involuntarily surfaced in the minds of most. Although these people were unaware of the existence of cultivators, they had heard many legendary tales of flying swords. This gray light was strikingly similar to the flying swords used by legendary sword immortals. Could it be that this unassuming dwarf was a legendary sword immortal? Most people looked at the golden-robed man with a sense of awe, as the title of sword immortal could command considerable respect from ordinary folk. At this moment, the golden-robed man stood tall and proud, manipulating the gray light above him like a long gray serpent, eliciting gasps from the Wolf Gang. While the Seven Mysterious sect fell silent, shrouded in despair. If those on the side of Jia Tianlong were emboldened by the help of a sword immortal, the Seven Mysterious sect had fallen into confusion and their fighting spirit had diminished significantly due to this unexpected turn of events. On the other hand, Han Li was the only one in the crowd who felt ecstatic upon seeing the gray light. He realized that the incantation and gestures used by the golden-robed man to control the gray light were identical to his own mastery of the object manipulation technique. Although he couldn't tell if the gray light was a flying sword, it was indeed the object that the manipulation technique controlled, and there was no doubt about it. Now, Han Li's mind was filled with thoughts of killing and treasure hunting. It seemed his interest in cultivators was growing stronger. Chapter 91. Snatching treasure. Just as the dwarf was feeling triumphant and Han Li was scheming, two people from the Seven Mysterious sect suddenly leaped out. After breaking through the crowd, without saying a word, they dashed toward the dwarf like the wind, the remaining two uncles of Wang Juechu. Both of them wore expressions of deep sorrow, clearly devastated by the death of the burly man. Therefore, they harbored intense hatred for the golden-robed man and disregarded whether the dwarf was a sword immortal. They solely wished to kill him to avenge their fallen comrade. Wang Minmaster originally wanted to stop their reckless behavior, but after some thought, he realized that the dwarf, who could cast spells, would eventually have to be confronted. And these two uncles were the only ones who could pose a threat to him. Rather than stop them now, it would be better to let them settle it in a decisive battle while their hearts were filled with a desire for revenge. With that thought, Wang Juechu swallowed the words he wanted to call back. After the lesson from earlier, the golden-robed man did not dare to underestimate his opponents this time. He pointed at the two with the gray light, which immediately transformed into a long rainbow, flying straight toward them. Seeing the gray light that resembled a flying sword approaching, the scholar among the two raised an eyebrow and shot a thin silver thread from his sleeve to intercept it. The gray light paused momentarily upon impact, but then continued toward them, indicating that the silver thread had little effect. While others failed to see what the silver thread was, Han Li, with the enhanced vision granted by his long spring skill, could see it clearly. It was clearly a string of dozens of silver needles connected in a straight line. He was intrigued by how the scholar could shoot such lightweight needles with such force. The scholar, seeing that the silver thread had no effect, remained calm. He bent his body and suddenly began to spin like a top, and from his rotating figure, countless cold lights, both large and small, shot out. These cold lights split into two paths. One turned into a silver stream that directly collided with the gray light, producing loud crashing sounds. Keeping the gray light suspended in the air, the other shot toward the dwarf, striking the golden shield above him with a spectacular, clanging noise. The cold stream that collided with the gray light continuously shed some debris, but because they were incomplete, their original form was unrecognizable. However, the cold lights that rebounded off the golden shield remained intact, consisting of various hidden weapons such as flying knives, bodhi seeds, iron lotus seeds, and money darts. A dazzling array, even including some unfamiliar items. The golden-robed man was momentarily taken aback, but soon smirked, believing that these common materials could not withstand his treasure for long. A thunderous shout echoed throughout the venue, startling everyone. At that moment, people noticed that the gray-clothed man, who had originally charged out with the scholar, had drawn his treasured sword and was stepping toward the gray light, the tip of his sword glowing with over 2 inches of white light, which flickered ominously. The term sword light was called out by someone, the name of the ultimate sword technique that every swordsman dreams of. With a bang, the crowd erupted in excitement. If the flying sword was merely a rumored legend, then the sword light was a myth in the martial world, the aspiration of all sword wielders. Now, with both the flying sword and the sword light making their appearances and about to clash, how could this not ignite the blood of those present, making them feel that their lives were not wasted? At this moment, Jia Tianlong felt not excitement, but a chill running down his spine, cold sweat streaming down. He realized what it meant to be slow to comprehend and was filled with dread. Although he had previously known that the 7 mysterious sect hid 3 great masters, he never imagined they would be powerful enough to wield sword light. If he hadn't invited the immortal Jing Guangshangren to intervene this time, it was likely that just this gray-clothed man capable of wielding sword light could have killed everyone on his side. As Jia Tianlong's face turned pale from fear, the gray-clothed man had already arrived beneath the gray light. At this moment, it was unclear whether the scholar had intentionally stopped or if he had truly exhausted all his hidden weapons. His figure suddenly ceased spinning, and the silver flow supporting the gray light was interrupted. The unimpeded gray light naturally fell without hesitation onto the head of the gray-clothed man. Holding his sword with both hands, the gray-clothed man leaped into the air without showing any fear. He swung his sword light down fiercely towards the gray light. With a clear sound, the gray-clothed man fell from midair to the ground, unsteady on his feet as he staggered back several steps. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his expression becoming listless. The tip of the long sword in his hand had mysteriously vanished, turning into a blunt edge. The gray light, having taken that blow, fell to the ground like a bird shot down, but even so, it still retained its brilliance, continuing to bounce and stretch on the ground, exuding a lively spirit. Upon witnessing this scene, both Jia Tianlong's side and the people from the 7 Xian sect gasped in surprise. However, the members of the 7 Xian sect were filled with joy in their exclamations. While Jia Tianlong's side was filled with worry, the scholar was also greatly pleased. He glanced at the slumped gray-clothed man and then at the dwarf. After hesitating for a moment, he floated towards the dwarf, intending to eliminate the great enemy first. Before the scholar could float a few steps away, a loud shout from the gray-clothed man behind him urged him to dodge quickly. The scholar was startled and wanted to take action but felt a chill at his neck. The gray light flew past his eyes, and then he saw a headless body running forward a few steps before falling to the ground. That silhouette looked strangely familiar. Just as the scholar thought of this, he completely lost consciousness. At this moment, Jing Guangshangren was full of arrogance, commanding the gray light that had leaped back into the air to fly towards the only surviving gray-clothed man among the 3 great masters. He was quite pleased with himself for having eliminated the scholar with a small trick. Just as he was considering killing off the remaining members of the 7 Xian sect after dealing with the gray-clothed man, he suddenly heard a voice from the crowd opposite him. "You flying thing, I really like it. How about you give it to me to play with?" Before the words finished, he felt a powerful spiritual force attach itself to the gray light, forcefully severing his connection to it and taking away its control. The gray light, originally flying towards the gray-clothed man, turned in midair and awkwardly flew towards the crowd on the opposite side. Wherever the gray light went, everyone panicked and dodged, except for an ordinary-looking young man who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old and stood still. The youth smiled at Jing Guangshangren, revealing teeth as white as his dark skin was contrasting, and then pointed at the gray light, which obediently landed in his hand. An immortal. The dwarf felt a chill in his heart, and his face turned pale instantly. Chapter 92. Sword Talisman. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt as if they were seeing things. Initially, people thought the gray light was turning around to fly towards the members of the Seven Qian sect, believing the dwarf had changed his mind and planned to eliminate the weaker disciples first and then deal with the gray-clothed man later. Unexpectedly, after the gray light flew into the crowd, it was easily collected by an apparently ordinary disciple with a simple wave of his hand, which was simply unbelievable. On the side of the Seven Qian sect, including the sect master Wang and the gray-clothed man, everyone was filled with surprise and delight at this unexpected turn of events. In the midst of his ecstasy, Wang Juechu felt immensely grateful for his foresight in allowing Han Li to participate in the death match. He knew that whether everyone could survive the death match and whether the Seven Qian sect could continue to exist depended entirely on the suddenly profound Han Li. At the same time, Li Feiyu, who had some understanding of Han Li, was also left speechless, his mouth agape for a long time. Although he knew his friend was somewhat different, the fact that he could casually collect a flying sword from a sword immortal was like a dream to him, leaving him dazed. As for Zhang Xiu'er, elderly, and Jia Tianlong on the opposite side, they were even more astonished, their expressions varied and vivid. Many gazes filled with fear, doubt, and surprise all fell upon Han Li, who remained calm and smiled throughout, seemingly unfazed by the attention of so many people. However, no one knew that beneath Han Li's composed exterior, he was feeling quite frustrated inside. Heaven knows, Han Li hadn't planned to act right now. His original intention was to wait until the dwarf carelessly removed the golden shield before launching a sneak attack. At that time, all he needed to do was quietly approach from behind and use a small fireball to easily finish off the opponent. But who would have thought that plans could not keep up with changes? Han Li, simply because he saw the gray light flying around, became restless and inadvertently used the object manipulation technique he had practiced countless times, resulting in easily seizing the item. The simplicity of the seizure was far beyond his expectations. He merely extended his spiritual energy to the gray light and easily erased the dwarf's spiritual presence, establishing a connection between himself and the gray light. Under his command, the gray light flew to his side like a toddler just learning to walk, and he smoothly collected it. Currently, Han Li was secretly pleased at having effortlessly seized the opponent's treasure, but at the same time, he was somewhat worried about having to face the dwarf directly. He was well aware that he did not have much confidence in breaking through the dwarf's defenses. The only thing that gave him some confidence was his vastly superior spiritual energy compared to the dwarf's. Of course, there were no signs of worry visible on Han Li's face. He understood well that if he held the psychological upper hand, he would also enjoy considerable advantages in actual combat, which would add to his chances of victory. This was a trick he had learned from the Blink Sword manual. Therefore, upon seeing the dwarf appear as if facing a great enemy, Han Li displayed a demeanor of confidence instead. He leisurely fiddled with the treasure he had just acquired. The gray light in his hands continued to exhibit a lively and fluctuating brilliance, making it difficult for one to discern its true form. Han Li glanced at the somewhat pale-faced dwarf, smiled faintly, and enveloped his hands with spiritual energy. He gently rubbed the gray light between his palms, and the brilliance immediately dissipated, revealing its true form. It turned out to be a talisman, a peculiar talisman depicting a small gray sword. The small gray sword on the talisman was vividly etched, looking almost real, and even without any magical power activation, it emitted a faint flow of light, as if it were indeed an extraordinary sharp sword, exuding a chilling aura. Seeing this, Han Li felt somewhat disappointed. This was clearly not some flying sword or similar magical treasure. Although it was somewhat strange, it was still just a piece of talisman paper. However, he then thought about the talisman's impressive display of power, and he felt a bit reassured, as he had witnessed its might firsthand and knew it would be of great use to him in the future. Han Li casually tucked the talisman into his pocket. He didn't dare to use it brazenly in front of its original owner, unsure of what tricks the other party might have played on the talisman. Moreover, His object manipulation technique had not undergone much practical training and was still quite unfamiliar to him. He estimated that even if he used this item now, it would be difficult to harm the opponent. The golden light cultivator on the opposite side stared in disbelief as Han Li stored his treasure away. Anger surged within him, but he lacked the courage to confront Han Li. After all, the fact that Han Li could easily erase the spiritual energy from his talisman indicated that his magical power was at least several times deeper than his own, and he truly did not have the guts to engage in a fight. Seeing the gnome shrink back with a look of suppressed anger, Han Li realized he had completely intimidated the opponent, who was unaware of his true strength, and his confidence grew bolder. Han Li decided to take advantage of this situation. After applying the wind control technique, he flickered a few times and appeared before the gnome. The golden light cultivator felt increasingly fearful at Han Li's ghostly movements and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He timidly said, "What do you want? I haven't encroached on any local mines or collected any spiritual herbs. I was just taking some mundane gold. I haven't violated the interests of your local family, so you have no reason to kill me." Hearing this, Han Li felt secretly pleased, realizing that the gnome had misunderstood him as a member of some cultivation family, which boosted his confidence even more. He intentionally smiled faintly and pretended to ask mysteriously, "May I ask who you are? Why are you getting involved in mundane affairs and disrupting the local secular order? This makes it difficult for our family." Upon hearing this, the gnome perked up, sensing that Han Li's tone was gentle and seemingly lacking intent to harm him. His small eyes darted around before he hurriedly deflected. "I am a disciple of the Yi family from Qin Yi Ridge. I am just passing through here. I couldn't refuse the request of the Wild Wolf Gang leader due to some past connections, so I lent a hand. I absolutely did not intend to offend your family, and I hope you can forgive me. May I ask what your family is called? I will definitely come to apologize in person later." When he mentioned being from the Yi family, the gnome couldn't help but puff out his chest, feeling a sense of assurance. His tone became more confident as he spoke, indicating he was quite proud of the Yi family's reputation. Seeing the gnome suddenly grow bolder, Han Li recognized that the Qin Yi Ridge Yi family must be quite a renowned cultivation family. However, the fact that the gnome, despite having such a powerful family as a backing, was still so panicked at the beginning suggested that he was either lying or was a mere insignificant pawn within his family, whose life and death were of no concern to anyone. In a short time, Han Li made his judgment and concluded that eliminating this opponent would not bring about significant future troubles. This deduction thoroughly dispelled the last remnants of his hesitation, and the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. After all, it was rare to encounter a cultivator whose magical power was inferior to his own and who acted so foolishly. Even without this deadly confrontation, Han Li would not let go of such a prime target that had come to him. Moreover, judging by the gnome's words and actions, he did not seem like a good person, which further removed any hesitation Han Li had about taking action. The Yi family from Qin Ridge, that renowned Yi family? Han Li feigned surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. Since the gnome dared to use that name as leverage, he must have some reputation among cultivators. Han Li thought to himself, "Indeed, it is the Yi family. Since you know the Yi family's name, you wouldn't intentionally make things difficult for me, would you?" The gnome saw that his bluff was effective and immediately raised his voice. "The Yi family?" Han Li pretended to hesitate, scratching his head and displaying an expression of indecision. The gnome, seeing this, felt a surge of joy and quickly pleaded and threatened, banging on the side drum anxiously, fearing the situation would turn against him. "How about this? I will take you to meet the elders of my family, and they will decide how to deal with you. How does that sound?" Han Li said, seeming to be in a difficult position. "There is no need to go through all that trouble. This is just a small matter. If you need the elders to decide even this small issue, it might leave a bad impression on them and be very unfavorable for your future development." The gnome, startled by this suggestion, quickly pretended to care for Han Li, urging him not to do so. At this point, the golden light cultivator had completely regarded Han Li as an inexperienced young man. He thought that Han Li was a disciple who had been cultivating in the family since childhood and had only recently come out to experience the secular world, which explained why he had such profound magical power at such a young age. "Thank you for the reminder, my friend." Han Li seemed touched, lowered his head in thought, and then extended his hand to pull out the talisman with the small sword from his robe. "Since this is our first meeting, and you have considered me so much, I will return this treasure to you," Han Li said sincerely, though his expression showed a hint of reluctance. The gnome was overjoyed. not expecting the young man before him to be so naive as to return the treasure he had just acquired. Without a moment's thought, fearing that Han Li might change his mind, he quickly made a hand gesture, and the golden barrier around him immediately shattered and disappeared completely. Then he reached out eagerly to receive the talisman, shamelessly saying, "Since you are so sincere, I won't be polite." As the gnome's hand reached out to grab the talisman, Han Li's expression suddenly changed drastically, and with a look of shock, he shouted toward the gnome's back, "Patriarch, why have you come in person?" Upon hearing this, the gnome trembled and, forgetting about the treasure, quickly turned to look behind him. He was stunned to find nothing but silence and emptiness behind him. Oh no! Even the gnome, no matter how foolish, realized he had been tricked. Before he could turn back, he felt a heat in his chest, followed by a flash of red in his eyes, and his body ignited in flames, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Han Li finally let out a long sigh, retracting the hand that had just shot out the fireball. The ability to kill his opponent with a simple fireball seemed simple, but it actually required a lot of thought and carried significant pressure. Now that the ambush had succeeded so smoothly, Han Li secretly felt relieved and wore a hint of joy on his face. Jia Tianlong, Wang Juechu, and the others had witnessed the events unfold clearly, but they had no idea what was happening. Because Han Li and the gnome had kept their conversation low in volume to avoid being overheard, the onlookers, being too far away, could not hear what they said. They only knew that when the gnome saw Han Li, he seemed a bit scared, and after a few exchanges, the gnome kept pleading with Han Li. Finally, they saw Han Li take advantage of the gnome's moment of distraction to conjure a small fireball, effortlessly incinerating the golden light cultivator into a pile of white ashes. Jia Tianlong felt extremely bitter, as if the bitterness had seeped into his lungs. What is happening? The previously favorable situation turned disastrous after this inconspicuous disciple of the seven mystic sect appeared. It became uncontrollable. Even the golden light cultivator, a celestial teacher, was burned to death. In contrast, Wang Juechu's feelings were completely opposite to those of his rival. He tightly gripped the sword at his waist, looking at Han Li, who was crouched in an ungraceful posture on the ground, scratching at something with an excited gleam in his eyes. A fervent expression appeared on his face. Han Li was also very excited at this moment, but not because of joy. He was simply pleased to find a few items among the ashes left by the gnome that had not been burned. There weren't many items, just a talisman, a token, and a book. The talisman is a magical symbol used by gnomes that emits golden light, forming a protective golden dome. Although Han Li does not yet know the incantation, it has already made him ecstatic, as he currently lacks any means of self-protection. The token is a pitch-black triangular plaque, one side embossed with two golden ancient characters for ascend to immortality, and the other side bears a silver character for order. The entire plaque does not appear to be metal, yet it is heavy and has significant weight, leaving its purpose unknown. As for the book, Han Li initially thought that since it survived the fireball technique, it must be something extraordinary. However, after flipping through a few pages, he discovered that it was actually a genealogy book, a genealogy of the Qin surname, and he wondered what connection it had to the Golden Light Master. As it was carried closely, this gnome claimed to be from the Yi family, yet carried a genealogy of the Qin family. Could he be an illegitimate child of someone from the Yi family? Han Li, feeling greatly disappointed, made some malicious speculations. Chapter 94. Complete victory. Although the 3 items obtained could not be used immediately, Han Li still unceremoniously stored them away. He then stood up, dusted off his clothes, and looked at Jia Tianlong and the others from the wolf gang with a half-smile. Are you planning to sever your own meridians? Or shall I help you on your way? Han Li's tone was polite, but the meaning behind his words left the wolf gang members no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Jia Tianlong felt a chill run down his spine, causing his entire face to stiffen. He constantly reminded himself to stay calm, that there must be a way to deal with this person, but he couldn't help but wipe his face, revealing a cold sweat on his forehead. Jia Tianlong forced a bitter smile, knowing that he didn't need to look in a mirror to realize his face must be far from pleasant, probably looking extremely ghastly. He struggled to turn his neck and looked around at the others, only to see that everyone else was also pale, filled with fear and panic, their expressions showing that they were at a loss, devoid of any fighting spirit. Feeling frustrated, Jia Tianlong looked towards the Qishuan sect. There, his sworn enemy, Wang Juechu, was staring at him with a gaze as cold as death, while others wore expressions of having avenged a great grievance. Jia Tianlong felt lost. His gaze unconsciously fell outside the arena onto his subordinates, who were supposed to be loyal. Their expressions varied. Some were anxious, some indifferent. But a large group of them surprisingly wore expressions of delight, whispering to one another, showing signs of gloating. No, I absolutely cannot die here. I must survive and continue to pursue my ambitions. A certain person's expression triggered something within Jia Tianlong, and a crazed look suddenly flashed in his eyes. Come here. Iron guards, prepare the crossbows. Others, prepare to assist. Jia Tianlong suddenly gathered his inner strength and shouted angrily. As expected of a gang leader, his roar, filled with inner power, invigorated those in the arena who were at a loss, as if waking from a dream. Regardless of whether they were members of the Wolf Gang or experts from other small factions, they all felt a renewed sense of purpose. Rolling up their sleeves and preparing for a fight to the death, Han Li slightly furrowed his brow, let out a light hum, and then walked slowly towards Jia Tianlong with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed he would need to put in some extra effort. Han Li thought to himself, fire. The moment Jia Tianlong saw the opponent step into the range of the crossbows, he licked his dry lips and ordered without hesitation. Instantly, hundreds of eerie blue steel crossbow bolts shot towards Han Li, filling the small space in front of him with a torrential downpour of arrows. An astonishing scene unfolded. Jia Tianlong saw the young man before him show no fear in the face of the incoming bolts. Instead, he smiled strangely at him. Then, his body began to blur, and the bolts passed through him without any obstruction, flying far away as if he had become incorporeal. In that instant, the young man swayed a few times and vanished without a trace under the bright daylight. Jia Tianlong's face turned ashen, and just as he was about to warn his subordinates to be more cautious, Han Li suddenly appeared just a few steps away from them. This time, before Jia Tianlong could give any orders, the Iron Guard's crossbows once again unleashed a volley of arrows, mixed with darts and other hidden weapons, all rushing towards Han Li. The result left everyone staring at each other in disbelief, as the opponent once again vanished in plain sight. As Jia Tianlong was engulfed in fear and confusion, two piercing screams suddenly came from behind him. Startled, he quickly turned around. There, not far away, two closely standing Iron Guards had suddenly turned into two fiery figures. While the disappearing young man was pulling his hands away from the two, and in the moment his palms left, the two Iron Guards had turned to ashes. From the young man's hands, Jia Tianlong vaguely saw a red light flickering in his palms, not knowing what kind of mysterious technique it was. What Jia Tianlong witnessed was a perfect demonstration of Han Li combining magic and martial arts. The red light he held was the fireball from the fireball technique. Han Li's internal power flowed gently, restoring the fireball, which had diminished from consumption back to its original size. Then, his figure once again vanished, only to reappear at the other end of the crowd, turning another person into a ball of flames. Thus, Han Li flickered in and out among the crowd, and each time he appeared, there would be a casualty. No matter where his hand touched, that person would instantly ignite, disappearing completely from this world. Jia Tianlong stared blankly ahead, his eyes devoid of any spirit, his face turning ashen like a corpse. In that brief moment, over half of his subordinates had perished, and the remaining ones were filled with dread, beginning to scatter in all directions. However, in the face of the opponent's ghost-like movements, they all turned to ashes one by one. When the last of his subordinates also perished in the flames, Jia Tianlong had completely numbed. He knew that he was still unharmed due to the opponent's deliberate choice, but now he was left alone, and it was likely that the flames of death would soon descend upon him. Han Li did not keep Jia Tianlong, the gang leader, waiting any longer. After eliminating his last subordinate, Han Li wasted no time and flashed behind him, using a full version of the fireball technique as a courtesy, sending the great gang leader on his way. After Jia Tianlong passed away, Han Li clapped his hands and murmured to himself, "It seems that killing a few more people isn't too difficult after all. I should have told you to end it yourselves. It would have been much better. No pain. Now that I have to do it myself, the feeling of burning isn't pleasant at all." Chapter 95. The name of the demon emerges. Han Li raised his head and looked outside the arena, where he saw that whether from the Qishuan sect, the Wolf Gang, or other factions, everyone was pale, looking at him with eyes filled with fear. It should be known that whether it was collecting the flying sword, killing the Golden Light Master, or turning dozens of experts, including Jia Tianlong, to ashes in an instant, these actions indicated that Han Li was not only a high-ranking immortal like the gnome, but also someone with a cold demeanor, not a kind and benevolent person. Thus, wherever his gaze fell, everyone bowed their heads to avoid eye contact, none daring to meet his gaze. At this moment, Han Li truly embodied the image of someone feared by all. Still not leaving? Do you want to stay on the mountain and let me send you on your way too? Han Li suddenly said coldly towards the direction of the wolf gang. His voice was not particularly loud, but to the ears of thousands on the mountain peak, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day, causing immediate panic. Run. If we don't leave, he might burn us again. It was unclear who shouted this first. Suddenly, the members of the wolf gang and other smaller factions became a chaotic mass, all rushing down the mountain in a frenzy. The densely packed crowd blocked the small path at the base of the mountain, trampling who knows how many people in the process. Moments later, the entire Sunset Peak became desolate, with no one left but the disciples of the seven mysterious sect. Wang Juechu was both surprised and delighted at this moment. He hadn't expected that the crisis of his sect would be resolved so easily, and that Jia Tianlong would be completely eliminated, which filled him with joy but also a hint of unease. He knew that since the other party could help the seven mysterious sect through this crisis effortlessly, they could easily suppress the sect using their divine abilities, potentially making the situation of the seven mysterious sect even worse than that of the wolf gang at that time. At this thought, Wang Juechu's heart, which had just begun to settle, rose again, and his gaze couldn't help but turn toward the center of the scene. Hey, where's Dr. Han? Upon seeing this, Wang Juechu was taken aback. The figure he thought of as a high-level expert and uncertain factor, Han Li, was no longer in his original position. Has anyone seen Dr. Han? Wang Juechu hurriedly asked those around him. I don't know. Didn't notice. Almost everyone shook their heads in ignorance. This was no surprise, as everyone had been stunned by Han Li's methods of burning people alive. Who would dare to keep a close watch on this calamity incarnate? Moreover, with such an elusive movement technique, if the other party wanted to disappear, it would be an easy task. No need to look for him. I just saw that person blending in with the crowd heading down the mountain. He has already left Sunset Peak, said a gray-clad person, whose complexion had improved significantly. He has gone down the mountain. Where will he go? Wang Juechu gave a complicated wry smile, muttering to himself. As he scanned the surroundings, his gaze unexpectedly fell on someone. Wang Juechu's eyes suddenly brightened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile, revealing a cunning expression. At this moment, Li Feiyu, who was unusually excited because his friend had suddenly become a high-level expert, was talking to Zhang Xiu'er and was unaware that someone had set their sights on him. Thus, the members of the Wolf Gang and other factions quickly evacuated from Caixia Mountain, making their way out of the territory of the Seven Mysterious Sect without stopping for the night. The upper echelons of the Seven Mysterious Sect, led by Wang Juechu, did not pursue them, as they had also suffered significant losses in strength. For a long time afterward, both the Wolf Gang and the Seven Mysterious Sect took a break and recuperated. The ups and downs of this battle between the Seven Mysterious Sect and the Wolf Gang soon spread across thousands of miles, becoming a local legend tinged with elements of the supernatural. Not only did people from both the righteous and demonic sides discuss it, but even ordinary people spoke of it with great interest, turning it into a story that would not fade away for a long time. In this story, the battle began with a peerless swordsman wielding sword light against a sword immortal who could control flying swords. The result was that the sword immortal's flying swords were mysterious and unpredictable, surpassing the swordsman's sword light skill, leading to a decisive victory. At that moment, the antagonist, the fire demon, suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of both sides being severely weakened, he killed the sword immortal who sought to eliminate him and, in a fit of rage, set fire to nearly 1,000 members of the factions present, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the Wolf Gang's leader. Ultimately, the fire demon, due to the heavy toll of his killings, attracted the wrath of heavenly powers and was struck dead by celestial lightning, leaving no trace of his body. When Han Li, at his residence in Divine Hand Valley, heard this completely demonized rumor about himself from Li Feiyu, he stood there in shock, speechless for a while. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was already laughing so hard, he couldn't straighten up. It was now the 5th day after the end of the deadly fight. That night, taking advantage of the chaos, Han Li quietly descended from Sunset Peak with the crowd and returned to the valley with Chu Han after finding him. Upon Han Li's return, he hung up a sign at the valley entrance stating that he was closed to visitors and did not wish to see anyone, thereby turning away several high-ranking members of the Seven Mysterious Sect who had rushed to meet him. Naturally, given Han Li's current reputation, These individuals did not dare to express any dissatisfaction, nor did they dare to enter the valley privately, and could only return the way they came after waiting for a while. In the following days, Han Li began practicing the object manipulation technique using the talisman inscribed with a small sword. He knew that he did not have much time left. Therefore, for several consecutive days, he would rise before dawn, using the object manipulation technique to transform the talisman into a gray light that soared and danced around the valley until his entire mana was exhausted. Then he would quietly close his eyes to rest, allowing his mana to gradually recover. As soon as his mana returned to normal levels, he would once again activate the talisman and continue practicing. Thus, Han Li repeatedly engaged in this monotonous training for 3 days until he believed he had initially grasped the practical application of the object manipulation technique, at which point he formally concluded his practice. Chapter 96. Flaw when Han Li manipulated the gray light in practice. He discovered that while the gray light driven by the object manipulation technique was incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through almost anything and could rise to attack the enemy with his gestures, there were still significant limitations when it came to its application. First of all, manipulating this gray light consumed an immense amount of mana. For someone like Han Li, who had cultivated the longevity technique to the 8th layer, he could continuously cast the full version of the fireball technique over 100 times. However, when using the gray light, his mana would only last a mere 10 minutes before it was completely depleted. Looking back, it became clear that the Golden Light Master had not initially intended to use the gray light. It was simply that his mana was too limited, and he could only manipulate the talisman for a pitifully short time. This also explained why the resistance Han Li faced when seizing this item was so weak. The opposing party likely expended a significant portion of their mana when they initially manipulated the gray light, and when they encountered Han Li, whose mana far surpassed theirs, it was no surprise that they were easily defeated. In addition to this, another drawback of the gray light was that its range of attack had certain limitations. The gray light could move freely within a radius of 20 zhang centered around Han Li. Beyond this range, it would become sluggish and sometimes malfunction. If it flew beyond 30 zhang, the gray light would revert to its talisman form and fall into the dust. If Han Li believed that the first 2 drawbacks would gradually improve as his mana advanced, the final issue was the talisman's inherent fatal flaw. After using the talisman a few times, Han Li noticed that the cold light emitted by the gray small sword drawn on the talisman gradually weakened with each use, as if its lifespan was slowly diminishing. This meant that the talisman had a certain number of allowable uses and time limits. When its uses were exhausted, it would lose its spiritual essence and reach the end of its life. This was one of the reasons why Han Li immediately ceased practice after gaining a slight understanding of how to manipulate the gray light. After all, he wanted to reserve such a powerful item for critical moments. Perhaps this item could save his life in a future crisis. Similarly, Han Li believed that the golden talisman capable of forming a golden shield also had similar limitations. However, he temporarily did not know the incantation for its use, so he could only store it safely for later use. As for the triangular token and the Qin family genealogy, Han Li also studied them during his breaks, but unfortunately, he did not gain any insights. On the 5th day, just as Han Li was taking down the sign that had been absent for some time, Li Feiyu burst in excitedly. Upon seeing Han Li, he immediately recounted the rumors about Han Li being demonized. These rumors left Han Li both amused and exasperated. He could only maintain a stern expression, looking at Li Feiyu with displeasure as the latter openly mocked him. Eventually, Li Feiyu stopped laughing, slowly composed himself, and began to speak to Han Li in a serious tone. I suppose you can guess the reason for my visit here? Isn't it because those big shots are worried about me and sent you to probe my intentions? Han Li replied nonchalantly. Hee. As long as you know. Li Feiyu sighed as if relieved. But how do you plan for me, as your friend, to report back to those guys? You know, they promised to promote me as the deputy leader of the Outer Blade Hall in exchange for winning me over. He then started to grin again. Han Li frowned, pondered for a moment, and murmured to himself, it seems that if I don't meet with those people from the Wang sect and clarify some matters, they won't be at ease. How about this? You go back and tell sect leader Wang that I will personally go to Sunset Peak to meet him tomorrow at noon, so he doesn't need to worry. Han Li smiled. All right, with your word, I can report back. Li Feiyu shrugged, appearing indifferent. After that, Han Li and Li Feiyu chatted for a while, and Han Li even demonstrated the fireball technique up close, leaving his friend envious for quite some time. Not long after, Li Feiyu bid farewell, and left the valley to report back to Wang Juechu and the others. Standing at the door, Han Li watched Li Feiyu's departing figure, lost in thought for a long while. Suddenly, he smiled mysteriously and looked very pleased as he closed the door behind him. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Feiyu stealthily ascended Sunset Peak and quietly entered sect leader Wang's chamber. When Wang Juechu awoke and saw a figure standing straight in front of his bed, his expression turned extremely grim. However, he forced a smile and awkwardly asked, "Why has Dr. Han come? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. But wasn't he agreed that you would come at noon? Why are you here so early?" Han Li cast a cold glance at sect leader Wang, causing Wang Juechu to shiver with fear, his face feeling as if it had been cut with a knife. Seeing a hint of terror on the other man's face made Han Li feel somewhat pleased. The effect of his gaze was due to the heavenly eye technique, a new use he had discovered recently, which could mentally intimidate ordinary people, making them flustered, somewhat similar to the legendary soul-capturing arts in the martial world. "It's nothing. I just thought that coming in the morning might allow everyone to think more clearly and avoid doing anything unpleasant," Han Li replied with a neutral expression, though his tone seemed somewhat unfriendly. Upon hearing this, sect leader Wang's heart skipped a beat, and he began to feel anxious. The day before, after receiving Li Feiyu's notification that Han Li would arrive at noon, some of the higher-ups immediately suggested taking action against Han Li, citing his danger and difficulty in controlling him as reasons to kill him during the meeting. However, this suggestion was vehemently opposed by others who deemed it too risky, fearing a severe backlash if they failed. They believed it was better to discuss matters with Han Li before making any decisions. Those eager to act immediately argued that delaying would leak information and create more complications. In truth, everyone knew that the claim that Han Li was too dangerous was merely an excuse. Some were simply after his cultivation methods, hoping to gain benefits from Han Li. Even those opposing the attack probably harbored similar thoughts, but their methods were more subtle and concealed. In front of sect leader Wang, the two groups argued passionately until just before the meeting was about to disperse, with neither side convincing the other. Finally, it was the surviving gray-cloaked elder who could no longer stand it. He coldly stated, "Are you not afraid that if you kill this Dr. Han, his elders will come looking for you?" His words were like a bucket of cold water, immediately waking the heated higher-ups. Yes, the other side is so young yet so powerful. Surely, there are elders of divine caliber backing him. If we rashly kill him, when his elders come looking for us, won't we all be doomed? Realizing that harming Han Li would mean harming themselves, those who initially supported a lethal strike quickly changed their tune. Even if one or two profit-driven individuals still tried to insist on their stance, the opinion to treat Han Li with moderation was unanimously adopted. Now, when sect leader Wang heard Han Li's suddenly meaningful words, he naturally felt a bit guilty, thinking that the other party must possess great abilities to know about the previous day's disputes, hence warning him. However, as a sect leader for many years, Wang Juechu had considerable experience and composure. He quickly shook off the influence of the heavenly eye technique and returned to normalcy. "Why does Dr. Han say this? Everyone in the sect is extremely grateful to you." Wang Juechu calculated in his heart and decided to test Han Li's intentions. "But I heard that someone seems to be plotting against me," Han Li said with a cold smile, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, sect leader Wang was startled at first, but seeing that Han Li showed no signs of anger, he felt slightly relieved. Since Han Li did not express his words with rage and came to meet him alone, it indicated that he might have only heard some rumors and did not know the details of the meeting, suggesting there might still be room to mend their relationship. Dr. Han might have misunderstood. Indeed, a few traitors emerged in our sect yesterday, attempting to be ungrateful. But please rest assured, those few have already been captured and are being strictly monitored. Most members of our sect still hold gratitude towards you and would never commit acts that would hurt their benefactor," Wang Juechu said solemnly after weighing his words. Upon hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Ever since he revealed his strength and helped the Seven Mysteries sect through a crisis, he had been reminding himself to be cautious, using the metaphor of when the birds have flown. The bow is hidden and destroying the bridge after crossing. Just because one has done a favor for others does not guarantee their gratitude. Human hearts are the hardest to gauge. For those who see themselves as significant figures, as long as there are sufficient benefits at stake, being ungrateful and turning against allies is as common as drinking water. This was also one of the reasons Han Li chose to close himself off from outsiders after returning to the valley. He deliberately let the higher-ups cool down, so their greed wouldn't completely cloud their judgment. After asking Li Feiyu to relay a message regarding his meeting with the higher-ups, Han Li had no intention of meeting them as scheduled, even though he was much stronger than ordinary martial artists now. If the other side resorted to underhanded means, there were countless ways to put him to death. Therefore, for safety's sake, he deliberately arrived half a day early to meet with sect leader Wang alone. He had only slightly tested the other party just now, and this Master Wang had already revealed his flaws. It seems that these big shots from the Qishuan sect have really considered taking action against him. However, it doesn't matter. Whether the other party truly intends to act or is just contemplating, he will not feel any anger about it. Because after completing the transaction with the first person of the Qishuan sect, he will fly far away and will no longer have any interactions with them. I already said that. To not hide from Master Wang. After I meet with you, I will leave this place, travel to another land, and very likely never return to Caisha Mountain. After staring at Wang Juechu for a moment, Han Li suddenly said mysteriously, "Transaction?" Master Wang was taken aback when he heard that the other party was leaving, but then became puzzled again when he heard that the other party wanted to make a transaction with him. What kind of transaction could he possibly have with this Han doctor? He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. When it was noon, at the originally agreed-upon meeting time, Han Li did not appear in the Sunset Peak main hall. Instead, Master Wang was the last to enter the venue, full of energy. Master Wang announced on the spot that there was no need to wait for the other party any longer, as Han Li had already left Caisha Mountain and was nowhere to be found. It was estimated that the other party would leave Jingzhou, or even the kingdom of Yu. So all troubles had disappeared. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes, looking at each other in silence. The entire venue was eerily quiet. The person was already gone. So what were they still contemplating? They thought helplessly about what to do next. Chapter 98. Back to the village not long after Han Li left Caisha Mountain. Master Wang announced that he had accepted Li Feiyu as his closed-door disciple and officially promoted him to the position of the Outer Blade Hall Master, from then on treating him with great favor. Moreover, on one occasion years later, Han Li's third uncle accidentally made a big mistake that violated the sect rules, which should have endangered his life, but was saved by Master Wang against the majority's opinion. As for Master Wang, in the subsequent sect conflicts, he suffered severe injuries multiple times from encountering formidable enemies, and was on the verge of death, whenever everyone thought he wouldn't live long. He miraculously survived with a pill from a jade bottle and quickly returned to health. This incident sparked jealousy in others, who inquired about the name and origin of the pill, but Wang Juechu always hesitated and refused to disclose it. Naturally, those who sought the pill returned empty-handed. It wasn't until many years later, when Wang Juechu passed away, that he left behind the name of the pill, Vitality Pill. By this time, only 3 pills remained in the jade bottle. However, even these 3 pills caused a bloody storm, bringing considerable trouble to Wang Juechu's descendants. But that's a story for later. Let's not mention it now. At this time, Li Feiyu was holding a few small bottles and a note, staring blankly. When he returned from Zhangxiuer in the morning, these items had appeared in the room. The note was left by Han Li, simply informing Li Feiyu that he had left the Qishuan sect and might never return. The medicine in the bottle was carefully concocted and should extend Li Feiyu's life. He hoped Li Feiyu would not refuse. Finally, at the signature, there was a drawing of Han Li's smiling face. Next to the smiley face was a message wishing Li Feiyu and Zhang Xiuer a swift marriage and many children. After staring blankly for a moment, Li Feiyu suddenly ran out of the house and rushed to the top of the nearest small peak. At the peak, Li Feiyu eagerly looked towards the direction of the Qishuan sect's main gate, but all he could see was a sea of greenery, with not a single figure in sight. After remaining motionless for a long time, Li Feiyu sighed and finally spoke in a lonely tone. "I hope you take care. Safe travels." Then, Li Feiyu slowly descended the mountain, his gradually retreating figure appearing very lonely and melancholic. At this moment, a horse-drawn carriage was traveling along the ancient road, heading east. Han Li and Chu Hun were sitting in the carriage. Although this 4-wheeled canopy carriage had a decent amount of space inside, it only accommodated the 2 of them for now. Han Li had spent a few pieces of broken silver to temporarily rent the entire carriage. The wooden carriage looked somewhat shabby and very old, but the interior was quite clean, and the 2 horses pulling the carriage were in their prime, running swiftly and pulling the carriage quickly. Han Li had chosen this carriage for these reasons, as usually. Such a carriage could only earn a little over a tael of silver for a few days' work. The driver was a very ordinary, thin, middle-aged man who was not talkative. Unless Han Li asked him a question, he would not speak. This also satisfied Han Li. After all, the person next to him, Chu Han, was exceptionally tall and wore a cloak that concealed his face, giving him a mysterious appearance. If a more talkative person were driving, dealing with questions would be quite troublesome. On Han Li's shoulder stood a yellow-feathered cloud-winged bird, a lively little creature with half-closed eyelids, apparently resting. Sitting at the other end of the carriage, Chu Han carried a large bundle on his shoulder, which contained not only a change of clothes, but also a considerable amount of gold, silver, and various heavy items. As for the small items like the magical tools and letters he received from Dr. Mo, due to their importance, Han Li chose to carry them personally. Now, Han Li sat quietly in the carriage, listening to the creaking sound of the wooden wheels, his expression calm and unperturbed, feeling no sadness about leaving the Qishuan sect. If there was anything that made Han Li feel a bit reluctant, it was only his friend, Li Feiyu. However, he believed that the other party should have received his message and seen the secret medicine he prepared for him. He hoped these medicines would be effective, allowing his friend to enjoy life a little longer. Thinking of this, Han Li stretched his body, leaned his back against the carriage wall, and began to doze off. He had already instructed the driver that the destination of this carriage was the small village by the mountain where he was born. Although he knew it was impossible, he still hoped that when he opened his eyes, he would see the faces of his parents and siblings. It had been so many years since he left his parents. Even their faces had become somewhat blurred in his memory. Therefore, before leaving for another land, he must see his parents with his own eyes. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave in peace. He wondered how his little sister was doing. She should be around 16 or 17 now, a young lady. The last time he received a letter from home, it seemed to mention that she had been promised to someone and had received a betrothal gift. As he was falling into a hazy sleep, a small, thin figure floated in his mind. The owner of this figure had always followed him, calling out fourth brother. Fourth brother in a babyish voice. Time really flies. Han Li finally fell into a deep sleep in a warm atmosphere. He slept very soundly and peacefully, just like when he was a child, with his parents guarding him and driving away mosquitoes, allowing him to sleep so sweetly. 5 days later, Han Li finally caught sight of the familiar little village from a distance along the yellow earth road. The low mud walls, rows of straw piles, and the bumpy little paths, all of these had once made Han Li dream of them, and now they appeared vividly before his eyes. Suppressing his excitement, he instructed the driver to stop the carriage far away from the village, leaving Chu Han in the carriage. He quickly walked towards the village entrance, and the closer he got to the village, the more his heart raced. He had not felt such an uncontrollable emotion in a long time. Chapter 99 Departure. In the end, Han Li stepped into the village step by step. As soon as he entered the village entrance, he heard a lively sound of musical instruments and walked along the small path in the village, but he didn't see a single villager. Han Li's heart stirred. This scene and sound were all too familiar to him from his childhood. It was clearly a wedding celebration at a certain household, and the villagers had all gathered to celebrate or join in the fun. Han Li perked up and slowly released his spiritual sense. He found that indeed, the old and young villagers had gathered in a certain place. However, he felt that the location they had gathered in was so familiar. Wasn't this where his family lived? Han Li was greatly surprised. Could it be? He vaguely guessed something. He quickened his pace, swiftly bypassed several houses, turned around a few corners, and suddenly his vision brightened. He saw hundreds of villagers surrounding a dirt courtyard. Inside the courtyard were several tiled houses that looked much better than the nearby ones. And on both sides of the courtyard and the doors of the houses, there were large red double happiness characters. In front of the courtyard door, there was a small group of musicians playing lively music. The villagers were either standing, squatting, or some, without care, simply sitting on the ground. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5, some whispering to each other, some raising their voices in debate, and others gazing enviously into the courtyard. Next to the villagers were many children, who were playing and chasing around the adults. Seeing this familiar scene, Han Li felt a wave of nostalgia. It seemed that in that moment, he returned to the past, transforming into one of the children, playing and frolicking with them. TSK. The fourth girl of the Han family is truly fortunate. I've heard that the groom is a scholar from the city, a person of great learning. Isn't that so? She went from being a proper wife to becoming a wife of a man of status in one leap. I heard that the dowry from the Han family is shockingly large, with dozens of taels of silver. They are really wealthy. The noisy gossip of the village women jolted Han Li back to reality. The fourth girl of the Han family, isn't that his little sister? Could it really be her wedding day? A surge of indescribable emotions welled up in Han Li's heart, churning endlessly. For reasons he couldn't understand. He took a few steps and hid behind a nearby large tree, staring intently at the courtyard door. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. The flower palanquin is coming. The groom is here to pick up the bride. Upon hearing this, the villagers stirred with excitement. In an instant, voices erupted. The bride is coming out. The new bride is coming out. Come and see. The children were also unwilling to be outdone, shouting loudly. Han Li's spirits lifted, and he looked eagerly towards the courtyard door. Creak! The wooden courtyard door opened, and a dozen men and women walked out from inside. Among them, a young girl clad in a red wedding dress was surrounded. This girl had a pointed chin, a delicate appearance, and looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Her face flushed with shyness. Han Li widened his eyes, carefully observing the girl's features, trying to find a hint of his little sister in her. Apart from finding a trace of familiarity in her eyebrows and eyes, he could no longer connect her with the little sister in his memories. Cough. The saying that a girl changes greatly after 18 is indeed true. Han Li smiled bitterly, then began to scan the people around her. This fat man is his third uncle. He recognized him at a glance, still as fat as before. The tall, dark man is his elder brother Han Tai, and the woman standing closely beside him should be his sister-in-law. Han Li named them one by one, muttering under his breath as if this would make him feel a little easier. When his gaze fell upon an elderly couple with white hair, Han Li stopped speaking. He stood dazed behind the tree, motionless, his expression becoming extremely complex. There was joy, timidity, and a little confusion. The extent to which his parents had aged far exceeded Han Li's expectations. He remembered that when he went up the mountain, his mother still had black hair. But now her temples were gray, and his father, who used to have a straight back, was now hunched over. Han Li fell silent, his mind spinning like a mess. He was unaware of what was happening below. When he came to his senses, his little sister was already seated in a flower-adorned palanquin, drifting away. Next to the palanquin, a scholar on a green horse followed closely. Han Li strained to take one last look at the departing palanquin, then turned back to gaze at the faces of his parents in the crowd, before closing his eyes. After deeply engraving the faces of his parents and a few close relatives in his heart, Han Li turned around, suddenly revealing a resolute expression, and then strode towards the village entrance. Han Li knew that when he stepped out of the village entrance again, his connection with these people might come to an end in this lifetime. He was very clear that since he learned the Changchun Gong and became aware of the existence of cultivators, he would walk a path completely different from ordinary people. Regardless of whether it would bring fortune or misfortune, he would not regret his choice. Chapter 100. Jiyuan City Lanzhou is the 8th largest state among the 13 states of the Yu Kingdom, but in terms of wealth, it ranks second, only behind Hsinchu. It is located in the southern part of the Yu Kingdom, with fertile land, countless waterways, lakes, and canals within its jurisdiction, plus a generally favorable climate, making it extremely suitable for rice cultivation, thus being the country's leading grain-producing region. Jiyuan City, located in the central part of Lanzhou, although not the capital city of Lanzhou, is undeniably the largest city in Lanzhou. The Grand Canal, which runs north to south through the Yu Kingdom, passes right through the center of this city. Additionally, several other major land and water routes converge here, making it a traffic hub and a major trade route. Every year, countless merchants and travelers pass through here, greatly boosting the economic activities of the area, so it is not surprising that Jiyuan City has become the largest city in the entire state. In Jiyuan City, there are numerous carriages, docks, and boats scattered throughout the city. The number of coachmen, laborers, and boatmen engaged in this industry is staggering, amounting to tens of thousands. Sun Ergu is one of those who make a living at the docks. Sun Ergu, true to his name, has slanted eyebrows and a crooked gaze, resembling a scoundrel. However, due to his skill in reading people's expressions and flattering them, he has managed to become a small leader of a gang at the docks, overseeing dozens of laborers and relying on helping passing merchants carry goods and luggage for a living. Therefore, when Sun Ergu arrived at the small dock early this morning, several of his subordinates hurried over, respectfully calling out, "Second Master." The second master has arrived. Upon hearing these titles, Sun Ergu couldn't help but feel a bit elated. After all, being addressed as master indicates that he is somewhat of a person of status in this area. Thus, he struck a pose and snorted dismissively as a response to his subordinate's greetings. "What second master? Isn't he just Ergu?" Just a two-legged dog, looking like a dog. Haha. A round of mocking laughter rang out, unabashedly reaching Sun Urga's ears. Upon hearing this, Sun Urga's expression suddenly darkened, and his mood soured in an instant. He slowly turned his head to look at the dozens of people standing on the other side of the dock, his gaze landing on a burly black man. A trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. If asked who Sun Urgu hated most in Jiyuan City, this black man would definitely rank among the top 3. If someone told Sun Urgu that he could use all his family wealth to make this big black man completely disappear from the world, he might hesitate for a moment. However, if it were changed to just half of his property, he would agree without any hesitation. Of course, due to his indulgences in eating, drinking, and gambling. His so-called entire family wealth was not much to begin with. The black man, whose original name is long forgotten, is referred to by the dock workers either as Black Master or simply by his nickname, Black Bear. He is the leader of another small gang, the Iron Fist Society, and holds a position similar to Sun Urgu's in the Si Ping gang, which is why he was sent to this dock to manage another group of laborers. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, let alone this small dock. Thus, from the very beginning, the 2 gangs have been at odds, and after several conflicts over customers, their relationship has worsened. Now, whenever they meet, the members of the 2 gangs either mock and insult each other or shove and exclude one another, with only a lack of open violence keeping the peace. If the subordinates are like this, one can only imagine how much more hostile Sun Urgu and Black Bear, the biggest beneficiaries of the business here, are towards each other. The 2 of them constantly regard each other with disdain. However, as small gang leaders with some status and identity, they are aware that the Iron Fist Society and the Si Ping gang are allied gangs, united against a larger gang, the Poison Dragon gang. Therefore, even though both want to drive the other out and monopolize the dock, they can only temporarily endure and restrain themselves. Nonetheless, their pent-up dissatisfaction and anger are vented through the verbal conflicts of their subordinates, which has become a daily routine for them every morning. Sure enough, without waiting for Sun Urgu to signal, several sharp-tongued subordinates began to retaliate without hesitation. Do you know what the dumbest animal is among beasts? A bear. And among bears, which is the dumbest? Of course, it's the black bear. Originally, Black Bear was listening to his subordinates mock the other side with a smug expression. But upon hearing these words, his face darkened in an instant. Sun Urgu, on the other hand, laughed and patted the shoulders of his subordinates in satisfaction to show his encouragement. Black Bear's subordinates were not to be outdone and unleashed a torrent of filthy insults. Sun Urgu's side naturally did not hold back. They were all tough guys, who was afraid of whom? Naturally, they picked the most unpleasant and offensive remarks to retaliate. As their leaders, Sun Urgu and Black Bear sat aside, watching coldly, knowing they were people of some standing and could not participate in this shrewish quarrel. Just as the 2 groups were getting hoarse and saliva was flying, suddenly one of Sun Urgu's subordinates exclaimed, "A boat is coming." This immediately silenced the nearly 100 burly men who were in the midst of their quarrels, and they all turned to look toward the riverside. After all, the glimmering silver was much more enticing than a moment of verbal satisfaction. However, when the men saw the boat approaching the dock, they felt a bit disappointed. It was just a small flat-bottomed boat that seemed capable of carrying at most 3 to 5 merchants, definitely not a big business opportunity. It was no wonder. This dock was shabby and small, and its location was quite remote. Generally speaking, no large ships would come here. Only during the busy trade season would large ships that couldn't dock at other piers begrudgingly land here. After the small boat stopped at the dock, 2 people got off. One was a young man who looked about 17 or 18, with an ordinary appearance. The other was a giant who was much taller than the average person. The young man wore a simple blue shirt and had a small yellow bird perched on his shoulder. As soon as he got off the boat, he looked around curiously, resembling a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the city. The giant, dressed in a cloak and green robe, obscured his face and looked somewhat strange. He followed the young man closely, not leaving his side, appearing as a servant or subordinate. This young man and the giant were Han Li and Chu Han, who had just arrived in the hometown of Dr. Mo after traveling for 3 months straight.